What's going on, everybody? If you are thinking about jumping into the world of private jet ownership, you are in the right place. I'm hanging out today with the Jet Cowboy himself, Travis Lamance, and man, you are the founder of Haven ASG. You're the host of the Flying High with Travis Lamance podcast, and we are in the midst of building the brand new podcast studio in the brand new FBO here in Amarillo. So you've got a lot going on, but I would say more importantly, you've been in this game for a long time. How many years have you been in the private aviation space?
Somewhere around 28. Been a hot minute.
Getting up there around 3 decades. I like it.
Hey, that sounds too old.
Almost a century in the game, my friends. Closer to a century. So today we're going to get started by busting at least the top 10 myths concerning jet ownership. But before we get into that, I wanted to let you guys know what you can expect in the upcoming sessions. We're going to be looking at what your options are when it comes to buying versus chartering versus fractional ownership, finding the perfect aircraft that meets your specific needs, what to expect when it comes to maintenance and logistics, and of course, all of the legal considerations that are easily overlooked, but that can bite you in the back big time.
Yeah.
But that's not today's session. Today's session is all about busting the myths, and so let's jump right in. It's going to be a good time. Myth number 1, Travis, you may have heard it said that owning a jet is only for Elon Musk, billionaires. What's up with that?
Well, if that was true, there wouldn't be so many thousands of them running around the sky, so pretty evident that we don't have only billionaires flying them. But it is a common myth that we hear, people frequently misunderstand the ways that they can get into operating a jet. There's multiple tiers on that. You can do the Elon Musk style and go buy a brand new Gulfstream product and own it outright and operate it yourself. In that case,
that's all you need, folks.
In that case, yeah, you probably need to be way up there, close to the billionaire range. But that's not even close to the only way to be involved with the jet. One thing that a lot of people don't realize is due to the way aircraft are maintained, they have a very long life on them. So there's a lot of aircraft clear from the 1980s still flying that, they just continuous maintenance on them, refurbed, repaint, re-interior, perfectly safe aircraft. But the valuation curve is falling off on them because they're older. So if you're on the low end of trying to get in, but you want to own 100% of the airplane yourself, you may just have to look at a little older aircraft. And then you can get into fractional ownership where you can own 1/16 of the aircraft and still have access to it.
I think I'd take a wing.
I own the light bulb on the wingtip right here. And then you can get into rev sharing with, owning the aircraft, but then letting an operator charter that aircraft out to help pay for the costs on it. And all of these different options have pros and cons that are very situational to the owner. If your priority is the tax treatment and you're needing the depreciation, then buying an aircraft is, as a sole owner, may be more advantageous. But in the fractional space, you can still get the advantages of the tax treatment and depreciation and stuff, just a smaller amount because you're buying less of the aircraft. And then some people aren't so worried about the depreciation side of it. They just need access to the aircraft for their business or their travel needs or whatever, in which case maybe a jet card or a charter maybe makes more sense than ownership. So we can go through these in a lot more detail and kind of let everyone have a little bit more of the landscape on it, but it is pretty individual on what's your budget, what's your goals, how often are you traveling? Why are you traveling? All of these play into it. Also, where are you located? What's your geography? Do you live in some little town in the middle of nowhere where getting aircraft in and out to you is hard? Or do you live in a major metro area where there's tons of aircraft around? All of those will play into, is a fractional even an option for you based on your geography? Is getting a charter aircraft to you cost prohibitive because they're having to come pick you up all the time? Is there, what kind of cash flow considerations do you have? There's some people that they want their full annual budget up front. They give you a check for the whole year to operate the airplane so they don't have to worry about it. Others, they want you to bill them monthly for their operating costs and spread that cash flow out. So I think parsing up each one and kind of talking about how it works might help people understand which one may be better suited for their situation.
I like it. So many different avenues to get into it, but the main takeaway there is that you don't have to be a billionaire to enjoy all of the benefits that come with private aircraft. In fact, you manage planes for many people. You've sold planes for a lot of people. You do maintenance on. How many of those guys are billionaires?
Very few.
Very few. So you have a chance. So you're saying there's a chance.
It's a little Dumb and Dumber reference in there.
Yes, it was bound to happen.
It has to happen. Yeah, I guess I got off on my rabbit trail with the point of the question there, but I would say, yet again, situational, but we have a lot of people that operate in private travel that are barely breaking into the millionaire range. Like, it's definitely far from millionaire, or from billionaire, like low-end millionaire range. You can make it work.
Low-end millionaires out there, you should be ashamed of yourself. No, that is encouraging, though.
Yeah,
it's a real possibility.
And what was really cool to see in our industry is because of this, people self-eliminate thinking I can't do that. And before they even inquire, they just assume they can't do it. So one thing that was really cool in our industry that happened during COVID was with all the airlines shutting down and not being able to travel and people still needing to go places, they picked up the phone and called, and they're like, oh, wait, I can't afford this. So we had a really good surge of business during that time frame. I kind of expected on the back end of it that people would go back to commercial flying, but once they got in there and understood how beneficial it was, they didn't go away. They stayed, and the industry continues to grow. So it's a lot more.
American Airlines just didn't cut it anymore.
No, it's hard to go back. It's, once you're in it and you're operating on your schedule instead of the airline schedule, and the airline service somewhere in the ballpark of 500 airports domestically, and we service somewhere around 5,000, 5,500 airports. So being able to get a lot closer to your destination point, even, obviously if out in rural areas where they don't have commercial service, but even within major metro areas, the airport that you're wanting to go to, like Denver's a good example. You go commercial, you land out at DIA, it's 30 minutes into town or so. Like, it's a hell of a hike into town. But if you're flying privately and you can land right there at Centennial, you're in town. Like, you land a lot closer to your destination. So it cuts down your ground travel in addition to being on your own schedule. So there's perks and perks and perks on it. So it was fun to see more people understand that it's accessible to them.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, for our next myth, and you touched on it a little bit, we'll be getting into it in depth in our next session, but the next myth I'd like for you to address is that fractional ownership is basically the same as owning. What would you say are the distinct differences between those?
Well, true fractional ownership is ownership, so that piece of it is not a myth. The part of it that is not clearly represented is when you own the aircraft 100%, it flies when you tell it to fly, or, it, depending on how you're using it, it basically is on your schedule totally. Fractional ownership, you are at the whims of however many other owners involved with that aircraft. So, if it's owned by only 4 owners, then you got 3 other people that are also running their schedules, and depending on the fractional setup that you're with, it may be just first come, first serve on those dates. They may have some high demand dates that they like black out, or they give priority to one of the owners. So you got to be careful on the situation with the fractional operator that you're dealing with. Some of the really large fractional operators, you may only own a quarter share of airplane A, but you get access to airplanes B, C, D, E, and, down the line, if they have a large fleet and you own a piece of one aircraft, you may get access to the other aircraft, so it helps with the scheduling conflicts. But a lot of the smaller fractional operators, if they only have 1 or 2 airplanes, you can get really hemmed up on scheduling. So you do get the benefits of ownership as far as tax treatment, and you truly do own a piece of the airplane, but you lose a lot of control over how the aircraft gets used. And, it's like anything, you just imagine that you have 4 of you that own your pickup, and, well, crap, I don't want him smoking in my truck, and I don't want him drinking red wine in my truck. And
Jesus took the wheel. It's
exactly.
out of control.
So there is a trade-off of control factors there on what gets done with that aircraft. So It can be a really good option for certain people. You just really need to understand the rules of the road on what the particular arrangement is with the fractional setup that you're looking at.
I like it. So go into fractional ownership partnerships with really boring people that aren't busy. I think
exactly.
That's
the ones that
main
fly once a
takeaway.
year.
Yes. They can have Christmas. It's fine. Our next myth would be that I have heard it said that chartering is always cheaper than owning.
No, that one's definitely a myth.
Get out of here.
Get out of here. If you are chartering, say, 200 hours a year, you're probably going to have a lot of viable paths that it'll be cheaper, more effective, and more operator friendly to own the airplane. So one component of that is how much are you flying? If you're flying 10 hours a year, yeah, you're probably way cheaper to just go charter the airplane. And then as your hours increase, that starts getting into a lot more variables on, okay, I'm going to do 50 hours this year. Now you're like, well, it's probably still better to charter, maybe get into some fractional arrangement, something like that. And then after you kind of cross that 100-ish hour threshold, now you pretty rapidly get into the territory where, depending on the aircraft type, you're more than likely going to get better to go into an ownership model of some sort at that point. And if you're up over 200 hours, 250 hours, you definitely need to own one. And at that point, then it even gets into the territory of, do I sell off a fraction of my airplane for someone else to help me pay the costs, or do I put it on a charter rev share program to help me pay some of the costs? But once you're up that 250 hour range, it gets hard to share the airplane, because that means you're busy and you're flying a lot, and it's pretty good utilization of the aircraft. So just baseline, we kind of consider a fully utilized aircraft 600 hours a year. Does that mean you got to fly 600 to fully use it? No. Does that mean that some of them don't fly more than 600? No. But just as kind of a baseline number, we say a fully utilized airplane is 600 hours a year as a starting point. And then depending on a lot of extenuating circumstances, that number will move up or down as the process goes on. You know, like if you're doing all day trips, you want to be home every night, that 600 hours is going to burn through pretty quick, versus some people may travel to a location and sit there for 5 days and then come home. Now your calendar time is going to sit there on the ground more often. There's other considerations, but those are some kind of ballpark baseline numbers to start thinking through.
Perfect. And we'll be getting into all of these topics in great depth in the upcoming sessions. We're just taking a quick flyover. See what I did there? Airplane jokes. All right, moving on to our next myth. Here it is. A jet is a good investment.
That is a very bold statement.
It is. It's pretty overarching.
Yeah. So I would rephrase that to
oh,
make
wait. It says a jet is always a for sure bulletproof good investment.
I wish I could stand behind that myth, but
sales might be even higher.
Yeah, might be. I could definitely sell more stuff if I went with that option. A jet can be a good investment. To make a jet a good investment just as the asset piece, there's a lot of factors that drive that. Generally, broad blanket speak, a jet as the investment in and of itself is probably not a good investment. Just being straight.
Yeah.
The leverage you get with the jet and the downstream benefits that you get with the jet to help you grow your business, improve your quality of life, a lot of other extenuating reasons make it a good investment because of the benefits that it brings you in your life. And there are a fair number of situations where you can buy a jet, and if you're buying the right asset that's in high demand, you could go use it for a year or two and potentially make all your money back. In some situations, even make a little bit. But I don't recommend anybody that's casually involved with aviation look at a jet as an investment, as the asset itself only. It's got to have the fringe benefits that you're after that come along with it to make it all make sense.
Perfect. You'll be breaking all that down in the future as well.
Yeah.
This one is kind of tied in, and this myth would be that you can run a jet just like any other business expense and just write everything off.
Depends. There are proper ways to structure it where you can write most things off like a business. A lot of people make the mistake of operating the jet just under a straight Part 91 asset under holding company for just the airplane. So a lot of business owners that own like expensive equipment, drill rigs, any kind of real expensive equipment, farm equipment, is frequently put in a entity that just houses that asset. With the aviation, and you get the FAA regulations involved, there is an issue with operational control on that. So you got to be careful how you structure that. Doing it under Part 91, doing it under the business that's actually generating the revenue and has the basis to support the write-offs, you can write it off that way. There's easier avenues whenever you're going through Part 135 operations to capture that revenue back. So there are ways to do it, but you can't just arbitrarily start writing stuff off. There's some important structures and considerations that have to go in place first.
Yeah, gotta cross the T's and dot the I's on that one, I bet.
For sure.
Don't want to get in a world of hurt on that. But like you said, a bunch of advantages are available. It's just knowing who to know and how to navigate, the right questions to ask, and of course, structuring everything correctly. I know you're going to love this one. This next myth is that hiring a crew is so simple.
It's easy. You just throw an ad in the local paper and
right?
Yeah.
Hit that Rent-A-Pilot website. And
yeah.
First of all, what all is included in a crew?
Yeah.
And then how simple is that really?
Yeah. So there's a few things to consider. How many hours a year you're going to be running the aircraft will drive how many crew members you need. The aircraft type, is it a single pilot jet or is it a dual pilot jet? Is it a big enough aircraft that you want to have a cabin host or a flight attendant on it at all times? So those are some of the initial considerations on it.
I'm not getting my own peanuts on my private jet, bro. You're going to need...
You need that hostess there, huh?
Yes, extreme hospitality.
Yeah, extremely. And then there again, between a cabin hostess versus a flight attendant, they're not the same thing. And if you don't know that, you don't know that. And so how many you need depends on the type certificate of the aircraft, and then how many you need because of the flight volume of the aircraft is another driving factor, and then the cabin host, cabin attendant stuff to consider there. And then are you going to have an in-house DOM on the aircraft? That's a director of maintenance that oversees the aircraft. Or are you going to go to a third party? Do you have the MRO and the maintenance shop in mind that can handle your aircraft? And do you have a level of trust built up with them that they're going to do it right? The maintenance component of the aircraft is a very, very significant driver in the overall efficiency of the aircraft being up and available and ready to go when you need it. Also, long-term valuation of the aircraft if it was maintained correctly and all the things were done right. So all those are important back-end decisions. Pilot staffing gets a fair amount of attention that we are short on pilots. We need more pilots. But what doesn't get a lot of attention is that the maintenance staffing is becoming by far the biggest headache due to shortages there, and it's a growing problem. So being able to solve how you safely, effectively, and efficiently maintain that aircraft is more important than most people realize. So
makes a lot of sense. And if you are new to some of these terms, obviously you clarified DOM. I know there's all the different certificate names, etc.
We speak in jargon.
All the jargon. But have no fear, my friends. If you head over to jetcowboy.com, click on the free resources tab, and you're just going to be able to register for free for the full course in school, SKOOL. And with that, you'll have access to companion resources like a glossary of terms, aviation terms. That's just the one off the top of the mind, but a lot of good stuff for you guys over there. So make sure that you check that out to take advantage of all of the resources we have available for you. Here's our next myth, Travis. I've heard it said on the streets, they said that all jets are basically the same. Is this true?
Could not be further from the truth. Enormous differences between aircraft missions, capabilities, valuations, long-term value hold, maintenance reliability, maintenance availability, crew qualifications. Like, there's huge, huge differences between them. And this is where a lot of people get off track early on whenever they're thinking about buying a jet, is they frequently will ask their buddy Ted over here, hey, you own a jet, what do you think? Well, he owns airplane X, so they want to go buy airplane X. But are you guys carrying the same amount of passengers on a regular basis? Are you traveling the same distances on a regular basis? Is your budget in the same ballpark as theirs? I mean, you can pick up a jet that is safe and usable right now for $1 million, or you can go and pay $100 million. Like, there's a huge spread in the, also in, are you worried about the long-term value hold of the aircraft? That's going to be driven a little bit by the age of the aircraft and the category of the aircraft. Is it a light jet, medium jet, heavy jet, long range jet? There's all these different categories that you got to start parsing them into. And then financing, are you going to have to finance the aircraft? A lot of the finance companies don't like to finance aircraft that are more than 20 years old. Most of the finance companies that we deal with offer like almost a mortgage-like loan, like 20-year terms on them. Sometimes they'll do a 20-year amortization on a 10-year loan, and there's all that stuff that goes into it. Is also plays into what type and what age of aircraft you're getting. So I would say step one is you got to know your mission. What are you buying the aircraft for? Are you averaging 3 passengers? Or are you averaging 10 passengers? 2 different aircraft that you need for that. So start with your mission first, and then once you understand the mission that you need the aircraft to accomplish, does it have the endurance to go coast to coast without a fuel stop? Does it have the endurance to go international if that's what you're after? Make sure you understand the mission first, and then start dissecting the makes and models within the range that'll fit your mission and your budget.
Yeah, makes sense. Let the mission guide or inform your decision.
Yeah.
Sure.
We've had way too many instances where someone went out and bought an aircraft because they thought it was the cool one or what their buddy had or whatever, only to find out that it isn't capable of doing what they want it to do. And then they grow really frustrated. Well, I bought an airplane to be convenient because I need to go A to B, and I have to stop for fuel 3 times. Well, that's a bad thing. So
that's a whole nother level of buyer's regret.
Exactly. Yeah. So aviation, uninformed buying decisions in aviation make it a real pain in the ass for a new owner. So the owners that take the time to get educated, make sure they're making the right buying decision, it's a great thing to have. It's a great tool and a great industry, but it's very easy to get off course early on.
Yeah. We'll have a whole session to help you guys walk through that decision-making process here in the future.
Hey guys, we'll get back to the video in a sec, but first, quick question for you business owners and high achievers watching. When you're traveling around the country for deals, scaling teams, or managing stress, are you actually flying with a team that makes your life easier? Or are you dealing with scheduling headaches, surprise maintenance bills, and too many moving parts behind the scenes? Well, that's why today's sponsor, Haven Aviation Services Group, exists. Think of them as the safe haven of the sky. Haven is a vertically integrated aviation company, meaning they handle everything under one roof. From your private jet charters, aircraft management, brokerage, maintenance, avionics, and premium grade services at their FBO. For aircraft owners especially, this is the absolute real best value. Instead of juggling pilots, insurance, scheduling, maintenance, hangars, legal docs, Haven manages it all in one place. No guessing, no surprises, and no wondering why something suddenly costs 6 figures. Their entire focus is transparency, safety, and long-term planning. So you actually trust the people managing your aircraft and don't have to stress about it at all. So if you want an aviation partner that operates with the same discipline and results-driven mindset we talk about on the show, hit the link in the description to connect with Haven Aviation Services Group. Big thanks to Haven ASG for sponsoring today's video, and now let's get back to the show.
One of my favorite things, Travis, about this whole industry is that maintenance is the manufacturer's problem.
Well, contrary to that belief, maintenance is in fact 100% your problem if you're the owner.
This is not good.
No. So maintenance costs, maintenance reliability, maintenance capabilities, like, right.
What's all included in the scope of maintenance on a private aircraft? Like, how would you even just to begin to get an overall idea of what all is entailed in that?
So people that have never owned an aircraft before, they assume it's kind of like your car where, you got to oil change once in a while, but otherwise you just
rotate
drive
the
it
wings.
till it's, exactly, rotate the wings, flop them left and right. They just assume you just use it until it breaks kind of thing, but that's not even close. And then there's also common misconception that if you're flying under Part 91, you don't have to do a bunch of maintenance versus if you're on Part 135, you do have to do all this maintenance. When you're in a turbojet class aircraft, there's not very many differences between the two Part 91 and 135 maintenance requirements. There's a few technical ones, but nothing crazy. But the manufacturer, when they build that aircraft and get it approved, they publish a approved maintenance schedule that goes along with the aircraft. And then the FAA is the guiding authority on what you have to do that the manufacturer says you have to do. And once you're in this category of an aircraft, most of the things the manufacturer says you need to do, the FAA supports that you have to do these things. And so what they do is they publish a list, normally in either Chapter 5 and Chapter 4 of the maintenance manual, usually has this whole list of things you have to do. Pretty much all of us use some type of a third-party software to keep up with this because there's so many items. You know, there may be on any given jet, there may be 300 items you got to keep up with, and some of them are due by flight hours, some of them are due by cycles. Most of the time a cycle is defined by one takeoff, pressurization, depressurization, and a landing is a frequent way to look at cycles. So every time you do that, you know, you're wearing parts out in that process. So they track some things by cycles. And then there's calendar-driven things. So even if you don't fly the aircraft once all year, there's still calendar items that are going to come up that have to be done whether the airplane's flying or not. And then you get into like engine programs where you're paying hourly for your, basically prepaying for your overhauls on your engines. Most of those programs have like annual minimums. So let's say you have a 400-hour minimum on your engines. Even if you only fly 100 hours, you still got to pay for 400 hours of use on those engines. So it's really important that you're tracking those programs appropriately or you're going to waste a lot of money on them. And then this is where your DOM is a really important piece of this puzzle is, are they keeping up with your tracking programs appropriately to give you enough heads up that maintenance is coming up and how big that maintenance event is going to be? And are you getting a budget for it ahead of time so you know what you're going to be spending? So a good management company, a good DOM, they'll tell you in the beginning of the year, hey, based on your expected flying hours, this is our projection for the year. We think you're going to spend $500,000 in maintenance this year just based on what we know right now. And then the way I do it is every 30 days I do a 90-day lookout. So you look out 90 days to make sure that you're, you know, if they've got a bunch of flying scheduled and they're not going to get through all that flying before they run out of time on an event, you got to make sure you get that event done before they leave on that round of flying. Or, you know, a new airworthiness directive pops up from the FAA that's going to cost a fair amount of money to fix. We need to get that budgeted and approved and put in place before it affects their flying. It's all coordination between having the right maintenance people with the right capacity to get things done before it affects your flying. Otherwise, if it's not handled correctly, you're going to have your annual family trip to the Bahamas scheduled and you're going to go to get on the airplane. Oh, well, we don't have any, you know, it's down for maintenance. Nothing worse than that kind of stuff happening. And unfortunately, does happen for people that don't have the right oversight or they're not doing it correctly. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there any type of a equation or like if your plane costs this much, you can anticipate this percentage of that being on maintenance, or is it so varied that there's no real formula for?
I don't think there's one formula that you can put across all aircraft types because there's too many variances across aircraft types. And a lot of people don't like the lumpiness of operating costs, right? So one month it cost you $100,000 because there was all these things that happened, and then the next month it might only be $5,000 because nothing happened. So you get these real lumpy budgets, and those are hard for some people that want planned cash flow. In those events, you need to go with an aircraft type that has engine and airframe programs on it. So, for example, if you're looking at like a Citation CJ4, and you put it on Pro Parts program and you have the engines on the TAP program, you have a very known hourly cost on that aircraft at that point. It's very predictable budget. Now you got to pay for labor when things come up, but it's easy to throw a little margin in there to cover the labor component of it. But now your airframe parts and your engine parts are substantially covered. So you know it's going to cost me $1,500, $1,800, whatever the number is for your programs. It's going to cost me this much every hour that airplane flies. So you look at your flight schedule for the month and you're like, I got 10 hours scheduled, so I know I'm going to spend $18,000 towards that this month, and it's very predictable. So if predictability on the cash flow is important, programs are important. Over the long haul, and this depends on aircraft type. This is a broad blanket statement, but most of the time, over time, programs you come out a little bit behind on financially, but you come out ahead by the predictability of not having any unexpected expenses. But once in a while, you'll get an aircraft that has some goofy problems, and all of a sudden you got to replace a bunch of really expensive parts. You're going to come out on the winning side of that.
Yeah.
And the manufacturers that put these programs out, they're running all these equations on their own, and they're trying to predict what's going to break in their fleet and establish a fair hourly rate on it. And they know some people are going to win and some are going to lose, and they certainly don't want to lose in the mix. So that's a component. But if you're buying an older aircraft, a lower entry point aircraft, and you put the engines on programs, and then you got the airframe variability, then that cuts your risk down because you have the engine programs, and then you just have the airframe to worry about. Some of the older aircraft, you can put the avionics and the engines on a program, and that helps cut it. So it just depends on where your priorities are. If you just want to, if you're okay with understanding that your budget may be lumpy, you can run with no programs and you have a good stroke of luck and things go your way. You could operate really cheap. Or you have a bad stroke of luck and a couple of really expensive parts break, it's going to be painful.
No doubt.
So that's kind of the strategy. And then it also depends on what aircraft size you're operating. You know, if you're operating a large category aircraft versus a light jet, there's significant degree of cost variance between those two aircraft as well. So
makes sense. Now, if you're already here watching this course, you've probably worked through this next one yourself, but you may have a concerned family member who's heard this, and so we definitely want to address the myth that private aviation is dangerous.
Private aviation is a broad blanket term, so that includes anything from a crop duster to a little Piper Cub to a Cessna 150, all the way up through a Gulfstream 650. All of those often get thrown in the bucket of
and these are
general
not
aviation.
the same.
No, they're not the same. So if you break down the safety aspect of it by turbojet versus piston engine versus single engine, you get a lot more realistic picture of the safety factors on it. When you're in the turbojet class aircraft operated under 135, there's almost no difference between them and Part 121, which is an airline safety record. You get into the turbojet Part 91 operations, you do see a little uptick in the accident records on them. And then you move into the piston engine market, you see a significant increase in accidents. So, and the reasons behind that are not that nobody should fly a piston engine airplane. What happens is a piston engine airplane, you usually have hobby flyers that are not professional pilots that get themselves into situations. Unfortunately, you have people that they fly 2 or 3 times a year, so they're not up to speed. And then you move into the Part 91 jet operations. There's some Part 91 jet operations that are pristine, like they operate top class on everything. So this is not throwing all of them into a bucket, but speaking as a whole, from a regulatory perspective, you can get away with a lower time, less trained pilot than you can when you're operating it in a Part 135. So that's why you have that little uptick there is dealing with some of those issues. And then you get into the 135 world, they have to have recurrent training every year. They have to have a check ride every 6 months. They have FAA inspecting them and checking them and doing check rides with them. So the pilots that are operating in that world are very close to the same requirements of what an airline captain or airline pilot is going through. So, and that's the main place where the accidents come in is, I don't remember the statistic off the top of my head, but it's north of 85%, if I remember correctly, that is pilot-caused accidents, or pilots get blamed for the accident one way or the other.
Right.
Maintenance is a very, very small piece of it. Piston engine aircraft can be operated very safely, and all the turboprop and turbojet class aircraft can be operated extremely safely. So it's not the aircraft type that gets that myth going. It's the details behind what's going on. Is the maintenance being done correctly? Are the pilots trained correctly? Are the pilots staying current? Are they making good weather decisions? Are they getting pressured to fly into thunderstorms when they shouldn't be? Are they getting pressured to fly into low ceiling airports when they shouldn't be? So having a healthy owner-pilot dynamic in those Part 91 operations is really important too, that the owner understands that he needs to trust his pilot when he says it's not safe. Like,
Right.
Don't stand on the guy's head and try to make him fly when it's unsafe. So those factors all go into where that myth comes from. But when it's done correctly, it is absolutely safe.
That makes a lot of sense. I like it. So proper knowledge, management, etc., and it's going to be just as safe as a commercial
Correct.
airline. So you can pass that on to your spouse or concerned family member. Get them on board with this purchase. And they'll be glad that they did, because I've heard, Travis, that having a jet means total freedom and flexibility.
All the way up until it doesn't.
Dang it. It started off good.
Yeah, no, the freedom and flexibility is phenomenal. And that's really what drives everyone to justify any potential increased costs over whatever else they're doing. There's nothing quite like being able to go visit 5 of your locations in a day and being home to tuck your kids in after dinner, and versus, making that 4 or 5 day airline escapade or road warrioring all over the country and missing important events with your family, or getting back to the office and getting more business done, depending on what you got going on. But the flexibility in your scheduling, your ability to fly whenever you want to fly, if you want to, we've got some owners that are early birds. They like to get up and leave at 4 o'clock in the morning and go get their work done and get home by lunchtime. And that's totally their prerogative to do that. And what also happens is you are planning on going from Denver to Vegas to LA to San Francisco today, but you get a phone call as you're getting on the airplane, and now all of a sudden you need to go to Dallas. Well, if you're going on an airline, they ain't switching directions. So
Nope.
They're going where they're going. So now you go, hey, Mr. Pilot, I need to go here instead of there. All right, give me a few minutes. Let me change your flight plan, check my fuel loads, make sure we're all good. So a few minute rearranging of schedules and making sure everything's safe and ready to go. Now you're on your route to this whole different place that you had. That's flexibility that you can't match any other way. They're just a time machine, man. You cannot fathom how much more efficient and effective you can be with that kind of flexibility.
Very cool. Let's say that you have complete ownership of your plane. What are some outside or external constraints that you've still got to be expecting to happen occasionally?
Weather is one that gets people sometimes, where we're at right here in the middle of the U.S., we deal with a lot of thunderstorms, and some parts of the country are dealing with a lot of fog. And depending on what aircraft you're in will help dictate the level of that type of weather that you can deal with. What you can do in a turboprop and that type of weather versus what you can do in a brand new global is not the same. They have different capabilities there. So working around weather issues, the physical realities of the aircraft's capabilities, like sometimes you'll have aircraft that don't do well in high and hot performance, which means you're at a high altitude airport and it's a hot day, your density altitude's high, so your aircraft can't take off with as much weight as it normally would. So maybe you have to make a fuel stop that you normally wouldn't because you have to take off lighter. Or if you're operating a really large aircraft, there may be some littler airports you want to go into that don't have the infrastructure or the runway length to handle that. So there's some of those types of physical realities that we just can't change. It'll do what it'll do. Some of those you got to deal with. Some of the international flying still has constraints on it that you got to deal with, on making sure that you have method to legally land in these other countries, and
Probably check that first before.
So international handling can be an obstacle sometimes. There's not a lot. Like you can do a lot with them. If you own the whole airplane and you plan accordingly, there's very little you can't get done with it.
I like it. So I've heard some people that have already used charter services. They're considering buying their own jet. And some of them seem to think that, well, the charter company can just manage my aircraft for me as well. Would that be a myth or a truth?
Both. Some charter companies only operate their own aircraft, so they don't do what we call a rev share program or a leaseback program. Some of them only operate aircraft that they own. In that case, then no, they're probably not going to do that for you. But there's a lot of them, like Haven, where we do deal with owners on that level where you own the aircraft, but you don't want all the headaches involved with it. we go and manage it. We provide the DOM, we hire and fire the pilots, we make sure the pilots are trained, we deal with all the maintenance events, hangaring, catering, whatever. You basically, if you want to that level with Haven, you can just call us and say, hey, I need to go here on Friday, and hang up the phone. We know all your preferences. We know what drinks to have. We know what snacks you like. We know your profile. We know what you want. So we can do it from that level of hands-off management to where you just get a monthly statement showing where we flew and what we did and how we did it. And so we're very transparent and open book on it, but we don't require your involvement unless you want to be. And we have other owners that it's kind of a hobby to them. They like to be involved. They like to know what's going on with their pilots, and whenever it's down for maintenance, they want to come and look at what we're doing, and just because they like being involved in it, it's kind of a fun thing for them, and we're happy to have them when they want to do that. And we're not the only company out there that does that. I know our model obviously accommodates that, and there's others that do similar types of things. So it just depends on who you're dealing with is the answer, I guess. It's sometimes.
Yeah. And so people should research that.
Yes.
And so how would one go about finding out, is this charter company that I've used before, are they managing their own planes? Do they have a whole maintenance department built in? Or is it someone who is just chartering and then working with a bunch of different other companies that are handling those?
Well, one thing that I think a lot of people would be shocked by is that their charter company doesn't own or operate a single aircraft.
Right.
It's very common that the people out there selling these jet cards and selling hourly programs of some sort, they don't even own or operate any aircraft. They're
like a living Uber app.
They are. Yeah, they're the human Uber. What they do is they rely on companies like us that are registered operators to facilitate those flights for them. And it shocks me how frequently people don't realize that they're not getting on Company A's airplane, that they're just getting on someone else's. Now, a lot of those companies that do that, they do a really good job of vetting us. Like they go up our skirt and check, hey, are their pilots trained? Do they have safety ratings? There's a lot of those brokers that do a really good job at facilitating their deal. So I'm not bagging on them as a whole, but they don't own or operate airplanes. That's not their business. So step one is the company you're working with. Are they an operator or are they a broker, or what are they? Once you get past that, let's say you figure out, yes, they are an operator, then usually on their company websites and their material, if they're full service, they usually list all those services and their capabilities and how they do things. So go on their website and see what they proclaim to be doing. And then if they proclaim to be doing all these things, then it's time to start vetting that out. Hey, could I schedule a meeting with your DOM? I'd like to talk to him. Can I talk to your DO? I'd like to talk to him. Talk to the people that are boots on the ground that actually do the things, and see if you think you can get along with them. See if you trust them. See if you like them. See, maybe aviation's a very small community, and very rarely you can't talk to one or two people and like, oh yeah, I know Joe Bob over there, or yeah, stay away from him, or hey, he's awesome, whatever the case is. Do a little bit of due diligence on it and don't just take it all at face value. And then I would request a referral from one of their current owners. If they're managing and operating someone's airplane, I would ask, hey, can I talk to one of your people, and call that other owner? Do they do what they say they're going to do? Are they on the up and up? Is it good? Is it bad? Call them, and if they won't give you a referral and they won't let you talk to people that are boots on the ground, pretty big red flags.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Don't trust the slick sales guy. Talk to the people doing the work.
Yeah. Super good advice there. And Travis is going to be continuing to add value to you guys for free. And, the purpose of this course is to give you a kind of comprehensive understanding of all the things that you need to do if you're going to step into the world of private jet ownership. And then in addition to that, as Travis mentioned before, havenasg.com. There you can check out everything that Travis offers in this industry, which is everything that a private jet aircraft owner needs. So you're able to do it all for them. Or if you are a do-it-yourselfer, that's what this course is for, to fully equip you with everything that you need. Let's finish off with our last myth here, which is bigger is always better.
I'll refrain from comment. No, it is definitely not. Bigger is always more expensive. That's not even true. But generally speaking, the bigger they are, the more fuel they burn, the more maintenance they're going to accumulate on them, the more crew salaries that you're going to have involved as blanket statements. And if your mission is flying between a little town in Kansas and a little town in Texas, those airport infrastructures may not be properly equipped for a large jet. So it is definitely not always better cost-wise and practical operation aspect on it. I would take this all the way back to the one we talked about earlier, is the mission is what drives that. It's really easy to get stuck in the ego side of I want the big jet on the ramp and, hey, they look cool and they're badass and I drool over them when I see them. But if they're not the right thing for you to solve your problem, then you got to get over that and get the right aircraft for the mission.
Absolutely. And obviously the nightmare would be buying the wrong aircraft, but if you looked at it from the perspective of, is it better to overbuy and then downgrade or underbuy and then upgrade? If you had to err in one way or the other, which direction would be better?
Budgetary actual acquisition price aside, I would err towards getting something a little bigger than you think you're going to need, because almost always you get in it and you start using it and now like, man, this is awesome, and now you're going to be taking more trips, you're going to be going farther places than you normally would have went, and you're going to have a lot of new friends all of a sudden that just hey, remember me from junior high, heard you got a jet. No, so
new phone, who dis?
Yeah,
That's how you answer that one.
Exactly.
Write that down, that's a good one.
So I would definitely err towards something slightly larger than what you anticipate needing.
Makes sense. I like it. Well, we hope that you guys have had a good time and learned something today. If you'd like access to some of the free companion resources that we've developed to go with this course, including we've got a glossary of aviation terms, we've got a PDF of the key takeaways from this session that you just watched, we've got the top 10 mistakes that jet owners make, etc. You can just head over to jetcowboy.com, click on the free resources tab, and that will allow you to register for the full free Beginner's Guide to Jet Ownership course. And Travis and I will be back in the next session where we'll be really breaking down buying, chartering, and fractional ownership so that you have the ability to understand all of the options that are available to you. We'll see you then. Welcome back, my friends, to the Beginner's Guide to Jet Ownership, brought to you by the Jet Cowboy himself, Travis Lamance. What's going on, man?
Another beautiful day.
This is true. And in today's session, you are going to be breaking it down for everybody who is watching today when it comes to, am I buying, am I chartering, am I positioning myself in a fractional ownership? If they want to understand all of their options, you've helped hundreds of clients navigate the private aviation world. And so let's say that one of our listeners is someone who's been flying commercial first class or maybe on their friends' jets. Now they're wondering, maybe it's time to get my own. What is the first question that you would have for them?
The first question is generally why. What are you hoping to get out of this, or what do you think is going to come out of this? Usually helps me get into their headspace real quick on if their motivation behind it is based in any kind of reality or not. So.
Yeah. What have been some of the more interesting whys or unexpected whys? Or do you sometimes have somebody who comes and when you ask them why, they don't even really know? It just seemed like a good idea.
Yeah, the ones that get me are the ones that hear someone talking about it being a good self-sustained business opportunity in and of itself. Like, I can go buy a jet and charter it and make all this money. Not a good reason. That's not, that's one of my core pieces of business, so I should be saying, oh yeah, it's the best thing ever, but I can't do that to people. It's not the right way to look at it.
It's not like Turo. You can just slap your Camry on the app.
No, not at all. So there are tremendously good ways to do that do make a lot of sense, and that's why I do the business, because there is the right situations. It's an excellent option, but it's not for everybody. And somebody that can just barely afford to buy a jet and then think they're going to go turn that into a cash flow, not the right person to be doing that. Most of the time, one of my biggest sales pipelines is people dealing with airline issues. So I frequently have joked that I should be sending some of these airlines like the annual salesman of the year award, and it's hard to bag on airlines because what they do is very hard to do, to move people at scale and that kind of mass on those low costs. They do a good job at what they do, but people get to a certain point in their life where their time, their frustration is more valuable to them than the cost of an airplane ticket. So if they are sitting there trying to get to a big business meeting, a big business deal, a vacation they've waited for all year long, and now they get to the gate and their flight's canceled or delayed for 2 days, or whatever nonsense thing happens, they pick up the phone and they're like, hey, I need an airplane right now. I got to get to this thing. And usually when that happens and we do facilitate a charter flight for them or get them moved to where they need to go, it kind of opens their eyes to, wow, this is like a whole different world. Like, I get to decide when I want to go, where I want to go. And the folks that are in that situation frequently will start off by chartering for a little while, buy a 10-hour block of time and go use that time and get a little bit more accustomed to it. And we've had some crazy ones where they just want to be a baller, like with us doing the podcast and being on social media a lot. I get a lot of crazy DMs of people thinking they need to have that image out there that they're traveling on a jet and all this stuff, and I'm just not wired that way to like
Right.
that fake stuff. Like, I love aviation and love what it can do, but I'm not a big supporter of it being a fake image thing, and
Right.
it's cost prohibitive to just be for looks. And we've had people hit us up just wanting to use our airplanes to pretend they were flying somewhere and that kind of stuff. I'm like, no, I'm not down with any of that.
So you mentioned a couple of things there that I feel like people could really gain from having a greater understanding of. So you mentioned even just the difference in experience. And so walk someone through, I mean, we've all flown commercial, right? And you're getting up early and you're working through the traffic. You got the parking, you're trying to get through the luggage lines, and then all the things. Paint for us a realistic picture of what that same day looks like when you do have private ownership in a jet.
You kind of touched on what all the things are that happen at a normal airline. In the private aviation space, it depends a little bit depending on what airport you're at and what kind of security protocols they have in place and that stuff. But generally speaking, it goes something to the effect of you pull up to a secured gate at the FBO. The gates usually have like a camera system on them, and you push a button and somebody from inside the FBO, that's a fixed base operator, that's where the private planes come in and out of and get fuel and have their little terminal and all that kind of stuff.
It's like Buc-ee's.
It is. It's Buc-ee's for
private aviation.
jets. So you pull up to the gate, you push the button, somebody will be like, how can I help you? And you're like, oh, I'm with November 123 or flying with Haven today or whatever. They verify that you're supposed to be there. They'll push a button, open the gate. Depending on the airport, sometimes you'll have like a golf cart that you'll have to follow out to the airplane. Sometimes they just say it's over there, go to it, whatever. So it kind of depends.
Down yonder?
Down yonder ways by the old oak tree. So then you drive out to the aircraft. Most operators and most pilots in this business, they don't like you handling your own luggage. Like, some owners are like, nah, I'll carry my own bags. But generally speaking, they're going to try to take your bags from you. So they'll get your bags, they'll put them in the baggage area of the aircraft. They'll show you where you're going to be in the aircraft. And this also is this your first time on the airplane, or is this your airplane? There's some variance there on how familiar they are with you. If you're just getting on a charter plane, they're going to give you a passenger briefing, kind of tell you what's going on, give you an opportunity to go into the FBO terminal if you want to grab any pre-flight snacks, use the restroom, whatever you need to do. Then you get on the airplane, they'll get you all situated, they'll fire up the plane and get on the road. And most of the aircraft that are 10 passengers or less, they don't usually have a flight attendant or a steward on the airplane. Normally, the pilots will tell you ahead of time, hey, during takeoff and landing, leave us alone. But
I can't refill my Jack and Coke
not
mid-land.
mid-landing, yeah. They have sterile cockpit times, and they usually will tell you, hey, don't come up to the cockpit in these times, but otherwise, holler at us if you need something. And they'll tell you ahead of time, whiskey's here, Cokes are here, snacks are here, kind of self-guided tour of, whatever things you're going to need, whatever entertainment system the aircraft has on it for movies and music and all that. Wi-Fi connection's a big one nowadays. So they'll get you squared away on all that before they start the airplane. And then in flight, help yourself to whatever amenities you're needing on the aircraft. You know, if you do need something, the pilots are always super helpful. The corporate pilots far and away do a fantastic job of managing being a pilot in a safety sensitive environment up there with hospitality and helping the passengers on the aircraft. I got to give pilots a lot of credit on that. They far and away do a great job with that.
Nice.
And so if you need something, holler at them whenever you land. On the other end, depending on if you're landing back at home where your vehicle will be there, or they have ground transportation set up for you, or rental car, whatever, most of the time the FBO will have that stage. So when you pull up, they'll usually pull your car right up to the aircraft. And you get straight off the aircraft into your vehicle. The pilots and ground crew will help get your luggage and everything in your vehicle and get you on your way.
It's so much better.
Well, one of our customers, the final trigger for him to move to full-time private flying was he was in a first-class seat on an airline, and he's just hanging out there, and all of a sudden he started smelling something a little funky, and he's like, someone let one go or something or what? And he finally kind of looks around, and the guy across the aisle from him right there had his shoes off and was digging toe jam out from under his toenails and wiping them on the edge of the seat. Yeah, wiping the gross stuff on the edge of the seat. And he about lost his damn mind. And he's like, after that flight, he got a hold of us, and I don't know that he's ever flown commercial again. He was done with that. Everyone has their trigger, their breaking point on what justifies it for them, but that was his.
That should do it. I think if that doesn't do it for you, you might be the problem. So, it is a fantastic experience, though, and so much more efficient, relaxed, and it makes life better. So you mentioned earlier, the amount of hours that a person is expecting to fly. That should always be factored into whatever decision that they're making. And so is there kind of a sweet spot for once you're flying this many hours in a year, you should probably start checking out some options. And if you're under that number, it may not be the right time for you yet.
I think if you're going into it for the first time, it's good to get quotes, numbers, budgets, expectations for all of the options and just see which one's kind of talking to you. And none of this is black and white. Like, there's so many extenuating circumstances that I can't say at 50 hours do this, at 100 hours do this. But you get kind of in the range of hours, and sub 50 hours, it's going to be really hard to justify owning an airplane strictly on an operating cost basis. May make sense because you need the asset and you need it on your books, or you need the depreciation or whatever, so that it's not automatic no, even if it's less than 50 hours. And if you're 150 hours plus, then on the surface, yeah, you should probably own an aircraft. But there again, it's not always a yes. Maybe you don't want that on your books. Maybe you don't want the liability. Maybe you don't want the impacts of owning the asset for your situation. And even though you're flying a ton of hours, maybe charter's still better for you. So there's not a fixed black and white yes or no. So while you're going through the education process, I would recommend you get some information on buying some jet cards, buying some block hours, buying into a fractional program, owning an aircraft outright, owning an aircraft and doing a rev share or a lease back. I would recommend getting numbers on all of them so that you can make sure that you're getting a full picture of what your personal situation is, because your goals and how it aligns with your financial situation are unique to everybody. There's not a one size fits all to that.
That makes sense. So question number one is, why do you want to get into this space? And question number two is, how many hours are you realistically going to be engaging in this space? Those will be the first two questions.
And on the hours that people think they're going to use, if they are basing it on how many hours they fly with an airline, and that's kind of their basis for it, it's always off, because you only fly on an airline when you kind of have to, and you'll figure out with the private space that you're going to fly a lot more often just because you want to, and because it's more convenient, it saves you time, and it compounds your leverage in your business. So frequently you may only airline once a month, but when you get private, you may fly 5 times a month. So it's important that whoever you're talking to kind of walks you through some of these thought processes that make sure they're triggering you to think through this in a deeper way on, well, normally I drive to this location because it's only a 4-hour drive instead of messing with an airline. But now I've got a private jet. I can get there in 20 minutes. So are you going to really drive 4 hours when you can get
Absolutely
there in 20
not.
minutes? So, yeah. So it's hard for new people in the space to have a good judgment of how many hours they really need. So it's important that they do a lot deeper self-reflection on that and base that in reality, or they're working with somebody that's good at triggering them to think through that in a deeper way.
I like it. So one of the gateway drugs into this space is chartering a flight and getting that first experience and realizing, oh man, this is what I've been missing out on. This is what, this experience eliminates that I hated in the commercial airline space, et cetera. And so let's start with that topic first. Kind of walk us through, how do you charter a flight? What is it about chartering? When does it make sense to purchase a plane and then leverage it for chartering? All of the aspects around that.
Yeah. So if you've never flown on a private jet or chartered a private jet, the lowest barrier to entry, easiest way to get that experience is if you get what's called an empty leg booked. So these aircraft frequently have to fly around empty to get in position for another flight. So let's say you live in Dallas and you would like to make a day trip out to Vegas or something like that. You can get with the charter company, like you can hit us up and ask when our empty legs are, and there's other operators that they have empty legs. Since that aircraft is going empty from one location to another anyway, they can sell those flights a lot cheaper than a normal full-fledged flight. So you're a little bit restricted because you're a little bit on their timeline of when they got to be there for that other person. So it takes away a little bit of the flexibility for that part of it, but you get the same experience during the flight. And so if you're like, I don't want to go spend 25 grand to test this, I want to go spend 5 grand to test this. Well, you can do that. So that's one way to test it if you've never had any experience, any exposure to it. Once you've done it, or you do have a legit reason that you need to go charter a flight. Let's say you're taking 5 people on a business trip somewhere, and you can just go, you can go to havenasg.com and request a flight right on there and get quotes there. You can go Google charter flight companies and a whole bunch of them will pull up. And then it depends on who you're dealing with, because you can get a really bad experience right out of the gate if you're not dealing with a reputable person on it. So I would advise, if you're not going off of a referral, that you're really careful about who you select on that first one, because it may ruin the whole experiment for you if you get a bad one right out of the gate. And unfortunately, like any industry, there are some that aren't gonna go well. But once you get in touch with the charter company, the experience is pretty straightforward at that point. They're going to need your contact information. They're going to, even if you're going to pay by a wire or bank transfer, they're still going to secure the flight with a credit card, or you can just pay for it with the credit card right there. They're going to need the names of the passengers that are going to go on the flight. They're going to need date of birth, weights, some basic information like that, so that they can put it all into their manifest. And then as you're leading up to it, depending on who you're dealing with, usually at least the day before your flight, you'll get some information that says, hey, your aircraft's going to be this, your pilot's name's going to be this, it's going to be at this FBO, here's the address where you need to go, it's going to be ready to go at this time. You'll get all that information either in a text or an email. And almost all of us have some type of a concierge type service. So if there's anything you don't understand, anything you're confused about, any questions you have, you can call, email with that concierge team, and they'll answer any questions you have. Pilots are really good about dealing with the day of flight event on, hey, Mr. Smith, I know this is your first time flying. Usually if you tell the charter team as you're booking that it's your first time, they'll put some notes in there to make sure the pilot understands that. Right. And they'd be like, hey, I heard this is your first time. We're excited to have you. Here's some differences between what you might be used to. They will walk you through it. They'll hold your hand through the whole process, make you feel, not feel uneasy about what's going on. Yeah. Because I take it for granted so much how it all flows, because I've been around it for so long that it's easy for me to forget how daunting it might be for the first time for a new person that's never been around it and only had like an airline experience. It is very different.
Yeah.
And if you've never been through it, it can be a little daunting. It's fun and it's exciting, but it can be a little daunting. But I think on the whole, our industry does a good job of walking people through the process and making them feel good about it.
So I've been lucky. I haven't had a bad charter experience, but I've heard some horror stories. I know that a charter experience can go wrong. When it does, what does that look like for a client?
Lots of variables depending on what went wrong and what type of charter contract you signed. And is the issue on your end or is it on the charter operator's end? Is it, there's a lot of variables, but common things that happen are maintenance event. So let's say you're scheduled to fly out at 9 a.m. You paid, you show up, the pilots show up, they pre-flight the airplane, and there's an issue. There's something wrong. They're mechanical machines. Everybody out there is going to have a mechanical issue at some point in time. The pilots are trained at safety first, so if there's something wrong, they're going to make you mad in the moment by telling you that you can't go versus putting you in a dangerous situation. At least reputable ones will.
Right.
And so if you have a mechanical issue, it could go anything from a 30-minute delay to get it rectified to we got to cancel the flight. And if they got to cancel the flight, normally most charter companies will jump through as many hoops as they can to find a replacement aircraft to get in there to cover you. Depending on the type of flight arrangement it is, there could be some added cost for you for that recovery aircraft. Some situations they have coverage insurance on it where they got to get a new aircraft. So depending on where you're at, it might only take an hour or two to get a new aircraft in there, all the way down to where your flight's just canceled and you're not going nowhere. So
Right.
those things do happen, and they suck when they happen, but it's just reality. And it's all in the way that the service provider handles the situation is how the outcome generates from it. So if the operator and the service provider are doing all the right things, they're communicating clearly, they're providing you with options and alternative plans. It's inconvenient, but it's usually not that big of a deal. But we have had some people call us to book a flight to cover where another operator just didn't. We literally had one here not very long ago where they showed up they had all their communication and everything. They showed up to the airport and there was no airplane there. And they're calling the operator and they're like, oh yeah, we're not going to be able to make that flight today. So they're literally standing at the airport, ready to get on the airplane, and there's no airplane there. And they're like, tough shit kind of thing. And those are terrible situations. So they're all standing there ready to go. So they had to get us in there to pick up a flight to get them where they needed to go. How that transpired financially with that other operator, if they got their money back, all of it back, I don't know. But typically, most of the charter contracts are you pay for it. All of them that I'm aware of, you got to pay for the flight before you take the flight. And if you cancel it within, most of them are kind of around that 72-hour mark. If you cancel prior to 72 hours, you can usually get your money back. Sometimes a small deposit you won't get back, but generally around 72 hours, you can get your money back. Around 48 hours, you can usually get half your money back. Around 24 hours, you're probably not getting your money back because they've already had to position the aircraft and get it ready, and they've spent real money getting ready for this flight for you. So there's a lot of scenarios that can play out on that.
So what's something someone can do to make sure that they're chartering with a reputable company?
One thing from a safety aspect is find out if they are Argus or Wyvern rated or is BAO rated. Those are some of the third-party safety companies that come in and audit us and make sure that we're doing things up to par on a certain safety level. Look at Google reviews the best you can. Even all the way up to this level of a service, Google reviews still matter. Are people saying they had a good time? Are they tearing them apart on there? And that's a good barometer. It's not an end-all be-all, but it's a good barometer. But the best thing to do is personal referrals, man. I'm real big on that. So if that charter operator is doing a good job and providing a good charter service, you're like, hey, charter sales guy, I want to book this, but I want to talk to someone else that you've flown with. Well, for confidentiality, we're not going to just give you a list of names because we
Right.
don't want to violate our customers' confidentiality. But we'll probably call a few of them and be like, hey, would you mind giving a referral? This guy wants to make sure that we're okay and whatever. And so they should be able to provide you with a couple of names that you can, hey, how many times have you chartered with them? Are they reliable? Are they doing what they say they're going to do?
Yeah.
And if it's a one-off charter, that's a lot of hoops to jump through. But if you're planning on chartering multiple flights or starting a relationship with these people, then I would recommend jumping through those hoops the first time around to make
Yeah.
sure. Or if we are an international operator, so you're not always where you can physically go to their location and like talk to them. But if you happen to be close enough to them, or if you're getting ready to sign like a significant contract, like if you're just buying one charter flight, this won't fly. But if you're getting ready to buy 100 hours or you're getting ready to put a $500,000 deposit with them, they should send a rep to you and be
Yeah.
able to have a personal relationship with somebody and get to know them and have somebody that you have personally met that this is legit. So those are a few things you can do.
Some good points. Yeah. So let's take this scenario. Let's say that somebody has the means to just outright own their own aircraft. But even with that scenario, would there be a type of traveler or travel pattern where the chartering is still the smartest long-term play?
Yeah, there's a few scenarios that get into this. Sometimes people that are in a lot of the public spotlight that don't really want people knowing they're out flying private a lot might be better off to not have an airplane that's tied back to them. So they may be better off from a PR standpoint or whatever to have hands distance or arms distance from the aircraft. And so even if the charter does cost them a little bit more money, the aesthetics are better on it there's certain markets that's true. And there's other entities that don't need or want either the debt or the asset on their books for some reason. There's different reasons they may not want that asset on their books. They may not want the responsibility. They may not want any liability. So there's some of those things. And then there's also a certain aspect where if you're moving a lot of people from different locations, owning one single aircraft may not work for you. You may have people in Seattle and in Florida and in Dubai. Like, one aircraft ain't going to serve all those needs, so the money may be better spent with a large fleet operator that has aircraft in all these locations, where now you just use the company jet card to go and facilitate those flights. And what we see in some of those really large organizations that run into that is they'll usually buy one or two aircraft for kind of the home office main leadership people to utilize, and then they also buy a supplemental fractional or jet card to facilitate those other flights that they need from other locations. So,
And since this is the beginner's guide, break down for us a jet card, how that works.
there's as many different jet card options as there are days in the week. Like, there's
7.
let's say days in the year, then there's a ton of them.
Fine.
So you go
Also 365. My math is pretty on point today.
You're so smart.
Oh,
How do you handle all yourself with this?
Because I have an enormous continue.
They generally, whether they're through an aircraft broker or a flight broker or an actual operator, is a pretty distinct starting point on it. Are you buying a card with somebody that's actually operating the airplanes, or are you buying a card with somebody that's getting you access to the airplanes?
Right.
And usually it's like you buy a card and you say you want 100 hours in a mid-size aircraft. So, okay, you're paying X amount of dollars for 100 hours in a mid-size aircraft. Now it gets into, well, can I use those hours anytime I want? How far ahead of time do I have to book those? What's my cancellation policies? What's my rollover period? Sometimes you buy that and it's good for like 12 months and then you lose whatever you don't have, or how much of it rolls over. Am I always going to be on the same aircraft, or is this type of card I'm just going to get an aircraft that I don't ever know what's going to show
Like
up?
when you show up at Enterprise.
Yeah, exactly.
You're hoping.
Yeah,
You're
hoping for the good one.
Hoping for the Suburban.
Yeah,
You get the Corolla.
exactly. There is literally 1,000 different considerations whenever you're looking at those cards on what you're actually buying. But if you're not buying a fractional ownership, you're buying a service. And that's an important distinction between fractional and jet cards is, are you buying ownership in the piece of an aircraft, or are you just buying access to a service at a fixed rate?
Yeah.
And ultimately, that's what a jet card is access to a service at a fixed rate, usually a fixed rate.
Yeah.
So sometimes there's peak days you pay more, some days you pay less. And then,
So read the fine print.
yes, it's very important. And then, are you getting access to the aircraft by the day or by the hour? So very important distinction as well. If you're buying 100 hours versus buying 100 days. So the utilization rate, I think, for the cards that do it by the day, people tend to get more hours of use out of the aircraft because they plan their days better, where instead of just point A to point B on those hours, now they're going to go, they know they paid for the day, they're using one of their days, so now they may go point A, B, C, D, and like actually use the aircraft all day instead of just using it for one little hop, because it cost them an hour versus costing them a full day of their utilization. So
Right.
I think the aircraft utilization tends to be better on the day rate cards versus the hourly cards, but that's why this is hard, because there's so many variables that you really just need the decision maker sitting in front of you, so you can go through all these things and be like, what about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? And you get their personal circumstances. So you just interview them, get all their personal stuff, and then you go back and you say, okay, based on this person's exact situation, here's the best option 1, option 2, option 3.
Yeah.
And so people that are watching this and trying to do it on their own, it can be done, and we're going to give you all the tools we can to help you. You know, I'm not trying to gatekeep on any of this. There's just a lot of considerations.
Yeah.
And it almost sounds like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth, because you say, well, this is better, except this is better. And it just depends on
Yeah.
a lot of it.
A lot of complexity for sure.
Yeah.
And we are equipping you guys with resources. We're actually going to have a PDF of the questions that you should ask an individual if you are considering buying a jet card. And you're going to find that if you go to jetcowboy.com, click on the free resources tab. That'll give you the opportunity to register still for free for the entirety of this course, along with all of the companion resources like that, which will be super handy for you. So make sure you snag that. You mentioned it briefly there for a second, kind of beginning to make that distinction between accessing a certain number of hours to a service versus when you shift into that fractional ownership realm, you actually have ownership of a specific craft, et cetera. So kind of take us out of the chartering world and into the fractional ownership world.
Yeah, so on the jet card, when you're buying access to a service, you don't get any ownership rights of the aircraft. So that means you don't get to show any of that value on your books. You don't get any of the depreciation benefits. You don't have any ownership rights. You're just buying a service. Whenever you go into the fractional side, whether it's Part 91, Part 91K, 135, when you go into fractional ownership, you're buying a piece of an asset. So, you know, there's a lot of options. Some of these fractional deals will break it all the way down. I think the most I've seen is to 16ths of an aircraft. Yeah, I think that's the most I've seen it fractionalized. You own 1/16th of the value of that aircraft. If it's a $10 million aircraft, you get 1/16th of that value as depreciation towards you, or can get that depreciation towards you. And sometimes they set these fractionals up as a co-owned aircraft, so that you have your own entity that is a registered entity on the FAA registration of the aircraft. Sometimes you'll develop a partnership or a holding company that everybody owns a piece of that holding company, and then that holding company is registered to the FAA. So there's several ways to parse that up on the actual ownership level of the aircraft. And there's pros and cons to it. You know, if you have your own entity that's co-registered on the registration with the aircraft, then you want to sell your piece of it. Most of these have some kind of a framework structure around when you can sell, how you have to sell, all that kind of stuff. But then you can just swap out your entity with someone else's entity on that FAA registration. versus if you have it in a holding company, then it gets treated, let's say it's an LLC, and then you want to sell your shares out of that LLC instead of your co-ownership off the FAA registration. So there's some considerations there. There's a bunch of different structures on how the tax depreciation is handled, on how the financing is handled, or if you have to just outright purchase versus finance, as it's very difficult for somebody to have 4 owners in an aircraft and one person needs to go get bank financing and the other 3 want to pay cash. Can be done, but it encumbers the aircraft and causes lien access rights and all this kind of stuff. So generally the ownership needs to be aligned on it's a cash purchase or we're going as a group to get a bank financing on this aircraft. But at the end of the day, you own whatever percentage of that aircraft, and the structures around how that's managed is widely varies depending on who you're dealing with.
Yeah. So we know some guys, that they were just friends. They got together and went into fractional ownership just based out of relationship. Let's say that we may have someone listening who doesn't have 15 wealthy friends to go into a fractional ownership with. How do you become a part of one if you're not assembling your own team together?
Well, you can look at some of the companies out there advertise themselves as a fractional program. And what they do is they kind of keep a list of people wanting to come in and what level they're wanting to come in. And then they take the responsibility of pairing all these people up into the right aircraft and getting a deal done. What a lot of people will do is, or a lot of the operators will do, is they'll go out and buy the aircraft ahead of time, and then they'll own the aircraft, and then they'll start selling a piece off at a time. So let's say I own 100% of the airplane right now, and I'm already out using it and operating it, and then you show up and you're like, hey, I want to own a piece of an airplane. Well, what's your budget? How much do you want? We'll go through that whole thing, and okay, I'll sell you an eighth of it, and then you'll own an eighth, and then your buddy will show up, and then I'll sell them an eighth, and eventually you sell out all the shares on the airplane, and now it's owned by all these other people. So finding somebody out there that does fractional ownership programs and just getting a relationship going with them, and then talking to several of them to find out which one fits your needs the best.
Yeah. Let's say that someone is 2 years into the fractional program and they start to realize, man, this may have not been the best move for me. What's their options?
It depends a little bit on their contract, on the ownership piece, on how it's structured. Some of them have structured exits on what intervals you can sell your piece of the airplane. Some of them you can sell with notice at any time. So you got to check your contract on your fractional arrangement on what your legal rights are on being able to get out of that commitment. But generally they all have any one of them I've ever seen has some sort of an exit mechanism built into it. So you just follow the rules and guidelines within that exit protocol, and whatever that looks like, you get to the end of the road where you end up selling your piece of the aircraft. And whether there's exit payment involved or whether you have to continue paying some management fees for a little while or whatever the case is. And that's one thing that I glossed over a minute ago when I was talking about fractional ownership. So you own a piece of that aircraft now, but who pays for what? So that's a really, really important question. And depending on the structure can make it a good deal or a bad deal. Because if you are a 1/4 share owner and you only fly 5 hours a year, and Joe Bob over here that's also a 1/4 owner flies 300 hours a year, but the maintenance...
Joe Bob needs to settle down.
Exactly. But the maintenance and expenses are just divided by 4 in simple math. He's getting a way better deal than you are. You're supplementing a lot of his flying, so that's a bad situation.
It's like when you only order an appetizer.
Exactly.
Everybody else ordered steaks, and then they want to split the bill.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. And so make sure that you understand that structure. Most of the time what happens is a certain percentage of the fixed expenses go into a shared bucket equal by ownership, and then flight expenses, fuel, pilot day rates, pilot hotels, food, all that kind of stuff goes into your column that you pay for. And then you're generally allocating a certain amount of maintenance reserves per hour that you fly the aircraft. So then the person that's doing the most flying is funding the majority of the maintenance. And then, you get off into more details like, okay, let's say we get to the end of the year or we get to a big maintenance event and there wasn't enough money held back in the hourly flying to cover the full maintenance bills. Now what do you do? Do you do it prorated up based on what flying was done, or do you do it equal by ownership shares? Or so I've seen it done a whole variety of ways, but it's really important that you understand how that cash structure works on who pays for what after you own the airplane.
Yeah. What are some of the laws as far as, let's say that you own a fraction of this airplane and you want to, let a friend or a family member utilize that time? As long as there's no money exchanging hands, that's all good. But if there's any sort of financial exchange, all of a sudden you get into some muddy waters. Do you want to touch on that?
For sure. Yeah. So, and it also goes back to the fractional arrangement contract. Sometimes those fractional arrangement contracts say that the principal that owns that piece of it has to be on the aircraft, because what they don't want is you to come by a quarter share and then be friends with the whole world, and now all of your friends are flying on your quarter share
I'm
of
a
the
friendly,
airplane.
generous guy. What do you want?
Exactly. It's a little too generous, and so it's hard for the other owners to get access to the aircraft because it's booked all the time with all this stuff. So frequently you'll see some limitations from the fractional agreement on who you can allow to run on the aircraft. But that aside, just from a regulatory aspect, if you're flying for under Part 91, you cannot exchange money over it. Anybody that is watching this that wants to go down the rabbit hole, yes, there are some reimbursements of double the fuel rate on certain things, and there are some reimbursement things you can do, but they all get muddy really, really quickly.
And since this is the beginner's guide, break it down for us real quick. Certificates, Part 91, et cetera.
So Part 91 is an FAA, FAR regulation. It's Part 91 of the regulation that dictates the rules from the FAA on how you operate a private, not-for-hire aircraft. That means you cannot go and charter it to your buddy. You can't tell your buddy to come ride on it and he's going to pay you for it. It's private, personal use, not-for-hire operation. Part 91K gets into a lot more of the fractional operation of an aircraft, where you have a fractional operations management company involved. And for them to do that, they have to have certain FAA-approved manuals and things in place that kind of govern how you're doing this as a private operation, with some commercial transactions involved. But there again, you cannot just hold out to the public that you can charter, that you can't just go to one of them and pay them $50,000 to fly you to the Bahamas. Like, you might, but it's illegal.
So might want to stay in the Bahamas.
Yeah. We call those 134.5 operators, and they're the bane of my existence. They drive me completely bonkers. Either do it right or don't do it. And there's a lot of them that get into that vein, and they suck unwitting people along with them that just don't understand. Part 135 of the regulation is the commercial use for hire aspect of the regulations that tell you these are the rules and requirements, training, safety, all the things you have to do. In order to get that, you have to get a Part 135 certificate approved by the FAA. In order to do that, you have to have a minimum of 3 Part 119 personnel on your certificate. That's a DO, a chief pilot, and a DOM, which is a director of maintenance. Those 3 people are the ones that have regulatory oversight of what activities you're doing. And so your director of operations is the boss of everything to do with the operations of the airplane. He is generally the boss of the chief pilot, and the chief pilot is responsible for all the training and things related to the pilots. And then the DOM is responsible for making sure the aircraft itself is kept up to maintenance standards and safe and within regulatory compliance. So by having those 3 individual named people on a certificate that are accountable to the FAA, it's a huge safety change from what you have over here in the Part 91 world, because in the Part 91 world, I can hire you to manage my airplane, and you don't know the first thing about what a pilot requirement is.
This is true. It would be a very bad move.
Yeah. But there's nothing that says I can't. So, and so what a lot of those folks do is they go to the cheapest avenue they can go to and get it done.
Hey guys, we'll get back to the video in a sec, but first, quick question for you business owners and high achievers watching. When you're traveling around the country for deals, scaling teams, or managing stress, are you actually flying with a team that makes your life easier? Or are you dealing with scheduling headaches, surprise maintenance bills, and too many moving parts behind the scenes? Well, that's why today's sponsor, Haven Aviation Services Group, exists. Think of them as the safe haven of the sky. Haven is a vertically integrated aviation company, meaning they handle everything under one roof. From your private jet charters, aircraft management, brokerage, maintenance, avionics, and premium grade services at their FBO. For aircraft owners especially, this is the absolute real best value. Instead of juggling pilots, insurance, scheduling, maintenance, hangars, legal docs, Haven manages it all in one place. No guessing, no surprises, and no wondering why something suddenly costs six figures. Their entire focus is transparency, safety, and long-term planning. So you actually trust the people managing your aircraft and don't have to stress about it at all. So if you want an aviation partner that operates with the same discipline and results-driven mindset we talk about on the show, hit the link in the description to connect with Haven Aviation Services Group. Big thanks to Haven ASG for sponsoring today's video, and now let's get back to the show.
That's not to say there's not really safe Part 91 operators. There are some tremendously really good ones, but it doesn't take very many bad ones to spoil it. Yep. And the difference is the 135 side, you have the FAA oversight constantly. So if you want to cut a corner, good luck not getting caught with it. They're going to check. They're going to find out. They're going to make sure that your pilots are getting trained to a certain standard. They're going to make sure that you're getting your check rides done. They're going to make sure your maintenance is getting done. And we have to keep all those records. And so they may come in a year after an event happened and be like, hey, I want to see X, Y, and Z on this. You better have it. Otherwise, any operations you took in that duration of that period after that, you're liable for, because you're now operating outside of compliance for X period of time. So if they are going to find something, you hope they find it really quick, because then you can be dealt with early on. And so those are the key distinctions between those. The other part that will be important for anybody watching this and getting educated on this is an FAA regulatory term called operational control. They need to understand operational control. So what happened is, years ago, people would loan their friend their airplane and it'd go get in an accident, and now they're trying to figure out who's responsible for this accident. Well, the airplane owner's like, I'm not responsible. Joe Blow over here had the airplane. Or the pilot will say, well, I didn't do it. He said it was good to go. Like, who knows that this aircraft is safe, ready to roll? Who knows that this pilot's safe, ready to roll? Who's making the decisions about weather? Who's deciding what passengers are getting on this airplane? Who has control of this flight? They had a whole rash of accidents where nobody knew. Everyone was playing the who's on first game with it. So they came out with this defined operational control piece. Whoever has operational control of that aircraft at the time of an accident or incident is the person that's going to be held responsible for that. Whenever you're under a Part 91 operation, the owner of the aircraft is the operational control agent of that aircraft. So it doesn't matter that you let your buddy go use the airplane and something bad happens. That, as far as the FAA is concerned, that is still your responsibility, because you own the aircraft, you own the pilot, you're the one that's supposed to know the maintenance status on the aircraft. That's your responsibility. You get into some of the fractional management agreements and some of the 91K agreements. You can offload that responsibility to a certain extent to the management company that's involved with it, but it's not always 100%. It really gets into the nitty-gritty of those contracts and how they're worded, and they can be pretty penetrable from a legal standpoint. And then you get into the Part 135 side. One of the regulations on the 135 is we have to have operational control of that aircraft. We cannot operate an aircraft if we're not in operational control of it. So even if you own the aircraft, as soon as you sign that lease with me, I'm now responsible for knowing that the maintenance is good, knowing that the pilots are trained appropriately, knowing that they're following weather minimums, knowing they're using current navigational charts. All that becomes my responsibility as the operator of the aircraft. And it is the best firewall for personal liability back to you if something ever happens on that aircraft. So if something happens, does that mean you're not going to get drawn into the lawsuit? No. They're going to name everybody and anybody within 1,000 miles of that airplane because they don't know who they're going to stick to the wall on it. But from a regulatory perspective, they're all going to be looking right at me as the operator of that aircraft. And so it's a really good mechanism for protecting you and your personal estate from any negative adverse events that could come about from the aircraft. So whenever we're operating a flight under 135 and we have all these regulatory approvals, now we can go out to the public and say, hey, we're available for business. And then now I can say, okay, I'll charge you 50 grand and fly you to the Bahamas. Now we're doing a legal transaction. We have all the right regulatory backing to do it. And now we're all clear. You're protected and safe. I'm doing it under the correct guidelines. And now we're able to charge for that flight. Anything short of that there's reimbursements and there's all this monkey motion, but it all gets gray very quickly, and it's all fine until it's not. And when it's not, that's when, the FAA is stretched so thin that they have to prioritize who they're inspecting. So they're inspecting the airlines, they're inspecting 135. They try to do their best to cover the Part 91 operations, but unfortunately, the vast majority of the time, they don't get involved with them until there's an accident. And now they come in with the fine-tooth comb, and they're like, you were doing what? And now everybody involved's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Man. Dropping a lot of knowledge here in our companion resources. You're going to find not only the aforementioned guide for having a successful chartering experience your first time, but we're also going to have a comparison chart for you that contrasts and compares the Part 91 versus the 135, and as well as a checklist for preparing yourself to consider fractional ownership. And so we'll be referencing that again at the end of this session and where you can get your hands on all of those resources. But we still have one more topic, and that's really probably the dream, right? Like, chartering's cool, fractional ownership can make sense, but you really want to own your own plane, right, if you can. And so for those people who are genuinely considering full ownership, what does that conversation look like, and at what threshold does it start making sense?
It's hard to beat being able to go and pick your own paint scheme and put your own colors on it, put your company logo on the tail, get your little embroidered pillows in your airplane with your initials on it, and get the crystal ware in there with your stuff on it.
Now we're talking.
It's hard to beat those little details, outside of all the realities of the financial and operational stuff and all that. It's just cool to get on you show up to the airplane and they roll out a rug with your logo and your name on it, and you get on the airplane with your stuff on it. It's yours, and that ownership is cool.
Yeah.
And it's fun to watch these guys the first few times they get on it, and get to experience that. From a practical application, this is going to get redundant, but it depends. Right. It just does. Are you a person with a huge cash flowing business that you need to do something with it? Are you someone with
is your last name Escobar?
Exactly, yeah. There's some companies that are very asset rich and rich on their books, but their cash flow is not good. So do you need an asset on your books? Do you need the depreciation for tax purposes? What is your reason for wanting to do it other than it's cool? I mean, you should do it just because it's cool, yeah, but is there anything else?
If you have cool money.
Yeah, if you have cool money, do it. And then, it's also, do you want a couple $1 million 25-year-old light jet, or do you want a $80 million long-range brand new jet? Huge difference in what you're talking about there, right? And then it goes into, do you want fully dedicated crew? Do you want a fractional crew that's just available when you need them? Do you want to do a lease back to offset costs with charter to help you pay for the jet? One thing that people don't think about in this frequently is how well is your schedule planned out? Do you plan trips weeks in advance, or are you one that wants to, like, at 5 o'clock go, I feel like running to here? Yes. And if you're one of those spur of the moment, people, then you probably need a full-time dedicated crew that's staffing that airplane versus the guy that plans 2 weeks in advance. Maybe he can get away with a contract crew. There's a lot of those things to consider.
But one of the good things about this course is that it is at least opening up everybody's eyes to there's a lot of things to consider.
Yeah.
It's not super just straightforward, cut and dry all the time. And
Yeah.
so you're adding massive value in all of this.
And hopefully the people going through this, they know their personal circumstance. So when they hear me say, do you need the depreciation? And they're like, oh yeah, that's me. They can kind of hone in on, okay, so I probably need to lean this direction, or no, I don't need that. I need this. They can lean that direction. And so I'm kind of trying to throw all the options out there,
Yeah.
and then they can kind of follow that vein of thought depending on which side of the fence they're on for each one of these things. And there's just a lot of considerations is all. So
Yeah. I've heard you mention before the fixed costs of jet ownership and how oftentimes that can be overlooked or maybe not factored in with all of everything being taken into consideration. And so how would you advise someone to begin to research and figure out what type of fixed costs are going to be tied to this aircraft purchase?
Yeah, so just a generic scenario out there. You buy the aircraft. If you finance it, you've got a monthly payment. If you didn't finance it, then you've got that capital tied up in it. So that's one cost that's going to be there regardless. We talked earlier about the maintenance. There's some of it hour driven, some of it cycle driven, but there's a fair amount of it that's calendar driven. That's going to be there whether you fly the aircraft or not. You've got most scenarios you're going to be better off with hiring your own crew. Let's assume for this example you did hire your own crew, so you've got their salaries, their benefits, their fully loaded costs. They get paid whether you fly or not if they're on staff with you. Then you've got hangar expense. If you're going to keep it at a certain location, then you're most of the time you're going to want it in a hangar. If you're in a few of the areas that you can get away with not having a hangar, you're still going to have parking fees, so that's all going to be there regardless.
And that's really something they're going to want to check on because hangar space is extremely limited nationwide.
It is.
I mean, you opened the new FBO here, and I think you had all your spaces filled within just a few
quick.
weeks. It was crazy.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, there's a nationwide shortage in the high demand areas for sure, and generally speaking across the nation. But so you're going to have your hangar costs, you're going to have your insurance cost. You're going to have things like your software for your avionics that has to be updated every month. That's a fixed expense you're going to have every year. Your tracking program to keep up with your maintenance you're going to have every year. Most jet owners, not all, but most have some kind of a fractional DOM type guy that they pay every month to watch over their stuff for them. So you're going to have something related to that. You're going to have the people cleaning your airplane. They're going to be coming in pretty regular. That one could be fixed or variable depending on how you like your stuff. I like my stuff kept clean, so it's going to get wiped down. So whether I'm flying it or not, it's going to get cleaned up. And you get off into smaller and smaller ones as you go. But those are some of the big ticket items that you're going to be paying for regardless of if the aircraft flies. So after you factor all that in, let's just to use an easy number, let's say it's going to cost you $500,000 a year just to own that airplane. If you never take off one time with it, it's going to cost you $500,000 a year. So you need to understand that. And then where the math starts coming in after that is, okay, it's going to cost me $500,000 a year just to own this airplane, whether I use it or not. Now, if I'm going to use it 200 hours a year, I take that and I divide it by the 200 hours and see how much it's spreading those costs across the utilization. Now you'll have your variable costs that will come in when you start flying the aircraft. So now you're going to have fuel burn. Now you're going to have maintenance, additional maintenance expense driven by those hours and those cycles. And when you use it, stuff's going to break once in a while. And then you have your landing fees. You're going to have your crew expenses will go up because now you got to put them up in a hotel. You got to pay for their food, all that kind of stuff. So now you'll have your calculation for your variable expenses. So you add those variable expenses by the number of hours that you're going to fly, divide your number by your fixed expenses, and now you kind of have a true cost per hour for your budget. So If you're 500,000 a year in fixed expenses and then you're 500,000 a year in variable expenses, it's going to cost you $1 million a year to fly 100 hours a year.
Yeah.
So then you divide that number out, and now you have your hourly cost on your aircraft. So some people look at that number and they say, hey, for the aircraft being ready to go, available when I need it, my situation, I'm good with that cost for that benefit that I'm going to get from that. That's what I want to do.
Right.
And then you're going to get other people that are going to look at that and they're like, well, I don't think I want to spend that much money. I would rather give up a little bit of flexibility on my scheduling and have somebody else help pay those costs. Because most owners that just own the aircraft for their own use, it sits in the hangar 20, 25 days a month and not doing anything but adding costs.
Right.
So what some of these owners elect to do, and is a big part of our business, is that we'll lease the aircraft back from them, back to that operational control stuff I talked about earlier. We have to have a dry lease in place. And a common misconception on a dry lease is they think that means you're leasing it without paying for the fuel. It has nothing to do with fuel. It has nothing to do with liquid anything.
Gotcha.
So it's a misleading term. It is an FAA terminology about the crew. That means we're leasing the aircraft.
It means
without.
the crew is not drinking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, your crew is sober. It just means that we're providing the crew for the aircraft. Does that mean we can't use the owner's crew? No, we can contract with the owner's crew, but we got to select. The owner can't tell us you have to use my crew to meet the regulation. It means we can go to the owner's crew and interview them, and if they meet our qualifications and we contract with them directly, we can use their crew. It can be the same crew, but the owner can't. The owner can dictate it, but we have to say no if they demand that we take their crew with the aircraft. It's not legal for us to let the owner dictate that because we have to have operational control of the aircraft. So we enter into a dry lease with the owner, often called a rev share or a lease, but the actual mechanism behind it is a dry lease. So we dry lease the airplane back from the owner for our use. And whenever we're using the aircraft, we're paying the crew, and we're going out and holding out to the public for generating that charter revenue. There's several options. What most owners say is initially when they start into this, they have, through that mechanism of that, just is getting very technical, but through the mechanism in that dry lease, we have opt-in use periods within that dry lease. So we email the owner and say, hey, we would like to use our dry lease on these days for a flight. And the owner has the prerogative at that point to say, yes, you can use the lease on those days, or no, you can't. What generally gets used, so it's not so technical in the industry, is owner approval. Well, the owner's not technically approving that flight or declining that flight. They can't, because it's operational control on our end.
They're surrendering operational control to you.
So what they're technically doing is they're allowing us to implement the lease or not implement the lease. They can't tell us who we can and can't fly on the aircraft legally because they don't have control of it. But just to simplify the terminology, what gets put out there in the industry is we need to get owner approval. So customer A over here comes in and says, hey, I'd like to book a flight on these days. And we say, okay, well, we would do it for this amount of money pending owner approval. So then we send it back to them and they say, yeah, I want to book it. So now we have a request to book. So now we go to the owner and say, hey, we have a lease period. We need to use the aircraft. So we say there again, to generic it down, we say, hey, we need owner approval to use the airplane these days. And they say yes or no. And if they say yes, we book the flight, we go generate the revenue. And then some arrangements, we just pay them a fixed hourly rate for using the aircraft. If we fly 10 hours, we pay them by the hour for the hours. But the majority of the time, what works out better for everybody is if we do what's called a revenue share. So we go do all of our part of it and go generate that revenue. And then we split the revenue generation on the predetermined amount in the lease. And so sometimes it's 80%, sometimes it's 85% that we go back to the owner to help them pay all those fixed expenses. And so that helps them generate the money to pay the pilots, pay the insurance, pay the hangar. So that brings their operational costs down. So let's say we do that whole thing through the course of a year, and the owner flies at 100 hours and we fly at 200 hours. So now you run that same math over the same thing and look at the revenue that was generated to pay their fixed expenses. So now their 100 hours previously was going to cost them $1 million, where now it might only cost them $250,000. So we saved them $750,000 by doing this whole thing. And all they have to do in the process of this is give up some flexibility on availability of the aircraft. There are other considerations. Now, instead of that aircraft getting used for 100 hours that year, it's going to get used for 300 hours that year. So make sure that whatever arrangement that you have, you understand engine programs, airframe programs, what maintenance intervals are coming up. Are you and your charter partner holding back maintenance expenses that are being generated by this? Because what a lot of charter operators will do, or I shouldn't say a lot, certain ones I've ran into, they won't be very transparent with the owner about those additional costs. They'll just give them this big fat check and say, oh, here, you made $100,000 this month. Well, did you though? So yeah, I'm writing you $100,000 check off of that revenue, but they need to understand that that revenue was generated by flying the airplane, so it drove up maintenance.
There's a $40,000 maintenance bill coming.
You gotta be prepared for that. So we do a couple of different things. We have some owners that want us to hold that in an account for them, so that when the maintenance does come due, we just we control that maintenance for them. We make sure they're getting charged fair rates. We make sure it's being done right, and then we pay for it out of that account that we're holding for them, and then we just send them the statements explaining what all happened. Other owners are like, well, I don't want that money just sitting out there not working for me, so they choose to take it, and then they just write a check when it's time for maintenance. But they understand it. Like,
they know it's coming. It's not a surprise.
That's the big thing, is make sure that you as the owner understand that, and make sure that your charter partner is being transparent with you about it. And then it also does a few other things where whenever we're chartering the aircraft out, we have in our terms and conditions that if you rip the armrest off the seat, I'm going to bill you for that. If you dump a glass of red wine in the carpet and I can't clean it.
One time.
Yeah, I'm going to charge you for that. So, you do have people getting on your airplane. There is a risk that they wear out the interior faster, they tear something up. When it's done correctly, those unnecessary wear and tear items get built back to whoever tore up the airplane. A good charter operator has their pilots trained in a way that they don't let it get out of hand, and they're protective of the owner's asset.
That don't make me come back there.
Yeah, that don't make me
pull this plane over.
Exactly. And so when it's done correctly, it's a very minimal impact, and when something does happen, it gets billed to the people that caused the problems. But even when it's all done correctly, it is additional wear and tear on the aircraft. So that means you're going to have to replace your carpet a few years earlier than you otherwise would have. So you need to kind of make sure all those are being accounted for in this cost equation, right?
Yeah.
When all that's done correctly, this can be a very beneficial tool to the owner. Make an airplane that was previously unattainable for them, make it attainable for them. And now they have a crewed, managed, well-maintained aircraft that's under a high level of regulatory scrutiny that they have access to that they normally wouldn't have. So for them, it's a good option. When it's not a good option is when they think that this is going to turn into a cash-generating revenue stream for them. By the time we fly enough hours to turn that thing positive over a long period of time, we're going to be flying that aircraft so much you're never going to get access to it. You're never going to see it. We're going to be flying the daylights out of it. And if that's what you want, we'll go do it. But we're going to be real clear with you that that's what we're doing. But to turn it profitable over a long time horizon, you're flying 800 plus hours a year on the aircraft. And when you're flying that much, that owner's never going to see it. It's going to be out flying all the time.
Yeah.
It's either going to be flying or down for maintenance. And the owner's going to have very limited access to it. So if an owner's buying an aircraft because they have their own need for the aircraft, they're probably not going to want to do that because they're going to want to use it. Yeah. So it's going to be some medium that you got to work out in between based around their total usage, how much offset they're looking for, and finding like a comfort zone for them on how much they're trading availability for cost offsetting. And so you got to go through all this equation to find the happy spot that works for them. The part I don't like on it is where people go out and mislead these owners into thinking this is all pro and no negative. Like it's just not reality. There's nothing in the world that doesn't have a plus and a minus.
Yeah.
It's just navigating that level of pluses and minuses to the sweet spot that fits your needs.
Yeah. What would be a reasonable assumption to calculate, if I have a good management company, a good charter provider that is managing my aircraft for me, what percentage of my fixed costs do I think would be a reasonable, how much could I get that down reasonably? Let's say, like you referenced that $500,000 bill before, annual bill. What could they hope to knock off of that with a reasonable?
Maintaining reasonable access for them and offsetting the charter a little bit depends on the aircraft class, but to throw a round number out there, you can probably cut 75% of your cost down of your
not too
of
shabby.
your fixed cost. Yeah.
Like that. And Haven provides all of those services. You can purchase the plane for them, manage it for them, charter it out for them. You have all your own maintenance shops, etc. So Haven ASG for all of that. If by this point in the video you may be like, this is some good information, I'm definitely gaining understanding, but I also would just like to have somebody handle that for me. Travis can take care of you. For the rest of you, you're enjoying this journey and you want to know more about it. So let's talk about on depreciation. Are there any aircraft that tend to hold value better than others? If I'm looking to go into the full ownership and I want to protect my investment, what's some good aircraft to look at?
There's financial book depreciation, and then there's actual asset depreciation. They're two different things. With the implementation of the new tax laws that went in with the big, beautiful bill, they brought back the 100% accelerated depreciation. So with a few caveats.
And this is spring of 2026 when this is being recorded.
Yeah, exactly. And I am not a tax advisor, but generally speaking, if you buy an aircraft and you need the depreciation, the financial depreciation on your books, you can take 100% of it in year one as long as you have the aircraft put into service within that year. The terminology around put the aircraft into service depends on the use of the aircraft. Are you putting it on a charter certificate? Are you putting it under Part 91? Are you using it for business use, personal use? You've got to define getting it put into service and make sure you hit a few of these qualifying things. It's not just a gimme that you can automatically do it, but it's a low bar of being able to meet the threshold to get it done. So you go buy a $5 million aircraft, you theoretically can write off $5 million of fully depreciated that asset in the year that you bought it. Some people need that. Some people don't. Some people would rather take a more standard depreciation curve over a 5 or 7 year period. One thing that a lot of the aircraft brokers like to leave out of this super great selling feature is the recapture on that tax. So yes, you can take 100% accelerated depreciation, but you can't turn around and sell it in the next tax year and not have any impact. You're going to recapture a lot of that write-off. That gets way down the rabbit hole on personal circumstances on that, but I don't want to go there. But just know there is a penalty if you turn around and resell it right away. You're not getting it, and then there again, you got your pro and your con. Yeah. So if you're going to hold the aircraft for 7 years, 8 years, 5 years, whatever period, it gets less impactful the longer you hold it. But don't think you can buy it, get the tax benefit, turn around and resell it the next year and not have any negative outcome. That's not accurate. That's the financial book depreciation discussion on it. But then the actual depreciation of the asset itself is just because your book value is now zero because you took 100% depreciation doesn't mean the airplane's not worth anything.
Right.
This is where the aircraft type and quality matter a lot, and it depends on age, hours, engine condition, make and model, what's in high demand, what's not. So right now, like the Phenoms, the Gulfstream, some of the Bombardier products, several of the Textron Citation products, they are back ordered for new deliveries for years from now. And so if you want a new-ish or a new like aircraft and you want it right now, you don't want to wait 2 years to take delivery of a brand new aircraft. Those aircraft are bringing a premium and they're holding their values really, really, really well. Often appreciating in value right now because people don't want to wait for that length of time to get their aircraft.
Yeah.
And the manufacturing pipeline is not matched up with the current demand of aircraft. So like new used aircraft are very hot commodity. And, if you own one right now, you're probably going to make money on it. But as you start going backwards on the calendar, getting into older aircraft, less high demand aircraft, then you start getting into more of a traditional depreciation number, and then the other side of it is that depreciation curve drops off, so if the aircraft's 10 years old, the majority of the hard depreciation has been taken out of the aircraft and it's pretty flat. And then it's really heavily driven by aircraft quality, how much time's on your engines, is it on engine programs, how much time's on your airframe, where are you at in your heavy maintenance cycle? Did all the heavy maintenance just get done so it's pretty clean for the next 5 years, or are you getting ready to have a huge maintenance event due on the aircraft? All of that has to come out in diligence when you identify a specific serial number of aircraft that you're going to buy, because you can have two aircraft that are one serial number apart and maybe 500 hours difference in airframe time, but one's going to be worth drastically more than the other one because of engine times, airframe maintenance cycle. One may have had a whole new avionics suite put in it, and the other one has the original avionics suite in it. You got to go through all that at due diligence to find out which one makes sense financially.
Yeah.
Because the cheaper one, let's say it goes through a real clean maintenance event and you got it cheap, you may come out of that on the winning side, but there's a big unknown chasm there because it goes in for this big maintenance event. Maybe it goes bad and you spend a lot more and you could have bought the other aircraft cheaper.
Right.
So that diligence during aircraft selection is incredibly important. That's one reason I feel really good about our ability to do better than average on helping people broker an aircraft, is because my whole background is maintenance, and maintenance drives a substantial portion of the value of an aircraft, where a lot of aircraft brokers, they come from the financial world and they don't know the first thing about maintenance. And some of them have self-educated and got somewhat savvy, but they haven't spent years crawling around in the belly of an airplane like I have.
Decades.
Decades.
Over half a century.
Jeez. Just rub it in, Dub. And since the maintenance is such a huge driver on that, we can pick up on things really quickly. Like, it's very common for us to go out in the field and just do a quick flip through the logbooks and a quick walk around the aircraft and be like, no, we don't want nothing to do with this one. Yeah. And so we don't have to jump through all the rigmarole of getting it to a pre-buy and doing this before you get to the determining factor of whether it's a good aircraft or not. And then how determined are you that you want this one particular model when a parallel model may get you 85% of the same capacity, but it's a third the price of this other one? So, maybe you're going into this and one of the aircraft that fits your model is a CJ2, but you could go buy a Beach Premier for $1.3 million versus a CJ2 Plus for $4.2 million. Is the CJ2 Plus newer, more modern, have some performance advantages? Yes. Does that Premier have a bigger cabin? Does it have really great speed that'll be faster than the CJ? Yes. Will a lot of the industry people listening to this call me out for suggesting a Premier in any way compares to a CJ2 Plus? Yes. But I don't care what they say. I want what's right for the owner. I want the owner to get the right aircraft. And if they can imagine how many years of operational costs you can have for $3 million that you would have spent on this other one. And the CJ2 Plus is still in its depreciation curve, and this one's flat now, and it's on tap. It's on the engine program, so your engines are pretty well covered. You're not going to substantially devalue the aircraft past that point, generally speaking. And you can have a great aircraft for a lower entry cost versus this other one. And there are some situations where that CJ2 Plus is a better choice than that one for other reasons. And then when you go to sell that CJ2 Plus, how much value is it going to lose over the same time period as that Premier? Which one do you want to do? And so there again, it's unique to the owner, but I don't have I have my personal favorite airplanes, of course, because I'm an airplane nerd. I love all of them, but I love certain ones more, kind of like your kids. And so...
That was a very good one.
But I don't want my dogma about an aircraft to prevent us from pointing an owner in the right direction on what's right for their experience.
Man, such a big deal. I appreciate that about you. All right, so we've talked about the chartering, approach to chartering. We've talked about some of the benefits and limitations of fractional ownership, some things to consider with full ownership. So kind of bringing it back to the all three paradigm, beyond hours flown, what would maybe be some lifestyle or some business factors that someone should weigh in when they're trying to pick between those three options?
One of the things to consider regarding use of the aircraft is your use pretty consistently the same. Like, do you pretty much always travel with 3 people and you pretty much always go to the same couple of locations, or do you frequently have 1 or 2 people this week and then middle of the week you've got 12 and then in the next week you only got 2 again? Like, the number of passengers is important, because if you frequently travel with more passengers than you can carry on your airplane, that's a problem. But if you have such a big airplane,
Timmy's just hanging onto the wing out there.
You just strap him on. Or do you frequently only have 2 people on an aircraft that holds 15 people? That's a problem, or can be a problem. So if you got a lot of diversity in your flying type, then leaning towards charter may be good for you, because this week you can charter a light jet, next week you can charter a extra heavy long jet, or whatever. So if you have a lot of diversity in where you travel and how many passengers you carry, that could be a factor on owning, because you don't want to own an airplane that you're frequently unable to use and having to charter anyway. And then destinations, like if you're constantly flying like a 2 or 3 hour leg to these locations, and that's pretty normal, and it's real rare that you have something way outside of that, then ownership's probably fine. If you like to travel, and duration of stay at those locations is also a driving factor. If you own the airplane and you fly somewhere and you're going to stay there for 5 or 6 days at a time, and you're paying pilots to be in a hotel, paying the ramp fees at that FBO that's not your home location, those fees can rack up. Where if you're chartering and you get there, now the charter company is going to take that airplane and do something else. It's not on your books or not on your wallet to figure out what to do with it. So if you frequently stay for extended periods of time at locations, it's a consideration. Like with us and our owners, if they are on a lease with us, what we'll do is we'll go use the aircraft and generate revenue while they're hanging out at their beach house or whatever. Mm-hmm. And then when they're ready to go, we go back and pick them up and bring them home. So there's other ways to slice that, but it's a consideration. And if you're doing a lot of international travel, do you want your aircraft to go sit down in the salty ocean air somewhere for an extended period of time? Do you want your aircraft accumulating ice and snow on it up in a ski resort while you're there the whole time? So locations and duration and passenger count all are important driving factors on charter, jet card, owner, fractional. Like, those all play into it.
Yeah, super insightful. So obviously, if you're going to go the charter route, put in, your due diligence, but you're going to be able to book something in a day. Mm-hmm. When it comes to entering a fractional ownership or just full ownership, what are kind of the timelines from like the beginning conversation to like signing on the dotted line and having access to an aircraft? What could people expect, ballpark?
If you want to buy a jet card, it's similar to charter. You can have it bought in an afternoon. Someone will sell you a jet card like on the phone. Like, call me right now. I'll sell you something.
Right.
And so you can have access immediately. Fractional, you're usually going to be bare minimum a few weeks of back and forth and getting things figured out. Full outright ownership, generally, if it's done correctly, thoughtfully, full diligence, stem to stern, through pre-buy, delivered to your door, ready to go to work, it's usually 60 to 90 day process. We've had several instances in the past, though, where we had one about 2 years ago. I got a phone call on December 27th and said, I need to own an airplane this year. Okay, well, I guess we'll figure this out. And we made it happen. We had a deal
Wow.
closed, and we had one, and we bought him a really good airplane. We got a good price on it, and we got it through escrow and closed and put into service before January 1st.
Exception to the rule. Please call us in at least October.
Dude, this is every year, every single year, no matter how much we talk about it. People wait until the middle of December to start calling, wanting to get an airplane bought. And they're starting to wrap up their year and their taxes, and they're like, oh, shit, I need to spend some money.
Right.
And December is pure, utter chaos for us every year because of that. So any kind of even half-assed warm leads I got working, I start calling them September, October. Hey, you need to be thinking about it. We're going to go this year. How's your year looking? Is this the year? Are you going to do it? And I try to front load that as much as I can to give us plenty of time where we're not rushing them. We're not rushing the process. So in a perfect world, I'd like 2 or 3 months, but in the real world, shit happens. I'll make it happen however I have to.
There you go. I like it. It's always going to be a Johnny come lately. Well, we hope that you guys have really benefited from this session. Remember that you can go to jetcowboy.com, click on the free resources tab, and you can register for the full course with all of the accompanying resources that we've been talking about all through this course. So register for that and just make the most of all of the value that we're able to bring you. And we'll be back with our next session, which is really about honing in on specific aircraft types and selection. Some things to consider as you are starting your journey of discovering your perfect jet. So we'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody. I'm here with the Jet Cowboy, Travis Lamance, and in this session, we're going to be having some fun discussing different types of aircrafts and giving the people some general oversight when it comes to how do I choose the aircraft that's right for me. I know that you love planes, period. I know you've got your favorites in all the different categories. I'm looking forward to hearing all about that. But once someone has decided, okay, you know what? I'm not doing I'm flying too much for the charter thing. I'm not going to do the fractional ownership thing. I'm going to purchase my own aircraft. And then they begin to realize there's so many different types and so many different categories and all of these different things. It's like an overwhelming number of options. And so how do you begin to sort through that process, and what are some things to bear in mind overall?
I know we'll get into, it's kind of a Ford versus Chevy, BMW versus Mercedes argument on a lot of these. So I'll preface the whole thing with just saying, these are my experiences, my preferences. Obviously, some of them I'm going to have more history with than others, so I may be a little more biased towards one or the other, where your unique circumstances may dictate another airplane's a better option. So,
but we are looking at over half a century of experience in this field, so it's educated opinions.
It is educated, but still opinion on some of it. And if you're serious and you're this far down the rabbit hole with it, I don't mind talking to you. Reach out to me. We'll talk about it. I'll point you in the right direction, whether that's us being involved or not. I don't want to see anyone make bad decisions out there. So we'll run through these. We'll highlight them. We'll touch on my personal choices and talk about the pros and cons and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, if you need a hand on kind of honing in on the last mile here, just reach out to us. I'd rather take a few minutes to help point you in the right direction or answer a question than you make a bad decision.
Well, that's very cool. You've walked a lot of people through this process, and you mentioned it in our last session about the whole conversation surrounding mission profiling. What is it that I need this aircraft for? As you've walked so many people through that process, what are some of the things that really surprise buyers as far as, I never would have thought about factoring that into this conversation, or that being a real contributing factor towards my decision?
There's a couple of them that seem to come up frequently, and it depends on which person I'm dealing with within the group. Whenever I'm dealing with the primary owner, broad brushes here, it's generally a guy, and they're usually the most surprised about the runway performance and where they can get in and out of, and how small of a field you can get an airplane into that they wouldn't think, because a lot of them are used to a commercial airline type airport. So
Right.
that one's one. And the other two that come up frequently are baggage space and restroom style.
That makes sense.
So whenever you get into the heavy jets and the long range jets, they generally have abundant baggage space. They put whatever you want in there, kind of thing. But when you're dealing with the light jets, it is a very significant consideration. Usually you're going to have to learn how to travel a little bit different. Instead of one gigantic roller bag that you would go check in at an airline counter, those do not work well on a light jet. You're generally going to start packing in smaller soft-sided bags, and you have to adjust your packing style a little bit whenever you're in the smaller aircraft.
So you only take one set of boots.
Oh, never.
Wait, is this a set of boots? I think it's a pair of boots.
I think it's a pair of boots.
Yeah, that's my bad.
On a lot of the light jets, the baggage door is just physically not big enough to put a lot of their big bags through. So getting people's mind wrapped around that early helps. That bites us on the charter side sometimes because they're not used to it. And even though
they're going on a vacation.
Yeah, and so even though we put it, like, we have this cool little diagram that comes out with all their paperwork that says X, none of these, and they still show up with them. So we actually carry some soft-sided bags on the aircraft. So there's been a couple of occasions where we've had to move their luggage into a bag that would fit in the airplane, and
it's next level service. Repackaging.
Yes, repackaging. And then the other one is the bathrooms on the airplanes. People that are used to a commercial airline, they're never huge and crazy, but some of the smaller airplanes, they're next level little. They're tight. They're there, but you almost want to treat them like emergency only kind of thing. They're not going to be fun to use. And then as you move up in aircraft categories, you get a bigger, nicer, more standard bathroom and sink and, like an actual restroom as you move up. But some of the small aircraft, it's not a pleasant experience. So.
Right. So room for baggage, the restroom situation. A question we get a lot is there a seatbelt on the toilet?
Belted lav, man.
Belted lav.
Yeah, so belted lav's a common one. That's where you put the misbehaving group or guy in the bunch,
We all know that guy.
It's usually Dub. He gets to go on the toilet.
It was one time.
Yeah, so a lot of the smaller aircraft, whenever you're looking at the passenger seating capacity on it, like if you're just looking at a spec sheet and you don't know this, it may say it'll carry 6 passengers or 8 passengers or whatever. Frequently, they'll count like the co-pilot seat and the restroom seat as seating, and it is, but it isn't. Like, you want to understand what you're getting.
They really count the restroom as seating.
Frequently, if it's a belted lav, that's why you hear us talking about it all the time. Whenever we say, it seats 9, was that a belted lav? Like, you don't want to send 9 people out on a charter flight and someone has to sit on the toilet, right?
I feel like they should not be allowed to include that as a seat.
Oh, they do.
But
they put a seatbelt on it.
That's pretty shitty.
If you haven't been around them, like
I'd be pissed off.
Yeah, for sure. If you don't know.
I'm going to shut down the puns.
You're so funny. But the seat, like the toilet seat, is not like you would normally see. It's like a leather cushion, like a seat.
But you know.
you
know.
Why is there a sink in front of me? Yeah, they throw a seatbelt on it, and believe me, there's a lot of times you need it because you want that one extra passenger on there. Or you got a little kid, you don't care, stick them in there, whatever. They're getting a free ride.
He does not mean that. He cares about little kids.
No, I don't.
Oh, fine.
But anyway, important distinguishing factor whenever you're looking at seating capacity on an aircraft, are they counting the co-pilot seat and are they counting the lav in that passenger count? Because if you're very specifically like, I need to haul 8 people and I don't want to stick my kid on the toilet, or I don't want to stick my buddy on the toilet, or my wife, whatever, you got to know that. So just make sure.
I just want to point out that you sitting on the toilet was in none of those equations that you just laid out.
No, I'm sitting in the co-pilot seat, man.
You're right.
That's the
hilarious.
best view.
I just learned about this today, guys, with you, that they are allowed to count a toilet as seating. That is ridiculous. All right. So You have a good heads up there, baggage and bathroom. Make sure you check that out. And then, so aviation is kind of divided up into distinct categories when it comes to the jet market. So give us a real world picture or kind of walk us through the different categories and why those categories exist.
I'll do that. But one other thing I want to point out that just occurred to me that comes up a lot on the baggage front is the baggage area environmentally controlled or not? So a lot of times the baggage area on some of the airplanes are not pressurized, not climate controlled. So you stick all your stuff in there and you got toiletries and whatever, they freeze, they break, they blow up. You put
your dog in there.
You don't put your dog in there, please.
No. Travis does not endorse that.
No, I do not. The dog
kid on the toilet, no problem.
Yeah. You better take good care of the dogs though. But a lot of people just don't realize that, and when you're going to buy an aircraft, how much of the baggage space is available that is climate controlled and how much of it is not.
Yeah.
Because a lot of their smaller airplanes, they'll have part of their baggage is up in the nose of the airplane that's not climate controlled, but some of it in the back is climate controlled. So you get a split. So you need to understand, okay, how much can I actually put in a climate controlled area? And then another one that comes up a lot is my baggage accessible in flight? Because another thing that happens a lot is you're in a rush, get there, you're ready to go, you're excited, you get all your stuff put on the plane, you get up in there and you're like, crap, where's my phone charger? Where's my this? I need to grab that. Well, now your bag is not accessible to you in flight, so you just got to deal with it. But as you get up to like some of the super mid-size aircraft and then on up into the long-range aircraft, then there's usually some type of a pass-through between the passenger compartment and the baggage compartment where you could access your baggage if you need to. So a few more little tidbits to throw in there on that. That's
good stuff
people don't think about.
Yeah. So when it comes to the jet world, there's these different categories that the aircraft are divided into. So give us kind of a overview of those categories, why they exist, and let's just start right there.
Because there are so many aircraft type, it's a way to start simplifying down what you're talking about. So you have your light jet category. These are like the standard categories most people talk about is light jet, medium jet, heavy jet, and then over the last few years they've added this super medium category and they've added this extended long range category.
Super medium.
Super
that doesn't
mid.
sound like
super mid. Dude, that's super mid.
My kids. It sounds very average.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's start with the light jets. Give us, and again, we always want to reiterate, everybody's situation is unique. There's a lot of different factors. Get a consultation, all of those good things. But when it comes to your picks within the light jet category, first of all, what is it that distinguishes a light jet or causes it to fall in that designation? And then what would your picks be in that category and why?
Part of it is just the physical size of the aircraft. It's smaller, typically 6, 7, maybe 8 passengers.
Counting the toilet.
Sometimes counting the toilet. Frequently counting the toilet. Typically, they are like in that sub 15,000 pound gross weight size. And like some of the common aircraft in that category are like the Citation CJ series, some of the legacy Citations, the Beach Jets, the Phenoms. It's like if I was just going to, all other things aside, just my personal preference, if I was going to go buy a light jet today, I'd go buy a Phenom 300.
And why is this?
Really, really well engineered and designed, very cost efficient to operate, great manufacturer support going on them right now. Excellent resale value, like they're hot topic right now, so they're hard to get and they resell quickly and at a good price. So they're efficient and good to operate when you have them, and they're very easy to move when you're done with them.
Sounds phenomenal. All right. Let's take a look at the mid-size. And to be clear, let's not get into the super mid-size. All right. We're just talking mid-size category.
Yeah.
What's your take or pick on those?
Just moving up in size a little bit. Now you're getting into like your Citation Latitude, your Citation XLS, your Hawker 800. You're still generally around that 8-ish passenger capacity, but a lot more comfortable. Like in that light jet, if you get one with that's a true light jet and you have 8 passengers in it, you're like in your club seating, your knees are going to be close to each other. You're going to have to like cross your legs with each other. It's not terrible, but it's not like super roomy. Pretty tight cabin overall. And then you get into the medium and you get into like a Citation XLS, for example, great aircraft. You're still going to be around that. I don't know all the seating configurations they put them in, but they're generally around 8. Whenever you're in the club seating configuration on that, there's lots of room between you. It doesn't have a stand-up cabin flat floor, but it has a drop-down floor that gives you more of a stand-up cabin in it. And then the space between all the passengers is a lot more, and significantly more baggage space, a lot bigger, better bathroom in it, more performance out of the aircraft. So,
Gotcha. And what's your pick in that category?
it would probably be the XLS. Honestly, I love that airplane. That was one of the very first aircraft I worked on when I worked for Cessna, and so I'm a little partial to it anyway. And they've started with the XL and they went to XLS and XLS Plus, and I don't even know what edition they're on now. But they just keep upgrading it and improving it. But it's just built like a tank. It's really, really well constructed airplane. Really quiet, good performance. It's just a really good all around airplane. That would probably be real high on my list on that one.
Nice. And so tell us, why is it that they created or added the category of the super midsize?
The manufacturers just kind of picked up on a little bit of a gap in between moving from a midsize to a large cabin class. Like in the traditional categories there was a pretty big jump between them. So they started building some that kind of fit in the middle, that they were bigger than little, but not littler. You know, they were a Goldilocks zone. Yeah, exactly. Jinx. They added some additional range on them so you could get farther in them without having to make fuel stops. You could get to some more international destinations, made the cabins a little bit bigger, made the bathrooms a little bigger, they just upsized that mid-size aircraft a little bit.
And your pick in the super midsize?
The Praetor would be it. That's another product that's the big brother to the Phenom 300. There again, just excellent efficiency, engineering, support. Like, it's just really, really well designed airplane. They just came out with a new version. So there's this trend going on in aviation right now, or in the jets, that I think within the next, I don't know, call it decade on the outside, probably sooner than that, I don't think we're going to continue having passenger windows in the aircraft. They are switching to like a live living display that goes along the side. So they just did kind of step one of that, is they eliminated one of the side windows and put a living display in place of it, where you can use it as a big screen TV, or you can put like a live camera feed showing what's going on outside the airplane, all that kind of stuff on it. So the windows that we put in the airplanes require a lot of extra structure around them, and then that adds weight, reduces the ability to pressurize the cabin more. Like, it has a lot of downsides. We'd be way better off not having windows in the right. airplanes. So if now that the technology is getting to the point where they could make it feel not claustrophobic, because you have like a live feed view of what's going on outside, where they can get away with creating the feeling that you're outside without the structural requirements of those windows, I really think that's where it's going. And they took kind of step one on that recently, and just doing that small piece of the airplane that way. There's a new aircraft coming out right now that I'll get the name in my head here in a minute, but they had it on display out at NBAA base in Vegas last year, and it doesn't have any windows in it at all. It's got that full live living screen down both sides, and it is cool. And they're making that aircraft super efficient. If they hit anywhere near their performance numbers or advertising on it when it's to its certified version, it's going to be a pretty significant game changer on cost of operating an aircraft.
Nice. Well, if the name hits you, circle back and fill us in on that. It sounds dope. Now let's talk about the big dogs.
Let's see here. What would we go with on there? So now we're into like the Gulfstream 550s, into the I missed one on the super mid. this is the big oversight. So Challenger 350, 3500 series generally falls in that super mid category. If I could just go buy any airplane I want, everything else aside, that would be what I would go buy. It's one of those that I've just always loved it, always wanted one, always thought they were cool. I believe it's the number one requested charter aircraft in the United States market. Really well designed, well put together aircraft. I really like that one. Nice. And then you move up into the heavy class, and then you're getting into the Falcon 7X, into the Gulfstream 550s. You got the Globals in there. You got some big dog iron in that one.
Yeah.
some very high end aircraft in there.
So you're looking to upgrade from the Challenger. What would you go with?
It's hard not to go with one of the newer Gulfstreams. Go with the G700, G800, something in there. The Gulfstream 650. We've got a couple of customers with those that come in a lot, and they're freaking incredible, dude. They're a amazing aircraft. So any of those would be cool.
Heck yeah.
And then we move on into the long range stuff. Now you're wanting to go from the middle of the United States to Europe, and you're wanting to make here to Dubai, that kind of stuff. You're there again. You're in that like G700 range. You're in the Global 7500. The new I haven't got the specs nailed down on it yet, but the new Falcon 10X they just released, I'm sure is going to be right there alongside of those. So you're going a long, long, long ways.
No doubt. You don't want to ride on the lab on that one. So 18 hours, that'd be rough, man. So you mentioned earlier, that oftentimes people have not thought about runway length and capacity. Mm-hmm. And so especially for, let's say, somebody who isn't living in a large city, they're going to be using a smaller FBO or private airport. Are they going to be forced to go with a midsize at the top range, or what does that kind of look like when it comes to factoring that in?
A lot of the smaller municipal airports will have a runway long enough to legally land the aircraft on and take off on.
I didn't like that, Bob. It's legal. It's not smart, but it's legal. That's how I read that.
That's kind of how it goes. It's maybe not the best idea, but legally you can do it.
Yeah.
So what you got to watch on that is you're getting into landing weight. Some of those runways are long enough, but they don't have enough weight bearing capacity on them. They're not built for big, heavy aircraft like that. So you got to check the lengths and the weights on the runway capacity and the taxiway infrastructure to get on and off the runways and all that. But a lot of them that even check those boxes, what then you get into is the FBO. If they're not accustomed to handling those larger aircraft, do they have the right type of ground support equipment? Do they have a tug that can move it? Is there a hangar big enough on the field to house it? So that's where you start getting into the challenges, is not only the infrastructure of the facilities, but the support equipment of the facilities. So, as you're getting into those, the way you service the bathroom is different. It takes a bigger machine. The tug to move it around is a whole different animal. The hangar door has to be way bigger than what they're probably used to on those. So if you want a large aircraft and you want to put it at a more rural area, you just have to go into it expecting that you're probably going to have to build your own infrastructure to support it there, which is added cost. You have to build a hangar, you're anywhere from $3 to as much as you want to spend $1 million on a hangar.
Right.
You may have to buy a $70,000-$80,000 tug. You may have to buy a couple of, you may have $400,000 or $500,000 worth of support equipment wrapped up into this if you have to be self-sufficient there, versus going to a bigger airport that has their FBO is capable of handling it all, but now you're going to be paying higher rent and higher handling costs. And so it's just figuring out, do you want to own all that infrastructure and deal with it yourself, or go there and pay them to use their infrastructure?
Right. Yeah, good insights there. I know that I hear you talk a lot about, just because of the complexity of the safety procedures and all the regulations that have to be cleared, et cetera, that in the aviation space, technology develops way slower than, for instance, in the automotive space. Right. And so when it comes to choosing the plane that's right for you, how much do you suggest that people really pull into account technology and avionics, et cetera? When should that be a really determining factor? And when is it you just understand that the industry is going to be behind in those arenas?
Yeah. It's definitely a reality that would say the market has forced it to accelerate a little bit in the last couple of years. It's
Nice.
starting to get better. Like, it's getting to the point now, if you don't have Starlink on your airplane, everyone turns their nose up at it. So that hasn't been around very long, and they're getting put in the aircraft at a pretty high pace, pretty rapidly getting adopted in there. Avionics is a huge factor. If you're buying call it a pre-2015, pre-2010 aircraft, avionics is a very significant consideration because it has changed so much since the 90s. And
perhaps give us a definition of what all avionics encompasses.
So that's everything primarily in the cockpit that the pilots use to navigate. That's how it's kind of like your GPS in your car for a comparison. It's kind of like that. Some of them literally have or a lot of them now just literally have a GPS they're following on. But that type
Follow the blue line in the
yes,
sky?
Exactly. They have some now that have the heads-up display that comes down, or some of them pop up, but they literally have like boxes that you can fly through. It's like a highway in the sky type setup.
It's like Mario Kart.
Yeah, exactly.
Rainbow Road.
But more importantly is the autopilot connects to that technology, and that's what flies the aircraft most of the time anymore. And depending on what type of avionics you have will dictate what type of airspace you can fly in, what type of approaches you can fly in at different airports, and how low you can get to the ground before you have to go missed approach on something. So it helps with weather. You get into things like the heads-up display where you can actually see through the clouds and rain and darkness, and some of those setups now it can be pitch black out and it looks like daylight in those displays. So those are all really cool. And then the systems controls for the aircraft, like some of the older aircraft, there's mechanical switches everywhere. You've all seen like the cockpit of an airplane is like, what are all these things for?
Bunch of toggles.
Yeah, exactly. Toggle this and you see the pilot up there. And a lot of aircraft still have that, but as the technology gets better, those systems get condensed and get smaller. That's why, the big aircraft used to have a flight engineer back there doing a bunch of that. And then they got it where you could do it with just a crew of pilots up front. And now it's to the point where even those two pilots, they're there for safety, but really one could do it on most of the aircraft. And it's just the systems get better and they condense them down into some more automation and some more engineering where it makes more sense just to have fewer switches. It's fewer failure points. And then are you flying on, old mechanical gauges that have some of the older stuff, run on vacuum and pressure and has mechanical bearings and gyros and all that stuff in it. That's how it used to be. Still plenty of aircraft running around with those actually. But then you move away from those and you start moving into like more of a glass display screen, and then your avionics are getting mounted in a different location and just wire feeding it in there. And then you're getting into fly-by-wire, which means your controls are not physically connected to the components they're moving. There's just an electric wire between between the control and the...
I'm not feeling it.
You're right on a lot of them.
I don't want to know.
So, for years, it was required that there had to be a physical mechanical connection between it all, and
right.
There's not that
Not
requirement
anymore.
on all of it anymore. So some of the aircraft are certified without that now. That's not something that you can practically go retrofit into an older aircraft. It's just something to know when you're talking about an older one versus a newer one with the technology differences. And then the stuff the passengers really care about. So this is one thing that I like about aviation, that we've done such a good job of not killing people, that it's just they assume they're going to get where they go.
That's true. Yeah.
It's pretty rare that you'll get a nervous flyer now and then, and people will say something now and then, but all in all, it's like jumping in their car to run to work. They're not worried about getting there. They're worried about the experience during the process of getting there. So the passengers are usually a lot more concerned with how fast is your Wi-Fi and how big are your TVs and, what kind of connectivity do I have? And then you get into things like the auto dimming window shades versus the mechanical shades, and then you get into refreshment bar. Do you have an espresso machine, or do you just have the old canister of coffee up there? Or do you have a refrigerator?
What are we, on the battlefield right now?
Do you have a refrigerator, or do you have a ice bucket, or do you have a microwave, or do you have an oven? Like, it gets into that nuance at some point along the game there too.
I remember you were sharing with me just a couple of weeks ago about the new auto land feature. Was it Garmin had put in, and how that came into play in a very real situation? The pilot was incapacitated, but
there was a King Air that left, I believe it was Aspen, and they were headed out, and the pilot was incapacitated, so the passengers activated the auto land. When that system is triggered, it puts out a signal to let the control towers and everybody know what's going on. It puts the landing gear down, it configures the aircraft, it takes it right down to the runway and lands and stops on the runway. So huge safety feature. So
you kind of have this one side in the avionics where there's some real safety, maybe not concerns, but perks or things along those lines that you may want to seriously consider. And then there's this other side where it's like amenities, upgrading the experience, and you kind of want to weigh those out differently.
Well, and on the avionics side, there's two things that I kind of glossed over why they matter. Yes, there's safety considerations, but it's a larger pool of airports that you're available to get to, so it expands your options, for one. For two, pilots are hard to keep, and if you have an old aircraft with crappy old avionics they're fighting it with all the time,
why would they
don't want to stay
there?
around there. They don't want to fly the airplane. They want to fly one with the nice new avionics in it. So it helps with pilot retention. It helps their workload, makes them safer. And then the third one that I bring up that's really important is dispatch reliability on the aircraft. If you got more modern technology, it has a lower failure rate in it than some of the older stuff. And so, like, in one of the previous sessions, we were talking about what happens if you have a mechanical on the airplane and you can't take off. Well, the frequency that happens is lower with the newer technology. It's more reliable. So the number of times, the fewer switches and the fewer mechanical moving parts you have, the fewer failure points you have in the aircraft, that's going to cause you not to be able to go take your flight.
Yeah, man, big factors. That's some good knowledge and insight right there.
Hey guys, we'll get back to the video in a sec, but first, quick question for you business owners and high achievers watching. When you're traveling around the country for deals, scaling teams, or managing stress, are you actually flying with a team that makes your life easier? Or are you dealing with scheduling headaches, surprise maintenance bills, and too many moving parts behind the scenes? Well, that's why today's sponsor, Haven Aviation Services Group, exists. Think of them as the safe haven of the sky. Haven is a vertically integrated aviation company, meaning they handle everything under one roof. From your private jet charters, aircraft management, brokerage, maintenance, avionics, and premium grade services at their FBO. For aircraft owners especially, this is the absolute real best value. Instead of juggling pilots, insurance, scheduling, maintenance, hangars, legal docs, Haven manages it all in one place. No guessing, no surprises, and no wondering why something suddenly costs six figures. Their entire focus is transparency, safety, and long-term planning. So you actually trust the people managing your aircraft and don't have to stress about it at all. So if you want an aviation partner that operates with the same discipline and results-driven mindset we talk about on the show, hit the link in the description to connect with Haven Aviation Services Group. Big thanks to Haven ASG for sponsoring today's video, and now let's get back to the show.
So talk to us about new versus pre-owned for a first-time buyer. What's your general guidance there?
New comes with the experience of being able to go to the OEM and pick out wood veneers, textures, the whole thing, like you're building a custom house. You pick out all your paint colors, your trim colors.
Rich mahogany.
Exactly. All your options. You get that whole experience to go through and do all that. You get, OEM warranty on the aircraft for a few years. So similar to buying a new vehicle, it's kind of their problem for a few years. But you also get to wait multiple years to get your aircraft in most instances nowadays. So if you're cool with keeping the airplane you have right now and waiting 2 to 5 years to get your new one. That's good, but you're not going to get one quick. Oh, and then on new, also, it's new and they're being delivered that way, so you don't have to worry about, well, where's it been? Has it been tore up? Has it been damaged? Has things been worked on correctly? You don't have, gets rid of all those equations.
Yeah.
And then you move into the used market. You've got a few different things going on there. It's, are you planning on doing an interior and paint? Or are you wanting to buy one as is and you got what you got? What type? And then you got to go through the whole process of the pre-purchase on the aircraft, because now we do got to worry about, is it lived in an area that's got corrosion on it? Does it have any liens against it? Have the engines been overhauled? What's the cycle life left on the components in the engine? When is that landing gear due for overhaul again? There's a long list of things that we got to cover in that side of it. If you do want an aircraft that's personalized to you, then, and we know that going into it, we're going to look for an airplane with good bones. We're going to be looking for good ownership history, good logbooks on it, been properly maintained, just hasn't been painted in 10 years or whatever. And then we can get a good purchase price on it and leave plenty of room in the value of the aircraft. For now, we can walk you through that experience. Let's go pick out your leathers. Let's go pick out your new wood. Let's go pick out your paint colors and stripes and schemes and all that stuff. And maybe we're going to throw some avionics in it while we're at it. Maybe we're going to throw winglets on it while we're at it. There's, you can kind of upgrade and modify and do things to make it your own as well. But all of that can be done in a couple of months versus waiting multiple years for a new delivery.
Right. How do you counsel a buyer who is like already fallen in love with a specific make and model, and you're realizing as you're walking them through the clarity of mission process, it's like, man, this isn't a good fit, but you can tell they're like, they love it. Like, how do you navigate that?
Pretty bluntly, just like that.
No.
I say, okay, let's go through all this. We go through all this, and I'm like, all right, here's the 2 or 3 aircraft that will fit your mission appropriately that I think you'll be happier with. You've made it very clear that you want aircraft B over here that has nothing to do with what you want to accomplish. It's your money. It's your airplane. I'm going to go buy you the best version of this airplane you want, now that I've done my part of educating you that that's not my opinion of what you should own. So I educate them, let them know whether I agree or disagree, and then I go do what they ask me to.
In the end, they're a grown-ass man. They can do what they want, right?
It offends me when people get them in that category because they're selfish about their own needs. But if I go through and educate an owner with my opinion, and they choose to go with their own preference, their own taste, whatever, it's their money to do whatever they want. I just want them to be educated, doing it with their eyes wide open, not because they got bamboozled into it. And that's where you got to be careful with some brokers and some representatives out there is how this is an important piece is how is that broker working for you? Do you have an exclusive agreement with them that you're under contract with them? Because like when I go under exclusive agreement, I won't work both sides of a deal. I won't work for the buyer and the seller on the same transaction.
It's a conflict of interest.
Yeah, it's a conflict. And I pre-negotiate in there. So whenever I'm selling somebody's airplane, my preference is to work on a percentage of the deal. That way I'm incentivized with them to sell that thing for as much as I possibly can. When I'm acquiring for them, I try to work on a flat rate commission. That way I'm inspired to do my best to get them the cheapest deal that I can. So what is your arrangement with your broker? And if there's no agreement, no arrangement in place, then they don't work for free. So they're either padding the deal against you or padding the deal against the other person. Somewhere the deal's getting padded because they're not doing it for free. So it's better to do it transparently by having an agreement in place. But we see this a lot where these guys will work the middle of the market and they'll just go look for airplanes for sale and go try to convince someone they need it. And they'll try to push somebody into an aircraft that they can make better money on, that more so than it's the right aircraft for that owner, because they're just trying to figure out where they can pad that commission the best in the middle of it. And so having a clear understanding of what your arrangement is with the brokers involved with the transaction is really important.
Yeah. So in addition to making sure that the deal that you are inking with your broker is going to inspire them to really operate on your behalf to the best of their ability. What are some other things that people need to take into consideration when they're selecting a broker? And what are some red flags?
Have they worked in that category aircraft type before? How long have they been in the brokerage business or in the aviation industry at all? How well do they know the business? Best you can understand how much are they biased towards another broker. Like, there's some of the bigger brokerage houses that'll have a lot of brokers that'll, you'll have one broker that's contracted to work the sale and the other broker that's contracted to work the purchase, but it's within the same brokerage house. So you got to be careful with that sometimes.
Yeah.
But more, it's interrogate that broker a little bit. What do they know about maintenance? What do they know about the particular gotchas on that aircraft type that you're looking at? Have they ever actually operated an aircraft? Have they ever owned an aircraft? Have they written checks to pay for maintenance out of their own pocket? Like, all these things can heavily influence the perception of what a broker thinks a good deal or a bad deal is, and make sure they're working on your behalf.
Yeah. What are some red flags that you look out for?
How greasy is their hair? Is it real slicked back and they real buttoned down? No. There's this one guy that we dealt with for a while that he was a yacht broker, was his main forte, and he thought since he was selling yachts to people, he should sell airplanes to people, and it was causing some significant problems for folks.
Yeah.
That was not good. Red flags would be, are they being overly pushy on one particular aircraft? So let's say they recommend this tail number aircraft to you, and you're like, I don't really like it. Let's go shop around. And they're just like, they're trying to cram that airplane down your throat. There's probably a reason for it. There's probably something going on why they're so adamant about that. I've had a couple aircraft that I was that adamant about because I knew it was such a good deal that I just really wanted them to capture that deal. So it's not always a red flag, but it's something to get your radar up. Like, why are they being so demanding about this? And if they're being so demanding about this one aircraft, then there's probably a good chance they're not got your best interest in mind. They're probably just trying to figure out where they can make the most money. And then, are they taking your feedback and adjusting their style to that or not? Or are they just nodding their head and listening to talk, or are they actually listening to what you're saying? Are they making adjustments on their approach and their plan based on your feedback? If they've just already made up in their mind what you're doing and they're not changing and adjusting based on your needs, then that's another big issue. It's just important that they understand they are working for you, and they need to make sure they are meeting your needs and not some preconceived path that they think you gotta be on.
Yeah. So earlier you mentioned in the brokerage process if you are working exclusively for a specific client. And so what does that look like? Is there a period of time where you're able to shop around with different brokers and see who's performing the best before you go into a contract like that? What does that whole realm look like?
The whole aircraft brokerage market is competitive, competing against each other for your business. So it's definitely well within your rights to call 3, 4, 5 of them, however many you want, and ask them what an engagement with them looks like. Find out, are they working on a flat fee? Are they working on a percentage basis? Are they committing to only working one side of the deal? And just get all their commitments out of them. They'll tell you, this is, I'll send you an engagement letter and here's my terms, and put all those terms against each other. And if there's one you like better than the other, but they're a percentage point higher, then you can negotiate. Go back, hey, this guy over here said he'd do it for 6% and you're at 7%. Well, okay, I'll do it for 6. I'll match them. And so you have room to negotiate for it. Most brokers that are good at it and that are busy with a book of business already, they're probably not going to work. They're probably not going to put very much effort into it before an engagement letter. They may casually give you a few ideas and stuff, but they're not going to get real serious until they're engaged with you. A few phone calls, a few emails, looking at their plan, all that kind of stuff can and should happen before you're officially moving forward with one. I don't know of a real fixed universal rate that anybody charges. Like, it's all over the map. I've seen some really exorbitant rates charged, and I've seen some that was like way too cheap for all the work they put into it. So
A little suspect.
yeah, exactly. So it's really just a negotiation of figuring it out. And there's a lot of owners that go out there and do it on their own and don't have a broker representing them one way or the other. And unfortunately, that doesn't go well most of the time.
That is a great point right there. So, what would be some qualifications to where someone could feel confident handling all of that themselves versus, man, you should probably get a broker? Because that's got to be a select few that have the wherewithal to.
Yeah, if they don't have a real in-depth knowledge of the aviation industry, it's going to be hard for you to do it and not have a high risk of something going sideways. There's so many nuanced things, as we've kind of touched on through this discussion, that, do you really know what should be done in a pre-buy? Whenever you get the pre-buy done, do you really understand what the report says? Do you understand the implications of the report the maintenance shop provides? Do you understand how to work with the escrow company and make sure all the liens and everything are cleared on the aircraft? Do you understand how to register it with the FAA? Do you understand how to follow the international registry on the engines and the airframe? And so it's not that it can't be done, but I would not recommend anybody does it unless they have a lot of aviation background and like some commercial real estate background that kind of understand these big transactions and the things that go into it. And somebody that's done a lot of commercial real estate transactions that understands, on those deals, you're going to get a bunch of inspections and you're going to find out what's the costs involved are, and you're going to be dealing with escrow and bankers and all this. So there's a lot of parallels in those two things, but the details matter. Like, just because you're used to using an escrow company for a corporate building or a commercial building doesn't mean that you're going to understand the details of what's on this report that you're getting. So
Yeah.
if you have a really good relationship, maybe you've bought a few airplanes in the past and been through the process, you have built a really good relationship with a DOM that you can hire him just to go look at the pre-buy side of it. It can be done, but it's risky if you're not super in-depth with it.
Yeah. So in other words, if you're watching the beginner's guide to jet ownership, you should probably hire a broker for purchasing that. Walk us through the purchasing process. Let's say you've engaged the broker, they found the plane of your dreams. It seems like a good deal. Everybody's ready to come to the table, make the deal happen. What rolls out from there?
So normally it follows the normal process is you get the engagement with the broker. There's usually a little bit of diligence before the engagement on what kind of aircraft you're after, what kind of budget you have to spend. You get the engagement done. The broker goes to work on searching for the aircraft that you guys have agreed on that's within your budget, within the aircraft types that you talked about. And then the broker should start presenting the options to the buyer and being like, hey, I found this one. It's over here. Here's what we like. Here's the red flags on it. Here, a summary of what's going on with this aircraft. And you should, very, very rarely are you going to jump on the first one. The way I like to work it is we build a sheet that has every aircraft available in that type. And then we list them all side by side, price, location, hours, programs, other details that we get into on there. You list all those side by side, and then we rank them from the known information, best one to worst one. And then we'll send that study over to the buyer and say, okay, out of the study, there's the top 5. We would recommend that we start there and check these top 5. Out of those 5, is there one that you like the paint on better, one you like the interior on better, one that maybe has a seating configuration that's more aligned with what you want versus another one? So we get into all those details, and now the buyer will say, okay, this one out of those 5 is my favorite. He says, I want to go look at this one. So then what we'll do is we'll send a letter of intent to that seller. And that letter of intent is not a legally binding agreement, but it highlights the key terms. Like, okay, if we move forward, we're willing to pay this much for it. We want the pre-buy done at this location, this general scope of work on the pre-buy. Here's the things that if we find it, we're walking away from this deal. Kind of highlight the top 5 or 6 things that are going to matter. Once the seller agrees to that, it usually goes back and forth, a little negotiation a couple of times to fine tune that. Okay, we agree to that. They sign it, we sign it. Now, generally, as the buyer, we'll have to put a certain amount of money into an escrow account. So I hit the guy that I use for escrow. I send him the deal or the LOI, and I say, here's the aircraft, here's the deposit requirement. My buyer's wiring that money in now. So they're wiring in $100,000 into escrow. That shows the seller that we're not just kicking tires. We're serious. We got money sitting in escrow. So then me or one of my guys will travel to the aircraft and do a cursory review on the aircraft. Walk around it. Is there any big obvious things that weren't advertised? Is the paint kind of the quality advertised? Interior kind of what's advertised? Flip through the logbooks. Yeah, the date range wise, they're all here. It's not missing any records. Look in a few panels, very light, just kind of look over, make sure it's generally as advertised. Okay, it's pretty much as advertised. Records are all here. So now what we'll do is draft an APA, an aircraft purchase agreement, and that's the legally binding document that you got to get into. So that, depending on the complexity of the thing, it may be a 4 or 5 page document, it may be a 25-page document, but you go back and forth with the buyer and the seller on that, get everybody happy with the terms, the delivery location, the pre-buy location, the pre-buy start date. There's terms towards the end of that contract that need to be in place, like, okay, once the pre-purchase inspection report comes out, now you have X amount of time to accept or reject the aircraft, contingent upon under a normal agreement, the seller will agree to fix any airworthy discrepancies found during that process. The buyer will have to fix any non-airworthy things that they want to fix. So that all gets defined in that purchase agreement. And then you have a certain number of days to execute that technical acceptance of the aircraft. So that says, yes, we accept the aircraft contingent on you fixing these airworthy things that were found on the pre-buy. So now you wait for the shop to fix all these things that were found on the pre-buy. And then once that's done, you usually get another 2, 3, 4 days to finish closing the transaction. And so then you get all the money wired into escrow, and the escrow will initiate a closing process on it, assuming the aircraft's sitting at the location they want to close on. But what happens sometimes is, for tax purposes, maybe we're doing the pre-buy in Texas, but the owner lives in Wyoming. So yes, the airplane's done, but before we can close on it, the airplane has to get to Wyoming. So then the seller, at this point, it's still his responsibility to move the aircraft. So he'll send his pilots and crew up there, and they'll fly the aircraft to Wyoming, lands in Wyoming, escrow finishes closing, escrow registers the aircraft, sends you, and I got ahead of myself on this, during the time that it's down for pre-buy and everything, the escrow agent will be running a title search and international registry search, making sure that it's got a clean title on it. Yeah, and then once you get there, money transacts, aircraft gets registered, you'll wind up with a temporary registration on the aircraft for a while.
Paper tags.
Yeah.
Slapped right on the front.
Fold it up, put it in your little pouch, you're good to go. So that's kind of a very high-level rundown of what that looks like.
Yeah. And don't forget, my friends, that you can go to jetcowboy.com, click on the free resources tab, and that's going to allow you to register for the full course for free, which includes all of the companion resources. And for this session, we've included your sample engagement letter so that you guys are able to download that and see what a good engagement letter from a broker should look like. It'll give you something to compare and contrast to. And then we'll also, the whole purchasing process, which you laid out for us just a few minutes ago, we'll also have that lined out in a PDF, and you'll be able to access all of that at jetcowboy.com. And so let's end with a little bit of fun here. Let's say that a client calls you and says, hey, I'm looking, it's December 28th. I've got $70 million just go pick me something, what would you go with?
That $70 million was all the cash purchase price for an aircraft. I'd go buy a G700.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're hard to get right now. Back ordered for a long time, but for 70 mil, I could go find one and get that done, and we're all gonna be very happy.
There you go.
It's gonna be fun.
If you're watching this and you have $70 million, just head over to havenasg.com. Give Travis a shot. We'd love to help you out. All right, my friends, that's going to do it for this session. We'll be back with our next session in which we will be digging into the world of ground logistics, talking about hangars and FBOs. How excited are you about that topic?
I actually love that topic. I'm stoked.
It's true. I knew that would be the answer. All right, my friends, we'll see you then.
See y'all.
Welcome back, my friends, to the Beginner's Guide to Jet Ownership. I'm here with the Jet Cowboy himself, Travis Lamance. Travis, today we are about to get into the topics of hangars and FBOs.
I love hangars and FBOs.
This is true. He really does. This is a fact. So let's get into it. When people are thinking about purchasing a jet, same as when you're going to purchase your car, you're not really thinking as much about the garage, right? But this is an important factor. And so when it comes into bringing the hangar consideration early on in the conversation, not just adding it as an afterthought, why is it a mistake to have that as an afterthought and not something that you're factoring in from the very beginning?
Well, first of all, if they are buying enough lifted pickups, they would be thinking about their garage, because it's a common problem. If you drive a real man's truck, you know, it's
this guy.
you got to worry about it. The clearance ain't there.
My car has the 460 in it. It's quick.
This one is a pet peeve. Drives me crazy because the brokers involved with buying and selling the airplanes, they don't care where you're going to park it. By and large, you know, there's a lot of them that do care, so that's a blanket statement. But a lot of them, they're like, your airplane, you go figure it out. And it is a total pain if it's not planned out correctly. If you're buying a light jet, a turboprop, you know, you're buying a smaller aircraft, it's not that big a deal. But once you get up into even into the mid class, and definitely by the time you're moving into the heavy class, it's a huge consideration. And nationwide, especially in the high demand areas, we have a pretty significant hangar shortage going on. And a lot of the hangars that were built years ago, and the aircraft have gotten bigger over the years. So even if they have a hangar sitting there with capacity, a lot of them don't have big enough doors on them to fit these larger aircraft in. So it needs to be on the front of the discussion on, are we going to have to build a hangar? Or are we going to have to house it somewhere else that we would rather not be for that reason? Does the FBO have the infrastructure to support this aircraft type? Major pain in the butt for owners if they wind up with an aircraft that's not well supported where they're trying to place it.
Yeah. So it almost sounds like that needs to be not only not an afterthought, but super early on in the conversation is, what size of jet do the hangars that are available around me have capacity to take? Is there a hangar even available? Or is that something that I'm going to have to build from the very beginning? So kind of walk us through the risk, and I know it would vary dependent upon the geographic location, but what is the risk to your plane if you're not putting it in a hangar?
The majority of the aircraft have acrylic windows in them, not glass windows in them. So as they sit out in the sun, if you're in a really hot environment, they can get crazing in that acrylic glass that causes major problems, very expensive to replace. The longer they sit out in the sun, the more rapidly it happens. Good little side note tip, whatever you want to call it here. A lot of people, when they have to leave their aircraft out on the ramp in the heat, they go through and they put those foil liners inside of them, kind of like you'd see some people put in their car behind their window to help keep the temperature down in the airplane. And it does accomplish that, but what it does is it reflects that heat right back onto the window, so it
gets it
drastically multiplies that problem on those side windows. And if you have the aircraft type that has the polarized side windows for light, making them light and dark, whenever you're sitting out in the heat, if you close the polarizers so that it shades the interior of the aircraft, it burns those polarizers out really rapidly. So you don't want to do that. You got to deal with the heat in the aircraft in a different way if you want some lifespan out of your windows. And then obviously in our part of the world, thunderstorms pop up out of nowhere. Now you're dealing with wind, you're dealing with hail, you're dealing with tornadoes, all this kind of stuff, So
we live in the wild.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy out here.
Then the other part is the FBO that you're dealing with. How proactive are they on making sure your aircraft is facing the right direction in the wind? Because whenever you pull up and park tonight, the wind's you always want the nose of the airplane into the wind. And so when you pull up and park tonight, it's blowing into the nose, but overnight the wind shifts direction, and now you got a stiff wind coming to the tail of your aircraft. It can tear up your flight controls. It'll break your rudder, your ailerons. Any wind coming from the back of the aircraft's not a good thing. It causes your engines to sit there and motor over. Different engines, that's a different degree of problems, but it's not good. You don't want them leaving. You don't want to leave them outside. If you do leave them outside, you want to make sure you have engine covers. You want to make sure you're putting your gust locks and stuff in, and that all comes down to who's dealing with your airplane, the FBO and the pilot and the management company. Are they really protecting your airplane? And if you're a super involved owner that knows what all that means and you want to be proactive, then you can be involved with it. But most of the owners that we deal with, they expect us and the FBO to be handling that. So It's not an uncommon phone call for us to call an FBO, half a country away from us, that's like, hey, we saw your wind shifted. Did you move our airplane? And they're like, what? And you'll be surprised how often they're not proactive about it. Man.
And we'll be getting into FBO specific topic here shortly as well. Staying on the hangar side of things, I've heard you mention, and I mean, most of the traffic when it comes to private jets is along the coasts. And so how much is saltwater an issue?
It's a major factor. The aircraft are made out of aluminum. Yes, they have protectant on them. Yes, they're supposed to, be able to withstand it. But the longer they spend it, the longer amount of time they spend in that environment, the higher the likelihood is that something's going to go wrong on a corrosion aspect. On, a weekend sitting there, no, it ain't going to hurt it. But you accumulate that over years, all of a sudden you wind up with a corrosion problem on your aircraft. And corrosion, when it gets into the airframe of the aircraft, is very expensive to fix. Leaves a negative connotation with your aircraft that'll drive down the value of your aircraft long term. And then the engines are very susceptible to it. So when you're operating in a high salt-laden environment, you're supposed to do engine washes on a regular basis to help keep that cleaned out of there. But it gets on your exterior components on your engine that don't get washed off on a regular basis and start some corrosion on them. Salt water is definitely a pretty bad enemy of aviation. So,
Gotcha. So when you're beginning to research and to evaluate where am I going to put my plane, you're evaluating the hangar. What are some boxes that absolutely have to be checked before you even consider signing a lease with a hangar?
Well, one thing that I would advise, since we're speaking to people that are looking at buying their first aircraft, is who I expect mostly watching this, they probably don't know anything about their local FBO or their local hangar situation. If they don't own an airplane, they probably don't know. So
Yeah, why would you?
yeah. So before you even start purchasing an aircraft, I would go visit your FBOs and ask to talk to the GM or, a lead line manager or something at the local FBOs. Start with the airport that you would most prefer to be at. And, there may be multiple FBOs on that one airport, depending on where you're at. It may just be one little FBO there. But go talk to those people and say, hey, I'm considering buying an airplane. Can you guys help me? And, ask them, what kind of ground support equipment do you have? Do you have DC inverters or AC inverters or both? Do you have lav carts? What kind of tug equipment do you guys use? What kind of hangar keepers insurance do you guys keep? What's your policy on clearing snow and debris from the runway during storms? You would be surprised on how long it takes some airports to get reopened after a snowstorm, and that can highly impact you on being able to use your aircraft. If they take 3 or 4 days to clean the runway and you need to get out of there, you got a problem. So find out that kind of stuff. Then hey, what's included with my, if I put a airplane with you, is it going into a community hangar? That's a big hangar they put a bunch of airplanes in, or am I getting an individual private hangar? What kind of storage space do I get for keeping my supplies? Can I keep my own locker, my own refrigerator, my own stuff, or do you have like a community area for that? What access do I have to the facility? Is it 24/7? You got hours that I have to be here and gone by? What's your after hours support look like? What kind of service charges do you have for after hours support? This one sounds funny, but it becomes a topic a lot. What kind of ice machine do you have? And does it make good ice? And is it readily available? Do you got a good coffee pot? Because most of the aircraft, they have a heated carafe on them. And so you make the coffee in the FBO before your passengers get there, and you put it in the carafe and put it in the aircraft. So some of these FBOs, they just have like a regular old home style coffee pots that may take a while to make you, if you got 3 or 4 guys all leaving around the same time, you're going to be able to get everyone's coffee and ice and everything ready for the aircraft. What kind of amenities do they have in their terminal for your passengers? Do they got really nice furniture? Do they have a private area they can hang out in? Do they have access to a conference room? Are there any offices available for your pilots? Those are a few that pop to the top of my mind.
Yeah, really good ones. So when it comes to the relationship between your hangar options and your FBO options, how do you negotiate? Let's say you want to rent a hangar that's adjacent to the FBO but not necessarily owned by the FBO. How do you negotiate that?
Wide variety there. Is it most of the airports, you can't buy the land on the airport. Most of the time, the land is owned by the government entity, whether it's a county, a city, whatever. The municipality that owns the airport usually will not sell you the land. Usually they will give you a long-term ground lease, and then you build a hangar on that if you're going to build your own hangar. If you're just wanting to rent hangar space, the majority of the time it's going to be attached to an FBO somehow, some way. So that's one of the core pieces of business for the FBOs, is to build out the hangar infrastructure and then lease it out to the owners so they don't have to do that. If you are going to build your own hangar on the airport, you need to know a few things. Will the airport allow you to put your own fuel farm in to provide your own fuel? Or do you have to contract with the FBO to provide your fuel? Do you want the headache of a fuel farm? There's a lot of things that get involved with owning a fuel farm. If you're going to build your own hangar and contract fuel from an FBO, more than likely they're going to charge you a much higher fuel rate than a tenant because you're not a tenant. So yeah, there's some of those. And then there are some of these development companies out there right now that are building just hangar complexes on airports, and you can go and lease from them, and they're not an FBO. They're just a hangar. They just build hangars. They're like self-storage. People have kind of branched into that world some.
Right.
In those cases, whenever they go in and build those, they usually pre-establish some kind of a arrangement with the FBO. Sometimes that'll involve the FBO pulling your aircraft in and out of that hangar for you, but frequently you're going to be responsible for the ground movement of your own aircraft and putting it away and taking it out and pre-flight, pre and post-trip stuff that normally an FBO would handle for you.
Yeah. Which, unless it just happens to be a personal passion or hobby, you don't want to be doing that stuff.
No.
And so now that we've kind of touched on just the hangar aspect, let's get into the whole FBO hangar complex. Mm-hmm. We should probably start with, what is an FBO? What services are kind of across the board do they provide? And yeah, let's just start right there.
Yeah.
Get a good definition on it.
So FBO is a really stupid industry term that I don't like. It stands for fixed base operator. Why they call it that, I don't even know the full history on, but it's what they call it.
It's stupid, whatever it is.
But when you hear FBO, just think truck stop for an airplane. Like, it's very similar, just upscaled on what the services are they provide there. So most FBOs, primary function is the point on the airport where you do aircraft to vehicle transfer and vehicle to aircraft transfer for private aircraft. So that's the terminal of the private aircraft. So whether that's going through their actual physical building terminal or doing it directly from aircraft to a car. That's the place that it all happens at. Most FBOs, in addition to having the ramp space where you pull up and park the airplane, they are the fuel provider. So that's who will pump the fuel on your aircraft. They provide a lot of concierge services, like if you call them ahead of time, they'll book your rental car, black car service, save your pilots a hotel. Most of them get preferred rates on the local hotels, and know the reliable black car services in the local area, that kind of stuff. And catering, usually if you want some kind of catering, you call the FBO ahead of time. They'll set it all up and get it prepared for you so it'll be ready. Touched on it a minute ago, coffee, ice. Used to be newspapers. Those are getting a little less prevalent now, but it used to be a big topic because coffee, ice, and paper. And
it's coffee, ice, and Wi-Fi. Right?
Exactly. You got to have the Wi-Fi. And then when you get into the terminal building, you just want a comfortable place that when all the trains are running on time and everything's going appropriately, the passengers don't typically spend much time in the FBO. But what happens frequently is the FBO doesn't have a whole lot of traffic moving through it, people traffic moving through it, and then an airplane lands and, you got 10 people on that airplane. Most of the time, the first thing they need to do is go to the bathroom. Right. So you want to...
Timmy was belted in on the lab, man.
Timmy, get off the lab. So they all come rushing in for the bathroom. So check the FBO you're wanting to use. How's their facilities? Have they got nice bathrooms? They got plenty of stalls? Or is there going to be a line waiting for the bathroom every time you come in? Our focus on our FBO was very heavily designed around pilot comforts, because the pilots are the ones that actually spend the majority of the time in the FBO. So like in the one we just built, the one we're sitting in here in Amarillo, we built a whole separate section just for the pilots. And we've got a whole bunch of private pods that have lay flat recliners and massage chairs. We have like a whole theater room, flight planning area, their own dedicated bathroom shower complex just for them. Up on the wall, we put a big screen TV with a camera feed of the parking lot and the ramp. So if they're hanging out in there, they can see if their passengers pull into the parking lot or if someone's out by their airplane. They can kind of keep an eye on the things they need to while being in their own private space back there. And we understand that pilots are very influential in what FBO they go to. Sometimes the owners will have a preference, but most of the time that's left up to the pilot or the dispatcher that is sending them there. So you want to take good care of your pilots. You got to have the best snacks. You got to have the best cookies. You got to have, you got to have your stuff put together for pilots to want to be hanging out at your facility. And then and
to that point you made earlier about, do you need the most updated avionics? No, but will it help you retain a higher quality pilot? Yes. I would say that's the same type deal when it comes to the FBO. Your home FBO, the nicer it is, the more likely you are to be able to attract a higher quality pilot and keep them.
Yeah. And how does your line staff and your CSRs treat that pilot? Do they go out of their way to make sure he has everything he needs? Do they make sure that they know? We put a lot of emphasis on making sure that we know the owner's preferences, which is important. What's their favorite soda? What's their favorite whiskey? What's their favorite snack? You got to know that stuff and be prepared for it. Our CSRs here, they had one that I thought was a fun win the other day. We have a client that's been frequenting us a lot, and they saw him on 2 separate occasions walk in with this, I don't even remember the name of it, but it was a unique type of drink that you don't normally keep anywhere. So
kombucha?
I don't know what it was, but it wasn't something we had here, that's for sure. Yeah. And so they went out of their way and went and ordered a case of that, and they keep it in a separate area so they know when he's coming in, they get one ready for him and they have it. And sometimes he takes it and sometimes he's good, but he knows that we went out of our way to make sure he had that. But also, we need to do similar things for the pilots. Do they have preferences to take care of them and treat them well as well? So, yes, the facility is important. Yes, you need a nice infrastructure. Yeah, it needs to look nice, needs good furniture, all the things. But it all comes down to customer service, man. Are you going out of your way to make sure that you're making their life easier and taking good care of them? anything that you can do to make their day a little better, a little smoother, a little easier. The pilots are there planning for the flight. They're stressed out about making sure they got all their ducks in a row for the flight, for the passengers, for whatever they're doing on the other end of their flight. Do they got their hotels, their cars, they got all these things. If you can just do one little thing to make their life a little easier, it's a win.
Yeah.
And we just have to be customer forward like that. And that pilot is our customer just as much as the owner is when it comes to the FBO side of it. But for an owner looking at an FBO to use for their aircraft, just go show up at the FBO and start asking some questions. How helpful are they? Do they do some of these things I'm talking about? Do they go out of their way to answer your questions? A good FBO, when you come in there saying that you're thinking about buying an airplane, they should probably be giving you like, oh, well, this guy he's local, he'll sell you an airplane. This guy will help you. Oh, stay away from this guy. This guy won't. They'll go through all that, and you'll get a good education if you go to a good FBO. And then start with your primary airport you would prefer to be home based at. Check all the FBOs there, and then go check some other. If you're in an area that there's multiple airports around, even if it's a 10-minute longer drive, you may find an FBO that's so much better that it's worth a 10-minute drive for the quality of hangar. One thing in some of the more rural areas for sure is the hangars are really old, and so they don't have good seals on the doors and everything. So your airplane's getting dusty and dirty all the time. So how frequently are you going to have to spend money cleaning your airplane if you're not getting in a nice new hangar? Is the hangar cooled? Is it heated? Is it epoxy floor? Is it polished? Does it look nice? Does everything look like it's being kept up to date? Maybe ask a little bit about their line staff's training. Are they Part 139 certified refuelers? So you figure out which one you think is going to best accommodate you on all those fronts. Right there along with it, though, you also need to be considering your fuel pricing. Fuel pricing is right there neck and neck with maintenance as far as one of your costs that you have control over and can really make or break a budget on an operation. And so are they a fuel vendor that you think you can get like a nationwide agreement with? So, for example, our FBO here, we are partnered with AvFuel. AvFuel has locations all over the world, and they have really good contract fuel programs. So you buy an airplane and you're going to be a tenant here, so we're going to negotiate a good rate with you anyway. So your home airport, you should be able to get good pricing.
Yeah.
But that's only half the equation. The airports you're flying to, that your common destinations, is there an AvFuel at that location? Is there AvFuel at area near there? Like, where can you go to leverage that AvFuel network? If your home base is an AvFuel dealer, then you can get set up on AvFuel contract and negotiate a nationwide rate with them. So not only are you getting a good rate at home, you're getting a good rate at these other places. For us, we operate so many aircraft that we have contracts with multiple people. For our FBO, yes, we're partnered with AvFuel. Yes, we have fleet contracts with AvFuel for all the aircraft we operate, but we also have one with Titan, and we have one with World Fuel, and we have some other fuel brokers that we're doing some stuff with. But we've got to be really careful about the fuel pricing, and there's not always going to be an AvFuel at every airport we go to. So we have to have other partners. And then your dispatch flight planning thesis on how you're selecting what airports you're going to. For us, we have software that runs in the back end that we know ahead of time what our fuel contract rates are at an airport that we're going to. And so we pick the FBO based on fuel pricing unless we get overridden with a passenger preference, or, principal preference. Sometimes they're like, oh, I only want to go to Millionaires, or I only want to go to Atlantics, or whatever. Some people get their preferences, and we're going to service the customer first. But we're trying to operate as efficiently as we can, so we're going to pay very close attention to fuel pricing. And as somebody looking at buying their first airplane, if you only own that one airplane and you don't have a lot of purchasing power, it's even more critical that you're not just paying full-blown retail rates everywhere you go and not even attempting to fix that.
Yeah.
If they're operating that one aircraft as a Part 91 aircraft, they can sign up for a program called CAA. We just started our CAA contract at our FBO in March. And basically what that is they allow Part 91 operators to go and pool their purchasing power together and get negotiated rates with FBOs all over the place. So each airport, they generally only allow one CAA contract per airport. And so you can pull up your CAA app and look at who in that area is the CAA contracted provider. And that's probably where you're going to get your best fuel pricing if you're just a one airplane operator running Part 91. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes into that on making sure that you're watching all the pricing on all that. And
Yeah.
another one that catches new owners off guard is de-icing. If you go into an area, you're going skiing for the weekend, and most of those high travel popular ski areas, they're limited on hangar space, and so you're probably going to get left outside. So if your airplane gets snowed on, gets iced up, you have to pay to get it de-iced if you want to get out of there, and it is expensive.
Yeah.
We had one, normally you're talking, depends on the aircraft, but anywhere $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 is not at all uncommon to have to pay to get a de-icing done. We had one the other day that was on a Falcon 900. It wasn't one of ours. But this guy sent me a deal asking me, is this normal? Because he got charged $24,000 to de-ice that thing. And it happens. So you got to watch and pay attention to that kind of stuff as well when you're going into cold environments. So
Yeah, man, that's a good heads up right there.
And do they have de-icing? Like, we've had several instances where we get phone calls of people that landed somewhere and they were iced up, so they couldn't leave, and they didn't have any de-icing capability there, so they're just
There till spring.
Yeah, good luck. Figure it out.
That would be rough.
Hey guys, we'll get back to the video in a sec, but first, quick question for you business owners and high achievers watching. When you're traveling around the country for deals, scaling teams, or managing stress, are you actually flying with a team that makes your life easier? Or are you dealing with scheduling headaches, surprise maintenance bills, and too many moving parts behind the scenes? Well, that's why today's sponsor, Haven Aviation Services Group, exists. Think of them as the safe haven of the sky. Haven is a vertically integrated aviation company, meaning they handle everything under one roof. From your private jet charters, aircraft management, brokerage, maintenance, avionics, and premium grade services at their FBO. For aircraft owners especially, this is the absolute real best value. Instead of juggling pilots, insurance, scheduling, maintenance, hangars, legal docs, Haven manages it all in one place. No guessing, no surprises, and no wondering why something suddenly costs six figures. Their entire focus is transparency, safety, and long-term planning. So you actually trust the people managing your aircraft and don't have to stress about it at all. So if you want an aviation partner that operates with the same discipline and results-driven mindset we talk about on the show, hit the link in the description to connect with Haven Aviation Services Group. Big thanks to Haven ASG for sponsoring today's video, and now let's get back to the show.
I totally agree with the whole concept of showing up and being observant. One of the things I love about our FBO is we've got some zero scaping out front because grass doesn't grow well here naturally, but the gravel is always raked.
Yep.
And I've brought some people up here before. They always point that out. Man, the gravel is all raked. It's all
Looks like a giant Zen garden.
Yeah, but I love it because it's like a step of excellence that's over and above that really stands out, along with finding those special drinks for people. And so showing up, seeing what your experience is. And you mentioned the CSRs, the customer service representatives. What should you be looking for in your interactions with them when you're making a decision?
One thing I'm curious about, is anybody made you aware of the employee SOP on the gravel?
No.
So I sent this out before you started hanging out up here, but we had a problem where everyone kept walking through my gravel.
I work here, for the record. Not just hanging out, but anyway. This dub guy.
This freaking dub guy just hanging out here. But we had a problem where people were walking through the gravel, and it was driving me crazy because we were leaving all these footprints all over in it. So I sent out an employee policy that says if you walk through it, you rake it. And so we have this rake in here, and more than a couple of times from where I'm at upstairs, I can see it, and I see someone walk through it, and I'm waiting for him at the door down here with the rake, put my lines back. Yeah,
nice.
But anyway, not much we can do. Customers walk through it. Hey, you're a customer. You do what you want. But employees are raking it. What should they watch for on an interaction with the CSR? Was your question?
Like what would distinguish an excellent CSR encounter versus a subpar?
So I've used FBOs for years in this business. I'm just always kind of being observant anyway on how people do things and why they. But leading up to opening this, I got a lot more observant and actually went out of my way to travel to some different FBOs to kind of take some notes on what was working, what wasn't. There's surveys that go out and people get voted FBO of the year and all this kind of stuff. So I'm going to go to an FBO of the year and see what are they doing.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go to some FBOs that have never won it and see what are they doing. And one thing that always stands out to me is very common setup in an FBO is you have some kind of a front desk counter arrangement and you have CSRs hanging out behind it. When you walk up to them to talk to them at the counter, do they just kind of like keep doing what they're doing and they're like, yeah, well, hey, like it seems pretty obvious, but it surprised me how frequently they wouldn't even like stand up, greet you, like nothing. Like when you walk up to that counter, they better be on their feet and making eye contact and giving you a warm greeting and talking to you. That's like base level customer service. I mean, it should be obvious, but very common. You walk into one and they're like almost bothered that you're showing up there, and so if you walk in and you get that treatment, you probably just spin around
back
and
out.
move on out.
Walk on their gravel on the way back to the car.
As long as it's not my gravel. So that's, a obvious base level, just customer service. But when you show up and you're not an airplane owner, they don't know you from Adam, how do they treat you?
Yeah.
Are they still courteous? They still engage, ask questions? Or are they like, oh, you're not one of my VIPs, I'm not dealing with you kind of thing? And, this is also regional. People expect different things in different parts of the world. So you have to adjust for what's normal in your part of the world. But far and away, we're dealing with high net wealth people that are used to an elevated service level to begin with.
Right.
So to be impressive in an arena where they already expect an elevated service level, you got to be on your game and do things that other people don't do. And it comes down to simple gestures like one of the things that we offer here is whenever you get out of your vehicle, out at your airplane, if you're one of our base tenants, we offer that we will take your car over and get it washed and brought back over so that when you come home, your car's clean. And it's like a pretty simple little thing we can do to make your life easier. Now you don't have to go get your car washed. It was done while you were out traveling. Have you ever read the book Unreasonable Hospitality?
I have not. You've referenced it several times, though.
Yeah, so we'll probably do another round of it in our book club soon. I've read it multiple times, and I reference it a lot because it's really speaks to the way that I like hospitality done for us. And what it really boils down to is unique personal experiences for that person. They don't have to be expensive. They have to be unique and personal to them. Empowering the employees within the facility to make those decisions without having to go get permission to go spend $5 to solve somebody's problem. Like you got to empower the team to be able to provide these things without a big bureaucracy wrapped around it. And that's what it comes down to for me at the FBOs is just good, unique, personal experience.
I like that. So let's shift from the CSRs to the line guys and everything that's going on in that department. What are you looking for when you're scoping out a FBO?
Watch how they marshal aircraft in and out of the ramp. How do they manage the ramp? Are they making sure that they're marshaling people in where they're parking in nice, tidy rows? Are they giving good, clear hand signals? How quickly are they getting the rug down before the air stair door comes down? In our case, we have some unique rugs that are like logoed and branded for different people. Are they making sure that they're not rolling out the roofer competition's roofer for the wrong guy? Like, are they getting your stuff down? Like, and if you're just there exploring the FBO, you're probably not going to pick up on that level of detail. But are they getting a rug down? Are they getting you chalked? Are they getting you marshaled in? Are they clean and presentable, or do they look like a bunch of grease monkeys? Like, are they wearing a professional uniform? Are they greeting people in a professional manner? What does their fueling equipment look like? Do they got old 1970s beat up trucks, or do they have nice new equipment? Or just because they have an older truck doesn't mean they can't do well there, but it's just one of those things is if it is older, is it at least clean and well taken care of? Is it cleanliness goes a long ways. Are the trash cans empty? Are the mirrors wiped down? Are the paper towel holders full? Like a lot of those kind of things is, and the line service people, what kind of training are they getting. One thing that's worth paying attention to is what kind of towing equipment are they using. Are they using a tractor and a tow bar? Are they using a electro tug? Are they using robo tugs? It's not necessarily that one won't work and one will work or whatever, but it'll help you understand their method of operation to watch what kind of equipment they're using. And depending on what kind of aircraft that you're looking at purchasing, it may play into how they handle that aircraft. Because one thing you don't want is your aircraft getting tore up when they're putting it in and out of the hangar.
Yeah.
If the option you have there is that your aircraft's got to go into a community hangar, ask some questions of the GM or the line manager of, well, how do you guys handle the flow in the hangar? Do you guys just put my airplane in and out every single time? Or do you guys think through, hey, his schedule, he's not leaving for a week, so we can put him towards the back and not have to handle his aircraft so often. When you do have to pull my aircraft out to get something out, how long are you leaving my aircraft outside? Whenever my aircraft is inside, how often are you leaving the hangar door open, letting birds in there in the hangar? How do you deal with bird removal from the hangar?
Question: how do we deal with bird removal from the hangar? I have not seen this yet.
We're on a recorded line here.
We capture them safely and release them back into the wild.
Exactly.
Moving on. Hold on. Side note: what's the craziest thing that's ever gotten in a hangar that you're aware of?
Craziest thing? The one I've personally dealt with it was the least fun is, on a lot of the hangars, they have like the track on the bottom that the doors roll on. And snakes like to get into those. So I've smashed my share of snakes opening doors, and then those ones are always freaky. I don't like snakes very much.
Yeah.
I got bit by a black widow on one day because they like to get in the red metal around the back of the deal. So I grabbed a hangar door and got bit on by one of them one time. Had several possums in the hangar before. I've had
That makes sense. Tracks.
Lots of weird little critters. Just depends on what hangar you're in and what part of the world you're in. But I've seen snakes and spiders are common. Birds are common. We had a big old red hawk living in a hangar for a while that took a while to convince him not to live there anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so you've gone in, you've scoped out the FBO, you've been observing intentionally to see what the indications are, as far as how they're going to treat your aircraft, what sort of experience you're going to have, etc. You feel like you've picked the right one, you're feeling good about it, it's time to sign the lease. Now what do you do?
You definitely want to understand terms and requirements of the lease. Historically, you usually do like a 3, 4, 5 year lease. Like used to be, FBOs would push lease terms as long as they could. But now with the demand coming up so high, they've tend to shorten lease terms up. And now I've even seen quite a few of them adding in minimum fuel purchasing to keep your lease. So if it's a real high demand airport, they may make you commit to buying X amount of fuel. So if you end up not flying, you're probably going to have to pay for some fuel you didn't burn. So check on if there's any fuel minimum purchase requirements. Language around your lease, like if they're wanting to do a month-to-month rolling lease, they're probably doing that because if you don't fly, even if there's not a minimum fuel purchase, if you're not flying, they're probably going to end up putting someone else in there. That's why they have you on a real short term. And liability side, like what kind of hangar keeper liability do they have? If something if their hangar falls on your airplane, are they going to be able to cover it? Right. Make sure that's married up and in sync with the indemnification language and stuff on your insurance policy with their insurance policy. That you need to check some stuff there. And the other thing that I don't think I'd mentioned yet is, in addition to the FBO itself, what kind of maintenance support is on the field? Are there mechanics on the field that can take care of your airplane, even if it's just the basic stuff? Like, they don't necessarily have to have a shop there that can do all the inspections on your airplane, but someone that can come service your oxygen, come service your nitrogen, check your tires, do a pre-flight on it, do some of the small inspections. Because if you have to move that aircraft every single time you need something, it gets very cost prohibitive. Yeah. And there's times that you need something done that you can't move the airplane until it's done, and now you're paying an AOG van to come to your location and do it, and now it's very expensive. So what level of maintenance support available for the aircraft type you're looking at on the field is really critical.
All right, so we've got the relationship between the jet owner and the FBO worked out. The FBO, you're picking them partially based upon their personnel, that you're having a good experience with the CSRs, with the line guys, etc. But you may need to build your own staff when it comes to your pilots, when it comes to your cabin hosts, etc. And so let's talk about, how do you assemble the team? How do you find the right people for that? Because I feel like a lot of people might underestimate how much work goes into that, because you're essentially becoming a human resource department for staff around that. So walk us through that, and how would you even begin that process?
So I would start with my PIC for the aircraft. The pilot in command, the captain of the aircraft, is where I would begin with that. And depending on what aircraft type you're dealing with, you may require 2 crew members, you may be a single crew member, and depending on your flight volume, you may only need 1 crew, or you may need several crew. So, but starting with your captain is gonna,
Because you got to have that one.
yeah, you have to have that one, captain of the ship. So, but that one is, if you're not using a management company to handle all this stuff for you, you're doing it directly. That captain is going to be a critical resource to you. And a lot of people that are new to the private flying side don't realize is frequently that captain and that crew, really, you spend a lot of time with them. Like, frequently you'll wind up, shouldn't say frequently, everyone has their own situation. The crew always gets their own car, the principal always gets their own car, they stay at this hotel, they stay at that hotel. Sometimes it's very split up. But frequently, at least around here, it turns out to where that crew spends a lot of time with that principal. So to start with, you need to make sure they're qualified. They have the flight hours and the type of flight hours that you need for your aircraft type. So you don't want to go hire somebody that's got 5,000 hours of single engineering.
In a crop duster?
I might hire that guy. But you want to make sure the time is significant for the aircraft type you're going into. So that's part of it. Are they already type rated for your aircraft? If you're going into a jet, all the jets I can think of right now are all required to have some kind of a type rating. And so, like, if you're flying aircraft that weighs less than 12,500 pounds and it's like a turboprop or a piston engine airplane, you can just get pilot ratings that allow you to fly the aircraft without a type rating. Once you get into the kind of aircraft we're talking about here, they have to have a special license that's type rated for that specific aircraft. They can range anywhere from $25,000 to $100,000 to go get. So the initial cost of them is expensive. So if you're hiring someone with good hours and similar flight time but don't have your type rating, you got to budget in that you're going to be paying for their type rating. So you got to get all that figured out. So whenever you start your interview process and you're talking to them, check off all the technical boxes. Yes, they have enough flight time. Yes, they have a type rating, or they have equivalent time that I can get them a type rating. Go through all that, but then also, do you see yourself being able to get along with this person? You're going to spend a lot of time with them. Are they a total dick you don't want to be around? Then
Pass.
That's how they're going to treat your passengers on the airplane. That's how they're going to treat the line staff. That's how you don't want that in your organization, because they're going to be a reflection of you. They're going to be associated with you. Do they align with your values, and can you see yourself getting along with this person? Once you get a deal worked out with that person, they can be a pretty helpful resource on helping to find the co-pilot. If you're in an aircraft that you need a hostess on, there's a good chance they have some relationships with DOMs that they've worked with in the past that can get you started down the path of finding the right maintenance guys to help you with it. So the first critical hire for a new owner is that captain. If you go with an aircraft management company, that's all, they'll figure all that out. And part of that, if you are going with the management,
havenasg.com.
and if you are going with the management company and they don't include part of their process of hiring pilots, if they don't include you in that decision-making process, that's a big red flag.
Yeah.
Like, they should go through and do all the heavy lifting of sorting through all the resumes, checking all the technical requirements. Do they meet the insurance requirements, the regulatory requirements, all that? They should handle all that. But now you get down to, can we get along with this person? you as the aircraft owner should have an opportunity to chime in on that, spend some time with that person, and make sure you like them. You agree with being able to hang out with this person. This person is going to be flying you and your family and your coworkers around. Do you trust their decision making in the cockpit? You need to have a good comfort level with your captain.
Perfect. So you find the right captain. You've got that locked down. What's the next position?
Most of the time, you're going to need a co-pilot. Sometimes you can operate an aircraft with just the captain, but most situations you're going to want at least a co-pilot, if not a second captain. And depends on how many hours you're flying, what kind of aircraft you're flying, whether you need 2, 3, or 4 pilots. But starting with your primary captain, having him assist you with sourcing and hiring a co-pilot, and kind of at the same time that you're hiring that co-pilot, you want to be looking for your maintenance options. So are you going to go to an MRO and pay them a fee to be a third-party DOM? Are you going to contract a DOM part-time for you? Are you going to hire an in-house DOM? But the DOM selection is very, very critical to the long-term success of the airplane.
And we'll be doing a full session just on the maintenance side of things and the relationship with the MRO upcoming. So you've gotten the pilots taken care of. We'll get in depth on the whole maintenance side of things. What else are you going to need?
If you're getting into a larger category aircraft, you're probably going to want a cabin hostess of some sort. Most of the time, I don't think you need a full-time dedicated one. Some people want that level of service, and depending on the aircraft, you may need that level of service. But the pilots can help you get the right connections, but there again, it becomes what kind of training do they have? Do they know how to mix drinks? Do they know how to provide high-class elevated service? What safety training have they had? Do they know how to use the safety equipment on the aircraft? Are they going to be useful in the event of something bad going on? That's kind of the distinguishing factor between a flight attendant and a cabin hostess. A cabin attendant is considered a crew member on the flight. They have to have safety training to a certain standard. They have to be certified. The operator has to have a flight attendant program that dictates this whole training program. And they're not, yes, they're there to serve and do all that stuff, but they're also there as a safety measure. They know how to use the emergency exits. They know how to deploy the slides. They know how to use the life vests. They know how to use the defibrillators, the emergency equipment. They're trained on all that stuff. So there is a much higher threshold of requirement for a flight attendant than a hostess. A hostess, yes, you want them to know as much as they can about all that, but it's not regulatorily guided. A hostess is there as a host.
Host the party.
Yeah, they get you your drinks, make sure your food's good, make sure you're comfortable, happy, entertainment stuff's all set where you need it, the music's what you want, all that kind of stuff. So it is an important distinction between what you're hiring.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to understand, are you hiring a flight attendant or are you hiring a cabin host?
Yeah. And then we'll have a full session just on the legality of things, but other people you're going to have in your network. You're going to need someone in the insurance.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to need what other aspects are we thinking of that you're not going to have face-to-face or full-time staffing with them, but you're going to need to have that guy or that girl that has an expertise.
For sure. The insurance component is a significant one. We are dealing with high net wealth people. You're dealing with expensive assets. You're dealing with a lot of movement between all the airports and lots of opportunity for dents and dings and things to happen. So you want to make sure you have all that buttoned up. And if you just go to your local insurance agent that doesn't know things about aviation, can they get you a policy? Probably. Are they going to know all these little nuance things about airport movement versus off-airport movement? And there's a lot that goes into it that you need somebody that understands the aviation insurance side to make sure you're not getting exposed there.
Don't go with a gecko.
I would not go with the gecko for this instance. That part's important. That needs figured out before closing on the airplane, because as soon as you close, that airplane's yours. You need to have a policy in place and have that handled before you close on the purchase of the aircraft. Another thing is the finance side of it. There's lots of unique financing options for aircraft that's not available to other assets out there. So you need to make sure you're working with somebody that's educated and understands aircraft finance specifically. Legal, aviation, legal specialty people are really important. There are a gazillion regulatory loopholes and gotchas that you can really get hung out there on. And your average contract attorney that doesn't have an aviation specialty will very easily leave you exposed inadvertently. And then legal tax consultants are very important as well. So your CPA is not, your just regular business CPA is not going to understand a lot of the nuances of aviation accounting that matter a lot on tracking legs, tracking passenger counts, tracking business versus commercial versus personal. There's a lot of nuance in the tax side of things that matter for income tax side and for property tax side. So having an aviation tax legal advisor, having a CPA aviation legal advisor, all of those people with an aviation specialty are important because it's a very unique industry. Between the way the tax treatments change between each state, and each county, and each city, like even within a state, there's often differences on how the tax treatment happens on, well, if your aircraft's in the state for this percentage of the year, you got to pay this rate, or if it's over here, you got to do this rate. Like there's a lot of nuance there. Like for Texas, for example, on personal property tax or property tax on it, if you're operating it for personal use, there's one rate. If you're using it for business use, there's another rate. And then if you're using it for commercial use, there's another rate. So commercial is on a Part 135, business uses for your personal business, and then personal uses, you're not taking business deductions on it. But the commercial rate in Texas is almost nothing. Like you pay hardly anything on a property tax. So if you have a $40 million airplane and you're paying 6.25% on it every year, or you're paying almost nothing on it every year, is a huge driver of the cost of that aircraft. And so there's some people that will put an aircraft on a 135 and use it for charter enough to qualify for that just to not have to pay the property tax. Or if it's you're a resident of this state, but your aircraft's housed in this state, which state are you paying taxes in? Or it goes on and on. But you need aviation specialty people in all of those arenas to be able to help you navigate all that.
Perfect. Any other personnel that need to be on people's radar?
I think that pretty well covers it. If you're working without a broker and without a management company and you're having to go out and find all these people, I'll do my best to help point you in the right direction. But the reason that I'm operating things the way that I am, where I literally I have people for every single thing that touches a business jet, is because they're all interwoven. Like you make decision A, it affects outcome Z over here. And if you're working all these individual people that don't understand the full scope of what you're doing, you don't have, I would equate it to, you have to treat an airplane like a whole person. It's kind of like going to a doctor that he only wants to look at your eyeball and the other doctor only wants to look at your finger. And, you know what I'm trying to say?
Super
like
fragmented.
It is very, very fragmented. And there's all these opportunities for things to fall through the cracks because this guy may be doing great at the thing you hired him for over here. He may have it locked down, but he doesn't understand this piece over here is going to fall into his world and cause a gap in the service there or leave an exposure or whatever. You really need a quarterback that looks at all of these things together and understands it well enough that, yes, I'm not an aviation attorney. I'm not an aviation tax guy. But I know enough about it and have been around it long enough that I know if he does this thing and this guy over here is telling him, oh, you need to base the aircraft, register it in Montana for this tax reason. And then this guy over here is telling him, well, you need to operate it out of here because there's a lower liability thing. You just get into all this and you have to kind of stick it all on a board together and go, okay, where are my holes at? And then you got to start plugging those holes with connecting all these people together. So you just have to be diligent. It can, as an owner trying to buy your own jet, you can do it, but you have to be very diligent that you're not creating these silos in between each one of these service providers that are giving you good advice in their own particular vein, but they don't have the whole picture. So it's really important to paint the whole picture.
Yeah, that's some great advice. So at the end of this entire course, we're going to have some interviews that Travis has done with people in those industries so that you're able to get a feel for them, hear from experts in those fields. And so make sure that you catch those at the end of the course. And we'll be back with our next session, which will be getting into all of the maintenance aspects and the MROs, your DOM, all things maintenance coming up next.
Nice.
All right, my friends, welcome back to the Beginner's Guide to Jet Ownership. And today, Travis, we're jumping into the super exciting world of maintenance.
My favorite topic.
You have the most experience. That's actually how you got into
Yeah.
the whole aviation industry. And so you have a working knowledge, hands-on understanding of the ins and the outs of maintenance as a whole, and then specifically how MROs work. And so for the beginner jet owner, what do they need to know right off the bat when it comes to maintenance?
It's nothing like what you would be used to in, say, automotive. You know, a lot of people try to parallel it to other pieces of equipment or other vehicles. It's a very different environment, even if you're, say, in the trucking industry or you've been in farm or oil and gas where you have that type of heavy equipment. Because of the safety nature of the aircraft and the FAA and the regulatory bodies involved with it, even if it's just a personal use aircraft, there's still a lot of regulations around what kind of maintenance you have to do. There's quite a lot of maintenance that has to happen whether your airplane's broke or not. The whole thesis of aircraft maintenance is fix it before it breaks.
This does seem like a good industry to implement that.
You can't really pull over and park on a cloud, you know. One of the only perfect records in aviation is we've never left one up there. So it's very different than what you would be used to if you've never been in aviation before. And because of that, there tends to be an adjustment period for people that are first-time owners, first time being involved with aircraft. And understanding the type of maintenance schedule and the maintenance setup on the aircraft that you're looking at ahead of time will save you a whole lot of stress and surprises down the road that they're very avoidable if you're proactive about it and very consequential if you are not. So the manufacturers publish the inspection schedules on the aircraft as part of their approval process. Whenever they're going, you know, before they can sell an airplane, they have to go through a multi-year rigorous process with the FAA demonstrating safety and how long parts last and all these kind of things. They, like when I worked for Cessna early on, I worked in their research and development lab, and there was all these cool experiments. That was a really cool place to work because there's always fun experiments going on everywhere. But one of them that kind of highlights this is the engineers on paper predict ahead of time how much stress a wing can take before it'll break, and they have to prove that data to the FAA. So they take like all these blocks and they attach them to the top of the wing, and then they have this cable system that's hooked up to hydraulics, and it sits there and pulls and flexes on the wings. And so they can simulate thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of flying by pulling up and down on those blocks and making the wings flex. So they have some rigs that just sit there and do that for months on end. And then when they're done with that, at one point they have to actually break the wing to prove that what the engineer's numbers were match what happens in reality. So they actually rig all that up, and then they start pulling strain on it at the same intervals of what the wind load would be on the wing, and they pull it until that something breaks and it comes apart. And whenever that happens, they go in there, okay, the engineer said it was going to break at this station at this amount of weight. Is that what happened? And the one that I was personally involved with, that when they broke that wing, the engineer's numbers were like almost dead perfect on to what he said was going to happen on according to his math to what happened in reality. And that's just one example. They put parts in these chambers and take them to far sub-zero temperatures and leave them there for a long time to see how they're going to react when they're up there in the, you know, sub-zero temperatures flying. And the pressure vessels, they blow them up past what you would normally do and then let them come down and keep doing that to cycle fatigue the airplane. They run the landing gear actuators up and down and up and down and up and down. So they do all this back-end data to prove when they expect things are going to break. And then they build these schedules to fix things right before they get to that point. So
Right before? How about a little bit before? I feel like
1 minute before. No, they got good safety tolerances in there, but they try to do their best to predict what's going to happen. And then when it gets out in the real world, it's not a controlled lab environment anymore. So people are going to bang things, scratch things, nick things, not operate exactly within the scope of what it's supposed to be operated in. So things still break because people operate, they're mechanical, so things happen, and people often operate things not 100% within the bounds of what it's supposed to be.
right.
So anyway, they take all this data, they write a maintenance manual to tell the technicians how to fix all this stuff, how to troubleshoot it, all that. In most of the manuals, it's either chapter 4 or chapter 5 of the manual. Chapter 4 is airworthiness limitation items, and those items, generally speaking, you have to do, and there's no tolerances. Like, you have to do those things in those time windows. Chapter 5 is usually like your regular scheduled inspection. That's either phases or dock inspections, or different manufacturers call it different things, and they break it up different ways. Some, it's like every 200 hours you have an inspection. Some, there's little ones every 50 hours or 100 hours, and then big ones 400 hours, or depending on the aircraft, there's a wide variety of how they break it up, but they all have a published schedule. Not only like the inspections, but overhaul intervals. You have to overhaul the landing gear at this many cycles or this many hours. The hydraulic pumps you have to do here, the fuel pumps you have to do here. So it predetermines when all these things have to happen to preemptively replace them before they fail. So you don't want to ignore those. Like, yeah, could you potentially get lucky and push something past its limit for a while and not have something happen? Sure. But that's
Quite a risk.
Yeah, it's quite a risk. It's not something you want to do. And if you're a first-time buyer going into owning an aircraft, you definitely don't want to start off your aviation journey by pushing those kind of boundaries. You need to go into it with the right frame of mind that if I'm going to do this, I need to do it safely.
Yeah.
And part of that is following those manufacturers' rules. And then most of the aircraft, especially since we're particularly talking about jets here, there are a lot of them on there. So trying to like keep up with them on your own is near impossible. You can, but it's going to be very time consuming.
Yeah.
There's no regulation that says you have to use a piece of software to do it, but just spend the $4 or $5 on the software and save yourself a ton of headache and a ton of risk of missing things. So most of the time, one of those softwares is going to, whether it's flight docs or camps or Traxall or you name it, there's 20, 30 of them out there. But what you do is you take the logbooks for the aircraft, you go through it and find where all these things were last done. You put that information in the software, and then it knows and it tracks, hey, this item has to be done every 50 hours. This item has to be done every 100 hours. This one's every 12 months. This one's every 4 years, whatever it is. Then that software sorts things and it's got filters on it. So you can say, okay, I want a projection for the next 90 days, 90 cycles, 90 hours. A 90-90-90 report's pretty common one to pull. And so, okay, in that time frame, it'll spit out a due list. In that time frame of the filter that you put in there, here's what's going to come due in that timeline. So then if you're doing all this on your own, you got to reach out to the maintenance facility that you're going to use for this. Highly recommend you get written quotes on all of this stuff. It's pretty common practice, believe it or not, that they just call a shop and say, hey, can you fix my plane, and send it in, and they don't have any context of what things are going to cost, and they get a very severe case of sticker shock.
Right.
So planning that ahead of time with enough time that you can make sure you're getting a fair price, make sure that you understand how they deal with their parts and their parts markups and their parts prices, what's their labor rates, what's their commitment to delivery timelines, what's their deposit and payment requirements. all these are things that you need to be talking to the shop about, because they're the places that people get hung up. The majority of shops anymore generally require that you put like a 50% deposit at least on the scheduled work scope. Some shops require half the labor and all the parts up front. There's a variety of ways. Just understand what it is and make sure you're aligned with your shop on what the expectations are there. And then if you're buying a new airplane, I would highly recommend that when you get that status sheet, you do like a 3-year projection. Like, say you're planning on flying 100 hours a year and you're planning on owning the airplane for 5 years, run like a 150 hour a year projection, 125 hour a year projection for 5 years and see what it comes up with. Are there any really major events coming up? Because oftentimes, we talked a little bit about this earlier, a lot of times you'll go a year and the airplane maintenance is not too bad, like very manageable. And then, so now you're expecting that because your first year was not bad. And now your second year or your third year, all of a sudden some big inspections due, and now your maintenance costs are 5 times what they were the year before. And if you're not budgeting and planning for that, it can really catch you off guard. But most aircraft, depends on the aircraft type, but somewhere between 5 and 10 years is kind of a full maintenance evolution on the aircraft. And some of these really big inspections, they only come up every 5th year, 7th year, 8th year, some of them 10 or 12 years even. They're not an annual thing. So you need to understand where in that cycle are those big ticket items. And the only way to know that is to run these projections, make sure you understand what you're looking at. Because the other part is if you don't really know what you're looking at, it's easy to brush over things like, oh, it says a phase 5's due next year, and you're like, so phase 5, that don't sound well. That's a huge event on a legacy citation. It's one of the bigger, I think it's the biggest like scheduled event is the phase 5. So you, on your status sheet though, it's not going to say, hey, this is a big event. It's just going to say phase 5, and you're just scrolling through that list. It's really easy to just gloss over the fact that there's a phase 5 due, for example. So make sure you understand what each one of those line items mean, because they all look the same on the sheet of paper. There's nothing calling out that there's some crazy thing. So make sure whenever you're reading each one of those lines, you know what that entails. Is that an engine overhaul? Is that on the TAP or on the Williams engines programs, it'll say an event 1, an event 2, an event 3, an event 4, an event 5. Those all sound like the same, like they're just an event. Well, an event 1 is covered by TAP, and it takes a couple hours, no big deal. But an event...
And TAP is?
That's the engine warranty program provided by Williams. If you run Williams engines and you have them on programs, that's what they call their program, is TAP.
And we'll get back to programs here in a little bit.
But so you see an event 1, it's nothing. It takes a few hours, mostly covered under TAP. And then you get down to like event 3 is the hot section on the engine, and event 4 is an overhaul on the engine. So you go from changing a few filters and it taking a couple hours all the way up to overhauling the engine and very little name change. So you need to understand what those things mean. Now, if you're on TAP and it's all fully paid up and everything, then it's financially it's not a big deal because you have it on a program. But if you have a Williams engine that is not on a program and you go from an event 1 to an event 3 or an event 4, now you're talking about the difference of $5,000 or $8,000 to $1 million. So it's important that you understand what you're looking at on those sheets. And if you don't know and you run that, if you're going to have a good relationship with the shop, most of the time you could run like a 12-month budget and then send it to your shop and say, hey, can you guys help me build a budget? I want to bring you guys all this work, but I need to plan for it. And that most of the shops will at least give you a guideline budget for what you're doing there. If you're paying a DOM, that's their job, is to go through that and tell you a budget for what all these things are going to cost. It's their job to advise you that, hey, a year and a half, 2 years from now, event whatever, item whatever is coming up, and that's a $500,000 ordeal. Like you start getting into some of the bigger airplanes, their landing gear overhauls, engine overhauls. I mean, you get into some of these big structural inspections. Some of these events can run over $1 million. So you're not talking about small events.
Right.
and to add insult to injury to those, it also usually means your aircraft's unavailable for 8 weeks.
Oh,
So
man.
now you lose access to the airplane. You're not out using your airplane for a couple of months.
But your
and
fixed costs are still rolling.
They're still rolling, yeah. The other thing is MRO space and availability due to the technician shortages are getting longer and longer all the time. So
I mean, we're booked out for months.
yeah, and so that's the other part of it is if you have an event coming up in July and you wait until June to try to book it, you're going to have a hard time getting in with a good reputable shop to meet that timeline. You need to be scheduling your events months ahead of time.
Yeah.
And that's where a DOM and a relationship with an MRO becomes really important, is those guys are out there helping you be proactive in planning and scheduling that event. The good MROs that have a good base relationship with their customers, they'll either be calling the owner or the DOM of the airplane proactively and being like, hey, because they usually, if you have kind of your go-to maintenance shop, they usually have access to your tracking system. And they'll be like, hey, we were checking all of our stuff, working on our schedule, and we see that in July you've got X, Y, and Z due. Can we go ahead and put you on the calendar for that? If you have a shop that's being that proactive, you're in a good spot. Some shops are so busy, they don't care. You better call and ask for your spot early, or otherwise they're going to book it with someone else. So owner managed airplanes, this becomes a real problem. Owners are busy running their own business and doing their own things, and it's really easy for them to forget or not be aware that these things are coming down the road, especially to newer owners that haven't been burnt with it a few times. Because if you're due in July, you wait until July, and then you start calling around to book it, and you're like, damn, I can't get in anywhere until November. So now your airplane's got to sit for 2 or 3 months waiting for a slot and then go down for a month for an event.
Lose half a year.
Exactly.
Man.
If you don't plan it correctly, you can lose months of operational use out of the aircraft in a year. I would argue it is the biggest driver of a successful operation or not, is how you deal with the maintenance on the aircraft and the relationships and the planning and preparation and knowledge and understanding of what's going on in there, or having that resource through a DOM or a shop that you've built a relationship with. And most people that get themselves into a position where they can even be thinking about buying a jet are proactive, smart people, generally speaking. And so you can tell, talking to someone, is this guy feed me a line? Is he not? Ask some challenging questions. At minimum, get a baseline understanding of what you're talking about. And that way, when you're talking to a shop or to a DOM, you can discern if you're at least getting most of the story or not.
Right.
Because some of it does get very technical, and it's not easy. It's not hard to baffle an owner with all these terminology and bullshit. And I believe at large, our maintenance providers have a lot of integrity. The system operates off the back of mechanics with integrity. Does that mean there's not some shysters out there? Of course not. But as a whole, our aviation technicians, I think, do a better job than a lot of other maintenance providers in not being dishonest. The vast majority of technicians I've ever worked with have a very high level of integrity. You're not going to throw enough money at them to do something that's going to put people in danger.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Wow. That's good to hear. Is it common for sellers to try to offload their planes right before the phase 5 or whatnot?
Yes.
I gotcha. So, but in the pre-purchase process, you receive that status sheet, but then it's on you to figure out what exactly that means.
Yeah, so there's a variety of things that can happen. Like, let's say you're looking at a certain model of aircraft, and 5 of them cost $2.5 million, and then you're like, oh, I found this one for 1.9. Well, why?
Why though?
Why is it 1.9? Did you just get lucky and find this crazy
Right.
good deal? Probably not. Maybe, but it needs vetted out. Maybe it's 1.9 because it needs $500,000 worth of maintenance. So if you're going to buy the aircraft and immediately spend a whole bunch of money on maintenance, you need to be ahead of that curve, and you're the one taking the risk that they find something more expensive during that. So let's say the maintenance is budgeted at $400,000 and you're getting it for 1.9, and you can go buy a different one for 2.5. So now you got a $200,000 spread. So now it's just worth a $200,000 gamble that they're not going to find something bad wrong during this event. And is it worth not having my aircraft for a couple months after I purchase it? Is it already got a slot scheduled somewhere? Or am I going to be waiting for a couple months to get it done? And there's a lot of times that people just hope they find an ignorant buyer out there where they'll list it at the same price as everything else. And then you go to vet it out and you're like, oh, wait. So that's part of the pre-buy, right? Is you're buying it in airworthy condition. So an event that's due in December and you're buying it in October, they can still meet the letter of the law of that delivery contract, because it is airworthy when you're buying it in October, but it ain't going to be in December.
Dang.
So you've got to really watch, that timeline is important. And so let's say you do go in for pre-buy. If you're working with a broker that's doing it correctly, hopefully they found this beforehand, but there are scenarios where this won't come up until pre-buy. But you're in pre-buy, you're neck deep in it, and now all of a sudden the technical report shows that, hey, this inspection's coming up in December and we're in November, October, whatever, and it's going to require a $500,000 event. So now you can do a technical acceptance on the aircraft, as long as either A, they will pay to go ahead and prematurely get that done before you buy it, or take a discounted rate on the aircraft. So yeah, we're under contract at 2.5, but we found this event that's due in 2 months that's a $500,000. So if you'll come down to 1.85, we'll proceed with the purchase.
Yeah.
Or you say, no, I'm rejecting the airplane because I'm not going to spend a $500,000 on it. And so this is where you got to be really careful with those technical terms in the contract, because some of those contracts will allow you to reject the aircraft for no reason, and some of them you have to have very specific reasons for rejection. And frequently this scenario we're talking about wouldn't be cause for rejection. So now if you don't take the aircraft, you're in default on the contract and you're going to lose your escrow deposit.
Yeah.
So lots of details there that matter on how that's structured.
No doubt. And not knocking anybody in the industry, but what percentage of brokers would you say have that level of expertise when it comes to the maintenance arena and are factoring that in when they're working with a client?
I think 50-50 would be generous. The majority of the brokers I've ever dealt with don't come from a technical background. The vast majority of them come from some type of a finance or white-collar background. Business side of the house somewhere is where they come into it. And so they are really good at contract work. They're really good at understanding the taxes and the financial implications. There's a bunch of them that are really good at that. There's not very many of them that are truly good at the technical side of it. And I think that's one of the differentiators that we bring to the table is I've had to learn the contract world and learn their side of the world, but I know maintenance very well. And so before I drag a guy into a big lengthy contract negotiation and all that, I'm going to have a really good pulse ahead of time whether the aircraft's even worth arguing over or not. Let's just cut bait on this one early because we know it's got these problems on it. And some of the larger brokerage houses out there have done a good job of adding technical people to the team as internal consultants to the brokers. And the guys that have done that have been pretty successful with it. There's lots of scenarios on how all that goes down, but when you're just talking about an individual broker, there's very few that have the technical background to support to the degree that I like to see it at anyway.
Right.
They know, it's got to have a status sheet. They know it needs logbooks. They know the surface level stuff, but they don't know where all the bodies are hidden in the maintenance side.
The implications of it all.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Are there certain planes that and did you factor this in when you were giving us, your top picks in the different jet categories? But are there certain makes, models that are just better when it comes to the maintenance, or that are like horror shows when it comes to that?
Yeah, there are. There's certain aircraft that are really prone to severe corrosion problems. And as soon as the word corrosion starts getting wrote in your logbook, you just lost a bunch of value of that airplane. So aircraft that are some of the makes and models that are really prone to corrosion, you got to be careful with. There's some of them that have like engines on them that aren't supported by the manufacturers anymore. There's some of them that the OEMs don't support a lot of the airframe parts anymore. There are definitely makes and models that you want to steer clear of or go in understanding what you're going into. So, say a particular aircraft is prone to some corrosion problems, it's had several corrosion repairs in it, but you go look at the airplane and all those have been taken care of, they've been cleaned up. Well, the aircraft now, if you're buying it, if you're looking at it and including that in the valuation of the aircraft, it's already taken the hit for that black mark on its record. So now maybe you're just getting a really good aircraft at a reduced price, and you're going to get a reduced price when you sell it, but it's already, somebody else has already taken that hit,
Right.
because you're buying it with it. What you don't want is to buy one with a clean record on it, and you think you're buying a pristine little baby here, and then you own it for 6 months and it goes in for one of these big inspections, and now you're the one that finds the corrosion, and now you get the black eye, and now you're taking the loss of value. So
Man.
it's just important to understand it when you're buying it, what you're buying. Just because it has had some corrosion history doesn't automatically mean just don't even look at it. There are a lot of scenarios where it's still okay to buy it. You just need to be educated about what you're buying.
Yeah. And if you haven't gone to jetcowboy.com, clicked on the free resource tab and taken advantage of all of the companion resources, make sure you do that. Included in that, we don't want to put anybody on blast. Everybody's doing their best, but we do have a downloadable PDF with just some things to look out for with different makes and models when it comes to the maintenance that's going to be required for the different planes that you may be checking out. My next question for you would be, how do you find a good DOM?
It depends on if you're trying to hire a full-time DOM for your aircraft, or if you're just trying to find a guy that does fractional DOM work that you can hire part-time to help with it, or are you going to contract a DOM out of an MRO? So those are kind of the three primary pathways. If you're in a light jet or a medium jet and you're not doing lease back to a charter company on it, more than likely at the most you might need a part-time fractional DOM, but most of the time on those, if you have a really good MRO relationship going, then you can contract that service by paying that MRO a minimal amount of money a month, and they put one of their technicians assigned to your aircraft, and that technician watches it for you. That's generally the most economical way to do it for a smaller aircraft. Once you start getting up into some of the mid-size aircraft, super mids, the big aircraft, frequently on those you're going to want to just staff a full-time DOM. And the reason for that is not just tracking all the maintenance, but you also have a person that's completely aligned with your interest. When an aircraft does go into a shop for a big inspection, the normal thing that happens on that is that DOM will go to the shop with the aircraft, and so they squawk a part and they say, hey, this needs replaced. The DOM is going to go over there and he's going to look at the part and he's going to look at the manual and be like, oh yeah, that's legit, we need to replace it. Well, that part's $100,000, and he's going to go look at the market and he's going to be like, no, that part's $20,000. And so he'll save you a lot of money, and he'll make sure they're doing it right and safe, but that they're not overreaching on what needs done. Mm-hmm. And a lot of those things come down to an opinion. Like, the manual gives you guidance on what it has to be, but it's easy to squint this eye and it's bad, and squint this eye and it's good, and it turns into, it's not that the shop's necessarily trying to be nefarious, but their take on it was that it needed to be replaced. You get another opinion on it is like, no, I think we can get another year out of it, and then it turns into a negotiation of making sure it's safe. We're not overstepping one way or the other. So having that DOM that works for you, that's there representing you on those big aircraft that have very extensive maintenance programs on them, is pretty important. And then in between big shop visits, having a full-time on-staff DOM that can be checking your tires, doing your pre-flights, servicing your oxygen, doing all these little things that you don't have to call a shop in for. Over the course of the year, they pay for themselves anyway. But a decent DOM very rapidly pays for themselves in what they save you in excessive parts costs and call-outs to MROs that aren't necessary. The airplane does go AOG out in the middle of nowhere, and it's going to cost a fortune to get an MRO out there, or you throw your DOM on an airline and he comes out there and fixes it and gets you going again. So having an on-staff DOM carries a lot of merit, in my opinion. As a MRO owner, I prefer to be their DOM because that's part of my business. But I'm here to educate owners, and I want to be honest. If I owned a fairly complex aircraft, DOM would be right up there with a chief pilot, in my opinion. Like, it's very important if you have the right guy that's there watching over your stuff. As far as how you find these people, it's hard, just to be honest about it. It's to find a person that has multiple years of experience on an aircraft type like yours. You're already taking a shrinking marketplace of people, and then you're parsing it down to somebody that's actually spent time working on the aircraft type that you're dealing with, that knows what he's looking at, knows what he's supposed to be watching for. There's not a lot of them out there, so generally go to somewhere like JS Firm is one of the industry hiring platforms that's aviation specific that we use a lot. You can go post an ad on there, like the NBAA. They have a jobs board. You can go post openings on there. But generally, just throwing a posting out there and expecting your phone to ring is not going to happen very often. It usually takes a lot of proactivity of calling anybody else you know with aircraft who already have maintenance connections, and hanging out back at the FBO again. Hey, who's your mechanics around here? And then, hey, Joe mechanic, do you know anybody that would be a good DOM? Getting those referrals, getting that networking going is generally more successful than just throwing posts out there. There's a lot of like aircraft mechanic groups on Facebook. You can go into some of those and post, hey, we're buying a Challenger and we need a DOM. Anybody interested? And try to negotiate something out with them. And they're out there and you can get them hired, but it's not generally something that happens overnight. It usually takes a pretty concerted effort. And sometimes I've seen that you go and hire a fractional. There's some of these guys out there that went into business for themselves. They're just a fractional DOM. So they may have 10 airplanes they're managing on the maintenance side. And so if you can find a referral to one of those guys and get them hired, not as good as a full-time on-staff guy because their attention is spread across multiple aircraft, but it's better than not having one for sure. And then if you find the right MRO partner, MROs can be very impartial and very good at doing the DOM work for you as well. So it just takes some homework and some effort to find the right one. And then as far as what kind of questions and things like that you should be asking, you're probably not going to be super technically savvy on your aircraft that you're looking to buy. So you're going to be treating it more as their values. Do they seem to have integrity? Do they seem to be honest? Ask them some challenging questions that you know they should disagree with, and see if they're going to have the spine to argue with you, or
Right.
or not, maybe not argue, but push back when you're wrong.
Yeah.
Like maybe set up some scenarios like that somehow where you know they should probably push back on you a little bit and see if they do. Because if they're not willing to stand up to you when they disagree with you, they're going to... First few times you get into some hard maintenance conversations, it's not going to go well. They're going to, oh yes, sir, we'll make that happen, and then it don't happen, and now everybody's pissed. Where they could have just said, hey, sorry, that's an unrealistic timeline. Like, we'll bend over backwards, we'll do everything we can, but the part ain't even going to be here until an hour before the flight. It ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
They need to be able to do that. And that's hard for some people, so you need to find the people that can. And then referrals, I would ask them to provide you with some professional referrals, not just friends.
Right.
And then
Not your grandma?
Not your grandma. Another thing that I watch for really close on a technician resume is how long do they stay in any given place. If they're job hopping every 6 months, 9 months, there's a lot of contractors in our industry that they go on these contracts that only last 6 months. So if they're working for a contracting company and they're moving every 6 months, maybe not a huge thing because that's just part of the game with those contracts. But those guys get used to that lifestyle and they kind of get itchy feet after a few months. So now you're going to be dealing with rehiring someone right away. Or were they at their last job for 5 years? And if they're not with a contracting company and they're moving frequently, they're probably getting washed out. They're probably not doing a good job for whatever reason. All the 135 work that we do, everybody has to be on a drug and alcohol program to touch the aircraft. If you're doing it Part 91, they don't have to be on a drug and alcohol program, but that helps filter down who you may want working on the aircraft, if they're willing to be on one or not. If you're buying, this is your first aircraft you're buying and you're hiring a DOM, if you want to get the full value out of them, you're also going to have to buy some maintenance equipment. So finding out what are they bringing to the table, like guy that's been a mechanic or a DOM for a long time, he probably has a large assortment of tools and stuff already, a lot of his own personal stuff. But generally, the technicians aren't required to buy the aircraft-specific specialty tools.
Right.
So you may need a set of jacks, you may need a hydraulic mule, you may need tail stands, you may need air conditioning carts, there's hydraulic servicing equipment, oxygen servicing equipment. So depending on the aircraft type and level of depth you want to get to there, you may end up spending $100,000 on ground support equipment for your DOM to be able to do his job. And so that's another good interview thing with, if you're talking to a DOM candidate, of, hey, well, what else are we going to have to buy? What does he rattle off? Is he like, I got everything, you don't need anything? Then maybe he does, but you found a dime in there if he did. More than likely, he should have a list of things. And then what's his approach to the things he needs, and do they align with yours? Some owners, they want him to go out and shop overhauled equipment and used equipment, and there's a ton of it out there. Like, it's not hard to, there's a hydraulic mule that you can go order it brand new for $100,000, or you can go to one of the overhaul shops and buy it for $25,000. Like, what's his thought process on this? It'll help you understand how he's going to look at maintaining your aircraft.
Right.
And in this case, I'm not arguing one's right or wrong, but does it align with your view of how that should be done?
Yeah. Really good. What would be a ballpark salary range? Let's say if you need a DOM for a CJ or a DOM for a Gulfstream, like, what's just some ballpark ideas on that?
$1 million.
I'm going to go get certified.
Yeah, exactly. A fractional guy, broad scopes with here, but a fractional guy you can probably get for a couple grand a month, depending on what you're expecting out of them. Full salary guy for a high-end airplane, you may be up pushing that $200,000 range.
Gotcha. When it comes to that point about having the tools and the necessary equipment, etc., if you are contracting with an MRO, that could be a deciding factor, because at that point, that's on them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, generally speaking, if you're using the MRO as your DOM service, it's an expectation within that they're going to provide all that equipment, so you're not going to have to come out of pocket and buy that. The exception to that would be that, let's say the MRO you're working with is 2 or 3 hours away from where you keep your airplane, and you have it in your hangar over here and they're way over here, and for long-term cost savings, instead of you having to fly the airplane back and forth every time you need any little thing, there may be that they would ask you to put a few things in your hangar to help facilitate that, that the MRO may or may not expect to pay for those items. So be a good point of clarity when you're talking to the MRO of what they're willing to provide and what they're expecting you to provide on that.
Yeah. Okay. When it comes to engine programs, you touched on that briefly in one of the previous sessions, but I know that that's like a core component for the management of the maintenance. So explain to us the engine programs, what they are, why owners should be on them, and what the process of getting one onto one if it's not already on one when you buy it.
So I'm just going to use real round numbers so that it's easy to follow here. Let's say an engine on an aircraft is going to cost $1 million to overhaul it, and it has to be overhauled every 4,000 hours. So you take that $1 million and divide it out by that 4,000. It tells you per hour what you're burning cost-wise towards that overhaul of that engine.
Yeah.
So what the manufacturers will often do is they'll work that math, and they'll come up with a fixed rate per hour that you pay towards that engine. So you're kind of spreading out and prepaying for that overhaul of that eventual overhaul as you go, instead of waiting for the event to hit and then having to come out of pocket all that money all at once.
Right.
Is the general premise of it. Normally, whenever you're doing an engine program, there's other benefits that come along with it, like certain types of premature failure protections, insurances. Sometimes they include like rental engines while yours is off if you're on their programs. Sometimes they'll include technical services, maintenance manuals, different things like that. The different OEMs and third-party engine insurance programs have different ways they slice it up to be competitive in the market landscape there. Depending on the engine type drives my opinion on programs. So
Right.
there's certain engines out there that I would be very adamant you do not operate them without a program. And there's other engines out there that I would be equally as adamant you don't operate them with a program. And there's a lot of back end technical reasons that go into that. But as a person going to buy an aircraft, you just need to understand what it is you're buying. Are you buying an aircraft that's all the way fully paid up on programs? Are you buying one that doesn't have any programs? And that drives the market value of the aircraft pretty severely. So let's say you're buying an aircraft that they have it on programs that are fully paid up. That means whenever you take possession of the aircraft and start flying it, you just sign a new contract and you just keep paying, and when it comes overhaul, it's already covered. You're done. But often what happens is owner A will have the airplane for a while and he elected not to go on engine programs, and then either right towards the end or right before he sells it, he decides to go on programs, or owner B bought it and they wanted it on programs. Different scenarios. But let's say the engine got 500 or 600 hours of operation, then it was not in a program, and then they signed it up for a program, but they didn't pay back that 500 or 600 hours. So now they started it here, and now you're operating it to overhaul. But at overhaul, it's not been fully paid. You've got to pay
Right, the gap.
for that use that was already done on the engines at the overhaul. So sometimes whenever you sign them up, you do a buy-in and you pay back all that old hours that weren't paid ahead of time. And now when you get to overhaul, you're still clear. But they also, a lot of times, will do a deferral where you pay for it at the overhaul. So you really need to understand that, because you could have a multi-million-dollar swing on the value of an aircraft based on that whole dynamic.
Yeah.
So part of the purchase process of an aircraft, if an aircraft is advertised as being on an engine program, will go to whoever the program holder is, because they're not always through the engine OEM. Sometimes they are third-party providers that do this that are not the engine OEM. Whoever the engine program is advertised to be with will go to that program manager, get a report from them saying, yeah, it's 100% paid, or it's 20% deferred, or it's out of compliance because X, Y, and Z happened. Whatever it is, you got to understand it before you buy the aircraft, because it's a huge driver of the value of the aircraft one way or the other.
Hey guys, we'll get back to the video in a sec, but first, quick question for you business owners and high achievers watching. When you're traveling around the country for deals, scaling teams, or managing stress, are you actually flying with a team that makes your life easier? Or are you dealing with scheduling headaches, surprise maintenance bills, and too many moving parts behind the scenes? Well, that's why today's sponsor, Haven Aviation Services Group, exists. Think of them as the safe haven of the sky. Haven is a vertically integrated aviation company, meaning they handle everything under one roof. From your private jet charters, aircraft management, brokerage, maintenance, avionics, and premium grade services at their FBO. For aircraft owners especially, this is the absolute real best value. Instead of juggling pilots, insurance, scheduling, maintenance, hangars, legal docs, Haven manages it all in one place. No guessing, no surprises, and no wondering why something suddenly costs six figures. Their entire focus is transparency, safety, and long-term planning. So you actually trust the people managing your aircraft and don't have to stress about it at all. So if you want an aviation partner that operates with the same discipline and results-driven mindset we talk about on the show, hit the link in the description to connect with Haven Aviation Services Group. Big thanks to Haven ASG for sponsoring today's video, and now let's get back to the show.
So when it comes to, if you've made the decision that you're going to charter your plane out to kind of offset costs, is the program fee something you can roll into those charges, or would it be outside of that?
Well, it goes into your budget on your operating costs. So whenever you're calculating your fixed and your variable expenses, if you're budgeting flight hours that will exceed your minimums, I think I mentioned this before, but I'll touch on it again. So most of these engine programs, they have a minimum hours per year that you have to pay for. So let's say you're only budgeting to fly 200 hours a year, but the engine program minimum is 300 hours a year. if you fly your 200, you're still got to pay for that extra 100 hours of engine use. And if you're not planning on that, it can catch you off guard. So you need to understand what your minimum hours per year are on the program. And then whenever you go to operate the aircraft and you are on an engine program, you know every hour that we fly, we got to pay $400 per engine towards the program. So that goes into the variable cost of the aircraft, and it needs accounted for whenever you're setting the charter price of the aircraft to make sure you're not flying for a negative income. So yeah, it is calculated in there. That way, when they are out flying your aircraft on the charter, that money is going back. For us and the owners that we deal with, we manage their engine programs for them. So we hold that money back out of the charter revenue. When the owner fly, there's different scenarios, but let's just say the owner wants to run it straight like this. The owner flies, he pays his engine programs, the charter pays its engine programs, and all that's going into a bank account. At the end of every month, we file the engine report hours that the engine program sends us an invoice. We use that money that for the hours that was flown in that account to pay that bill for those engine programs to keep the engine program square, so the owner doesn't have to hassle with it. We handle all that on the back end of the
Nice.
event.
When it comes to selecting the program that you're going to go with and the minimum hours, et cetera, how much of that are you able to negotiate, or is it just, hey, this is the program we offer, take it or leave it?
Everything's negotiable.
I figured.
Yeah, there are some that are more so than others, of course, but generally speaking, if they say, hey, our minimum annual hours is 400, and you go back and you're like, I want to do this, but I only want to pay for 350. Some of them will work with you, some of them won't. Generally, the hourly rate is pretty set. Maybe a little negotiation in that, but usually it's very math driven, just on real costs. Like sometimes you can get that price to move a little bit, but that's pretty set. The hourly minimums per year is also driven based on some calendar limited items that can happen on certain engines. So depending on the engine type and the people, I negotiate everything.
Yeah.
So I would ask to get what I want and try to get as close to it as I can. And sometimes you're successful and sometimes you just kind of got to do it.
It sounds like it's totally worth shopping around a little bit.
Yeah, and it depends. Like if you're dealing with a Pratt & Whitney engine, you can go look at the Pratt & Whitney OEM program that they offer, or you can go look at someone like JSSI that is like a third-party service provider on that. There's some of the engine overhaul shops that will do programs based on the fact that they're going to do the engine. So yeah, it's worth shopping around on most of them. There's a few engine types out there that you kind of got to go with the program that's made for it, and that's about your only option. And then you can, one thing we haven't really touched on here, but especially once you start getting into some of the little bit older aircraft, there's what are called TBO extension programs. So like JT15D engines from Pratt & Whitney, they're bulletproof, really, really, really good engine, and they're on a ton of the smaller jets. And most of the engine programs on them financially are not the best, but you can do something called a TBO extension on it, where let's say this engine normally gets overhauled at 3,600 hours. You pay for this program. You have to do some trend monitoring stuff, so it adds a little bit of work on the airplane, because now you got to monitor some oil analysis and some vibration analysis and some of these things. But by doing that, now you can get an extra couple thousand hours of operation out of that engine. So where the math we talked about before was $1 million divided by 4,000 gives you X rate per hour, but now you add 2,000 hours of operation to that. Now that $1 million is divided by 6,000 hours. You get a lower cost per hour because you get a longer life use out of the engine. Sometimes I'm supportive of those extension programs. Sometimes I'm not. Very situational, depending on what's going on, whether my opinion would be yes or no on it. But they've demonstrated they can do it safely. That's how they got it approved. And it's a STC, which is a supplemental type certificate that you got to put on the airplane to make that work. You can't just decide to do that. Right. Under Part 91, there are some ways you can get around it, but I don't recommend getting into a lot of that. I recommend doing it the button down way of doing it. And then it's not related to programs, but something we haven't talked about on the maintenance side are STCs, supplemental type certificates. So when that aircraft is manufactured, the manufacturer issues a type certificate on the aircraft. that type certificate basically says this is what engine's allowed to be on it, this is how the interior's allowed to be configured on it, these are the lights that have to be on it, these are the seat belts that have to be in it. It kind of spells out all the things on the airplane that the FAA gives it a thumbs up and says, okay, we're going to issue an airworthiness certificate to this aircraft. So anytime you want to change any of those things, you have to do a supplement to the type certificate. That's why it's called a supplemental type certificate. And whenever you do that, let's say it originally came with no winglets on the airplane and you decide you want to put winglets on it. Some third-party person out there went and got all the engineering done, got all the approvals, got the FAA approval to get an STC for your aircraft. So you go buy that STC from them, you put those winglets on the airplane. Now it's airworthy, legal to fly, legal to use. But now, we talked earlier about the manufacturer's maintenance program on the aircraft. Well, anything that you add after it was manufactured obviously can't be in the manufacturer's maintenance. Right. So any of those things that get added afterwards, they have to have what's called ICAs. Those are instructions for continued airworthiness on the airplane. So if you're buying an aircraft that has a lot of modifications on it, has different avionics, different engines, winglets, different interior configurations, you can have a lot of modifications on an airplane. You need to factor those in whenever you're looking at the operational cost of the aircraft, because if they're doing it correctly, they're doing those ICAs along with the manufacturer's programs, and sometimes those ICAs can be a little invasive on how much they drive up the cost of maintenance on the aircraft depending on what they are. Some of them, there's no added maintenance because it's just a fixed part, doesn't do anything, but in certain situations they can actually drive the operational cost of the aircraft up or down, but it changes it, is my point.
Right.
And so you need to account for that whenever you're looking at an aircraft if it's been modified. In addition to the cost implications of maintaining the aircraft, you want to make sure that all that stuff's been documented. If it has winglets on it and you're going through pre-buy, you want to see a copy of that supplemental type certificate showing that it's approved on your aircraft and that you have the authorization letter to have that on your airplane. Or did somebody just illegally stick it on your airplane? Right. Believe it or not, that happens. So
really?
Yeah, and you don't want to be the one stuck holding the bag on that, because worst case scenario, you got to demod the aircraft and try to get it back to original configuration. Some of these STCs, they modify the aircraft in a way that it's very difficult, if not impossible, to go back to original. Yeah. Or you got to go to the STC holder, and now you got to purchase the right to have that on your aircraft and then re-inspect all the work that was done and get someone to sign it off. So as part of that pre-purchase inspection, you want to make sure any modifications are noted. Anytime you do a major modification or alteration on an airplane, the FAA requires you to fill out something called a FAA Form 337. That's how the FAA tracks what major modifications or alterations have happened on the aircraft. So if you have an STC on the airplane, it should have a 337 that's been filed with the FAA. So yeah, we look in their books on what 337s are in there, but we also go directly to the FAA and pull their 337 record history. And hey, is it on file with the FAA? Does it state that these modifications have been done on there? And then where this gets really tricky is whenever you get into import, export of aircraft from and to the United States from other countries. So, if an aircraft is in Europe, it's not under federal aviation, it's under EASA, which is the European version of the FAA. Canada has their own, Mexico has, like all these countries kind of have their own. And we have a lot of bilateral agreements with these agencies where the EASA will recognize FAA STCs, FAA will recognize the EASA STCs, but it's not a blanket coverage. They look at each one of them and they say, yes, we'll recognize that one, no, we won't. And so if your aircraft has a lot of modifications on it and you're trying to sell it to somebody in another country, it's going to add some obstacles on being able to export that aircraft. If you're buying one from another country and you're bringing it to the United States, you've got to make sure that you're checking that all the modifications that were done in that foreign country are recognized by our country. Otherwise, you're not going to have an airworthy aircraft when it gets here. So there are some arbitrage opportunities on buying an airplane where you can go buy an airplane in another country a lot cheaper than you can buy it here. But now you have the added cost of having to ferry it over, get an import, get a new airworthiness certificate, go through some extra diligence. So there's extra work, but even with that, there's frequently you can still wind up in a better financial position with a really good airplane if you do it all correctly.
Yeah. Fascinating. And also, I think you may have said winglet about 87 times. I don't want to assume that the first-time jet owner, because it sounds like you're just swapping out regular-sized wings for some baby wings.
Little baby winglets. It's just a frequent mod that's going on right now. So you'll see a lot of aircraft, their wings just end, they're just flat. Whenever you see the aircraft at the end of the wing turns up and comes up like this, that part that turns up on the end of the wing, that's a winglet.
They look dope.
Yeah, they improve the ramp presence of the aircraft a lot. They look cool as hell, but they actually do have a purpose. They turn those wing vortices up and send them off in a different direction than what a normal wing does. So you gain some climb performance, it usually makes it a little smoother ride in the airplane, usually pick up a little bit of airspeed off of it. So you get performance gains and it looks cool.
Yeah.
But it's an easy one for people to visualize what I'm talking about on a mod.
Yeah.
Like some of them are a lot more obscure that aren't so obvious, but it's an easy one to say, does it have winglets or does it not? Like you can just see that looking at the airplane. And some airplanes are made with winglets from the factory, so it's not automatically that that's a mod, but frequently it is.
Gotcha. Is it extremely distinct between each model of plane, or is there like an overarching or a blanket, hey, make sure that these 4 events aren't coming up when you're looking at a plane, or is it just a mixed bag?
It is a very mixed bag. I guess I could throw a few blanket statements out there that are pretty universal. How close is it to engine hot section or engine overhaul? Very important ones to know. How close is it to landing gear overhauls? If you're dealing with a higher airframe time aircraft, does it have an aircraft fatigue life limit on it? Is it getting ready to retire out due to life limit on it? And those are a couple real high level ones, but beyond that, it is very aircraft specific on what intervals different things happen. One thing I would advise at this point that we're recording this, for the last 18 months, 24 months, we've been having severe supply issues with windshields. So whenever you go to buy an aircraft, make sure that the windshields are getting checked. Make sure the heating elements are working appropriately, being tested. You get a copy of test documentation that it was done. Make sure they don't have any delamination in them, which these windows are made in multiple layers, and so sometimes the layers will start separating. That's not automatically a rejection. There's certain tolerances they're allowed to have some delamination, but how severe is it? How close is it to being rejectable? The hump seals that go around the windshields, those are what keep the moisture from getting in between the layers and in behind the windshields. Are they in good condition? Have they been kept up with? Because we've had a few customers that have had their aircraft parked for months and months and months waiting on windshields.
Man.
It's a major issue right now in that side of it. And there again, first time buying an airplane, you don't know that. And
Right.
you
But
go,
how's the windshield?
Exactly.
Yeah,
But
I wouldn't think of
how's the
that.
windshield looking?
Yeah.
Like it seems obscure, but you go and buy that aircraft
Man.
in your first inspection right out of the gate, they condemn your windshield. You may be sitting there staring at a pretty yard ornament for a year waiting on a windshield.
It's an expensive yard ornament, man.
Yeah.
Earlier, you used the phrase AOG, and so define that for us. What is an AOG event, and what does that response process look like for the owner?
So it's an acronym kind of like FBO. I'm not a big fan of it, but all it stands for is aircraft on ground. Means something's broke and you can't take off. Yeah. We have some of the weirdest acronyms in this business.
That's probably my favorite one so far. It's on the ground over yonder.
Yes. That's how I envisioned that came to pass. But
Billy Bob made up that
Exactly.
acronym for sure.
For sure.
No offense, Billy Bob's.
But all it means is something's broke and you can't take off. And common industry term that everybody will know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And the responses can be wide and varied depending on where you're at. If you're at your home base and you go AOG, either your DOM's there or your local mechanic that you've built your relationships with there, they can at least get busy figuring out what you need to do with it. And usually AOG pops up as you're trying to depart on a trip, right? So, hey, we're all loaded up, our passengers are all buckled in, we're firing up, going through our checks, and something don't work. Well, crap, this is a no-go item, so we're powering down the airplane, everyone's getting off, and we're figuring it out. So now you got a time crunch to try to salvage this trip, depending on what the issue is. There's something that goes along with these aircraft called an MEL, which is a minimum equipment list.
I approve of that acronym, by the way. I feel like it's right on point.
Yes. Even Part 91 aircraft should be using some kind of an MEL, an approved MEL. Their FAA publishes a master MEL, so the MMEL is something the FAA issues and does guidance on. So if you're Part 91, you can get an authorization letter to use the MMEL on the aircraft. If your aircraft has a lot of modification work to it, or it's going on 135, you probably need a serial number specific MEL approved for it. But basically that predetermines what you can safely operate the aircraft without. So step one for the pilots, usually, depending on what the failure is to pull out the MEL and say, can we fly without this? And they go through it and they say, oh, yeah, there's 3 of those things on this airplane, so we can run without one of them. So they write it up in the book. In the MEL, there's an M procedure and an O procedure. One's a maintenance procedure, one's an operations procedure. So they look at the M and O procedures in the MEL, and they say, okay, this one doesn't require a mechanic. What?
Just so many letters, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, you're doing a bang-up job. It's just the O and the M and the M and the L and the
It's a lot, man.
NBAA has nothing to
Yeah.
do with basketball.
Yeah.
I'm tracking, though. I got it.
So they look at it and they look at the M item and there's nothing there, or it says no action required. That means they don't need a mechanic. The pilots can handle it. So they look at the O procedure and it says pull and collar the circuit breaker. So they'll pull the circuit breaker, put a collar on it that makes it where they can't accidentally push it back in. Then they write it up in their discrepancy book, and then they say continued operations in accordance with MEL item, yada, yada, yada. And now that gives, depending on the type of MEL it is, some of them it gives you 3 days to fix it. Some of them it gives you have to fix it at the next base that you land at that has a mechanic. Some of them it gives you 10 days. Some of them it gives you 120 days for some of the. There's another document called an NEF. That's a non-essential furnishings.
I was about to ask.
You were wondering about the NEF.
What about the NEF, guys? When is he going to get to the... All right, NEF stands for?
Non-essential furnishings. So it usually covers things like in the cabin area, like seats not tracking, or it's not reclining, or vanity door isn't latching, or it's stuff that's not related to flight, but it's on the aircraft, so
The
it
belt
should
on
be
the lav
addressed.
is loose.
Yeah, Timmy can't get tightened in. So if it's on the NEF, usually you get a really long time frame to fix it because it doesn't have anything to do with safety of flight. As it moves up the safety of flight necessity, it'll reduce the amount of time you can take to fix this problem and how many times you can use the aircraft before this problem has to be fixed. So anyway, they write it up, MEL, accordance with this item number, and then they'll put the code on there that tells us how many days that we have to fix it. If it's under a Part 135, before they can take off, they have to take a picture of that, sign that discrepancy on that sign off and send it to the DOM. The DOM has to concur with it. He has to review it and say, yes, they did this correctly. Yes, I agree with their assessment. Cool, you're back in service. You can go take the flight. That's another one of those added safety layers that's kind of invisible on the 135 side, where Part 91, the captain's like, hell, I don't need it. I can go if he wants to. There's no oversight. It's up to him being in his integrity level of doing that, where in the 135 it adds that layer of you got to have another person that's not there. Well, they can be there, but it gives you another person that has to agree. So basically you wind up with 2 people.
Have a check and balance.
Yes, you've got 2 people coming to the same conclusion that this is a safe action that you're doing. So if it's MELable, they go through that process. If it's not MELable, now you've got to get a mechanic involved. And so if you're in this scenario, let's just say you're way away from your home base, you're out in the middle of nowhere, you don't know what mechanics are on the field, you don't know where to go. This is where you kind of get stuck. So most people, if they're out there on their own, they'll usually start with the FBO. They'll go in there and, hey, we're broke. Anybody on the field, who you got? Used to be very common that just about every FBO had some maintenance guy around there. That's getting to be much less common. If they have someone on the field, this is where, how do you vet them? How do you know that they know what they're looking at on your airplane? How do you know they're they're safe? How do you know they're going to fix it? How do you know they're not going to tear up your airplane? So whenever you have a DOM, this is their job to know how to vet these people, how to
Right.
check on it, how to do things. If you're doing it on your own, I guess it really just starts with you just asking the technician some questions. Are they a Part 145 or are they not? Is it just a guy with an A&P? Are they on a drug and alcohol program? Do they have experience on your aircraft? Start asking some of these type of questions. And then one of the services we provide that's a lot of other MROs are also starting to provide now are AOG trucks. And so we just bought 2 brand new ones to put into service, and we're going to be adding a whole bunch of them over the next couple of years because of this reduction in each area having a mechanic in it. So we have these trucks that are fully equipped with all the normal stuff, and we keep trained mechanics on them. So if you call us and say, hey, I'm broke down over here, and we talk through what the problem is, we'll dispatch a mechanic in a truck out to you. They'll show up and fix your problem and get you going on the quickest timeline we can. Depending on the problem, it might be 5 minutes, it might be a couple of days to get parts and stuff. Just depends. Those AOG rates do get very expensive. You're usually paying a higher rate per hour than you would in the shop. You're usually paying for all their travel time to get to and from the aircraft. If they're having to overnight there, you're usually paying their expenses for the hotels and per diems for food and that kind of stuff. So those charges can get pretty exorbitant whenever those do happen out in the field. But it's better than not having your aircraft fixed.
Right.
You're just kind of at the mercy of who you find in that area to deal with the problem. Most of the DOMs, when they're doing their job correctly, they're pretty proactive about your normal flight pattern. So if you're, let's say you got 7 normal destinations that you frequent, they should be preemptively building relationships in those areas, and they should know ahead of time who's in that area. If they go AOG at Savannah, who am I going to call? If they go AOG at Opelika, who am I going to call? Like, they should already know that.
Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
always,
was right there.
It's always call Ghostbusters. They should already have that list of people, so when you call them at 10 o'clock at night, they already know it's not this whole fire drill. They already know who they're going to call.
Right.
Like for us, being all of our stuff being required to be on a drug and alcohol program, we pre-qualify people in all of our common destinations where we preemptively get their mechanics' names and license numbers and drug testing history and all that stuff ahead of time. So when an event happens, it's much more controlled and less chaotic because you already have a plan.
Yeah.
But you can't do that at every single airport everywhere. So there are events where it's a fire drill, like, oh shit, we broke down in whatever place. We don't know anybody there, and you just got to start calling. There's a service out there called Alpha Wingman that's turned into a really good tool for AOG situations. If you're a member of Alpha Wingman, you can go on there, and it has like a live map of where all the AOG trucks are around the country, and you can click on it. Gives you some rating information and qualification information and phone numbers and all that stuff where you can get a hold of them. So if you're an owner-operator that's new to this game, I would recommend that you get involved with the Alpha Wingman program. I mean, I think that kind of covers it on the AOG situation. And then it also comes into, from the maintenance side, that kind of covers it. But operationally, then you got to start making some decisions on what's the realistic expectation we're going to be repaired and ready to go in the next hour that we can tell our passengers, hey, we just got an hour delay and then we're going to be on the road. Or do we need to get a recovery aircraft coming in? Do we need to send them over to the airlines? Like, who are these people and how urgent is it they get out of there? And some of the real high-end, very high-end travel arrangements, sometimes they will have one aircraft full of passengers coming in, and they'll have a second aircraft just following it around on standby in case something does happen, if it's that critical. I mean, obviously, it's very expensive to do that. I'm not recommending people do that, but that service is out there. If that's what you want, there are people that do that. So
Yeah. So would I be correct in assuming, so like when you're going to purchase a car, if you find out in its history it was a part of a rental fleet, you're like, oh, I'm definitely not getting that because people have been driving it like they stole it, right? Because they don't own it. But in the aviation world, if one has been on a charter certificate, it's actually more stringent when it comes to the maintenance thing. So you might actually get a better taking care of aircraft.
the short answer is yes. Frequently, whenever an aircraft is current on a 135 program, it automatically helps the buyer assume some things that are being done because it's on a 135. So the FAA is already watching it. Whenever you go to put an aircraft on a Part 135 certificate, you have to go through what's called a conformity process. That means that you're checking that it conforms to the type certificate. So you're literally taking the type certificate for the airplane. It says it has to have this engine type. You're physically checking the logbook and the airplane. Yes, it physically has these things so you're just checking all of that all the way down. You get into, hey, where'd these winglets come from?
I was about to ask.
They're not on this original certificate. Oh, well, here's the supplemental type certificate. Here's the approval letter. All of that has to be put in a package and given to the FAA. So if all that process has been done to put it on a 135, it helps. I'm not suggesting you don't go check this yourself, but it helps you kind of make some logical leaps that a lot of these things have been done, and more than likely you're not going to find a whole lot of issues there. So if an aircraft's on a 135 from that perspective, it helps buyers with a comfort level that certain things are already being done. The level of maintenance usually gets ratcheted up a little. It has a little more oversight on it. From a maintenance and aircraft quality perspective, it's usually a good thing. Far and away, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
The potential negative side of it would be the wear and tear on the interior. Hey, is it all ragged out because it's not been run by a good charter operator? Because a good charter operator is going to keep that interior nice. That's what your customers care about. They want a real clean, sexy, nice interior. So a good operator is going to keep all that up to par one way or the other or not. There are some operators that let it just gets bad. And we assumed operation of an aircraft from another charter company a while back, and whenever we were going through the process and getting it approved, we're all, yeah, we're getting a new airplane, it's all good, we're all excited. And then we all got our first hands on the aircraft, and we're like, there's no chance on this planet we're putting one of our customers on this airplane until some stuff is done. And we explained that to the owner. All these things got to be done, or we can't do this. And he's like, well, that's the shit that's driving me crazy. I want it fixed. He wanted it done right. It just wasn't getting done right.
Yeah.
So there are circumstances that happens, but that's usually what comes into people's mind when they hear an aircraft's on charter is cosmetic issues, a lot more so than mechanical aircraft quality issues. So
Makes sense. If you purchase a plane that's currently on a 135, when you purchase it, it comes off of that 135. Do you have to go through the same process to get it back on, or?
If you're keeping it with the same charter operator, you don't have to. You just have to redo the lease on the aircraft.
Gotcha.
But you can keep it on there, and then that lease has to be filed with the FAA by the charter operator. So the charter operator has to get a new lease signed by the new owner and then give it to the FAA, but you don't have to redo the conformity. If you are moving it to a new charter operator, the FAA designation is a DO85. It's going to come off their DO85, go to the new operator's DO85, so it has to have a new conformity inspection done on it.
Gotcha. Anything else that a first-time owner needs to factor in surrounding maintenance, or even just an overall mindset towards the maintenance factor?
I would say that you need to embrace the maintenance side for what it is. It's trying to keep you safe, prevent accidents. Do your due diligence on who you have touching your aircraft, but far and away, most of the time they are not trying to rip you off. But maintenance is expensive in aviation. Parts are outrageously priced. Labor costs are going up because mechanic availability is going down and everything's getting more expensive. So make sure you understand it. Try to get your head in the space that what's being done is there to protect you and make it safe for you to operate the aircraft. Try your best to build a relationship with your technicians that is not combative. Like, you don't want to just give them a blank check and let them do whatever they want, because they're going to build you a brand new airplane because they want everything perfect. Right. So I'm not saying give them a blank check, but try to give them the benefit of the fact that they're probably trying to do what's best for you. Check it, ask questions, get educated. But I frequently see owners show up just ready for battle immediately. And they probably had some bad experiences in some other maintenance divisions, or their plumber ripped them off, or somebody took them for something on a car or whatever. There tends to be a negative connotation tied to a lot of people when it comes to maintenance. So they just show up on the defense right out of the gate. I would say assume best intent and show up and try to build a positive relationship, because mechanics are fickle creatures.
Yeah.
If they're your buddy and they want to help you, they can push things one way or the other a little bit. And at our MROs, our motto is, if we won't put our family on it, we won't put our customer on it.
Yeah.
And we live by that. And there's been more than a few occasions that we, try to test that and be like, all right, you want to go take your kids on a check flight? And if they're like, hell no, then you're like, there's an issue.
Right.
So it's important that you understand your mechanic's thought process on what they're doing.
Perfect. There you have it, folks. MROs and maintenance. We'll be back with another session. We're going to jump into taxes and legal considerations. So
180, huh?
yeah, it's happening. We'll see you then.
All right.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here with the Jet Cowboy, Travis Lamance, and it is time for the session on taxes and legal considerations. And we just want to make it clear right out of the gate. So we're going to start with a disclaimer.
I am not a tax advisor, and I am not a lawyer.
This is true. So take this for what it is, which is just advice from somebody who's been in the industry for a long time. You've seen some things.
I know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two.
This is true. Yeah. So starting with the tax dimension of aircraft ownership, it seems like this is an aspect that a lot of buyers aren't thinking about until it's too late, and you've seen some major mistakes in this area. So set the stage for us when it comes to approaching the whole tax factor of purchasing aircraft and owning.
The whole tax world changes by state, by county, by city, by entity type that you're operating within. Then you get into sales tax, property tax, use tax. So there's a whole bunch of them that you got to consider. Where you take delivery of the aircraft will have serious implications on it. Where you primarily operate the aircraft out of, where its home base is, will have serious implications on it. And what category you operate the aircraft in will have implications on it, whether it's Part 91 or Part 135, how predominantly it's used in each one of those categories. Whenever you're using the aircraft, if you're taking business write-offs against it, or if you're just truly using it all personal and not taking business benefit out of it, all of these things play into it. So this one is like the most but if segment, because this one gets truly complicated on very specific legal terminology about how you're using your aircraft. But a few things to watch for whenever you're purchasing an aircraft. If you do it correctly, there are legal mechanisms on how to not pay sales tax. And some of these aircraft, you're talking 40, 50, 60, 70 million dollars, and then you throw sales tax into that. That's a huge number.
Yeah.
So it's a very important consideration on how you do it, making sure that you're not just using some gray area loophole or hoping something don't get audited. If you do it correctly, you can legally and correctly, if not totally avoid paying sales taxes, then you can at least mitigate how that all comes about. Part of that whole sales tax equation is by where your home residency is or your home business operates from. If you're leasing it to a charter company, where are they operating it from? Are you registering it under your personal name? Are you registering it under an LLC? Are you registering it under a corporation? How are you structuring it? All of these things need to be considered way before the closing. Like, as you're looking for an aircraft, you need to understand all of these. Where it goes in for a pre-purchase inspection is at the state and the area that you want to close on the aircraft in based on all those things. Or do you want to get through the pre-purchase and you want to use an MRO that's in this state, but your home state is where you want to close, and so you need to move it there before you close on the aircraft. Generally speaking, where the closing takes place on the aircraft is going to start this chain of events on what happens with the sales tax side of it. Some states are a lot friendlier than others on how they treat this. There's something called a flyaway exemption that a lot of states have. Like Kansas has a flyaway exemption that you have to file this paperwork and do it correctly, but there is a mechanism where you can close on an airplane in Kansas, use a flyaway exemption, and not have to pay taxes if you do it all correctly. There's different treatment of aircraft that get closed in a state but isn't kept in that state versus if the aircraft's closed in that state and kept in that state. Then once you get past that hurdle and you figure out the correct path for you that gets you legally protected and mitigates your cost as best you can on all that, then you go through closing. Now you own the aircraft. Now it's property that you own. So now you get into, you have personal property tax in the area this thing's going to be within the jurisdiction of. Is there use tax in the area that you're operating and based out of, under jurisdiction of? And all of these things can swing one way or the other based on some pretty nuanced differences in how you frame it up. So this part of the DIY guide, I would not advise DIY. as much of a
DDI, don't do it.
Yeah, as much as I'm a DIY guy in a lot of things, and I like going and figuring out things and solving problems and doing all this, this is not the area that I would recommend people do it in. I'll kind of point you in the best direction I can right here, but I would highly recommend that you use a combination of your professional accounting people and aviation tax and aviation legal specialty people to make sure it's all buttoned down. Because if you buy a $40 million airplane, think you got your stuff figured out, and so you don't pay sales tax, and then 2 years later the tax agency for that jurisdiction comes knocking and you don't have your ducks in a row, wow, you just got a $5 million tax bill you weren't expecting. So super critical point to not engage with some professionals on this area, because we could talk about it for hours and I couldn't tell you all the caveats of, well, yeah, that'll work if you do this, and that'll work if you do this, and well, your personal tax this, your entities in this jurisdiction, the aircraft's operated in this jurisdiction, that state's closing laws require this form. Like, there's just such a huge variety of things that you just forget one step in the process, and now all of a sudden you're liable for tax treatment. But one example I'll give on what I'm talking about, because we dealt with it here in Texas personally, is on the personal property tax side of it. There's a tax component for personal property, there's a rate for it being business use property, and then there's a rate for it being used for commercial use. So if it's being used for commercial use, there's a calculation number per amount of value and per use of the aircraft that you multiply it by to come up with your tax rate. And so in Texas, if you're using it for commercial use, your total tax rate is, this is an arbitrary number, but call it 5% of what it would be for a personal tax rate, because they're trying to incentivize commercial aircraft in use in Texas. So there was an instance we went through a while back where one of the aircraft didn't get categorized properly, and so we received a tax bill on this aircraft for, was somewhere in the ballpark of like 35 grand was the tax bill that we got, and we're like, what the heck, this is not right. So we went back and looked, figured out where the mix-up happened, got it corrected, got it put on the correct tax bracket, and got it taxed at the correct rate, and then that bill went down to like $1,800.
Heck yeah.
So you're talking about a big swing, and that wasn't on a super expensive aircraft. So if you're dealing with a real high-end aircraft, this problem becomes insurmountable on some of them. I mean, you can get some crazy tax bills, and I'm all about paying our fair share, but I'm all about not paying more than my fair share.
Absolutely.
So I want to use the systems and processes in place to legally pay what I need to pay and not voluntarily overpay just out of ignorance or not understanding the rules on it. So this is the area. I've got several professionals that we work with that know these things inside and out, and we work with them enough that they know all the nuances going on within our business and the nuances with the transactions that we're working on. So we partner with them to help us during these transactions to make sure that we're putting our owners in the right positioning for it.
So would it be fair to say that even if someone is watching this and they have a super proficient CPA in all other areas, they're running a huge corporation, et cetera, if they don't have a background in and a working knowledge of how taxes operate in the aviation space, you need to get a professional to weigh in on that?
I would, and I do. My CPA that I use for regular business use, love him. He's freaking great. He's really good, but he's not an aviation expert. So we have an aviation expert that we utilize to pull in for certain things, and then, we couple those experts with our regular CPA and say, hey, here's what's going on and this and that. And it's not only even aviation specific, it's state specific. So
Right.
if you're an aviation specialty tax guy in Texas and you're trying to figure out a transaction in New York, they're not going to know a lot of the nuanced things in New York. Now, usually, or not usually, they always know more than I do on that tax piece, but they're still, even within their firm, they're going to go find somebody that's a New York specialist.
They just know the right questions to ask.
Exactly. They know how to get to the right answer.
Yeah.
They know the right approach and the things to question. But yes, this is an area I would not recommend monkeying around in. You can get yourself in a real hurt locker if this isn't done correctly. And
Yeah.
almost all these other areas, I do it all myself, and a lot of it I taught myself and learned over the years. This is an area I figured out very quickly that there's just way too many but ifs and what fors and legal mechanisms and just way too many ways to expose yourself to not have proper professionals involved with it. And within our organization and what our mission is to provide the best service across everything a private jet needs. We actually have a whole new division now we use the acronym RIFLE, so it's called Haven Rifle, and that stands for Real Estate, Insurance, Finance, Legal, and Estates. So it's our professional services arm of this, where we're partnering with these professionals in some instances. In some instances, we're bringing them in-house. But that way we have all these professional services tied out on the back end of it, because this is another thing. You're buying an airplane, and we talk to FBOs and hangars. Now you own the airplane. What do I do now? And a lot of these professional services you need experts in that are very narrow width but very deep in a topic to protect people properly. And so that's how we're solving it internally, is by having that whole professional services division. It's just not a topic I like to play around with.
Yeah, absolutely. I know another arena where you have very strong ties with a specialist in that field is when it comes to the insurance as well. So let's shift from, so essentially on the taxes, get yourself a professional. And I know the end result of this question will be the same, but what are some things to consider when it comes to making sure you're all buttoned up on the insurance side of things?
And we touched a little bit on it whenever we talked hangars, but basically, if something happens to your aircraft while it's on the ground, it may be treated differently than if something happens to your aircraft while it's in the air. So what kind of general liability protections do you have? Are your hull values correct for your aircraft valuation? Are you overpaying for a hull value you're never going to collect on? Are your liability amounts appropriate for the type of people you're going to be flying on your aircraft? So liability limits are important to make sure they're appropriate. Indemnifications are important on how they're worded and who's protected where. If you're using a management company or you're doing a lease, are you guys on the same insurance policy together in the same team to protect yourselves against anything that happens against the aircraft? So understanding if you're sitting on a ramp somewhere and your airplane rolls into a hangar, who's at fault, who gets covered. There's a lot of ways that liability can shift in ways that you may not really think it would.
Mm-hmm.
Is your policy covering diminution of value? Is it covering lost revenue? Is it covering loss of access to the aircraft? What are your An important one that we have to watch is what are the requirements for the pilots to be legal to fly your airplane? What minimum hours do they have to have? What type of type ratings do they have to have? The ability for your chief pilot to have some influence over what pilots he deems are safe versus what the insurance company deems as safe will influence how hard or easy it is to staff your aircraft. So a lot of things like that are considerations you got to get into on it. And there again, I dealt with the insurance enough. I know a lot of the language that I'm watching for and kind of the red flags that I'm watching for in a policy. But at the end of the day, I use our insurance professionals to make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yeah. What would be some of those red flags that you would be looking for?
The nitty gritty in the indemnification sections, not only on your policy, but whenever you're taking your aircraft to a MRO, what are their policies? You're using FBOs, what are their policies? So just watching some of the language in there, and then the language around your crew members. For our policies, we've got it in there now where there's something called an open pilot warranty. So let's say your pilot calls in sick and we need to call in a contract pilot to come and fly. Well, sometimes you have to go through the whole process of having that contract pilot fill out all his pilot history forms and everything for the insurance and get him named on the insurance as a covered pilot. But you're on a short timeline and you know this pilot's qualified, but if you just go stick him on the airplane without going through that process and something happens, you may not be covered. Versus if you have it where your chief pilot he knows what the open pilot warranty is, he can go in and self-vet the fact this guy's been to training within 12 months. He's got the appropriate hours. Yeah, he's good. He's approved by the chief pilot. You go to work. Are you allowed to do that within your policy, or is it only named pilots? If you do have an open pilot warranty, how liberal is it? Do you got a lot of leverage on what pilots you can put in the aircraft or not? And over the last few years, aviation's had some really, really big claims that have hurt the insurance companies with some of these big Boeing accidents over the last few years. That deal out in D.C. with that accident here not too long ago. We had that one up in Canada not too long ago. Like, there's been a rash of accidents that were very high dollar, high payout accidents.
Right.
So it's drove rates up pretty heavily, but it honestly has constricted the flexibility of the insurance companies, where it's harder to get things approved, harder to get certain pilots approved than it used to be. And in my opinion, from my experience on it anyway, the insurance companies are more of the regulator than the FAA in a lot of cases now. There's a lot of things that the FAA regulations say that we can do that we can't do because we can't get insurance coverage for it. So frequently the insurance companies are the driver for what we can do or can't do, not the FAA regs. And then if you are putting your aircraft on a charter, on a lease, the majority of the flight volume that comes in from brokers, they have their own set of insurance requirements. So whenever they go to book a flight with you, they're going to have minimum liability requirements. They're going to have certain safety requirements, certain pilot hour requirements to meet the requirements of their insurance. So even if, say, you as the aircraft owner, you may be fine with a $5 million liability policy for yourself and your people you normally fly, but you want us to go charter your aircraft and it's a light jet. Most of them are going to require at least 25 million, bare minimum, most of the time 50 million. Even though you're personally comfortable with 5 million, for us to be able to go charter your aircraft, we may need a $50 million policy. And then as you move up in aircraft, those numbers go up. I mean, I think our top end policy is somewhere around, I think it's either $200 or $250 million liability policy. So if an insurance is writing a $250 million policy, they're going to have some rules around that.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful with what you're signing up for on it.
Yeah. When it comes to both the tax aspect and the insurance aspect, is that constantly changing all the time as well?
Yeah, they're passing new tax laws all the time. If all of the tax implications were at a federal level, it would be less noticeable. But we operate in all 50 states, and in each one of those states, they change laws frequently, and Florida may change something and New York may not, or New Mexico may change something and Kansas doesn't, or whatever. So that's already an added complication, but then it even drops down frequently to the county and sometimes even to the city level. So you're dealing with so many local taxing agencies and stuff that you can't keep up with all the changes on it.
Yeah.
And then on the insurance side, it doesn't tend to change drastically like overnight. It's usually like around renewal periods every year that, oh crap, since last year they've added this requirement, or we've been in good standing long enough they relaxed this requirement a little bit, or we haven't had any claims in 5 years, so they're now allowing us to do this. Or so it does change every year a little bit, but it's not usually a lot of back and forth. It's usually just around renewal periods.
And on your insurance policy, is it considered just one policy that covers the aircraft, the crew, personnel, et cetera, or are you having to get different or separate insurance policies to cover different aspects?
If you're just an individual owner buying one aircraft, you can usually get it all done under one policy of some sort. For us, because we operate so many different entities and so many different aircraft that we're managing, to get our purchasing power up, we put, well, it's not only purchasing power, it's also team alignment and owner and operator alignment. We want everyone under the same policy. So we use like one umbrella policy that protects all of our owners that we're taking care of, and that allows us to manage those insurances. So we got our hull and operations liability policies, but then we have our GL policies, our workers' comp policies, our cyber policies, our I feel like I got policies coming out my ears. We're very heavily insured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey guys, we'll get back to the video in a sec, but first, quick question for you business owners and high achievers watching. When you're traveling around the country for deals, scaling teams, or managing stress, are you actually flying with a team that makes your life easier? Or are you dealing with scheduling headaches, surprise maintenance bills, and too many moving parts behind the scenes? Well, that's why today's sponsor, Haven Aviation Services Group, exists. Think of them as the safe haven of the sky. Haven is a vertically integrated aviation company, meaning they handle everything under one roof. From your private jet charters, aircraft management, brokerage, maintenance, avionics, and premium grade services at their FBO. For aircraft owners especially, this is the absolute real best value. Instead of juggling pilots, insurance, scheduling, maintenance, hangars, legal docs, Haven manages it all in one place. No guessing, no surprises, and no wondering why something suddenly costs six figures. Their entire focus is transparency, safety, and long-term planning. So you actually trust the people managing your aircraft and don't have to stress about it at all. So if you want an aviation partner that operates with the same discipline and results-driven mindset we talk about on the show, hit the link in the description to connect with Haven Aviation Services Group. Big thanks to Haven ASG for sponsoring today's video, and now let's get back to the show.
Necessary. When it comes to the depreciation factor, when it comes to that, I know you touched on that in an earlier session, but is there anything you would add in light of the context of this conversation?
I don't think so. In the context of this conversation, it's less about the aircraft value depreciating. It's the actual legal tax treatment of the depreciation. And the most important thing on that is understanding what properly qualifies the aircraft for accelerated depreciation. If you're electing to take that, make sure that you're getting the aircraft to meet the requirements of that, and you're not just claiming it, and then if you get audited and they find out that you didn't meet the requirements to use that deduction, then you could have some problems. And then on the backside of that, whenever you're going to sell the aircraft, a lot of people familiar with real estate talk about the 1031 exchanges for, like, if you sell a piece of real estate and within a certain amount of time you use that money to buy another real estate, it helps you with your tax situation. Well, 1031 exchanges in that light are not applicable to aircraft transactions. So that doesn't mean you can't kind of do that, but you're not doing it under a true 1031 exchange. You know, if you sell the aircraft this year, but you buy another one and get it in service in that year, take that depreciation. It helps offset the gains that you had to pay back on that other one. But there are recapture requirements on that if you sell it within a certain time frame. So some people that don't need all of that loss in 1 year. There are circumstances where you may be better off to put that on a 5 year or 7 year schedule instead of taking it all in year one. But there are options for if you don't have enough basis to use that full write-off in that year, where you can roll those losses over for a few years. Very situational that your CPA will have to get into, but there are rollover options for those losses. And then, so just making sure you understand that there's no free lunch. If you get that full depreciation and you turn around and sell that aircraft within the next year or two, there are going to be recapture implications on it.
Yeah.
People like to gloss over that because we're all trying to sell airplanes and you get 100%. Well, you do, and done correctly, it is very advantageous, but it's not just there's nothing free in water world, man.
This is true. So staying on this legal aspect, you've spoken quite a bit in an earlier session about the DOM and their responsibility. Talk to us about what are some of the things that they have to be keeping in order to avoid audits with the FFA, et cetera. Like, what are the legal aspects that have to be covered when it comes to just keeping everything in order in jet ownership?
I don't think the farmers are going to come audit us, so we're clear there.
Those future farmers of America, so pesky.
I hope the farmers are coming for an audit. But
good catch.
The FAA audits, so whenever you're operating under Part 91, the circumstances where you're going to get like an FAA audit are not very likely. They don't generally just go audit a Part 91 operator for no reason. They definitely can ramp check you. So what that means is if you pull up at an FBO somewhere and there's a FAA guy nosing around there, he may come out and do what's called a ramp check. And he'll say, hey, I need to see your registration on the airplane, your pilot's license, your, checking your requirements, looking the airplane over, make sure it all looks okay. And sometimes when they do that, if they don't like what they found or they think there's issues, they could push that into a deeper audit from the FAA side. On the Part 135 side, yes, they could ramp check you and do the same thing and start there. But there are pre-scheduled audits that they do on the 135 side. So there's these things that the FAA inspectors get issued called DCTs. Those DCTs are basically generated checklists that the inspector gets that says, depending on the operator and the interval and complexity, all these things, they get different levels and different frequencies of DCTs. But basically, they'll call you up and say, hey, I'm going to come up on Tuesday and we're going to do a DCT check. And so whenever they come in to do that, hey, let me see your flight manifest for the last 60 days. Let me see your weight and balance checks. Let me see your release schedules. Let me see then they'll go into the maintenance records on that side of it, they'll go, let me see your pilot training records. Let me see when the last time your pilots had their check rides done. Let me see that whatever training facility, like if you're using flight safety or semi-flight or whoever, we have to go and audit them ourselves on a preset interval. So they'll want to see that we did our audits to the school correctly. And then that's your POI that usually does that. That's your operations inspector. And then you have your PMI and your PAI, that's your maintenance inspector, and your avionics inspector. So they'll come in and they're the ones that will work with the DOM usually and say, hey, let's see the status sheets on the aircraft. Let's see the AD status on the aircraft. If you're using any third-party maintenance vendors, you have to go and audit them. And if you have to go audit a third-party maintenance vendor, then we want to see where you checked that they're on a drug and alcohol program. You checked that their repair station has capabilities to do the work that you hired them to do. If you're using an in-house facility, they'll want to see your calibration records for your calibrated tooling. They'll want to see your own drug and alcohol program stuff. They go through all of that stuff. So, and they don't go through all of it every single time, but they have their checklist items that they got to check. And then if they get to a checklist item and it's not exactly right, or they find something a little wonky, they may go deeper down that hole to figure out if you got some kind of an issue going on there. And historically, the old FAA, their only mechanism of corrective action was to fine you and try to put you out of business. And so the relationship was people would hide everything they could from the FAA because there was no mechanism to deal with it. If they got caught, they were going to get fined or suspended or have some kind of a major issue. And so when your only tool's a hammer, everything's a nail. And that was kind of the whole thing that was going on. And so it wasn't leading to improved safety outcomes because people were just hiding shit.
Right.
And so now they have a new operation method that has been around for a few years now that's called the compliance philosophy. And it's actually been a very positive improvement on these relationships because now, as long as you self-report a problem, like if we miss something and we screwed something up, we self-report it. And we say, hey, there was this thing that needed to be done. It fell through the cracks. We fixed it. We stopped operations. We fixed the problem. Here's what the root cause was. Here's our corrective action of how it's not going to happen again. And they're like, cool. All right, problem's fixed. Or they may come back and say, hey, that's not a deep enough corrective action. We need to add some more things to make sure this don't happen again. So as long as you're transparent with them and you're not trying to hide shit from them, they do a really good job of actually focusing on a safety outcome, not focusing on kicking you in the balls. And so when you work with the FAA correctly, they do drive safety and they are helpful. It's the people that are trying to be dodgy and trying to do things the wrong way to make it cheaper and do all these things. Those are the guys that's where I get all sideways about it because the FAA doesn't have the bandwidth to go and police all those people and go and catch them in the act. Right. And then you have the other people that are trying to do it all above board and they're self-reporting issues and they're being proactive about the safety side of it. And the FAA does their best to help us in that safety side of it. But unfortunately, just the nature of the beast, the people that are doing it the wrong way generally don't get on the radar to a point that anything's done about it until something really negative happens about it. And so, yeah, that's...
Yeah. When did that shift take place towards the...
I don't remember the exact year, but I call it between 7 and 9 years ago, I would think.
Wow.
Somewhere around there.
I can think a lot of industries that would benefit from that perspective and approach.
I was working within the FAA dynamics before that, and I've been working in it since that, and it's definitely a much better relationship where I remember back in the day, you hear the FAA's coming here like sticking shit in drawers and hiding shit, and like it was chaos. And it wasn't even that you were doing anything knowingly wrong. It was just that fear of, what am I missing? Oh shit.
Right.
Daddy's home and I done something wrong, whether it's kind of this abusive partner relationship where, and the FAA guys, that was the tool they had, was enforcement. And so there was very little latitude on it. And it caused a lot of just hiding shit instead of fixing root cause problems.
Yeah.
This new way they're doing it, I'm a big believer that it is helping the industry. They are still doing enforcement actions. It doesn't mean you can't get fined or suspended. You sure as shit can. But if you're not intentionally doing things wrong, you're not chronically making the same mistake over and over and over. Like you drop the ball on something and you self-report it and do your corrective actions and it's fixed and you're good. Everything's good. You make that mistake and you say you fixed it, but then you do it again and again. You do that 3 or 4 times, you're going to get your ass in trouble. But at that point, you probably should.
Right.
It means you're not trying to fix the
You're
problem.
the problem.
Yes, exactly. You do have a really good avenue to do things the right way. And now there's these ASAP and MSAP programs now, which the ASAP program is for pilots and the MSAP is for mechanics. If you get signed up with
Sorry, there's one of them is as soon as possible and the other one's later joke that's just sitting there. So, all right.
So with those programs, it allows your pilots and your technicians to self-report on an individual level to protect their certificates, but also make aware that these issues are happening. So when those programs are approved and in place and used, they're very effective safety tools as well.
Any other legal considerations that a first-time jet owner should be taking into consideration?
I don't believe so. I think we covered the...
Is it easier for somebody who's simply upgrading a plane than for an initial owner, or is it pretty much the same things hoops you got to jump through and checklists, et
The
cetera?
requirements and everything stay the same. If you're upgrading, you're at least already been through it at some level, so you kind of know what to expect. But the requirements are more or less the same. They don't change much as you move up in class. It's just more dollars.
Very cool. And at the end of this course, you'll see Travis interviewing some specialists in some of these arenas. And so keep an eye out for those sessions coming up. And we'll be back with our next session, which is the origin story of how Travis knows all of these things. And so we're going to be digging into that. We'll see you then.
See ya.
Welcome back, my friends. By now, you have sat through many sessions with Travis, and you've benefited from a lot of the industry expertise that he's bringing to the table and making available to you guys. But today, I want to talk to you about how it is that you got where you are, how it is that you learned what you learned, and really just kind of the origin story of the Jet Cowboy, man. So let's go back in time to where you came from, where you grew up, and what life was like.
Yeah, so early on, born in New Mexico, at around 10 years old, my grandpa and my dad and a couple of other family members all got jobs up in northern Nevada working in the gold mines. They were all heavy equipment mechanics, worked on the big haul trucks and the shovels and all that stuff up there. But we had the family ranch in New Mexico still, so it's been the school year in northern Nevada. And then as soon as school would get out, we'd go stay on the ranch all summer long in New Mexico with with my dad's mom and dad. And then stay there as long as we could, and then at the last minute before school started back up, we go back up. Great childhood in northern Nevada. Had a lot of good friendships from there. Still have some that have lasted through today.
Nice.
Just a blue-collar working family. No, nothing crazy. We weren't rich, but we weren't poor. Just kind of normal getting by. My little brother was born with, I have a little brother that's 3 years younger and a sister that's 3 years younger than that. So he was the middle child, and he was born with hydrocephalus, which is basically a birth defect where your spinal cord doesn't drain the fluid off your brain. So they have to go in and put a shunt in your head and drain spinal fluid down into your abdomen, bypassing where it would normally go down your spine. At that time, that many years ago, it was hard to treat. So he was in and out of the hospital a lot, caused a lot of problems for him. And then at one point in time, they had figured out it was better to drain that spinal fluid into your heart cavity instead of into your abdomen. And so they did that, and after playing around with several valves and getting the pressuring right and all that kind of stuff, it did actually work really well. Unfortunately, while they were in there doing that, they introduced a infection into his heart that led to him having congestive heart failure. We didn't know that until he was around 16 years old. Just one day had a massive heart attack and had to call the ambulance to come get him. And so that started a whole new chapter of problems for him, in and out of evaluations for heart transplants and treatment methods and all this stuff. Ultimately, we ended up losing him in his early 30s. The reason I bring that up is because during all of his problems throughout the years, we ended up using the life flight services, the air ambulance services a lot. Where we lived in northern Nevada and where he was being treated in Salt Lake City at the Children's Hospital was way too far to be driving back and forth. So, something would malfunction at our home in Nevada, and he would go into almost like a coma, and they'd have to air ambulance flight him back down to Salt Lake and get it fixed. This went on, I don't even know how many times, but that was kind of the start of the air ambulance era for me, on understanding how invaluable that was when you're sitting there watching your family member going through this and just hoping they make it another time, and understanding how urgent it is to get to the hospital in a quick timeline. And that type of a complicated problem, you can't just go to a local rural hospital and get treatment for it. So that was kind of some of the early on seeds that got planted in aviation use for me. Had nothing to do with sexy and cool and all these things. It was saving my brother's life over and over again. And then at one point, my dad had a real bad motorcycle accident and had to be life flighted. My mom had her own set of problems medically, and she ended up having to get life flighted quite a few times. And then my grandmother wrecked her four-wheeler one day and jacked her all up, and she had to get life flighted. So, I had all these people around me that their lives were saved through air ambulance service. So that I had a soft spot for that early on.
And for all of you guys that are watching this course, that's one thing we hadn't even touched on or whatnot. But one of the components of your business is that you remodify King Airs into.
Yeah, so we take a corporate configured aircraft, we completely gut the inside of it and reconfigure it like a mobile emergency room. Like we put a medical bed in there, high intensity lighting, get rid of any impervious surfaces, add radio communication equipment that they can communicate with doctors and stuff on the ground in, avionics upgrades, all kinds of stuff that goes into it.
Just on the side.
So it's probably that is my favorite part of the business, is building those air ambulances, because I know how important their mission is. I take it very seriously, and my team is freaking awesome at it. They're really good at it. Through that whole air ambulance thing and all that stuff that happened, that was kind of my first introduction into aviation. I'd never even rode on an airplane. And then I was, I was still kind of a hoodlum at the time. I wasn't really doing good in school. I didn't have any college prospects. I was just worried about playing and not, I had no goals or aspirations or anything. And with what I was dealing with in my family, I didn't really think about past next week. Like most of the time, I'm like, I ain't going to be around in 2 years. I don't really care what's going on. And when I finally left high school, I was just working at a lumber yard, pretty lost, just screwing around, and out of the blue one day my pager goes off. That's how old this is. My pager goes off with this phone number. One of my buddies that I grew up with, he was really into helicopters and liked helicopters, and we had kind of talked about trying to get into aviation in some way somehow, but didn't really have a plan. But anyway, one day my pager goes off, and I'm like, who the hell is this? And I go and call it, and it's a recruiter from a technical school. And this guy's like, hey, you want to be an aircraft mechanic? I was like, that'd be cool. I mean, I grew up building cars and painting things and rebuilding engines. I was a gearhead from a little kid. I've always loved anything with an engine in it.
Yeah.
But I didn't really want to go work in the mines and deal with all the stuff that happens at the mines. It wasn't my cup of tea. And I was like, well, I'd love to be an aircraft mechanic, but I don't know how to do that. I don't have any money. I don't know how to do that. He said, well, we have these programs, we have this, and basically sold me on if I would get my ass to Denver, then he would take care of the rest. And so I went and quit my job that day, packed up all my stuff, and I was in Denver 2 or 3 days later.
Dang.
He got me set up with student housing, got me on some kind of grant scholarship type thing, and then I was enrolled in school and started learning how to be an aircraft mechanic. That was a fun experience, living outside of Denver in a little town called Broomfield. At the time, it was kind of outside of Denver. Now it's all one thing, but had a great experience there. Worked several fun odd jobs during the time I was in school there. But during the course of school, there was a recruiter from Cessna Aircraft Company. It's all Textron now, but at the time it was Cessna. They came in and they're like, hey, we're looking to hire new people. So they gave us these tests and did all these things. And long story, they ended up hiring me into their research and development program for Cessna. So I went to work for them straight out. I graduated A&P school and loaded up and moved to Wichita. And while
that seems like a really cool first assignment or
it
job.
was, and at least what they told me, I don't know if it was a sales pitch or reality, but like you don't go straight from A&P school into that program. Normally you have to get in their network and then you have to work into that and
that's what I would have thought. Yeah,
earn that position over there. And from my experience, there was no one in there with less than 8 or 10 years of experience. I was like the only new greenhorn in the thing. So I don't know what it was, why they thought I would fit in there or whatever, but I was glad to be there. I loved the job. It was phenomenal that they treated their employees really well. It was a great job. But I was about a year into that role is when my brother had his first heart attack, and they were living back in New Mexico by now. And my mom was sick. My dad was trying to keep everything together. It was just family life was rough at this patch. So I was like, I can't be up here in Wichita focused on this and doing a good job here and worrying about what's going on there. So I resigned from my role there at Cessna and moved back to New Mexico to be there with them to help figure out where to go from here. When I got back to New Mexico, I was like, well, I need a job. I need something to do. So I found there's a little town out in the middle of the Navajo reservation called Gallup. When I went to the airport in Gallup, there's this little air ambulance company there that was called Gallup MedFlight. A guy named Jim Shepard owned and operated the FBO and the air ambulance company out of there. So I just went in and, hey, I need a job. I'm an A&P, and he gave me a job. So I went to
He was
work.
probably pumped to get you in Gallup.
Probably, yeah. It's hard, not exactly a great place to recruit.
It's a tiny town, yeah.
Yeah. But he gave me a job, and within, dang, I wasn't there maybe, I'm not very good with reverse timelines, but
Same.
but I wasn't there more than a couple of months, maybe 4 months maximum. And I'd only been an A&P for a couple of years at this point, not even that long. Like, it was a baby A&P, barely got to work there. Well, the guy that was his director of maintenance over his air ambulance company is an awesome dude. His name's Nelson Shee. He's still a friend of mine today. Well, he was in the Army Reserves, and at this time, all the stuff was going on over in Iraq and everything, and he got called back up to active duty. So Jim comes out there and he says, well, I guess you're the DOM. And I was like, shit, I guess so. What's a DOM? You know, like, I didn't know anything about anything. But he's in Gallup. He don't have a lot of options. I think me and him got along really well, and he saw some potential in me and felt like with his oversight, you know, he's an owner and he's there and he knows more or less what's going on.
Yeah.
But he needed somebody in that role. So while Nelson was on active duty, I got called up to that role. So I did that for a year while Nelson was on active duty, and man, I learned so much during that year, like, and it's highly accelerated learning curve, because in any normal situation, a guy with that amount of experience and that setup would not even
Changing
be considered.
tires.
Yeah, you're changing tires and oil. You're not doing a DOM job. So it was great circumstances from that aspect that I got thrown to the wolves a little bit, and I had to learn quickly, and I had to figure things out, and further deepened my passion for the air ambulance world, because now I'm seeing not only what had happened in my life, but now on a daily basis, they're loading patients right outside my hangar. So I'm watching what's happening and seeing how frequently these machines are being used to save people's lives. And
you're like 2021 right now?
Yeah, roughly right around there. But also during that time, you know, as a kid growing up, I always kind of had a little entrepreneurial bug, like, and I was always a little contrary to the normal thinking. Like,
No.
I would, believe it or not, yeah. I developed a really good relationship with Jim, and
Wait. You can't reference how you had an entrepreneurial bug as
yeah,
a kid
skip
without
that.
telling the
So I
the
did have
story.
a little bit of an entrepreneurial bug. Like, I was always doing stupid little side projects and, like, trying to figure out how to
Side hustles,
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
We know where Wiley gets it.
Apparently. So trying to, you know, like, selling little stuff at school, or going and buying bulk candies and then reselling them in class. And we went through
markup, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Went through a phase where we made these little finger skateboards and hustled those and did fun with those. And it was always something, but it was never anything extravagant. It was always just these little things. But I enjoyed doing that kind of stuff. But I never really had the opportunity, the place, whatever, to express that avenue. It was just survival mode. Like, what am I doing today? How am I getting through today? How do I get through tomorrow? But then when I got to this point where I was with Jim, he had moved to Gallup from Oklahoma. He built this business there. He was running this FBO, and he was a good old boy like me. Like, I saw myself in him. He wasn't some fancy Ivy League graduate that built some big business, but he was and my grandfather on my mom's side, he owned a diesel repair shop as well, and my dad worked for him when I was really little. So I was around that a little bit, but I was too young to really appreciate what it was. But So the first time I was old enough, mature enough, in the right place to understand what was going on, that was with Jim, and watching how he did things and how he treated people and how he ran a business. It really reignited that for me. I just knew at that point I needed to be on my own. So I started trying to figure out how to go into business for myself there, and didn't really have a whole lot of luck in it. And Nelson came back from the military and So he took his DOM roll back.
The audacity. He wanted his job back?
Imagine
This
that.
guy.
Just out protecting our country and then wants his job back. What the heck? So, dude, I love Nelson. He's such a good dude. He's awesome.
We got to interview him sometime, man.
We should.
That'd be awesome.
I was just texting with him the other day. He's such a cool guy. For whatever reason, I can't remember what happened there, but however it wound up, I ended up moving to Albuquerque and working for Cutter Aviation over there. And so when I was at Cutter, that was my first like real MRO experience, where they had a 145 repair station. They did like this diverse range of maintenance on a bunch of different aircraft. So I worked for them for a couple of years. I don't remember, 3 years maybe, something like that. And I worked back and forth between their shop in Albuquerque and their shop in Phoenix. And there was a guy named Jose that was the shop lead there that kind of took me under his wing, and he taught me an enormous amount while I was there.
Can I pause you right there?
Yeah.
And come back to that. Where did you develop the value for mentorship? Because a lot of people don't have that.
I didn't ask for it.
Yeah.
I was just fortunate
Just
enough.
natural to you.
I was just fortunate enough that people took a liking to me and saw some value in me and kind of went out of their way to do it. I wasn't intelligent enough or had some grand plan that I went and asked them to be a mentor. They just did it. And for whatever reason, they either saw something in me or liked that I was ambitious enough to show up. And I honestly think, as we're talking through it, that's what a lot of it is. It's hard to find someone that just shows up when they say they're going to, puts in effort, does a little self-study on the side, like actually has some ambition to get something done. I know for me personally, I have a few guys that I kind of mentor, and that's what's drawn me to them, is they have the initiative and the drive and the give a shit to that it's worth giving your energy to them.
Yeah.
It's not worth giving your energy to someone that isn't using it. Like, you're just wasting it at that point. So it's probably something like that was similar.
It makes
would be what
sense.
I
They
guess.
recognize that you were, even if it was on a subconscious level, positioning yourself as a good investment.
Mm-hmm.
And then, very cool.
And so then, I don't remember the exact circumstances, but I wound up back at Gallup MedFlight for a little while, re-engaged with Jim and Nelson and that team, and was back there for a little while. And then that was finally when I was like, I need to go do my own thing. I think I can do some cool stuff. I want to go do my own thing. Or at that time, we didn't have the internet.
The on the line wasn't available.
The on the line wasn't very available.
I mean,
So-
y'all are still paging each other, so I get it, man.
So we have, and this publication's still around. It's called Trade a Plane. It's this big yellow newspaper that has all the airplanes for sale. But back then, that was a big part of how you hunted for a job in the business. Is you'd go to the help wanted section, list under the A&Ps.
It was either that or homing pigeons, man.
Exactly, that was about it. So I started going through the Trade a Plane every week and was just calling random people. And there was this one ad, dude, I need to go to Trade a Plane and see if they keep like old records, because I want a copy of this ad.
Yeah.
But this ad caught me so off guard because it was so ridiculously stupid. It was the dumbest ad I've ever seen. And it was like looking for a A&P that wears a Superman cape and has like sockets for fingers and triple jointed elbows. And like, it was, all the normal button down ads, and then this thing's right in the middle of it, and I was like, this guy's weird enough, I can work with this guy. And so I call him, and this guy answers the phone, and I'm like, hey, I'm calling about the A&P job. And he's like, what? And I'm like, I'm calling about the A&P job. And he's like, oh yeah, well, what about it? And I said, well, dude,
How do you figure out I need to post it?
dude, we need to get Ron on the podcast
Yes.
sometime. But so the guy's name is Ron, and he has the FBO and maintenance shop over in Pampa, Texas. That's how I wound up in Texas. So
God's country.
I get him on
Not
the phone.
Pampa so much, but, the
I
state.
love Pampa.
You're right.
So I get him on the phone, and I'm like, hey, dude, I want to build my own business. I don't have any money, but can we work something out, kind of thing? Just, I don't remember the verbiage exactly, but gave him some song and dance, and he's like, I don't really understand what the hell you're asking me, but I need some help. Come over here and talk to me. So I drive from New Mexico.
He's like, you got those socket fingers, though?
you got the socket
Pack your
fingers?
cape and let's go.
Oh my Lord, dude, we've got to find that ad. And so I drive to Pampa. I meet him. Long story short, what basically it worked out to be is that if I'd come to work for him for a year and everything went well and everything was good, then he would kind of help owner finance his equipment to me to help get me in business.
Nice.
So that's what we did. Pretty quickly after that, wound up moving everything to Amarillo. That's how I wound up in Amarillo, Texas. And
how old are you at this time?
Mid-20s, 24, 25.
So you're in a pretty
something
sweet
like that.
spot
Yeah.
for that age, man.
Yeah. I was doing good. Oh, I skipped over a whole section. I'm terrible at this.
It's all
like
good.
backtracking thing. I'm always forward thinking. I don't live in the past very often. But somewhere between Cutter and Gallup, I actually went to Wyoming for a year and went to work for a firefighting outfit in Wyoming and had a great experience up there. But they unfortunately had a couple of accidents that kind of shut everything down, and they laid everybody off, and so everyone had to go find new jobs. That's how I wound up back in Gallup. Was I had moved to Wyoming, worked there for a year. They shut down, moved back to Gallup, and then on to here.
And were you working on like those planes that carry the water out over the forest fires, or?
Yeah. Whenever I got the job in Wyoming, it was like November, and I'm moving to Wyoming. So I'm like, at this time, I owned like a 76 Ford truck and like this old truck. And so I thought I was being really smart because I put a block heater on it and I put a coolant heater on it because I knew it was going to be cold, but I didn't know how cold.
Yeah.
And so I get up there, and the first night I'm there, it's cold as shit. It's cold. But I have my truck plugged in, so I got there in the morning and fires right up, and I'm like, hell yeah, I'm smart. Well, I go to put it in gear, the freaking transfer case and the transmission fluid was frozen in
Holy
it. So I had to
crap.
put the transfer case in neutral and then put it in gear and then like sit there and get the transmission warmed up and then finally get it in the transfer case back in gear. Finally get my truck going and get my ass to work. Well, I get to work, and the first job they put me on, we were building. Have you seen the movie called The Flight of the Phoenix? There's an old version that was built like in the 70s or somewhere back there, and then they did a remake of it. Well, we built the airplane that they used in that movie.
Oh, that's
And
sick.
so the first job they put me on is helping them build this, and it's a C-119 boxcar is what type of airplane it is. Well, the leading edge of the wing is, I don't know, 15, 18 feet up in the air, and they didn't have room to put it inside the hangar. So it had like part of the airplane in the hangar, but most of the airplane was outside. So I'm up on top of a ladder shooting rivets in the leading edge of this wing, and it's like 10, 15 degrees below
my
zero.
gosh.
So I'm trying to handle these little bitty number 4 rivets on top of a ladder in the wind and sub-freezing temperatures. And the rivet gun, about every third rivet, it would freeze up from the moisture in the line. So, you know, like that fluid that you put in to de-ice your brakes on a truck. So we have like this big pressure pot that we're dumping that fluid in to try to keep the stuff unfrozen while we're working. So you'd shoot 2 or 3 rivets and then you'd like try to warm your hands up. And I'm up there like, what dumbass took this job? Like, dude, this was terrible. And simultaneously now it's fun, but at the time it was miserable.
Yeah.
And so I'm up there doing that for 2 or 3 days in a row, all day long, my whole shift out there freezing my ass off for shooting these rivets in the leading edge of this wing. And one of the only people on this project that got to work inside were the people from the spar aft on that airplane is dope in fabric, and from the spar forward is metal. And so the people that were rebuilding the trailing edge sections that were dope in fabric, that you have to be in a heated room to do all that kind of work. So they're in this little shop, and these long sections of wing are laid out on the floor in there, and they're thick enough that you have to use these needles that are about this long to stitch the wing back on. So you have to basically sew the wing onto the structure because it's fabric. And
This is blowing my mind right now.
and so you have one guy on the side of it with a flashlight, and you go through and mark with a pin. And this was in the slipstream of the prop. So you have to do 1-inch spacing, double stitch rows. So you mark ahead of time with a pin or a Sharpie where all your holes got to go through. And you're standing on that side of it, and you hold your flashlight on there so it highlights that pin mark. So I'm looking through the hole of the previous stitch up here to see where I'm going over there, and I'm cramming the needle across, and then I got to hit that hole, and then you pull all the string through, and then I hold my flashlight and you feed it back through, and you just do this for this whole huge wing section.
Yeah.
Well, I'm the one out there on the ladder freezing my balls off while they're in there in this heated room doing this. And one of those guys that was working in the room got to bitching and moaning that he was bored about all this. And so the lead guy, he's like, "Oh, you think this sucks? You get your ass outside." And so he sent him outside, and he hollers at me, "Hey, new guy." And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Come here." And I'm like, "Okay." And he's like, "Do you know how to stitch?" And I was, "Stitch fabric? I've never done it in my life." "Oh, yeah.
For sure. I do today.
I do now. I just learned right now." Right. And so he's like, "You get on this." And so he put that guy on my job and put me in there. So then I spent several weeks in there bored out of my mind.
But you were warm, though.
But I was not out there on that ladder freezing my balls off, so it was fine. But that was fun. Got that whole project done. I was the new guy there and didn't know anything about anything, so I was just a grunt on the project. But the guys that knew what was going on that were really good, they got to go with the aircraft over to Africa and in the Sahara Desert and film the movie and do all that. It was a cool experience. They were sending us pictures and stuff, and it was fun. But it's fun to watch the movie knowing that in the movie they completely destroy that airplane, but I know in reality they didn't, because the airplane came home when it was done, and it was great.
Interesting. And this is the one that was shot in the 70s,
right? Almost. Feels like it. So that was a whole fun adventure up there.
That was cool. I'm glad you remembered that.
I loved Wyoming and had a great experience up there. Wyoming's an awesome place. I loved it. Anyway, unfortunately, they closed it down for a little while, and then they reopened it under another name later. But in that transition, I moved on. And then I wound up back in Gallup, back to Pampa, and then I ended up with this deal in Pampa, ended up in Amarillo. So that's how I got here. And then once I got stabilized in an area and started building a customer base, then people started asking me, like, "Hey, I need to get a different airplane, or I need a new airplane." And watching people try to buy and sell airplanes kind of on their own, initially in the smaller, like 172s and 182s and Cherokees and all these small airplanes. But then they started asking me, "Well, hey, I'm going to go buy this airplane. Can you go look at it for me?" And then I'd go look at it and I'd be like, "This thing's a piece of shit." And they're like, "Oh, thank God you saved me from buying a piece of shit."
Right.
And so I really started liking the ability to go help an owner make a good decision and then get that aircraft to us and finish cleaning it up and making it nice. Now they got a happy airplane. And so did a few of those smaller transactions and then started moving into a lot of King Air work. I've done a ton of King Air work in my life.
And how old are you about this time?
25 to 27, somewhere in there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, somewhere in that area. So then progressively started buying and selling more airplanes, and then started moving into jets. And during that process, basically self-taught how to buy and sell aircraft and what all the transactions had to look like and the steps and the processes. And so started doing a lot of that. Along the way, our customer base kind of moved up the chain from a lot of GA stuff to turboprop stuff to more light entry-level jets, and now we're very heavy into a lot of the bigger jets. We've just kind of naturally progressed up.
How big are the divisions between those categories? Like when you're a business owner, if you're going to pivot or shift into one of those areas, is it a big leap or is it just a little adjustment? Or
each new aircraft type that you take on, you've got to have technicians that have experience, or you got to send them to some schools. It requires more equipment. Some aircraft types require less specialty equipment, some require more. So you just have to understand what you have for your infrastructure, and then your physical infrastructure. What size of hangar do you have? Can you accommodate this many aircraft? And then as you move up in aircraft size, the physical size of the aircraft requires more people to be on it to get it turned in a reasonable amount of time.
Right.
So if you're working on a King Air 90, you can put 2 or 3 guys on it and turn an inspection around pretty quick. But if you're working on a Falcon 900, you've got to have a much bigger crew to get it out in a reasonable amount of time so they don't have extended downtime. So you got to grow your crew size to a bigger aircraft. You have to grow your facility infrastructure, your parts inventory. All those things have to scale up each time. So it does take some strategy and some time to develop each one of those things as you go along.
And as you were going through that process, did you always have your eye on, I'm going to move up in the scale of aircraft that I'm working on, or was it just kind of like as opportunities came, you just naturally progressed through that?
I think almost all of it comes from me being a problem solver. I see a problem and nobody's
Yo, I'll
solving
solve it.
Yo, I'll solve it. You can throw some rap references in here. But yeah, like you get a customer that shows up and they bought an aircraft that now nobody knows how to work on it. To me, it was a good business decision, and it was just fulfilling to be able to go and figure out how to fix that.
You need a challenge.
Yeah, I like the challenge of it. Like, okay, we're going to take care of this guy. How are we going to do it? And so it just naturally progressed. And then as you get take care of this guy's problem and get him solved and get him happy, well, he's going to tell all of his buddies about it. And now, well, his buddy owns this aircraft you've never worked on, but he's adamant that you need to be his guy, so you better figure his out. And then he has another buddy. And so up until like right now that you're involved, we've never really done any marketing or outbound sales. Everything up till now has been organic growth, word of mouth referral, taking care of people that basically came asking us to take care of them. So we, every time you'd get a new customer, they would come in, and there's like this early phase where you've got to earn their trust, beat the skepticism,
Right.
deliver on what you say you're going to do. That's an important part to me. And it's, we operate on these 5 core values, and we use the acronym TRIAD for it. I use the same 5 core values in my house. Like, they're not work values and then home values and then my value. Like, that's my belief system.
Life values,
Yeah, and so you got to live those, and if you live by those within integrity across the board, then I think people pick up on that pretty quick. So we wind up with a lot of returning customers.
You didn't share with us what the 5 are, though. You shared the acronym, but
It's transparency, results, inspiration, accountability, and discipline.
Nice.
Is the 5. So you'll see, like, on our logo, there's that little crown over the logo with a T. The T is not some tribute to Travis. The T stands for Triad, and then it's got 5 points on that crown. That's 1 for each one. So that's why that crown is. I've been asked that question quite a few times. What's with the crown?
Yeah.
It's just a reminder every time we see our logo that we need to live by those principles. But I think those contribute to high employee retention, high customer retention, and it just has been self-feeding based on that. You just are honest with people, you do what you say you're going to do, and they refer you to other people. And it just naturally grows.
Yeah.
So because of that, we've never really had to solicit a whole lot of business. Like, maybe a few times we've made a few calls and stuff, but it's very minimal. During the course of all that, when you wind up with an aircraft down for maintenance, they still have trips to take. They still need to do flights. So they would come and ask for our opinion on things, and we'd refer them out to different charter operators, and wound up with some negative outcomes on those. And they'd come back mad at me for referring them to this company that didn't take care of them. So I'm like, we just need to start a charter company. Well, to start a charter company from scratch is a very long queue with the FAA. So luckily, one of my customers who had over the years turned into a good friend of mine, he owned a single pilot aircraft certificate here. And he found out that I was going to go try to build his charter certificate. And he's like, hey, why don't we just team up, man? Let's just work together. I'll come to work for you. You buy my certificate. So that's what I did. I was fortunate enough to get Harry on my team and was able to buy his certificate from him. And then we took his single pilot certificate and went through all the processes with the FAA over a couple of year period to add an unlimited certificate where we can put as many pilots on it, as many airplanes as we want. Got it where we could run turbojet aircraft on it. Got our 12.5 program approved on it, which means then you got to deal with the TSA because you're over 12,500 pounds. So we had to get our TSA approvals on that. And then we got our 10 or more certificate added, which means now we can carry more than 10 passengers. So we had to go through a lot of steps over several years of growth to turn that certificate into what we needed it to be. But now we have the flexibility of adding aircraft, using it as a management tool, providing lift to people when their aircraft are down, or just the general public when they need to just charter an aircraft. And during this time also, we are getting asked questions about hangars and insurance and legal things and this and that. So then we've had to go more and more into the consulting side of the business as well. And it just kind of organically turned into, it's hard to treat one piece of the patient. For me, to take care of someone to the degree I want to, I have to have the whole patient there. I have to understand where they are personally, where their business is, where their aircraft is in its cycle, what their true needs for the airplane are, and where does their insurance fit in, where does this legally implicate them. Like you just have to kind of have the whole picture in mind to do it to the level that I feel comfortable doing it. Do we have a lot of maintenance customers that we don't do that for? Yes, we do, and we can do a great job for them on their maintenance, but we're not as effective in being able to plan and predict their maintenance and fit it in between flights and make sure that, you know, your pilot's going out for recurrent training, so he's going to be gone for a week. What maintenance can we knock out while you're down without a pilot? We know you're going on some other trip and you're going to be out of town for 2 weeks. What can we get done on your airplane while you're gone, and minimize the interruptions to you as the owner, because we have the whole picture. I just realized one important step I skipped. So when I went from, moved everything from Pampa to Amarillo, to make that work, I had to take on a capital partner at that time, and I didn't have enough money to just move into this massive new hangar without additional funding. And the customer base that I had in Pampa was not enough customer base to need this giant new hangar we're moving to in Amarillo. So I had partnered up with another guy that already had a customer base in Amarillo and a financial partner. So it was going to be 3 of us starting this new operation. Well, we show up to opening day, and I have this great big fancy new hangar, and the other guy that was supposed to be bringing all of his customer base over didn't show up. And I was like,
dang,
where's this guy at? So I start calling him, and he's not answering. And there's another guy we hired in the process, and he showed up, and he also knew him. And I was like, do you know where he's at? And he's like, no, we were all supposed to be here this morning. It's opening day, you know. And so we don't hear from him all day long. And so we're just trying to put things up and organize. We don't have a single airplane in this giant new hangar. And the next morning, he doesn't show up again. And I'm like, what the hell? This is weird.
Yeah.
So I finally go over to where he had been working previously, and he's over there at work. And I was like, what are you doing, dude? And he's like, oh, I decided I can't do that. And I was like,
he didn't let you know?
He didn't say a word.
Oh my
We'd already
God.
signed all the legal agreements, signed all the papers, signed for the financial agreements with this financial partner. It was all legal, papered up, everything was there. And he's like, I decided I can't do that. And I'm like, you can't just decide you're not going to do that. We've already taken this guy's money. We've already signed the lease on this new hangar. We've already da-da-da-da-da. He's like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not doing it. And I was like, okay, well, I don't know where this leaves us. So I leave there and I call the financial partner. I'm like, hey, here's what's going on, dude. I don't know where this leaves us. So the financial partner gets a hold of him, and he's like a lot more aggressive about it than I was. You know, I was just like, I don't know what to do. I'm a dumbass kid. My first real foray into business here. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. The financial partner put enough pressure on him that he finally was like, I'm going to get sued if I don't go over there, but I don't want to go over there because he's getting pressure from his current people. It was this really weird dynamic. Dang. So what does he do? He just packs up in the middle of the night and moves his ass clear out of the city. Like, he's gone. And so I get hold of the financial partner. I'm like, dude, I don't know what you want to do here. I said, I don't have the customer base over here to cash flow this right out of the gate. We've got this very expensive new hangar that we got to deal with. And we're starting from scratch essentially now. Like, I've got a few customers that are still coming over from Pampa and that stuff, but by and large, we're starting from scratch. So it's me, this one other guy, and my cousin that used to work for me, sitting in this giant empty hangar going, what the fuck do we do now? And so I just got to work. I just started calling every freaking airplane owner I could find in the Panhandle. I'd looking up all these people on the FAA website, and I'm just calling people. I'm driving to people's office. Hey, can I work on your airplane? And they're like, who the hell are you? Like, it was weird, dude. It was.
Did you try the FFA website?
I should have tried that one. It was
Golly.
an extremely painful call it 6-ish month period of just trying to get people to show up to get them put to work.
About how many weeks or months did it take to start seeing some influx from all the hustling you were doing?
We started getting a couple of airplanes within a few weeks, little tiny projects, and like a 150 annual, a 172 annual, like just some very small stuff, not the scope of work we needed for this.
To cover the hangar.
Yeah, like the hangar that I left out of Pampa, you know, it was like an 8,000 square foot hangar. We just moved into a 45,000 square foot facility on an international airport that is I don't remember the exact price, but it's costing me a fortune. It might as well have been $1 million a day for my budget at the time.
Right.
And now I feel heavily obligated to this financial partner that's helping with this, and I'm not going to bail on him. I'm going to dig in and do what I can do. But it sucked. It was terrible. And I'm also freshly married. No, at this point I've been married for a couple of years, but I had brand new twins. We had little babies at home now, and it was rough, dude.
Dang,
and so, but we hustled. We finally got stuff up and going, and then over the course of 3.5 years, we built that into a booming business. We had 20 something employees in there, had the airplanes smashed full in there all the time, was really busy, had built a badass team. It was great by that point. But the financial partner and I did not see eye to eye on a lot of things. At the time, in the headspace I was in and immature in the business arena, it was all his problem, you know, like, oh, he doesn't know what he's doing kind of thing. He had already built a very successful business on his own. Now, looking back on it, I see where I had made a lot of mistakes in my lack of communication, my lack of keeping him tied into why we were doing what we were doing. But he also tried to run it like an industry that was not like the aviation industry.
Gotcha.
So I would say there was a lot of merit both directions on why that wasn't a good partnership, and it just didn't work.
Yeah.
So basically it all came to a head, and I was like, one of us has got to go. He obviously was not in a spot where he wanted me to take over that business. I had no financial means to take over his part of the business. So basically I sold my half the business, but more or less just got out of there with my shirt on and moved on. That juncture right there, as part of that exit, I had to sign a non-compete on the maintenance world, obviously.
Right.
So I couldn't work on third-party maintenance anywhere in the Texas Panhandle as part of that agreement.
Hey guys, we'll get back to the video in a sec, but first, quick question for you business owners and high achievers watching. When you're traveling around the country for deals, scaling teams, or managing stress, are you actually flying with a team that makes your life easier? Or are you dealing with scheduling headaches, surprise maintenance bills, and too many moving parts behind the scenes? Well, that's why today's sponsor, Haven Aviation Services Group, exists. Think of them as the safe haven of the sky. Haven is a vertically integrated aviation company, meaning they handle everything under one roof. From your private jet charters, aircraft management, brokerage, maintenance, avionics, and premium grade services at their FBO. For aircraft owners especially, this is the absolute real best value. Instead of juggling pilots, insurance, scheduling, maintenance, hangars, legal docs, Haven manages it all in one place. No guessing, no surprises, and no wondering why something suddenly costs six figures. Their entire focus is transparency, safety, and long-term planning. So you actually trust the people managing your aircraft and don't have to stress about it at all. So if you want an aviation partner that operates with the same discipline and results-driven mindset we talk about on the show, hit the link in the description to connect with Haven Aviation Services Group. Big thanks to Haven ASG for sponsoring today's video, and now let's get back to the show.
And how long was that non-compete for?
I think it was 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah. One of the guys I had built a relationship with during that period, though, was a guy that was starting up an air ambulance company here in Amarillo. And he found out that I was doing that. And I kind of had it in my head. I was probably going to move to like Austin or somewhere down there and start a new shop and kind of start over down there. But he found out that I was getting ready to leave. And he's like, no, dude, I'm fixing to dump money into this like crazy. I need someone I can trust. Will you come and help me build it? Help me be, kind of run the aviation side of it for me. And I was like, sure, let's go do that. And so I didn't get ownership in that business. I was just an employee of that business. But what I did get is that's where I got a lot of my business education from, because he did have a finance background. He's a very sophisticated business operator. And during the course of that, whenever I went over there, ballpark, I think we had one, maybe two King Airs, a few part-time medical people. Like, it was a very, very small, fresh operation. In the time that I was there, when I left there, we had added the rotor wing side. So now we were doing helicopters. We were operating across the country, somewhere like, it went from like 5 or 6 employees when I started there to, I think we were at maybe 350 employees when I left there. Very rapid growth pattern. But the benefit was I was at the table with him during a lot of this growth. So I saw the way that they thought about things and the way that they approached things that was very different from any understanding I had about how to approach things. Saw how to run a much more professional organization and how to use basically just how to run a business properly. At that point, I had never been in that environment where I really was at the table with the people building and growing a business. And so learned an enormous amount. It was super high stress, but I'm super passionate about that industry. But very, very high demand, very high stress, very high paced. And during that period, I also had, at that point, I kind of got parked behind a desk most of the time trying to hire people, and I was responsible for buying and selling all the aircraft that were involved with this. So I was traveling all over the world collecting aircraft and figuring out, and we were in-house converting them into EMS birds at that time. It was
Like Perth, Australia,
Yeah.
traveling the world. Like,
Exactly.
that's about as far as you can get.
Yeah, that was fun. That was a madhouse trip. It was down and back. That's a long flight to just
That
land
is,
and look at
man.
an airplane and get back on the aircraft and fly home.
No doubt.
But it was fun. Learned an enormous amount during that period. But during that whole period of time, I knew that I was going to want to go back into my own thing when the timing worked out. And I was clear with the guy that owned that company that when the timing's right, I'm going to go back on my own. And he was a huge champion of that. He was very good about it. And during that period, all of my old customers from the shop that we had started were calling me constantly. Hey, we need you back over here. We need this. This is not working. We need you. An opportunity finally presented itself once my non-compete was over, and I had where I felt like I was in a good place with that EMS company that I had trained up several really good people that could handle it while I wasn't there. One of them being Nick, that everybody sees around here all the time. He was kind of my right-hand guy during that whole time.
Yeah.
And then a hangar finally became available at the international airport again, and it's that little hangar next door.
Right.
And so we're like, all right, we're going to do it. And so Robin was like, well, this time around, I don't know anything about airplanes, but I want to know what's going on because
Robin is his wife. He was not mentioned until this moment, but oh, you did say freshly married.
yeah.
Twins. Yeah.
She-
So that's Robin.
But during the first business, she was a stay-at-home mom, taking care of the kids. She had no idea of what was going on at the office, so to speak, but she knew shit wasn't going good. Like, I'd come home just a train wreck, and she didn't know how to help. She didn't know whether to be scared or not. And then one day I show up and I'm like, hey, we're out of the business. And she's like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, it was not good. So she's like, hey, I'm happy to try this with you again, but I want to be involved. I want to know what's going on. She said, she didn't have an aviation background. She had worked in the banks before we got married. And so I'm like, I'd love for you to be involved. That's great. So we didn't know how well we would work together on a professional level. And I would attribute that to being the biggest game changer in our whole business is having her involved in the business.
Nice.
Like, she's the glue that holds everything together. I'm a bit of a tornado in all my crazy ideas and chasing these projects, and I get things going 10,000 miles an hour, and I just assume everybody's moving at my speed, and they're not. And so it causes all this chaos. And
Calm down, Forrest Gump. This guy.
And she's like this chaos wrangler in the background, right? So I go and stir all this shit up, and she puts it all in place and organizes it and makes sure it has systems and processes and procedures and makes it sustainable.
Yeah.
And so
You naturally scale. She naturally brings sustain.
exactly. And where a lot of people think, well, like, how do you spend all day with her and then go home and have a real relationship? Like, for us, it's phenomenal. Like,
Beth and I worked together for a while, and we enjoyed the heck out of it.
Yeah, for us, it's been great. I know a lot of people it fails, but for us, it's been amazing.
Yeah.
Good for business and good for our marriage. So we get this hangar. We show up. It hasn't been used in 10 years or something, so it's all overgrown and nasty. So we go in and remodel the hangar and fix it all up nice. And so that's where she first starts. Is she's like, well, what can I do? I'm like, well, we need the parts area set up. And so I have her building part shelves and putting some of our inventory up and doing some of that kind of stuff. And then we hire a couple of people to come in and help us, hire a couple of mechanics to come that used to work for the old company that came in. And then, so now we start spreading the word that, hey, we're going back into business. And I don't remember the dates, but we said we're opening on X date. We start kind of pre-scheduling some work. And so we show up the day before opening day. So it's like a Sunday. We show up and we're going to just make sure everything's ready because we know we got a couple airplanes coming in the next day. And we pull up and there's literally a line of freaking airplanes on the ramp in front of the hangar waiting to get in the door. And I was like, dude, compared to that first example where I showed up and the other partner didn't show up and I'm begging anybody to let me change a damn tire on their airplane, like, and the stress and chaos that we went through on that whole thing to build relationships. And so I highly value customer relationships because of that. I went through that one where I knew what that felt like to have nothing to do and no one that would trust you to do it.
Yeah.
To where now they're literally lined up waiting to get in the door, and the dynamic shift between that was, it was crazy.
That's freaking awesome.
It was awesome. So then it's immediately like, holy shit, what do we do now? We literally couldn't fit all the airplanes in the hangar, and it's basically been that way ever since. So like we now have, what do we got? I think we're a hair over 100,000 square feet of space at this airport now, and everything's full. Like everything has airplanes packed in it now, and now we're back to we need more hangars. And so that was cool. It was fun.
Heck yeah.
So I don't know, I kind of got lost in the story there, but.
So how many years ago was it that you opened that business?
2019.
2019, right? And
6
so
years ago.
Since that point, what's occurred?
So we started in that initial hangar, the original shop that I was talking about being empty in that big facility, my original business, it went ahead and shut down at that point. So that hangar that I had originally moved in became available again. So we leased that hangar back out and then added more heads and more bodies and kind of got that one up. And then we got to the spot where we needed more space, so we leased another hangar on the facility. During that time, we decided that we wanted an FBO here. It was kind of the last major component we didn't have in place. So we started that process between all the government entities and agencies and three-letter alphabet organizations and everybody involved. It was a very long process to do a ground-up build on a new facility. Built our own fuel farm, our own hangar, our own offices, all that stuff. It was basically a 3-year process to get that done. But we opened that in November, and that's where we're hanging out at now. And we got this cool new facility and doing well on that side. And somewhere along the way, a few years ago, we purchased a struggling maintenance facility in upstate New York in Buffalo. So there was a gentleman that had a place up there that he had moved to another country and he wasn't here to run it, and so it was having issues. So he decided he wanted to get rid of it. I went up there and met the people at the facility and realized it wasn't a people problem, and that's our biggest challenge is people. And it wasn't a people problem. They needed leadership and guidance and oversight. And so I saw a really good opportunity with that one. So we jumped into that one, and it's been awesome. We got an amazing team up there in upstate New York now. Our partnership with the FBO here, our fuel dealer, is AvFuel. They've been a phenomenal partner every step of the way. Well, they have a sister company called AvFlight that owns a chain of FBOs. And one of the FBOs that they purchased had a maintenance facility attached to it, and they didn't want to be in the maintenance business there. So we struck a deal with them to take over the MRO there. So that gave us our Green Bay, Wisconsin location. And then we've got some more fun stuff in the pipeline with them where we're going to be doing some MRO partnerships at some of their FBO locations over time. And so that's helping grow that side of it. And then we've started off originally with one King Air on the charter certificate. When all of them that are in the pipeline under contract right now get operating, we'll be at 18 aircraft. We just signed a whole new batch of them this year that are in the process of being added right now. So we have everything from a PC-12, a King Air, CJs, Beach Jets. Now we've got a couple of Hawker 800 XPs. We've got 6 Falcon 50s. We've got 4 Falcon 900s. Now we've got a Gulfstream G4. We've got a couple of G5s we're negotiating on right now that I hope will come together. So that fleet's growing really well. And so now with us growing that fleet, we're having to figure out how to maintain all those aircraft while maintaining our retail customer base as well.
Right.
And then having the FBO bringing people in, it's driving additional new people into the pipeline there. So we got our hands full.
You got the AOG trucks that
Oh,
you're
yeah.
launching?
Yeah, we got those going too.
And then I don't know if you want to talk about it on here or yet or now, but you've got some cool things with AI and some cryptocurrency ideas. Like, it's super interesting to watch how you have the ability to put puzzle pieces together and to, just build out a complete picture. And
I'm super excited about the AI stuff that we got going on now that we have a full-time dedicated AI infrastructure guy. So to operate, one of the obstacles with defragmenting this whole space is the unique specialties within each one of those arenas. Kind of as we talked through this whole thing, there's a lot of implications with each one of these arenas. And part of the reason for the fragmentation of it all is trying to get it all to communicate with each other. It doesn't work very well. And so right now, I think we're running on 12 different software programs to make everything work. So if you're working on this thing, you got to go to this software, and this one, you got to go to this software. It becomes very inefficient. It becomes a lot of openings for things to fall through the cracks where the systems aren't talking to each other. So we've been doing a lot of the defragmenting through all these crazy spreadsheets. I've got a few spreadsheet wizards on the team that they have all that. It blows my mind what they can do with these. But now he is building this proprietary single source mechanism that queries and uses all of those things and brings it all into one single point. So everybody in the company will have one operating platform that they can find out whatever they need to know and have all their live data feeding into them. So monitoring KPIs and deliverables and commitments we've made to customers, all the way down to it pulls your daily calendar and meeting schedule in and your emails in, and it helps you prioritize your day. It tracks when we got audits coming, when we got renewals coming for these programs. Like, it's all fed into one single source. So we'll be able to operate drastically more efficiently and deliver a drastically better product to the customer. And a lot of people, when they hear all this AI stuff, they think you're trying to depersonalize the business, but that's not how I look at it. How I look at it is we're giving the AI and the automation all the room it can to do what it does better than a human, and it frees up our humans to go and spend more time one-on-one with people. You know, AI can't go build a relationship with a person.
No.
And so if you free them up from all those menial, busy work type tasks, that frees them up to make more phone calls and check on customers. It gives them time to go meet with a customer, gives them more time to go out on the ramp when someone pulls up and check on someone and see how their dog's doing and all that.
Yeah.
It allows the bandwidth with the business margins and efficiencies in place where they can go and dedicate more time to people. So I'm super excited about it. I think it's, I would say it's half built right now, and the way it is right now is already seeing a lot of improvement. And every day that we talk about it, we find another way to make it better, another way to make it better. And I think a year from now, it's going to be absolutely mind-blowing on what we're capable of doing with that and the product delivery we're going to be able to put out with that.
Yeah, man. I really like that approach to that whole concept as well, because there's two things that, in my opinion, AI can't and won't ever do, and that's build authentic personal connection and build trust.
Mm-hmm.
And so freeing up members of the team to be able to operate in those spaces with that background efficiency, man, it looks like a win for sure.
Feels like it.
And on top of that, you got some cows, man.
Damn cows. Yeah. Yeah, we got our little hobby farm going on that started off as a couple of cows to make Robin happy with. She wanted some furry cows. Started off with, I think, three of them a couple of years ago, and right now I think we're 50-something cows now. And so,
Were you running regular cows at the ranch before the furry cows, or?
yeah, we had just a mix of Angus and Herefords and just random ranch cows. It is what it used to be while my grandpa was doing it all those years. And now that we're doing it, we've evolved it to where we're doing the Scottish Highland full breeds, we're doing registered Wagyu full breeds, and then we're doing a crossbreeding program where we're calling it Scottish Wagyu and trying to make like this super delicious high-end custom meat product out of it. So it's fun. Yeah.
Nice. Very cool.
You touched a little bit on it, but I'm a total crypto nerd, and I've got some really good ideas on how we're going to pull that blockchain technology out of the crypto space into the aviation world and leverage it towards better ways to own aircraft that are paired up with some blockchain and crypto technologies that help compound benefits on it. And yeah.
You want to throw any of that out here, or is it kind of...
Well, I don't think it's cooked far enough that I want to get everyone all stirred up on it, but it is coming. We've got some of that coming down the pipe. I think that's probably a early next year rollout, but being able to leverage an appreciating asset such as Bitcoin with a depreciating asset such as an aircraft and parking those together in a certain way of cash flowing the income that's coming off of the charter and all that into an appreciating asset instead of just converting it right back into fiat or you having to figure out a new place to go park it. There's going to be a way to manage that fund that it kind of grows through the cash flow of the charter operations and management operations. So it's going to be cool.
That is cool, man. Super legit. So what would you say to, obviously we created this course for people that are looking into jet ownership, and we may have some people that are, have an aircraft or two but are looking to expand. Why should they consider Haven ASG and yourself as the solution to all of the headaches and just all of the complexities of aircraft ownership?
I know for a fact there are not very many people out there that try to put everything under one roof for lots of valid reasons and reasons I'm in the process of invalidating. There's both sides of the argument. But for somebody that comes into our network and wants to just kind of a turnkey, minimal headache, easiest option of owning an airplane, I think we're in the very top end of the people that can offer that. There are a lot of other aviation companies that operate with integrity that do a good job, but I think we're in the very top tier of that. I think we're often too transparent. We're very open about what we're doing, why we're doing, how we're doing. And for better or worse, we're going to continue being that way. And I don't think that's something that people find very often in our space. And we're just good. We're just good at it.
Ricky Bobby.
Yeah.
Wake up in the morning.
Exactly. I don't like tooting our own horn and getting all, we're the best in the world, but obviously I'm very proud of our product. I think we have an amazing team. We do a really good job all in all. Just like anybody, we might drop a ball here and there, but we're going to own it and we're going to make it right, and we're going to be transparent about what's going on with it. And I don't think you can get that out of most people anymore.
Yeah, no, that's true. And you got to own the excellence for sure. Awesome. Well, man, thanks for sharing the story. And now you guys can see where the history from which all of this expertise came from that you've enjoyed in every session of this course. And so what remains for you guys to extract value from are some interviews that Travis has done with different experts in different facets of the aviation industry. And of course, we'll put Robin's interview in there as well, so you can meet the other half of this dynamic business partnership that's going on here. So as always, thanks for sharing the expertise with us. And you guys don't forget that you can sign up for all of the companion resources that go with this course by going to jetcowboy.com, clicking on the free resources tab. So go take advantage of all of that and reach out to us if we can help you in any way. We'll catch you next time.
Thank you, guys.
Like FBO is a term you guys started throwing around when I started hanging out with y'all, but I had no idea, that it was like the flying Buckies of the sky, man. Like
it is. It's the Buckies of the airplane world. The easiest way to explain it is an airplane truck stop. It's where people get on and off the airplane and avoid all the lovely comings and goings of the public terminal and nice lobby and place for people to hang out.
What's up, guys? It's Travis, founder and CEO of Haven. Just wanted to give you a quick glimpse into the new FBO, reaching near completion of construction, getting ready to start loading this thing up with furniture and finishing up a few details so we can start providing the FBO services out here for you. Hey, this is Travis with Haven. We're here at the grand opening for the FBO. Super excited about all the team and all the dedication and inspiring people that have been involved with this along the way. And it's a big milestone for Haven and the Graham family and us, and just excited to get it done. What is happening, guys? We're so excited today. It's finally grand opening day for the FBO here in Amarillo. Got a bunch of people coming in, have a lot of customers, clients, vendors, friends coming in from all over the place. Really appreciate all the people that took time out of their day, and especially the ones that had to travel here and be a part of this special event with us. This FBO's been really close to 3 years in the making to get this thing up and going. A monumental amount of work from everybody involved, everything from our partners on building the hangar and the facilities and all the staff that we've had to recruit and hire and train to get the first FBO up and going. Been really inspiring to me to watch how everybody's kind of picked up the torch with me and Robin and ran with it. And we've had a lot of cheerleaders, a lot of supporters. We're very fortunate there. Part of that is with all these people coming into town. I've got a few of my favorite people with me right now. Probably not a real common phrase for people. I got my aviation attorney, Paul, here with us, and I got my aviation insurance guru, Mr. Big Lou, here with me. We're just having a little conversation about kind of what's going on in some of those markets and picking their brains a little bit while we have the opportunity here. These two are very long in their careers, experts, professionals. I've been through a lot of people with their expertise, and there's a reason that I use them so much is because they're very good at what they do. So wealth of knowledge in their fields and know a lot more than I do. So it's a great opportunity to just ask them a few questions and see what's going on in their piece of the world. So thank you guys for being here. Super cool. So glad you guys took the time to travel down and hang out and visit with us and celebrate this event with us. I really appreciate that.
We're thrilled to be here and support.
It's awesome.
Thanks for the invite.
So Mr. Paul, why don't you introduce yourself and tell everybody a little bit about yourself?
Okay, sure. I'm Paul Lang. My law firm is Law Offices of Paul A. Lang, LLC, and we've got 5 lawyers and 3 support staff, and we represent aviation businesses, not unlike the entire portfolio here at Haven.
Nice.
And that's why we're so thrilled to be here to support the ongoing efforts that now we can see this beautiful facility here and be here on opening day. And so the support that we provide for the likes of Haven and other aviation businesses include a heavy aviation regulatory practice where 3 of us came out of FAA, and it's basically everything we did at FAA. Now we work for
Do the other
folks
side
on
of
the
the
other
coin.
side.
Yeah.
And then the second piece, we do transactions, so everything from buy, sell, lease aircraft to FBO, M&A work, and so on. And then when things go wrong, we litigate it too. So those are the 3 practice areas for aviation businesses. And the most important part is we get to play with airplanes every single day.
It's super fun, ain't it?
It sure is.
Not a bad thing. So
Love being here in an airport, and especially for opening day here at the FBO.
it's super cool. I appreciate it. Mr. Lou, what about you, man?
I'm Lou Timpanaro. I am a Senior Vice President of Alliant Aviation. Alliant is the 5th largest broker in the United States. We're the largest specialty broker out there. I work on aviation risk from drones to the space shuttle and everything in between. We're fortunate enough to work with Travis and Robin and Haven Arrow. Came out from New York to visit them today with this launch, which is very exciting. It's good to see, general aviation grow these days. I expect to have a lot of fun today.
You both forgot your cowboy hats at the door, though.
I did.
I forgot I was supposed to supply those today, wasn't I? That was part of the deal, wasn't it?
I left my Yankee hat in the car.
So, what's some big stuff going on in the insurance world right now? Has there been any big changes? I know, of course, with insurance, it feels like our rates kind of go up year over year. I know our last renewal, you guys did a really good job of getting us actually some decreases, which was a welcome reprise. But I know in general, we seem to have uptick in accidents and incidents the last few years. How's that driving it? Just maybe an overall kind of state of the insurance world.
Sure. Yeah, it's a bit of a dynamic market. There's, the Russia-Ukraine saga that's still lingering out there in the courts. We have the American Airlines accident in D.C.
Yeah.
We've got a number of airline accidents around the globe and weather-related issues here in the United States. And what most don't realize, especially with weather-related accidents, when a hurricane or a tornado wipes out an airport, you're talking 100, 200, 300 million dollars.
Oh wow!
And the insurance community has to do an immediate payout on that. So that kind of hits the underwriting community pretty hard. Despite all that, it has been a buyer's market right now. When you kind of scratch your head and say, how does that work? Well, the dynamics are that insurance companies all buy insurance protection, and those insurance protections come up different times of the year. Generally speaking, January 1, some in April, some in July. I've been told that reinsurance is and has gone up with a couple of carriers right now, but they haven't been passing on those costs to their customers for fear of losing the business. I guess when everybody's in the same bucket right after the new year, then there might be a slight surge in that direction. But the market is trying to find its way. There's a few new entrants out there that keeps it fluid, keeps it a good market for customers. Partnerships and differentiation is the key. Coming out today, for instance, to observe your opening and actually see your facility for the first time other than when it was a shell, helps me garner what I want to communicate with your underwriters and differentiate you, from other FBOs, right? Capital providers nowadays are very, very focused on exposure base, and the more that you can, share with the underwriter and they understand, the less, surprise that they're going to have down the road.
Right.
And that's one of the things that we do at Alliant that's very unique. We have a one-stop shop approach. So we do all lines of insurance just for aviation customers. And that appeals very much so to the underwriting community because
a lot of the claims nowadays are coming from the non-aviation side.
Gotcha.
So a limo hitting a 727 or 767 on the ramp, or an engine being shipped on a truck, have an accident. A lot of the non-aviation stuff that the aviation insurance community has been accommodating has been causing, tens of millions of unexpected losses. So being as detailed as you can about a risk, demonstrating a command of the subject matter, whether it be independent contractors, whether it be the shipment of goods, whether it be contract, whatever it may be, underwriters, welcome that. So that at the end of the day, when their boss turns to them and say, "Why did you do this?" Well, because of this,
Right.
and this.
Makes
So,
sense.
yeah.
Is there one or two like things that a lot of people miss when they just go to Joe Blow Insurance Company to get insurance on their airplane? Or like our portfolio, I feel like is pretty complicated because we have so many lines of business and so many things we're doing. But just your average airplane owner that's listening or might be tuning in out there, what's some common things they might miss when they just go, "Hey, my normal agent that I always use, I need some airplane insurance." Are there some like key things in the industry that get forgotten a lot or leave them exposed?
Yeah, I mean, listen, aviation insurance obviously is niche business, and it has some very, very talented people out there, agents, brokers. I think the shift in is concept of risk management, right? Risk management is everywhere in our society today, and I think some agents and brokers aren't shifting enough, right? And I think the days of going to the insurance marketplace, getting quotes, and then just giving it to you are kind of over. It's more advisory, right? It's more of helping you manage your P&L, and it can go from pilot selection, it can go to utilization of the equipment, nature of operations, and a lot of that sound advice, which comes from experience, which is out there in the industry, is where I think there's a big change and a big movement, and that's what the capital providers are looking to glean from. They're trying to be selective.
Yeah.
So the more that you can differentiate yourself from the rest out there, whether it be training, whether you store your aircraft, whatever you do that makes you different, that they want to hear it.
What about on the legal side of things? How's everything in that world? Any big changes? Any real common things you see people fumble over? Or how's things in your world?
Well, first of all, it's a great time to be an aviation lawyer.
Yeah.
It's always been great just being around airplanes all the time. But we're in the midst of the fourth quarter rush on aircraft transactions, where everybody, for their own individual tax reasons, wants to get it done by the end of the year, even though their bonus depreciation is not going to change at the end of this year like it has in many past years. And then similarly, folks who are interested in like hangar development, because as we all know, there's a nationwide hangar shortage.
Right.
So that's a very fun, dynamic, interesting place to be, because it's actually building things.
Right.
It's building aviation businesses, and for aviation folks like us, that is just inspiring.
Right.
Similarly, on the regulatory practice that we have, obviously with the government shutdown, very dynamic policy changes in the administration this year, then some long-term multi-year projects that have come to fruition like Mosaic and others have really come to fruition to actually advance, whether it's a 135 world, whether it's a 145 repair station world, any other types of certificate holders, 120 large 121 air carriers, or even various specialty lines of helicopter external load certificates, you name it. And so all of those things are very dynamic, and it's fun helping to build businesses and avoid the traps that you see when you follow these things through a multi-year regulatory process.
Right.
And then there's the litigation piece where, there's been some financial challenges where owners in particular who may have had differing ideas on how they were going to perhaps make money with their airplanes,
Right.
and differing views on how much charter they were going to get, and wore rose-colored glasses and things
Right.
like that, and things didn't turn out the way they wanted. And so we have seen in the last year or two an uptick in litigation where there's been commercial disputes and challenges over charter management type contracts. So that's kind of like the high level overview of what we're seeing in our practice. And but in the end, we get to play with airplanes every day.
That's one of the things that we are frequently battling in our marketplace is the number of we call them 134 and a halves, the Part 91 fractional operators that are not operating under 91 rules correctly. They're really running like a Part 135
without the overhead.
And so, we spend an enormous amount of money to do it correctly, and having all the 119 personnel and the FAA inspections and doing, dotting the I's and crossing the T's and spending a lot more money to make sure we meet that safety threshold and the requirements to go out for public to hire us to go fly them somewhere. And then there's just a lot of operators out there right now that are circumventing all that by running the Part 91 stuff. And I don't think a lot of those owners that are doing that understand the personal financial liability they're taking on by being the operator of that airplane versus having an operator conduct the flights for them under the operational control. You guys seen much going on in that world on your side? I mean, that's a daily conversation for me, but I don't know how much
it's fairly common for us. I mean, it's a long-term industry problem.
Mm-hmm.
And whether you call it 134 and a half based on, Part 135 of the FARs, or some people when they try and run them through what they call dry leases.
Right.
And then instead of 134 and a half, we call those damp leases because they're really wet leases in disguise,
right?
Which are then
leases.
Illegal if you don't have the air carrier certificate. Right. And so, there's a lot of folks who are new to it, new owners.
They don't know any better.
They don't know any better, and they hire a person that they trust to guide them through this. And sometimes there's not the attention to detail and the follow through and the structure around it that the owners then appreciate.
Right.
And that is a significant challenge to educate those folks on the subterfuge of the risks that they're taking when they don't have that structure, the massive structure that you have as a 135 operator of manuals that are vetted ad infinitum by FAA and sending them back to you over and over again for changes of individual words.
Yeah.
And so all the manuals, all the processes, all the individual folks that you have for functions, various functions within the organization, and then subject to routine and surprise audits by FAA. And it's not just one FAA. You're going to have your ops people. You're going to have your maintenance people. You're going to have your avionics people from the FAA all descending on you, and they don't necessarily even talk to each other.
Right.
So I think that's what a lot of owners don't fully appreciate is that level of oversight and audit, including surprise audits, that they don't get with damp leases.
I thought I've heard about every aviation term out there, and that's a new one.
Damp leases are new?
I'm going to stick that one in my pocket because that is one I haven't heard before. So on the insurance side, have you guys ran into much related to that side of it?
Underwriters are kind of buckling down. We had a incident a number of years ago out of Teterboro. It was a pretty bad one. And underwriters have become a lot more astute in their underwriting, protocols. And usually, That's vetted pretty well by the aviation insurance community. I mean, there's a lot of old school pilots that took the profession of insurance and add a lot of value to the industry. It's just, operators tend to find, the right people to go to. Maybe they're not as experienced, maybe they're millennials and don't really focus on the industry like the old school does. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's definitely something that's been tightened up.
For us here at Haven, and the reason we're interacting with both of you so often is we're not a single vertical entity. We have the aircraft brokerage, we have the charter company, and we're operating Falcons and light jets and turboprops and everything over there. We've had the MROs, which was our original startup area. That was our original vertical that we started the company with, and now we've added the FBO on there. And so one reason that I have to bug you guys so often is because there's a lot of overlap of liability on the insurance side. There's a lot of overlap on the regulatory side of, well, we're doing the maintenance on the airplane, but we're also flying the airplane and we're also putting fuel in the airplane. So we got to be super tight on making sure we're not missing any pieces in there. How is that for you guys versus maybe some of your other clients that are single entity units and stuff? Is it a lot different working with Haven in that regard, or is that pretty common for you guys?
Well, I mean, from our perspective at Haven, it's an organized portfolio. There's intentionality in terms of actually making it all work together instead of separate, independent, distinct parts that don't talk to each other. That doesn't happen here. And quite honestly, that's one of the things that's most fulfilling about working with the Haven team, is that they are so intentional, thoughtful in advance, work together, and in fact talk to each other. And that it makes us feel a welcome part of building something great here, which is, again, why it makes it that much more fun to be here on opening day of this beautiful new FBO facility.
That's awesome. Well, we sure appreciate all the support we get out of you, for sure.
Doing aviation insurance for 40 years, you tend to get bored.
I don't let you get bored, do I?
No, you don't. So we have spiced it up with a one-stop shop approach, which kind of gels very nicely with Haven Aero. Generally speaking, there's the aviation insurance specialist, and then there's your property casualty specialist. We do it all just for aviation customers. It's old school account executive work where you can talk to one person about anything and anything related to your business, and then apply the right insurances, wrap it around it. Right. So we tend to, more complexity, the better the risk is for us, the more fun, right? Because that's a bit of a challenge. I don't consider myself as an insurance broker. I consider myself as a P&L protector.
Right.
And, when you're dealing with the C-suite and they are relying on you to make business decisions that affect their life, I take that serious. Usually the level of cooperation that we get, like we do with Haven Aero and the different departments, it makes it easier and it feels like you're building something together.
Right.
So, we like to pursue complex risks for that reason.
It's awesome. Well, yet again, super excited you guys took time out of your schedules and came to Amarillo to see us, and thank you for sitting down for a few minutes with me and let me pick your brain a little bit about what's going on in the industry. And I think it's time to go mingle and maybe have a drink and a sandwich and check out the new place. You guys ready?
Ready.
All right. Thank you,
Thanks.
guys.
All right.
Thanks. What's happening, everybody? We are here celebrating the grand opening of the FBO in Amarillo, Texas at Rick Husband Airport. Been a great event so far. Had a really, really good turnout. Lots of friends and customers have showed up. A lot of people traveled in to see us. We're super appreciative of them taking the time to do that. It means a lot to us for them to come and celebrate with us. A couple of people that I'm really excited about. Core piece of the FBO is your fuel partner. You got to have a really good, strong fuel partner that supports you, especially for a first-time FBO like us, a single-location FBO like us. We don't have the horsepower to go out there and compete with some of the bigger folks without a great partner. So obviously we partnered up with AvFuel. I've talked about them quite a lot, and we got a couple of the faces that have helped me a ton through that process. And
brought me a ton of education in the process of getting this FBO up and going. We got Mark and Trent here from AvFuel. Thank you guys for coming out and supporting us and being a part of the grand opening. And also thank you guys so much for all the help you've been, getting to this point. It's been a long journey. I've asked you guys a lot of really stupid questions, and you guys handled them all gracefully and educated me well, and just really excited to move on to the next phase of actually operating and providing a product between us that we can all support our aviation customers with really well. Mark, why don't you go first? Why don't you
So I'm Mark Haynes. I'm Vice President of Sales with AvFuel. Been with AvFuel 38 years. Been a lot of fun to watch Travis. First off, he hasn't asked any stupid questions, number one. It's first time meeting him and his vision and what he's been able to create the vision into reality. This is, we wouldn't have missed this opportunity to be here today.
Thank you.
And the people of Amarillo really have to like you because having a grand opening and it rains. So you made a lot of friends today in Amarillo with that
apparently.
aspect of it. But no, it's just fun to watch.
Yeah.
It's not what we know as much as what we have such a great customer base in putting our customers with people like Travis who have done this before.
Yeah.
And so you don't have to completely reinvent the wheel for how they're having to operate and compete and go and attract traffic into Amarillo, into their now new
Right.
beautiful FBO. So that's the fun part. It's just making those connections, and we want to continue to be out there making those connections for you and be out there swinging and working to drive traffic into Haven Aero here.
That's awesome. I sure appreciate it.
Yeah.
What about you, man?
Yeah, I'm Trent Reeder. I'm the regional sales manager down here. I cover Texas, Louisiana, and New Mexico. And yeah, like Mark said, I mean, we are just super excited to be a part of this project and to see it open. And it's just the start.
Yeah.
So
Now the real work begins.
now
right?
the real work begins. Yeah, the actual work.
Yeah. It feels like an end of a very long project, and at the same breath that I breathe in right after that, it's like, okay, now we actually got to go do something.
Yeah, I told Travis, I said, this is not the end by any means.
No,
this
no,
is just
no.
the beginning.
We're just getting started,
But it's also fun to watch what he's done up in Buffalo and Green Bay and just all the moving pieces that he continues to put this project on and then go and do those projects up there, which are not close to home. That's just that tells you his fortitude and pushing forward and wanting to make it mark in the aviation business.
Yeah. And you guys know this because you guys got a great support network and team around you. It's all about your team. And in my opinion, I have to have a vision big enough that all of them can live their vision inside of mine. And so my whole thing that I get fulfillment out of is watching these people have a great opportunity and a career path that they can go be successful and build their own dreams within inside of our network, and the more excited and passionate our team is, the better they serve our customers, and the better our customers are served, the more times they come back and buy jet fuel.
Yeah.
So it's important to me being in aviation my whole career since I left high school has been all aviation. And so the people of aviation are super important to me, and making sure the pilots are well cared for, making sure the owners are getting a fair, square deal on everything, and they're not getting cheated or shortcut anywhere is really important. And now the FBO was kind of the last component that we needed to round out our service offering, being in the maintenance business for years and years now, and then moving into brokerage and charter and all that. That was kind of the last missing piece that we really needed to vertically integrate all of our services. And over the years, messing with the maintenance stuff that we've been doing, starting over in Pampa with Mr. Unruh over there, helping him, watching Ron and doing all that stuff. You guys were taking care of him over there. And so that was really, that was 15, 18 years ago. I don't know how long ago, long time ago now. That's where I really first encountered direct interaction with AvFuel and watching how you guys took care of him. And, a lot of fuel providers wouldn't have gave him the time of day because he's not a real large operator. He's a small regional airport, and you guys they're helping him all the time and doing all that. So that was what's planted the seed for me in the AvFuel group, and why I wanted to work with AvFuel is watching how you guys take care of that client. I think that'd be a great partner for me in taking care of me and my team on what we're trying to do with this. So I was didn't even do a lot of shopping around, honestly. I made a few casual questions, but it's pretty much already I'm going to go work with those guys. I like them. I like how they treat people. What's some statistics on AvFuel in general? Like how many locations, how big a company is AvFuel? Is it gallons. I don't know how you guys track it on your side, but it's not by any stretch a small company. So
No, not at all. Go ahead, Trent. I'll let you.
Yeah, I think we have a little bit over 700 branded locations.
Nice.
We started in 73. I think I got that right. And we do anything from the fuel, the trucks, the commercial side, military. I mean, we kind of stretch into everything.
Yeah.
So it's not just the FBO side.
Right.
Yeah.
I will tell you that, starting back as long ago as it's been, and I wasn't in the early days of AvFuel, but, pretty early days. And one of the things that we've focused on is taking care of Ron at Pampa.
Yeah.
That we don't get too big where we forget what our roots were, because that's what took us to get to what we are today, were customers like Ron, and being a very supportive from both sides, that he was supportive of us, we were supportive of him. And we looked through this Panhandle region, whether it was Mike Hutcherson in Plainview or, watching what's taking place here in Amarillo and Lubbock and, Clovis, New Mexico. And we've had a big footprint in so many of these markets out here.
Right.
Crop dusters, a lot of crop duster business that we've done. And we still work hard to, want that business and want to service them and take care of them. And so it's fun. It's been a fun ride with that piece of it.
Super cool to see. In general, how do you guys see the fuel market in aviation evolving? Has there been any big changes? One of the really cool things that happened with the FBO already, everyone's talking about the electric vehicles and eVTOL and all this stuff, and it's all been theoretical, and you see it at the trade shows and all that. We actually had an electric airplane land out here on the ramp yesterday, and I was like, maybe they are going to do something with this. This is cool. And it was a fixed wing electric, that Beta company. They had to pull a box truck up with a charger built into it to charge the airplane, but they've actually got a couple hours of charge going on it now. But we hear a lot about SAF and what's going on with the sustainable fuel programs. Is that still a big push? Is that more just kind of staying towards traditional fueling? Where do you guys see the market headed from what you're seeing?
Well, right now, so SAF is a big part. That's the sustainable aviation fuel that is renewable. Right now, it's coming from the feedstock, or primarily fats and greases and things like that. And they still have a big trajectory of that. We look out there in refining business in total. The jet fuel segment is the only carbon footprint or carbon product that it still has room to grow. They still, with the amount of additional airlines and additional routes going on. I just saw a new route that Virgin is starting, going from Australia to London. 19-hour flight.
Holy cow. That's a long time.
So you take that one airplane, that one route. Okay?
Right.
You take the route of it coming from Australia and the route of it going home. That's probably going to be somewhere around 40 million gallons annually for that one route.
That's a lot.
When you take how much fuel that airplane's burning at 19 hours in the sky each direction. But no, they see that as the jet fuel still has room to grow out there, where the other products are under a lot of pressure because of electric and more hybrids and more renewables and things like that. And if we look out there at the SAF, I mean, we're hoping to be, 10%, 15%, something like that here by 2040, in that neighborhood, something like that.
Ballpark 10% of it in gallons. Is that, you have any idea how many gallons?
I do. I don't want to say now just because I'm just off the cuff on that, but it's a large number out there. It's in the billions. Yeah, the SAF piece of it, I mean, it has had a little bit of a struggle under the administration we've got now, but it's still, people are still investing in it and doing things with it. They've still got to figure out how to get it, closer to conventional jet pricing versus what we're dealing with, out there. Right now, it's running in the good $1 a gallon range, more expensive.
Okay.
And it's very limited in where the product is available out there in the marketplace.
Gotcha.
But
in general, from what I'm seeing, at least in the corporate aviation side, it still seems to be growing well in general. So I'm assuming that as the corporate fleet grows, I don't follow the commercial side real close, but in the corporate side, as it continues to grow, that's still additive of more and more gallons. So I guess that's a lot of the growth as well in the jet market, right?
Well, you take a look at the corporate market, and if you look at GAMA, which is the General Aviation Manufacturers Association, you look at their numbers, and MBAA National Business Aircraft Association, they back these numbers up, that right now we're in the 16,000 corporate aircraft out there, jets in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still saying by 2050, that we should be somewhere around 25,000. So it's still a substantial growth. There's very few, industries you look out there that's nearly doubling
Right.
in that time frame. And the other thing that goes along with that is just the footprint of these aircraft nowadays. So it takes a lot more hangar, it takes a lot more ramp space.
Mm-hmm.
And so you take a Teterboro, you take a Van Nuys, those airports, when you see them, you go, where could they grow anymore?
Right.
They really can't.
They're out of room, huh?
And that's with the 16,000 aircraft that are
Right.
out there with that. So
Yeah, we were talking to our aviation attorney earlier, and he brought up that they're doing a lot of work in the hangar development space right now, because I don't know the specific numbers, but generally speaking, there's a big hangar shortage across the country, heavily tied to this growth, right? So it seems like a lot of the high density airports like Teterboro and those they don't really have a choice but to go to outlying tertiary airports and airports surrounding that, and they haven't been built up on that infrastructure. So it seems like a lot of opportunity out there to me for the hangar development, FBO development, growing fuel volume in that in all of those areas. Are you guys seeing any areas of slowdown or anywhere the market's not doing good right now? I look at everything a little bit rose-colored glasses on it.
Yeah.
So, but I try to gut check, and hey, what's not going right? What do we need to keep an eye on? But
yeah, this southern region down here that of course that I cover, it always just holds its own and is the cargo side you're seeing that slow down a little bit right now because certain things, but overall this is just a great market down here. Yeah, there's some markets down there that
the freight cargo business is by far the one that's been affected the most. In the last, if we look out over the last 18 months, in there, it was so robust when COVID was happening.
When the shipping containers started costing $20,000 instead of $2,000.
Yeah, you just take a look that it just really it took off out there.
Right.
And the thing that we struggle a little bit with is that 22 in general aviation in the U.S. was just a barn burner every year, and 21 and 22 was the coming out of the COVID, but still it was still shut down in a lot of international spots, so aircraft had to stay sequestered in the U.S., so they weren't able to really go to Europe and go to Africa and things. So any place that had recreation or resort with their name, it took a lot of the corporate aircraft to those markets in that piece. And then after everything started opening up in 23, then it started dispersing again out there.
Right.
Yeah, and even going back to your hangar statement, you're seeing these larger airports get full, or maybe the commercial business is getting bigger, and so there's not room for those guys, and so the hangar business is exploding for these private, smaller airports out there. And I think during COVID too, you saw a lot of these pilots moving out of the big cities and into like more rural areas, and they want to keep the plane there, and then go pick up the owner somewhere else. So I think there's just plenty of business out there.
Yeah, and with the corporate aircraft, to your point, getting bigger, a lot of these hangars weren't designed big enough to handle them. So even if they have space, they don't have a door big enough to fit them in. And so it's an interesting evolution that's watching where it's going. And I think we got a really good runway ahead of us still on being able to grow the fuel business and expand into other locations that aren't already saturated and kind of territory claimed and nailed down, so
you can fit plenty in this one.
We got good room in here. We're pretty well sold out already though. So now
you're in a great market. Look what Amarillo is doing from a demographic standpoint. There's just so much construction and so much happening out here, and it's just fun to watch that, with all the activity that's taking place.
Yeah. Amarillo specific market has a great outlook on it as well because of the AI data centers that they're putting in up here, and they're doing those ones in Abilene and Claude out here, and now they're doing this one here and another one just on the other side of us. So those are bringing tons of construction work in, but it's also bringing a lot of high tech people in that are flying in and out of here. So I think it's going to help the overall airport volume here in Amarillo for quite a few years to come. So I think there's a lot of room in the sandbox right now. So we just got to keep staying with it. Well, cool. I appreciate you guys taking your time to come and see us and taking a minute to sit down with me and help educate our audience on the ins and outs of the fuel business, and you guys have been great partners, and look forward to a long successful partnership with y'all.
Well, we have to thank you and Mark and y'all's families for the business and trusting us with it. I mean, this is not an easy project to go through.
Right.
I mean, you know what it took to get the approval from the city and build a fuel farm and build the hangar, and you know, you've entrusted us with a large piece of that, and we're very thankful for that, and we're going to help you grow this thing.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. What's happening, Mr. Dub?
You did it, man.
I guess we could say we did it.
You opened the FBO, had the ribbon cutting.
Yeah, that ribbon cutting ceremony was phenomenal. We had a lot of fun, great turnout. It was a good event.
Yeah, does it feel good to be done?
Feels great to be done with that step and actually being able to start providing our service to our customers now. So now the hard work begins, right?
That's it. Providing excellent service, keeping everybody happy.
That's it. It's a key piece of kind of tying that integration together, you know, between all our other services. The FBO is a really key piece of the front end interface on that, since that's where the owners and passengers get on and off the airplane. Tying that piece into our maintenance operation and our charter operations. Super nice. Helps us continue that vertical integration and being able to control the customer experience from start to finish.
Well, I saw your kids giving people tours on the grand opening night. I think you got to give us a tour, man.
Yeah, let's get after it. Let's get you a tour. That grand opening event was awesome. We had a great turnout for it. Super special event. We were happy to get that part of it done. So we're on the second floor, kind of so our Haven corporate offices are based out of here now. So we got a big community office where our charter sales team and some of our sales folks work out of there. Our DOM and chief compliance officers based out of here. Mr. Kemp. Then we just have the whole litany of folks that run the back end of the business all down the hallway up here.
Got some good views out of the windows here.
Got our quarter horse out there on the corner, and got a big rock with the logo on the way. Should be here in a couple days.
Oh, nice.
Nicely arranged horseshoe-shaped parking lot there.
So festive, bro.
Very festive, ain't it? So starting down here on this end, we got the area where we're going to do our decor and all that during the seasons. We're also going to be putting in like a bar table right here with some bar stools where you can sit here and look over the ramp and check out all the airplanes coming and going. And it's a really good overview of being able to see what's going on at the airport. And then right here in the corner, this room I haven't tackled just yet because I want to do something really cool in here. We're going to make like a VIP bourbon lounge in here to hang out in, put a big screen on the wall right here, be able to catch a game and hang out and visit, and put a cool bar and some, like the lounge style chairs and stuff in here. So we're working on how to piece all that together. Got almost all the parts figured out, but I want to make this room really special, so we're spending some extra time getting it all put together. It's really cool with the window that overlooks the lobby on one side and the window that overlooks the ramp on the other side. It's going to be a cool spot. I think it'll be a hit. And then as we start walking out this way, you have our main concourse right here, CSR desk where they hang out right here in the front, where our friendly pilots hang out down here. What's up, buddy? And then as you come around this way, we got one of our executive conference rooms set up right here. We'll cut across here, and this space primarily using it for a lot of our Haven executive operations, Haven meetings, but it is available to our customers and stuff. They just can come in here and let us know they need this executive style conference room, and we'll hook them up. It's got all the media and technology for all the normal Zoom and Teams meetings and things like that everyone's doing nowadays. So it's a cool little spot. Right outside of that, you got your men's and women's restrooms, so they're convenient right off of there. Back here we have a little coffee bar and refreshment center, and in one of these rooms we have some stuff set up where if you're running an all-day meeting or something, we have a place to stage catering and food and that kind of thing, so you can run a marathon meeting in there if you want to.
As we come back out and work our way back down the hallway this direction, we're just working our way back towards all those executive offices. And then when you come around here, you have our reception area for the upstairs portion of the building. So whenever you come up the top of the stairs, we have a receptionist that hangs out right here. This right here we put in so that whenever we move all the furniture in and out up here, we don't have to carry it up and down the stairwells. We just open this up and forklift the furniture in. And now that we're pretty well moved in, we're gonna trim this out and take the door handle off and just lock this where it just looks like a window that looks out into the hangar right here. It's a pretty cool view out into the hangar from up here. As you can see from right here, there's looking out into our hangar. We've got 35,000 square feet of hangar space. It's pretty empty right now because everyone's out using their airplanes for the most part, but we are nearly sold out. I think we have room for maybe 1 or 2 airplanes left, depending on what kind of aircraft and everything it is. But if that's something that interests you, hit me up and we'll figure out some solution for you on it. And we can run down the stairwell here. It leads to the lower level of the building. We'll go back here to the north end of the building first and work our way back towards the concourse. So down through that door you get access out into the hangar. Also have a couple of offices available for tenants that want to stay in here. Have some of our 119 people. We got Harry and Dave, our chief pilot, and our DO in here. We also have this room available to customers as they need it. We use it for internal training. These are modular desks that you can turn and make them like a conference room where you can set them up in classroom style like this. There again have the media and technology stuff in here. Great little training center though, it turned out really nice. So this room right here is a special room for us. One thing with the pilots using the facility, people don't think about this a lot, but while the passengers are here doing whatever they flew in for, the pilots are stuck at the airport all day waiting on the passengers to come back pretty frequently. And so we really wanted to make a unique space for the pilots and convenient for them where they could catch some rest, catch up on some other work, but private and isolated away from all the goings on at the airport. We have some furniture that's still on back order, but this room's going to wind up with 8 movie theater style chairs in it. But they also have their own private restroom right here that has shower, towels, all the things you could want in the restroom. This room right here, they got a little area for doing any kind of flight planning or computer work if you need to. The big screen right here, they can run all the streaming services or log into theirs, do whatever they want there. That other monitor up there has 1 camera on the parking lot and 1 camera on the ramp. So that way if the pilot's hanging out in here, he can see what's going on with his aircraft. He can see if his passengers show up and he can get busy and get to work and not get caught off guard with his passengers. And then when those theater chairs get here in a couple of days and get those put in here, those are going to be really nice. Here's where you guys can come find Dub. He's going to be hanging out right here. So we have these little private
lap of luxury.
We have like this big massage chair in this one that does all the crazy massage functions. And then in each one of these, they're lay flat recliners with some massage functions. But if the pilot wants to be isolated or needs some confidential conversation, needs to catch some rest, whatever, they can come in and close themselves up in these sleep rooms. And then down here at the end, if you got a pilot that's really needing some rest, you got a full bed in this one down here. We don't use it for like overnight or anything, but if you just need to come in and sleep for a couple hours, that's there for the pilots to use.
Nice.
Coming down this way, we have our break room, which I think our people are enjoying at the moment. I don't know what they got going on in there, but there's a break room right there for all the employees and passengers coming in and out. One thing that also happens frequently in an FBO is when an airplane, like right now there's not a whole lot of people just standing around in here. They don't tend to spend a lot of time in here, but what happens is they land and you get anywhere from 3 to 15 people get off of an airplane. They've been on the airplane for several hours. The first thing they need to do is use the restroom. So all of a sudden you wind up with this big surge of people coming in and everyone needing the restroom at the same time. So we made sure and built a lot more facilities in there than what you would normally need for a building with the traffic that we have, but it prevents them from all having to stand around and wait in line for a restroom. And you notice they're real close to the front door where the vehicles can drop people off and pick them up, real close to the ramp where the aircraft will kick them off. So there again, it's all about that flow where it's a really seamless transition from the car to the airplane. Get in here and get the amenities that they need handled in here seamlessly. And so we're coming into the main concourse terminal area here now. So right through those double doors up there is access directly to the ramp where the airplanes come in and out. Right here straight out to the parking lot. So there again with the efficiencies. We've got all the snacks and commissary items up here from healthy to not, whatever you want. We have the cappuccino machine right here. They make a super good vanilla latte out of there. That thing's bomb. Cold drinks, snacks, whatever you guys want, and anything we don't have here that you want, you just let us know and we'll make it happen and make sure you have what you need while you're hanging out at the facility here. We got some lounge areas. We got our general manager's office right here accessible off the main terminal. We have all of our lovely CSRs hanging out right here at the CSR desk. We've got our line guys that are ramp adjacent right there so they can get in and out and take care of you back there. Whenever you're headed out this way, this being a secure airport, this door doesn't open automatically, but the CSRs are sitting here at the desk all the time. You just let them know your purpose of needing to go out there and they buzz you on out to the ramp. So super efficient, straight from the plane to the car, to the snacks, to the bathrooms, all the things you guys need, all in a logical order right here, right up front in the FBO.
Hey guys, we'll get back to the video in a sec, but first, quick question for you business owners and high achievers watching. When you're traveling around the country for deals, scaling teams, or managing stress, are you actually flying with a team that makes your life easier? Or are you dealing with scheduling headaches, surprise maintenance bills, and too many moving parts behind the scenes? Well, that's why today's sponsor, Haven Aviation Services Group, exists. Think of them as the safe haven of the sky. Haven is a vertically integrated aviation company, meaning they handle everything under one roof. From your private jet charters, aircraft management, brokerage, maintenance, avionics, and premium grade services at their FBO. For aircraft owners especially, this is the absolute real best value. Instead of juggling pilots, insurance, scheduling, maintenance, hangars, legal docs, Haven manages it all in one place. No guessing, no surprises, and no wondering why something suddenly costs six figures. Their entire focus is transparency, safety, and long-term planning. So you actually trust the people managing your aircraft and don't have to stress about it at all. So if you want an aviation partner that operates with the same discipline and results-driven mindset we talk about on the show, hit the link in the description to connect with Haven Aviation Services Group. Big thanks to Haven ASG for sponsoring today's video, and now let's get back to the show.
It's a cool setup, man.
I like it.
So where were these chairs out of?
We're part of the Texas Air and Space Museum, and the Blue Jackets hockey team donated an airplane to the museum. And these were the
You
chairs.
robbed a museum.
I did.
Yes.
Dude, in light of the Louvre, it's kind of a thing that's going on right now.
No joke, right? Yeah. So
How heisty was it? Was it like ski masks and cat suits?
2 a.m. south side of the airport.
My bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so these were in a what?
In a DC-9, and since they were professional athletes in it, they were all set up like with these oversized first-class chairs, and
Yeah.
they're just sitting there not getting used, and I'm like, those would be badass. So
Nicely
snatched them
done.
up. I like them.
Does feel very throne-like.
It is pretty throny.
It is. It's very throny.
Yes, and this is fitting because we do have the Queen of Haven with us today,
Mhm.
the Robin Lamance. What's up, Robin?
Not much. What's up with you?
Man, I've been looking forward to this conversation. People have been asking about the backstory, the origin story, and how things have shifted and changed with how you guys do business. And I know in the first business, you were just kind of plowing straight ahead. And then when you guys shifted into Haven, you decided to partner together. And so we really want to hear about the first run and kind of how that didn't work and kind of the process of how you came to the conclusion that you really wanted to partner together fully on this business and how that's been working out. And I also feel like there will really be some keys in this conversation that'll help other people that are thinking about perhaps, really operating in a family business like that. And really, just great keys for getting along in life together, period. So, yeah, where should we start? How far back do we go?
Well, I think we should let her do a lot of the talking and
The wise
get it
man.
from her perspective. I'm running my trap all the time, and I've kind of gave my version of it, and I think it'd be good to hear it from her side.
Totally agree. How far back should we go, Robin?
We're going to take it all the way back to 2010.
2010.
2010.
Nice.
Stone
Yes.
tablet days.
Yes.
Stone
yes.
tab- was it black and white?
It was. It was
Yes.
black and white. Yes. So in 2010, that's when we got married, and he had started a business over here doing aviation maintenance as well. I worked at a bank, and we kind of kept everything separate and just would join back together at home in the afternoons, and it was okay. It went fine. And then in 2013, when we had the kids, then I became a stay-at-home mom, and I had zero interaction with like adults at all.
Gotcha.
And I was fully dependent on what he was doing with his business, on everything for the house, for our future. Everything was 100% dependent on that. And I didn't understand any of it. All I knew is, he would come home and he didn't want to talk about work. And it was just me and the kids. And of course, not being around other adults, I wanted to talk. Well, what did they say? What happened today? What humans did you talk to today?
What humans?
Like,
you just wanted to peek into the real world.
Exactly. I needed a little bit of interaction, and I didn't understand the stressors that came with running a business and being in the world, around the adults all the time and everything, And so it was a very stressful situation for me as well, because there wasn't a level of comfort and security there, just simply because I didn't know. I didn't know what was happening, what was going on. And when we did talk, he would say things about, stuff going on at work, and I didn't understand any of the financials. I didn't understand how things processed. I just didn't understand it. In that company, we were partnered up with someone else, and it just didn't work out. It wasn't a good partnership. And so we transitioned out of that position, and he went to work for an air ambulance company. And it was a lot of the same. He didn't run the business, but he ran a very big department and a large portion of the company. It was a lot of the same for me in that situation as well, because I knew that we were going to be getting a paycheck, so I had that security, but I still didn't understand. I didn't understand aviation. I didn't understand what he did all day. And so when he started talking about, let's open a shop, I was, okay, but I'm going to be involved. I don't know what that looks like yet. I don't know what I want to do. I'm not really formally trained on anything, to be honest. I didn't know what it was going to look like, but I knew I wanted to be involved.
And what year was this?
That was 2017.
And so as you guys began to have conversations about what that might look like, and obviously, I mean, working in the banking world, you were bringing administrational skill sets, accounting, knowledge of how money works, which is a huge part of the business for sure.
Really big, yep.
Had you worked with any sort of management position over people or anything at that point, or was that something you were going to have to?
That was something I was going to have to learn.
Gotcha.
So I had worked at a grocery store when I was younger, and I would lead, I would be the team lead, but that was the only type of management. And again, it was a grocery store when I was 18, so there wasn't a lot of leading.
Green beans versus King Airs.
Exactly.
It's a little bit of a difference. Yeah. No doubt. So how did those conversations kind of progress and develop as you were figuring out what it would look like to engage? And I mean, you established this business from the ground up, right? So man, that must have been wild.
Well, the first 2 years from 2017 to 19,
it was us at our kitchen table. Like there was no brick and mortar. It was me doing consulting and brokerage work from the house. There was no place. Um, so at that point, she would help me by scanning in logbooks, and so she was starting to understand a little bit about what a logbook was for an airplane, what some of the technicalities behind, well, why is an AD important, and that's a big thing in airplane world, and what's a service bulletin, and why do we have to have an airframe log, an engine log, all these different things. So
I'm all nodding my head. I have no idea what you're talking about right now. But
Neither did I. I had zero idea.
But I was doing that at night while I was still working with the other company. And so she was helping me with a lot of the busy work on that, and by proxy picking up understanding and at least some of the lingo around the airplane world. We've got like our own language that people that aren't from the aviation world, just like any industry. There's a lot of jargon, a lot of acronyms, and
the FBO.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, FBO.
Exactly.
That's a super high level one, man. Everyone knows.
Nailed it.
Once it moved into we got a chance to get a hangar at the Rick Husband Airport, and so we jumped on it. And when we did that, we're like, well, do we have the clientele for that? Do we not? And one thing that was really interesting, different parallel for me, whenever we started the first maintenance shop, we get this very large hangar, and I went out and recruited 3 or 4 guys, and we opened the door, and it's a big empty hangar, and we're like, now what?
Right.
So now we're staring at this big empty hangar. So I went on a rampage trying to stir up business, and building my reputation and our company's reputation in the area. And it took a while to get steam under that one. And then once it got going, it got going great, but it took a little while. And then fast forward to when we opened the new building, we started putting the word out to our old customers and stuff. And a lot of them were pestering me the whole time that, hey, you need to open another shop. And that's what prompted some of that. So I don't remember the date, but whatever the date was, we were supposed to open. We came out like a couple of days before that to finish setting up and getting ready and all that. And there's literally a line of airplanes sitting outside of the hangar waiting to get in the
all
door.
the way down the
And
ramp.
That's
It was
awesome.
amazing.
It was phenomenal.
Man.
It was so cool. So now I don't have enough people. I don't have quite enough hangar.
Mhm.
And I've got airplanes everywhere. So from day one of opening the doors on that, it's been just a madhouse, and it hasn't slowed down one little bit.
Oh my gosh.
And so she says, well, what do you need help with? I said, well, I need my parts, in our parts room, we need all the shelving and everything put up. And she's like, well, I can probably come do that. So she went in there and assembled all the shelving in the parts room. And she's like, well, now what? I'm like, well, just start doing the inventory and putting the parts up. Next thing you know, like 5 minutes later, she's our parts person. So,
Like, I don't even understand how airplanes fly. I don't understand any of these parts that I'm looking at, touching, putting up. I don't know what any of them are. And all of a sudden, he's like, oh, by the way, you're the parts manager. It's like, that's really great. And luckily, the technicians that we hired initially, they were absolutely amazing with me because they knew I didn't know what I was doing. And so they would take that extra time with me to help me understand and explain to me, this is what this is what it does, things like that. And that was absolutely invaluable for me.
Heck yeah.
To be able to see and understand what am I doing.
Yeah. How many employees did y'all start with?
2.
Holy
and then
smokes.
Travis and I.
Yeah. Wow. Do you have any pictures of that big opening with the planes on the runways?
No, I doubt we did.
Man.
We were busy, man.
We were so busy.
That's
we
fair.
literally opened the doors, and it was airplane after airplane trying to stack them in.
Wow. Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
So you essentially just made the decision, hey, we're in this together, whatever it looks like, and you just began to plug in with whatever was needed at the time, and that just organically began to develop your knowledge of the industry. And so take us from the parts manager to what happened next. What was the next big move for you?
So next after that was I did parts, and I was the bookkeeper and the admin and the cleaner.
Right.
So essentially everything except actually working on the airplanes is what I did.
take advantage of that cheap labor, man.
Yeah. And then we got to a point.
I feel like Travis is going to get me in trouble by the end of this. I'm just going to nod and smile.
Right. Eventually, it didn't, we were probably in it a year and a half or so before we hired another parts person. And then that kind of helped me transition more to a full-time bookkeeper and everything else. And essentially it's just been, what do you need? Okay, I'll take care of it.
Yeah. Wow. So what was that? Was it easy for you guys to work together like from the beginning, or was there a learning curve of how to manage like what was going on at work when you got home, or is it just full bore all the time and that just works for both of y'all's design, or what's that like?
I feel like it's easy because I'm just used to, even at home, what do you need? What can I do? And I take care of it. So it felt easy for me.
Awesome.
Yeah, for us, it's been very natural. Measuring running a business without her versus running a business with her, it's been immeasurably better doing it together versus trying to do it on my own and trying to balance
work-life balance. Bro, you almost said it.
No,
She was
I knew
so
I was
close.
getting ready to say it because there is that whenever we didn't have our situation. It was like, okay, I feel guilty because I'm not at home with her, but I also feel guilty because the business needs my attention. So now, if I'm in a situation I need to work till 9 o'clock at night, she knows it's not bullshit. If I'm there, I need to be there. And likewise with her, there's most nights she's working on her laptop till 9 or 10 o'clock at night, and I understand why. And that doesn't mean there's not trade-offs. You know, it's hard to be a mom and a spouse and a important executive in a business.
Yeah,
it's hard. But for us in our marriage, it's easy. We're very blessed in that regard that we don't have the marital tension there. Like we get each other. I'm a very fast-moving, hard-driving individual, and she's a very not by nature. And
naughty by nature? It was right there. Low-hanging fruit.
Maybe a little bit there. That doesn't mean that she doesn't do a ton. I mean, she carries the company a lot of the time, but her natural pace of things is not like mine. But she slows me down and I speed her up, and it makes a great team.
Mm-hmm.
We're a lot better as a team than we are as individuals.
And that's so awesome. So, executive, wife, and mom of twins. Not just mom of twins, right? And so, what was the name of that starter company? Was that Flight Mechanics or?
No. That was English Field.
English Field. I was way off. We'll just edit that out so I look like I know what I'm talking about.
When we hung our shingle in 2019, we started that business called Flight Mechanics. And then as it evolved and we added more brokerage and then we brought on the charter company, I had to name it something. We came up with the name Haven, and now we have Flight Mechanics, we have Haven, and then we got these other things going. So we're winding up with 4 or 5 names, and it was getting very confusing for brand building and marketing because of like, well, are you this? Are you that? What the hell are you?
Mm-hmm.
Our public image marketing, we were very convoluted and it was confusing. So we've just migrated everything to Haven. So there's different divisions of Haven. There's Haven MRO, which was formerly Flight Mechanics. There's Haven Aero, which does the charter and brokerage. And then there's Haven FBO, and then there's a couple others. But those are the 3 primary public-facing ones. So we're trying to get our brand and reputation in the aviation industry to the point where we can drop all of that and we just say Haven and everyone knows what
Everyone knows
about.
who we are.
Do you feel like it's getting closer to that all the time? Or?
Oh, absolutely. We were at a convention a few weeks ago, and my name tag said Haven, and they're like, oh my gosh, I've heard about you.
Nice.
You guys do charter, you do maintenance. So definitely.
And you had some of the coolest giveaways.
Absolutely.
Of all the booths.
I mean, we rocked it. Yes.
What was the big one you said?
Beauty blenders.
Beauty blenders.
Yes.
Write that down, folks.
Yes.
I use mine every day.
He does.
I don't know about that.
I don't even know what it is.
Neither did most of the men.
She insisted
Right.
it would do good, and I was like, whatever, I trust you, do whatever. And they were gone that fast. They were
nice. Very cool. How old were the twins by the time you got the first business ready to add like the secondary aspect, which I guess was the brokerage service, correct?
So we were already doing brokerage.
It was adding the charter company.
Yeah, adding
the charter company. Yeah.
So they were 8, 9, somewhere around in there.
Very cool. By this time, they're used to mom and dad just like working together. It's the family business. They're hanging around. That's amazing. When was kind of the first opportunity that you had to shift out of being the person that just handled all of the little things that just needed to be handled? Or is this still the case?
It's still the case.
Still the case.
Still the case.
Utility wedge
Gotcha.
executive. She gets all the projects.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. So what does it look like for you? I know like today, I mean, you're overseeing the hiring, you were training some of the line guys for the new FBO.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like I already know the answer to this, but is there a regular day for you? And if so, what does that look like? Or is it different all the time?
It's different every single day.
Gotcha. Do you like that?
I do. I would like to be, I'm a planner. I would love to be able to plan things out better, but
It's just stuff flying at you all the time.
Yeah. It's a bunch of putting out fires.
I'm an arsonist and she's a firefighter.
I could see that.
Yes.
Yes. So obviously a lot of this just worked naturally off of the jump for you guys, but what have been some of the challenges that you've had to overcome in this as well?
Him with his go, 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 everything changing all the time. I'm a planner. I like steady. I like to be able to know what's happening, pre-plan things like that. I can't do that. So I'm having to step outside of my comfort zone quite a bit with that. Also leading people. I am very much like, it's fine. It's not a big deal. And there are things that are a big deal. And I need to make sure that you understand that it is a big deal. Yeah. So the leading aspect has been quite difficult for me.
So I can understand that when it comes to the leading and the management, especially if you've got that high analyzer type personality. But I love that there are different tools and different ways of engaging that. What are some of the ways that you've seen her engage leadership and management in order to thrive in that space?
Well, whenever we first started having a team and she had people that looked up to her as an owner, she didn't naturally feel like she had the position of authority or responsibility, or not the responsibility. She didn't have a position of authority in her mind to tell these guys that have been working on airplanes for years what to do.
Mm-hmm.
So that took her a little bit of time. And the primary thing I've seen her do is she's a very relationship-driven person. So once she builds a relationship and builds rapport with people, then she's much better about stepping out into that and being like, hey, I need you to do X, Y, and Z, and leaning into that a little bit more. She's not going to like this one. But
why does he look so happy right now?
Did you see how he kind of leaned away a little bit too?
So whenever she gets outside of her comfort zone and gets under pressure, her natural tendency used to be to get really passive aggressive. And passive aggressive with employees is terrible. It degrades culture, degrades morale, breaks down relationships. And so early on, she had some struggle with that, where instead of just being direct with people and saying, Dub, I need you to do this, it was some weird roundabout, and she's really outgrown that. And now she's, even if she's not comfortable with it, she's much more, Dub, I need you to do this instead of the 20 steps. That's been the biggest improvement in her leadership, is her ability to not drop into her natural tendency of passive aggressiveness and actually just taking a direct approach to get a problem solved.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That makes total sense. I think I have passive hilarity where I'll joke about stuff, but I'm like, I hope they get the point. Right. When I should just be direct about it, right? So, yeah. Oh my goodness, it's so cool to, man. I wish Beth was here right now. I love these discussions about hearing each other's perspectives about, man, how much we've changed and grown as we've journeyed through life together. How many years have y'all been together?
We've been married.
Why would you do that to me?
I did point at both of you, so I gave you an easy out. Now you should make him answer.
I should. What did we just celebrate?
It was like 15, 2 weeks ago.
15 years of marriage.
Yes.
And like 74 years of dating.
It feels like.
You guys look good.
Thanks. 15
years. Yeah. And how many years have you guys been working together in this business? 2015, so 10 years. Or coming up on 10 years, or where are you at?
Really from 2017 is when it really started. So.
Do you ever look back and are you shocked and surprised at the capacity that you have? Like, I see just a little glimpse into how much you're doing, how many plates you're responsible for keeping spinning in such a large company that does a lot of different things. Are you ever like, wow, like I didn't even know I had this capacity, and there's like more things coming in the future. What's that perspective like for you?
It's shocking, to be honest with you. It's absolutely shocking. I was not. I don't pride myself on being able to juggle multiple things at once, and somehow it happens and it works.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
What are some of the things that are coming up for Haven that you're really excited about, and that you are kind of responsible for engineering or building out or establishing?
All of the hiring, I'm super, super excited about all of the people that we're bringing in and the new faces, and just working with the company, with all of the employees on the different company culture, and what can we do for you to make your life here great. One thing that I'm really passionate about is I don't want people to feel like they're coming to a job. I get excited when I hear an airplane coming in, or I see an airplane coming in, or we've got a new airframe out on the floor that I don't know what it is. I'm going to go down there and see it. And I want everybody else to really feel that excitement as well. So I don't want them to feel like, you've got to get up and go to work again today. I don't want them to feel that. I want them to be excited about what they're doing, and excited to come to a place that they can tell truly cares about them.
Mm-hmm. That's so important. And I know that that's got to just have such a great return on the investment as people not only get to experience that culture, but begin to realize, man, I'm a part of that culture, and the attitude that I bring, the work ethic, the skill sets, everything. Man, it's a real value add when they show up. And I think I told Travis this the other day in one of the episodes, that I was just so impressed by hanging out around the hangars and stuff, and everybody's working and they're purposeful, but it's like very stress free.
Yes.
Like I don't see people. I can see where there's some urgency on a timeline or something, but man, people are generally like in a good mood, and they're laughing around. There's room for for some fun, and you can tell people feel like they're really engaged in something that matters, and that's really admirable. So
yes.
I appreciate that about both of you guys and what you guys have built here. So let's hear a little bit about Robin outside of the office, and let's start with your menagerie. What sort of what sort of animal things are happening at the Lamance farms right now? What's going on? We heard about the Turkins. I bring my condolences on the Turkins.
Thank you. They're a tough breed, man. They are a tough breed. I don't think we'll have. Well, they're tough to keep alive. That's the problem. They're tough to keep alive, except for Stanley. He's our boy Turkin, and
He's still hanging in there.
He is still hanging in there.
Is he the one with the weird crow?
He doesn't know how to crow, but he tries.
Could you give us a example of
No.
Stanley? No. Okay, it was worth a shot.
It was. Good try, though.
What would you liken the Stanley crow to?
An 87-year-old 3-pack-a-day smoker.
My Aunt Ethel. Got it. Yeah. That.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
When did you start the collection, and what was like the first? Because let's be real, you guys have some odd animals.
We do,
right?
Yeah.
What was the first? Carl Davis.
Yes, it was all. Thank you, Carl Davis.
No, thank you, Carl Davis.
I need to hear the story of Carl Davis.
A few years ago, I was on the Facebook, and there's people that have the Highland cows and their pets. They just get to love on them and hug them. And who would not want to hug a cow?
They are furry and adorable.
They are furry and adorable. And so I had made mention a couple times about them, and there was a brokerage deal that Travis and Carl Davis were working on together. And instead of getting paid in money, I had a trailer show up at my house with 3 cows on it.
3 pets.
3 pets.
Yes.
That just wanted to be brushed and hugged and loved.
Yes.
So Carl is a better trader than me.
Much better trader. Much better.
There was this deal we did, and he was going to send me some money, and then he called me, and he's like, "Hey, didn't your wife say something about those Highland cows that I had?" Because he raises him and his wife Paula have a bunch of them, and he's like, "There was some comment about that," and I was like, "Well, she wants them, but she's not getting them." And he's like, "Well, either I can talk to you or I can call Robin." But instead of me sending you a check, how about I just send you some of these hairy cows? And I was like, sure, why not? So He paid us in Highland cows, and that's what got the whole ball of wax started.
Takes the art of the deal to a whole nother level, man.
Yeah.
Just threaten with calling the wife about the furry cows. That's
And you know what? It keeps paying day after day after day.
yeah. What else have you got out there on the farms?
So we've got the Highland. We've got some Wagyu
Right.
cows.
Which are not pets.
They
They're
are
for
not
eating.
pets. Oh, wait, no.
No?
One Wagyu, he is a pet.
Oh, he he made the crossover.
He
How did he
did.
make the jump?
He's real sweet.
Oh,
He likes the brushes and the loves too, and we named him on accident.
Like most Wagyu, he's got like a Japanese name. It's like Nakamoto or something, but she can't say his real name.
I can't.
His real registered name, so she just calls him Motorola.
Motorola. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
So Motorola is our friend. We don't eat Motorola.
What is an animal on your wish list that you have not achieved yet?
Goats. I want the fainting
The
goats.
fainting goat, for sure. If you're gonna have
If
goats,
you're going to have a goat, you've got to have a fainting goat.
they are hilarious.
Yeah, and I would like a potbelly pig as well.
Right?
I mean, I feel like that would just round out the barnyard nicely.
I think so.
Yes.
Call it Pumbaa. Just
She was trying to convince me to get was it a miniature donkey or miniature
Yes.
cow? Something that she
Miniature
wanted to live in the house
donkey.
with us, and I
Oh,
said,
no, there were miniature cows that I wanted to live in the
no,
house.
we're not.
I didn't even know they made miniature
Oh,
cows.
yeah, they're
They
tiny.
do. They're
like
so
this big.
tiny. You can keep them in your car, too.
Keep them in your car,
Well,
or
I
like
mean,
let
like
them
drive
ride.
them around
Gotcha.
like a dog.
That's all I
Yeah.
envisioned one like in a car seat. Got to crack the window.
Yeah.
Oh, my. Do they faint?
They do not.
If there was
Unfortunately.
miniature fainting cows, that would be
I mean,
amazing.
Phenomenal.
That would be
Yes.
amazing.
So when is she getting the pygmy fainting goats, bro?
God, I hope not. I hope never.
I'm gonna call Carl after this.
Knowing Carl, he'll ship one just to
Just-
harass us.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Please do.
Please don't.
All right, so you have the animal thing, right?
Yes.
And we've heard about it pretty much every episode. So what is Travis's thing?
Cars.
So tell me about the
anything
cars.
motor related. It's always a different type of project. Always. There's the kids' dirt track cars. We've got a Mustang that he's worked on, and we have. Currently, it's my Ram Charger that he's working on. But yeah, anything motor related, he's involved with.
Very cool.
Hmm.
I saw a little video of the Charger. Yeah,
Mhm.
that was nice.
Mhm.
How did you work that out, Travis?
Well, so the Ram Charger was her grandpa's vehicle, and when she was a kid, she used to come over here and visit him, and she'd ride around in it and drive it and all that. And then her mom wound up with it, and then her sister wound up with it, and they hadn't done anything with it, so she kept saying, "I want that, I want that." Convinced her mom to sell it to her, so we went and bought it from her mom. And we started working on it, but as busy as we are, we just didn't have time to make a lot of progress on it. So another friend of mine owns a auto shop that they restore, do old resto mods and build old hot rods and stuff. So I told her I'm just going to take it over to his shop and let them do it for us. And she was pretty hesitant on it because this is like her. She's a very sentimental person, and particularly about this car. And so we took it over there and told them what we wanted done, and they gave us a timeline and whatever. And then after that, I'm like, I got it. Just, you don't worry about it. And so during this whole project, it was 7 or 8 months.
Mm-hmm.
During this whole time, every time I'd go look at the car and come home, I'd be like, those sons of bitches, they ain't doing nothing. And they're
Like
just
I
got
was
it all tore
devastated.
up. And, dude, she was so mad. Like, she's like, let's just go get it. I'm like, no, they've got it all tore apart. We're not going to get it. You're just going to have to be patient, but it's probably going to take them like 3 years at this rate. Like, they're never going to get it done. And so just talking mad smack on them the whole time. And so she's
And he's a
furious.
friend of yours, to be clear.
Yeah, the guy that owns the shop's a friend of mine.
You're like, he's
Yeah.
a sorry good friend. Nothing.
He's a great guy. He's a good friend. But as far as she knows, I'm, the guy that's actually there running the shop day to day is who I'm bitching about to her, acting like he's not doing
Gotcha.
his job. And so this goes on for 7 or 8 months. And meanwhile, in the background, he is working on the car and he's doing what I'm asking, and they're doing fine. They're doing a good job, and it's all progressing. So finally, here
2 or 3 weeks ago, whatever it was.
So to be clear, you're just stressing her out for no good reason
For
other than
no
it makes you
reason.
laugh.
Well, and what makes it even worse is he knew that I would do this, but I would tell my mom.
Yeah.
I would tell my mom, and that was her dad's car. And my mom's like, what kind of decision making are you doing over there? You need to go get that car. And
my
so now my
gosh.
mom's mad too.
Right.
So I'm furious. My mom's mad. Like everyone is just furious. And he's got this big secret going in the background, laughing to himself about it.
Yeah.
I didn't tell the kids. I didn't tell anybody. There was one or two of our employees that had went with me that kind of knew, but I kept it pretty under wraps because I didn't want anyone leaking it out. And so finally, a few weeks ago, it was done, and so I came home and I hooked up to the gooseneck trailer and I come flying in the house. I'm like, I'm sick of those some bitches. We're just gonna go get it. And so I've got her all fired up, like, yeah, let's just go get it.
Like he even had me practice my tough talk.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
God.
Yeah,
bro.
like
He's like, well, is it still all torn apart? I'm like, probably. It's probably in 4 million pieces. They haven't done anything on it. I'm tired of waiting on it. And they're giving me the runaround. And so I put on a big show about how mad I was and all this. And so we go hauling ass up there. And meanwhile, the vehicle's done. They're in on the joke. So we go pulling into their parking lot and we get out and all the employees for the place are out there like walking around and her and the kids are like, oh, they can tell you're mad. They're in trouble and like all this stuff. And then they fired up and pull it outside and it's done. And she was happy.
I was very happy.
Nice.
Super, super pissed at me.
Yeah.
Does he do this type of stuff to you often?
Often. Yeah.
It's a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing.
It makes sense. I like it. Did they do just like a classic restoration on it, like, or is it
So we
more of a
wanted to
custom
keep-
job, or?
For the fact that it was her grandpa's truck and stuff, we wanted to keep the paint and interior all stock. But it was an old carbureted vehicle. I didn't want her driving it and like stalling out at red lights and breaking down on her and stuff. So we actually replaced the whole drivetrain in it with the drivetrain out of a 1-ton truck, and then put fuel injection and bored and stroked the engine out and did so. It's powertrain wise, it's very new and nice and reliable now. But we left the paint and interior all stock just like it was. So
Very
got
cool.
a kind of patinaed, a little bit banged up old paint job on it, but that's she wanted to keep it that way because that's how he had it. So
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So how was it seeing it roll out, realizing it was done, and what was it like driving it for the first time?
So it was amazing, absolutely amazing. So it didn't register for a little bit that what was happening because I'm like, how is this happening? Because it's in a million pieces. How is it like mobile? And then it dawned on me what exactly had happened and everything. So it was amazing. It was awesome. And then driving it, it felt different because I hadn't driven it in so long, but it was good.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Nicely done, bro.
It was fun.
So what would you guys say to any young couples that might be listening to this that have maybe they've never thought about like going into business together? Maybe they've been kicking around the idea but aren't sure if it would work or not. What are some of the considerations that they might want to take into account where they might be similar to you guys, where they might be different, how they might identify that? What would you say to young couples thinking about going into business together?
Make sure you like being together all the time. That is very important. Like I love being with him all the time. It is easy for me. I'm more comfortable that way as well. So I prefer that, but make sure that's a big one. Our personality, so we've done multiple personality tests over the years, and every single one, we're complete opposites. He's very dominant, very outspoken, very out. And I am not. I like data. I like order. I like planning. I like to fix things. I like to take care of things. So I think that's one thing that's really, really helped with us. I think that if we had the same personality, I don't think that this would work at all.
That makes sense. Yeah. Be just a breakneck speed of
Yeah, it would be
Utter
chaos. Yeah.
chaos.
I'm definitely a chaos agent, and that's why it works really well for us. Is because she's exceptionally good at putting things together behind all the chaos. So you need the chaos for the forward momentum in the business world. You have to move fast, and things don't have to be all the way perfect to move to the next step. Otherwise, you don't ever move. The way I'm wired, that chaos piece. I thrive in it, and I love it, and I can make decisions on limited information and drive forward. But if you don't have the person following immediately behind them, putting systems and processes in place and putting order and calming the troops down and all that, then it doesn't work. It doesn't work for the person that does that because they never take the next step to move into the new thing. You have to have that person that's super willing to take risks and make decisions with limited information and just go, 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 go. And for anybody that's familiar, and I know you are, with the disc assessment profiles, with the D, the I, and the S and the C, I'm all DI and she's all SC, and when you put them on the map, we're perfect yin and yang. And I think that's been, we didn't go into the marriage planning that or knowing that. We were fortunate that it worked out that way.
Opposites either attract or drive each other crazy.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
You hate them or you marry them.
Yep.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like a lot of my executive team are D personalities, but I don't got to go home with them.
Right.
I don't like I love having D's as friends and all that, but I can't even fathom being married to a D personality. It would be not good.
Right.
It'd be bad. The other thing I would say, as far as your question about people looking at going into business, I think there's a lot of social media influencer type people out there that do a real disservice to people by painting this rosy image of how, oh, you can go start this and be a millionaire in a week, and all,
Mm-hmm.
it is a total bullshit thing. There might be just one unicorn here and there that can pull that off. They do exist here and there, but that is not the normal route of a business at all. It takes years of dedication, years of hard work, years of aggressive patience, as I like to call it. You have to be
Nice. Yeah.
forward leaning and pushing at it all the time, but meanwhile being patient that you know what's going to come. So that aggressive patience is super important. And so don't go into it if you think it's going to change your life and that you're going to be a millionaire next week, because you're not in any reasonable expectation. For my personality type, I'm the one that'll jump off the cliff with no information, building the parachute on the way down. I don't recommend you do that. If you're wired like me in that regard, you have to exhibit some discipline there, especially if you're already married. For damn sure, if you already got kids, you have to keep some stability in your house. So if you have a job that's paying you good money, you got to figure out how to do it in the evenings and the weekends until it's making enough money to replace your salary. I've seen a few people that they get really excited about this thing they're going to go start, and they go and start it, and it puts their life in chaos because it doesn't ever go to plan. I'm a big believer in that. I believe it's a Mike Tyson expression. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face.
In the face.
Day one of your new business, you're going to get punched in the face.
Couple of times.
Exactly. It is a brawl, and anybody that tries to pretend like it isn't being honest. Whatever timeline you think it's going to take and however hard you think it's going to be, multiply that by 10 or more, and that's the reality of what it is. In my opinion, business is the most competitive sport on the planet, and that's why I like it so much, because I'm a very competitive person. But the marketplace, any industry I've seen, been around, industry finds a way to become very efficient. And so to win in the marketplace, you have to be very, very good, or you're not competitive. Even, if there's a business that's been around for more than a few years and they're surviving, even if they're not the number one, if they're the number 50, they're still very good. I mean, by the time you're getting up into the top 10 of any industry, you're talking elite, Olympic level athletic people in that world. And the other part I like about business versus, like professional sports, is you can play it your whole life. You never have to quit as long as your mind's working. You keep playing the game, and there's no end in the game. There's no fourth quarter, and you just keep going as long as you want to go and to the level that you're comfortable with. And speaking from my perspective on it, as a very aggressive personality, you've got to learn some empathy for people that aren't that way. Right. Otherwise, you turn into a bulldozer and you become kind of a bully to your employees. And in my case, if I'm not careful, I can be a bulldozer to my spouse, and that'll create animosity and a hard feeling. So even though it's very difficult for me to stop and have a drawn out conversation about something, I have to force myself to do it once in a while, because I'm not one that wants to sit there and explain why I'm doing what I'm doing all this. I don't want to have the emotional, touchy-feely conversation. I'm just not that guy. And even trying to be aware of it, it's still hard for me to do it, even being aware of it. So if you're operating unaware, then you're going to cause chaos for you and your wife and your kids and anybody in your life. And then when you start pulling employees into it, you got to remember they're married, they have kids. You're responsible for all those. You're responsible for all of those people. When you are a business owner, you decide to put that backpack on, you're carrying the weight of that. Those people are expecting you to make good, sound decisions and doing things in a way that you're not putting their families and their lives at risk. Because if I go make some stupid ass harebrained decision and tank the company, it's not just our lives that are going into chaos. I've got 100 employees times 100 spouses times however many kids. Like, you run that out, us making a poor decision can very easily affect the lives of 3, 4, 500 people at our scale right now. And that's only on our employees. That trickles into your vendors that depend on you. That trickles into your customers that depend on you. And so it's a heavy burden that you have to be willing to carry, and you need to put your mind in that position before you go into it. Otherwise, you're not being fair to the people that you're drawing into that circle if you're not willing to take on that burden and be serious about it.
Really good stuff. What I'm hearing in that is be self-aware, make sure you've developed emotional intelligence, count the cost, and then weigh the responsibility. So, man, lots of good wisdom right there for you guys, and I appreciate how you guys have modeled that and also are open about it and willing to share that wisdom. So I want to close with this question. It seems like it's been a good year for you guys. You got the grand opening of the FBO here in just a couple of weeks, and so, man, you're really going to be closing out 2025 with a bang. That's a big win. What are you looking forward to in 2026? What's the big project? What's the big win as you look into that? You're probably like, let us get through the grand up. Well,
Right.
you're like, let us get through the grand opening.
Let's just get us
You're like, let's
through.
talk about 5 years from now. But what would be a win for next year for you guys?
For us, adding at least one additional FBO location next year.
Are you able to, like this one that we're in right now, was this built all in 1 year?
No.
No.
Okay.
This was a 3-year project.
Gotcha, that's what I thought.
From conception to opening the door was right around a 3-year project. The majority of that was because we did a ground up, brand new construction build here.
Gotcha.
And it was our first one, so there's your learning curve. You know, hell, I don't know how to do this, how to do that. You just got to go figure it out. The additional expansions, not to say we won't do a ground up greenfield base somewhere, but more than likely they'll be either through merger and acquisition or, you know, going to a municipality. That's a lot of these little airports, they have a municipally ran FBO. That's not their expertise. They're usually just kind of saddled with it, and they're like, hey, Bob, you're running the FBO this weekend. They don't know anything about it. So sometimes, and don't get me wrong, some of those are done very well, but there's some of them that you can tell they would love to wash their hands of it. So potential there to go after some of those. But a lot of it with this FBO is making sure we have our systems and processes dialed in tight, make sure we have really good training programs. We've gotten really good at recruiting aviation-related people. I say she's gotten really good at at that, on identifying who's a good fit for our culture and our company. There's a lot of companies out there that kind of have the motto that of warm body's better than no body, and we don't buy into that philosophy. We'd rather be shorthanded than saddle our other employees with a bad cultural fit. So that on the FBO side, if we get at least one more location in 26, that would be cool. I think we can do more than that, but one of them would be fine, maybe 5.
Let's start with one.
How many do you think, Robin?
Let's start with one.
Nice.
On the charter side of the house, we're doing really good in our Falcon fleet right now. So we're hoping to add more Falcons, 50s and 900s, and bringing on a few more of them, potentially a few more citations. We got a lot of room to grow on that side. I think there's still a big demand in the market for the way we provide the charter service. There's a lot of great charter operators out there, but I think our spin on it has a valid place in the market, and it's proving out by the growth that we've had over there. As far as our maintenance side, we started up a mod shop division here a little while back where we're doing EMS completions. The EMS completion is dear to me. That one's kind of a passion project for me, and the nice byproduct is we've figured out how to make a few pennies here and there on it. So I hope to grow that piece of the division a fair amount in 26. Our retail maintenance shops, the one in Green Bay, the one in Buffalo, and the one in Amarillo all have room that we can expand the capacity there a little more. So we're going to attract a few more technicians into that and grow those divisions a little bit more. And then we've got a few other opportunities out there going right now where we're hoping to get something worked out at a location in Florida. We're eyeballing some stuff out west, so we're hoping to add a few more locations during the year.
So when Travis talks about your expertise that you've developed in really being able to attract and hire people in this industry, what are some of the things that you really look for that you've recognized, this is unique to this industry and this is the type of person that I'm really looking for?
One thing that I pay a lot of attention to is previous job history. Are they somebody that just kind of job hops, follows the money in their career? And there's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, this is such a specialized industry that if you are good at what you do, I want to keep you here. I want to grow you. I want you to help grow the younger technicians that are coming in. So that's one of the main things that I look at is, like, what do I think your tenure is going to be? Are you going to stick around? Another thing that I look at is if they've done like extra training on things, extra learning on things. Are they furthering their expertise? Because there's a lot of people that they come in, they start doing one thing, and they're perfectly happy doing that, and that's great. But again, we work a lot on training up newer technicians and newer pilots, and so I think that that's very important, having the people that are willing to stay somewhere and the people that are willing to go out on their own, learn more, and be able to teach the younger ones.
So when I asked Travis what would be a win in 2026, he informed me of 86 different areas he plans to expand in.
Yes.
What is the one thing that you're most excited about for 2026?
Well, since I am a planner, I am very excited about automating systems and SOPs.
What is SOP?
Standard operating procedure.
Ah, yes.
I like a good plan. So ideally, I want to build a book that just tells you how to run this company. And then I can say, Dub, here's this book. Here's how you run this company. And then I can go play with my animals. And you run this company.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I know you mentioned the Green Bay location and the Buffalo location. Have you noticed you've had to tweak any of the things that you've developed for different areas, or is it pretty standard across the board? What does that look like?
It's pretty standard across the board.
Gotcha.
We haven't had to tweak just a whole lot. There's obviously different types of personalities between all of the locations, so you kind of have to change a little bit of how you speak to them and what things that you just normally would expect. But as far as operating, it's pretty all similar.
So 2026, expansions, more Falcons, more FBOs, at least 3 fainting goats.
At
so
least.
That'll be a win.
Yes.
So any closing words for the folks?
I think so.
I
Other
don't
than,
think so.
I guess I just want to tell her thanks. I mean, she's been a phenomenal piece of the business, and I get a lot of the accolades, if you will, a lot of the attention because I'm the one out there in the limelight all the time with it. But in reality, she carries the majority of the business and runs the majority of the business, and she's the brains of the operation. And I'm just out there louder than her. But
You're Pinky, bro.
yeah, exactly. I'm Pinky, and she's the brain. That's for sure.
He's the pretty face.
The moneymaker, bro.
Yeah.
I think the world would disagree. But well, you guys are awesome. Enjoyed the conversation, and we'll catch you guys on the next episode.
Thank you.
What's happening, Flying High friends? Welcome to another episode of the Flight Deck. We're excited to have a special guest with us today. We have Terry Smith, the program coordinator for Amarillo College's A&P School. Welcome to the show. Thanks for being here today.
It's great to be here.
Thank you. Well, our show frequently veers off into the subject of A&P technicians and manpower and labor and all that stuff. So I'd like to dive into that with you, but before I do that, you want to just give the audience a little recap of who you are and where you've been in life and how you found yourself being the program coordinator.
Sure. It was just unusual circumstances, but my name is Terry Smith again. Been in aviation, the aviation field for about 40 years. I've worked for Lockheed Martin, Bell Helicopter, America West Airlines, had my own business at one time. I am currently at Amarillo College, as Mr. Lamance has indicated, and I've been there for 11 years.
Nice.
Since I've been at Amarillo College, I've gone into the DME work, was as designated mechanic examiner work for the school, and we're growing quite a bit.
Yeah, that's a good thing for us.
That's a little bit about me and my background.
What exactly is a designated mechanic examiner? Is that a capacity with the school, or is that your own thing that you do as a sidebar to the program coordinator?
That's a sidebar to the program coordinator. So when the students come to school, they are actually students.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they finish their training and ready for certification, they become applicants.
Right.
I guess it's been about 8 years ago, the FAA stepped in and said, hey, we'd like for you to be an examiner for us. And it's not something that you can apply for. It's usually something they tap you on the shoulder for.
You get voluntold for?
You get voluntold for. You know, there's a lot of that in aviation.
There is a lot of voluntold situations.
So, yeah, I got voluntold to do that, and I've been more than happy to do it. You know, when I first started out in this business, I thought that, you know, I'll do this for a while and find a good job and retire. Well, that didn't work out that way for me. I just keep finding jobs to do. But anyhow, back to the DME, that is something that the FAA does that they would designate you to test individuals once they've completed their training.
Right.
Whether it's military training, official, technical school training, Part 147 school training, a little FAR stuff there for you. But 147 school training primarily is what I do.
Nice. When they go to the college, they get all the training and hours that are required by the FAA to take their test. But once they're actually doing their oral and practical exam and all that, that's done as an applicant outside of the school system, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
If you've been doing that for 11 years, there's something you enjoy about it. What do you like about being a educator out there?
Paying it forward.
Yeah.
I think most of all, you know, I always wanted to go back and teach young people some of the things that I've learned along the way, the 40 plus years I've been in the industry,
Right.
and, you know, the things I've done. If they could just pick up one or two things, you know, from somebody, and most of all pick up the understanding of having some integrity
Yeah.
and some critical thinking skills. If they could learn those two things, I think they would be better suited in this industry.
We touch on the integrity a lot in our discussions on the show, and everybody that we run into that we talk to about aviation, that almost always comes up as like first and foremost requirement for the job is having a really high level of integrity. Normally it's discussed around if you don't have solid integrity, it's really easy to cheat the system and put somebody in a safety issue or cause financial and physical harm to people if you don't have it. Is that kind of your same take on why you prioritize integrity?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, the safety aspect of
Yeah.
it. The safety aspect of it, I mean, you know, I like to, you know, and it's kind of a joke with us, but it's not really. But we like to say, you know, a surgeon can only kill one person at a time if they do something wrong. We can kill all 200 souls on board and whoever's on the ground. So,
Right.
you know, not that we get paid as much as a surgeon, but, you know, we tell them the seriousness of the business. If you don't understand the seriousness of it, you're in the wrong business.
Yeah. Well, and I know firsthand that you're an exceptionally good mechanic, so you could go out into private industry and make far more money working in the industry than you do as a educator. But you've been doing that for a long time, so it's admirable that you're there doing that, because it's something our industry really needs. We need people that actually know what's going on out in the field and in the real world to be training and educating the guys that are coming into it, where I've seen some situations where you have educators that are there because they're not good enough to be out in the real world, and I know firsthand that's not your situation. So it's a awesome thing that you're doing, and something our industry really needs more of. And I think if you look at the retiree rate of our experienced guys and the guys coming into the business, where do you see the choke points and the bottlenecks on being able to meet the demand that we have coming up?
I think it starts at the high school level.
Okay.
I think we've got to get the high school students to understand that, working with your hands is not a bad thing.
Right.
And doing some of these skilled labor jobs pay as much as some of the jobs that they think they might get when they get out of high school or more. Right now, I mean, when I came out of A&P school, I think I was working for $5 an hour, for several years.
Right.
And it took me a while, 10 years or so, 7 or 8 years maybe, to get up to $17 an hour with an IA, which is an inspection authorization.
Right.
And doing that, and now coming out of school, there are some companies offering sign-on bonuses and paying $31 to $45 an hour and not having any experience. So it just I'm kind of jealous in a way,
right.
But
yeah.
I'm glad for them. They're stepping in. It's the mecca of aviation right now.
For sure.
We'll see how it happens.
And we hear and see a lot of attention put on pilot shortages and talking about the lack of pilots meeting demand and all that. But my opinion, the first rung of that ladder that gets ignored a lot is the maintenance demand. Mm-hmm. And you can have all the pilots you want. If you don't have the technicians to safely and effectively keep the aircraft flying, they don't do you any good. So you have to have a good supply of qualified technicians there to do that job. And I would argue that the mountain we're facing over the next decade is far worse in the maintenance world than it is in the pilot world. So it's, I mean, the numbers that I see and hear a lot are talking about north of 50 to 60% of our workforce, licensed A&Ps, are retiring in the next decade from the baby boomer generation, and they're not getting replaced nearly fast enough. So is that kind of the trend you're seeing as well?
Absolutely. Well, currently school, our certification only allows us to house 50 students in one year, 50 students a year. So that's a graduating cohort and a new cohort coming in. So that's 25 coming in and 25 graduating.
Right.
The numbers that I'm seeing are somewhere around 400,000 job shortages, personnel out there.
Wow.
So there's 400,000 openings out there for A&P mechanics.
Right now.
And Boeing did a study that's expected to double by 2030. So, trying to fill 800,000 jobs with 50 students is
25 at a time
going to be putting a dent in it. So we've either got to expand our facilities, duplicate what we have on days, and start a night course. We have a single entry point. So 21 months out, we put out 25 students or 25 mechanics, and that's just not going to keep up with the pace of what's going on.
From what you're seeing or what you know about it, do we have a lack of people desiring to go into that field, or do we have a lack of capacity to train enough people, or is it both?
I think probably both. Our situation, our personal situation, is the lack of training facilities, and I don't mean any disrespect to Amarillo College, because they've been great to me and to our program. It's just that, finding, first of all, to replicate what we have on days, we've got to go out and find a couple of instructors. Well, with what the industry's paying right now, you can't find good instructors. I was very fortunate to be able to go over to Amarillo College because I've got 2 retirements.
Right.
One from Lockheed and one from Bell Helicopters.
So you're financially in a situation you can do it where a lot of qualified instructors probably aren't.
I could do that, and it's, from my standpoint, God led me to where I'm at right now. So my plan was different than what God's plan was, so that's how I ended up at Amarillo College.
His plan always wins, right?
Absolutely. I had a lady in our church one day says, "Hey, the Lord had a vision. The Lord showed me that you were going to lead a lot of young people," and I was like, "Oh Lord," and what does that mean? But anyhow, I feel really good that where I'm at. That there's a couple other things there that it gives me a opportunity to witness young people, but it also gives me an opportunity to pass along what I've learned in the industry. But back to the numbers, it's just there's just no way, our industry can keep up with this, at this pace. It's going to get exponentially worse, I believe.
Well, the aviation industry itself is growing 5 to 8%, depending on what numbers you look at year over year, and our licensed technicians are shrinking year over year. So it's just not a good combination right now. So we got to figure out some solutions on how to rectify it. And one of the things that bothers me about it is that a lot of the guys from the baby boomer generation that are retiring out, that's an exodus of knowledge as much as it is manpower, so the guys coming in, they're not going to have as many of those senior guys around to learn from. And when they come, I've lost count of how many, but I've got a significant number of my technicians that work for me came from your school, and they come in better prepared than I've seen them in a long time, and they get better and better every year. But even coming in really well prepared, they don't know what they don't know. You've got to have those more senior guys around there to teach them. And we always use the expression, we attach them to the older guy's pocket. We'll pull out their pocket and we you don't let go of that for a while. And
there you go.
And you just, they just follow that older guy around, and they just learn so much from them. And losing that piece out and just having all these new guys coming in, we got some challenges to make sure we don't have safety slips, and I don't want to see the aviation industry's safety record backtrack. And all of that starts at the maintenance level. Obviously you've got to have well-trained pilots that know their aircraft and know their procedures, but you have to have really good quality maintenance to start with.
Well, what I've seen over here is that quality starts with the top.
Yeah.
And then it works its way down to the bottom.
For
but
sure.
It's bottom up, top down also.
Yeah.
The personnel that we've been able to send over here to you have just been outstanding. They've been outstanding, in their class and environment, been leaders in their class. But those are few and far between, because a lot of those kids were raised on farms or ranches, and they've had some background, some mechanical aptitude. What we really need to see is more of that vocational education pushed back into the high schools again, and I think they're doing that again, where they're teaching them how to actually work with their hands and stuff. I was fortunate enough that my dad was a mechanic, and he was also a helicopter pilot, so I learned a lot from him just working with him on the farm and ranch. I was raised on a farm and ranch.
I do think that is a geographical benefit that we have here that a lot of people don't have in the real urban areas, where they don't get the opportunity to work on a farm and work with tools. And when you're out on the ranch or the farm and a tractor breaks, you got to figure out how to get it going.
Yeah.
And so it's a little easier to learn some mechanical knowledge on a tractor, an old pickup or something, before you're working on somebody's airplane, and so it's you definitely I've noticed when you get a fresh A&P that never worked on anything, went and got their license and starts to work, versus a farm kid, a ranch kid that grew up working on stuff and then got their license and then came. The kid that grew up doing mechanical things starts off at a whole different level than the other guy. Have you kind of noticed that in your classroom as well?
Absolutely. You don't have to spend as much time with them, but one of the things that draws my attention to those types of students is that the student their aptitude is, you have to let them know that there are some things that we need to get rid of here, like baling wire is not acceptable.
Baling wire and duct tape fixes everything, man.
Baling wire, we got to get this tractor going. We kind of like to use the Alaskan pilot scenario, where you got to get this aircraft off the riverbed for sure, because your boss is going to be breathing down your neck. But don't be afraid to step up and say no, because safety comes first and foremost. But don't cut corners. We've been able to do that out on the farm and ranch to get things going for a little while until we can get a part or whatever, but that doesn't happen.
Elevate the quality control quite a bit with them, I'm sure.
Yes, absolutely. Having worked at Bell, I was the quality operations manager at Bell, and for 10 or 15 years, and it was paramount that, our mission is to put out the best flying aircraft the world, the warfighter could use,
Right.
That's kind of what our mission is at Amarillo College, is to put out the best mechanic. I want industry calling me saying, when's your next graduating class?
For sure.
And to be able to support that way. That's our mission.
One thing I've noticed about the way you do things that I think is really beneficial to the students and equally beneficial to the employers is you've done a really good job of figuring out where that student will fit the best to put them on the best track for success. So you've done a really good job with me of identifying, hey, for his type of model and the things they do, these guys would be really good candidates. And we haven't had one that you've made that claim with yet that wasn't good. And I think you're doing the same thing on, hey, you'd be better going to an assembly line, you'd be better going to an airline, and so I think that's you do it from a genuine place where you want them to be successful, so you're not pushing them into a place that they don't fit, where they're going to fail and wash out.
Yeah.
So I think getting them in the door in the right environment is really important to their career path, and it builds your reputation with the industry, because we know that if you call and tell us this guy would be good for your program, it's accurate, and we're not going to be hiring and having to learn the hard way that they don't fit our program. So I think with the way you're doing that, and I don't know how you institutionalize that in the school more so than it's just a talent of yours, but if we can figure out how to make that more of a actual process in the school somehow, whether it's through aptitude testing or personality testing, or I don't know what it is, I don't pretend to have the answer, but if we could get that philosophy pushed out into other programs and other A&P schools, I think it would help a lot with the success rate, because you can tell me the statistics on how many start school versus how many actually end up with their A&P license, but even after they have their A&P license, we have way too many that only work for a year or two in the industry and then go somewhere else. And the part of that is because the A&P has to know hydraulics, electronics, engines. Like, you become such a well-rounded...
28 different skill sets.
That's crazy.
Yes.
So we're constantly getting other industries doing their best to poach our licensed guys because they know they're well-rounded. And I heard this a while back. I don't know if you know this is true, but I've heard the largest employer of A&Ps in the world is Disneyland.
It is.
It's crazy, right?
It is,
So
yes.
they work on all the electronics and hydraulics and everything on all their rides and all that stuff. And
Yes.
just blows my mind that they're the highest employer of licensed mechanics.
I would have never thought about going to work for Disney,
No,
with my A&P
know, right?
license. But,
pretty wild.
back in our days, when I was coming up through the A&P school, when I was going to A&P school and getting ready to graduate, our job opening availability was it came out in a trader plane once a month. So you'd read trader plane, and there'd be a job in there, and you'd call, and if they left a number, you'd call, or you'd have to send them, snail mail back then. And by the time you got a response back, that job was already filled.
Right.
The technology now just makes things happen so much faster that you don't realize what technology's doing to our industry is very good in ways, but then also it's it's kind of a stranglehold on us too.
Right. Well, and we have a full-time AI expert on staff now that is building automation and doing all the things in the background to take away anything that you don't need physically hands-on an airplane for, to maximize our labor pool for them to do the things that you physically need to be doing on the airplane. Because we spend a ton of time on research and paperwork and logbook entries and looking up FARs and filling out 337s. Like, if you really add up how much time you're spending on that, it was somewhere around 30 to 40% of their labor time is going into doing all that type of work. So we're hoping that with what he's building for us as a proprietary system to us, that it'll help pull that number way down, where we can keep them maximizing their labor on the things that they're really good at, because AI and computers are better at a lot of these other things than the humans are.
Yeah.
But you can't replace a human's judgment and expertise when it's physically on the aircraft of, is this good, is this not good, kind of situations. So it's going to be interesting to see how many other companies go that route and try to leverage the need for labor by augmenting it like that.
Yeah, AI, I think it would be really good for our industry and with the aspect of records and that kind of thing. Because I know when I was doing the annual inspections, I was out there in the field doing annual inspection. I'd spend 40 hours, you know, outside of working on the aircraft, just trying to figure out where I was at, where the aircraft was at, paperwork wise.
Right.
You know, with all the research that you had to do. So it's quite prohibitive as far as being productive and return on investment. You know.
Right.
I can see that in the industry, and I think that's where I'll go back to being able to select where students what path they need to take is just from experience, just from having worked in manufacturing side of it, the military side of it, and now the technical or the school side of it, and then general aviation side of that as well. But just being able to work in all those different industries in the commercial world as well, but just knowing what aptitude they need, what they have to be able to get into each one of those industries,
right,
and where they would best fit. But we do a lot of hands-on stuff now. Everybody's using virtual training.
Right.
We still go old school over there because one, I don't even like social media, but. Anyhow, we still do a lot of the old school training. We have the students take an engine apart, put it back together, and hey, go start and run it.
Right.
Let's see what you did, see where you're at. We, hands on everything.
Yeah.
Now you can do some virtual stuff. I know that the airlines is using some virtual stuff right now, and AI stuff where they can, orient you to an aircraft for a specific task, in their training programs. But unless you got a tool in your hand, you're not going to know what that's like until you actually physically get out there. But I guess it could get you headed in the right direction.
Yeah, get you in the right direction. But
it's going to be a while before. My point is, it's going to be a while before AI can actually maintain the aircraft. I don't know if that's ever possible, but
maybe some point in the future, but not any
They
time.
could probably build a large majority of the aircraft, robotically
right.
But maintaining it, I think, is going to still require that human touch.
There's nothing that can quite replace trying to bend your arm in 3 places that it don't bend to get to that part the engineer decided needed to be right here. And
I think every engineer ought to be a mechanic first.
Yeah, right.
I always said, give me another elbow right here.
Yeah, we need another elbow in the middle of our forearm.
Yeah.
But I think the expression or the way that I always look at it is if a mechanic built an airplane, it would be the easiest airplane to work on ever, but it would weigh so much it would never fly.
Yeah, that's true.
It would be one big access panel.
But how do you put a battery where you got to take something out?
Right.
Yeah. It looked good on a blueprint.
Exactly. Yeah. And that was one of the things, and I think we're seeing it in their products now. Whenever I worked for Cessna, it was Cessna back then, Textron now. Whenever I worked for them, that was 25 years ago. And they're already, or at that time, they were already putting engineers and maintenance guys on a team together during design and construction. And so an engineer would come out with a design. Well, before they would put it into full production, they would make the maintenance guys go look at it and like, is this serviceable in the field? Can we actually do this? How practical is this? And then they would collaborate and try to figure out, okay, that doesn't work. Let's move it here. Let's do this. Let's do that. And from the maintenance perspective, the evolution of their citation line in particular, from the 550s and 560s up to what they're doing on the CJs now, I mean, the CJs are, in my opinion, drastically easier to work on. Phenomenal. Things are more accessible. And I think that's product of what they were doing on that. And I wasn't firsthand involved with like Bombardier and Falcon and those guys doing it, but I think they do similar things because we've seen a similar evolution of maintenance friendliness, both in the design of the aircraft and in their maintenance manuals and their product support after the fact. It's all gotten a lot better over the last 20, 30 years. So
I think they start out well intended, through their R&D.
Right.
And I've seen teams like that working together. But then you get out there and you start getting these STCs, the add-on stuff, and everybody wants, the latest and greatest avionics suite, and they want the, all the bells and whistles
Yeah.
with the winglets and stuff that's cool,
Yeah.
I guess. But I think it's cool too, and it keeps me employed and keeps you employed, But, there's a point that stuff just keeping it simple is, the best way to go.
For sure. Well, I think that's an important point too whenever people are selecting people to do aftermarket work on their aircraft and being careful on who they select, and it's the cheapest one's not always the best one, and usually not the best one, because if they're redoing your whole avionics suite in there and you have the bottom dollar operator that's just trying to crank it out, are they crimping your pins correctly? Are they labeling correctly? Are they routing them correctly? And all these things that when you go pick up your aircraft, it may work the day you pick it up, but then shortly after you start having these weird little problems, and then other people are going there trying to fix it, and they didn't have schematics for it. They didn't, they over crimped all the pins. So now you got all these wires breaking loose at random times. And I think when you get something new from the manufacturer, there's kind of a set standard that you get there. But then when you go into the aftermarket world, it can get a little bit Wild West,
Yeah, even though the FAA says that you have to have those instructions for continued airworthiness.
Yep.
Now, I don't know if those always make it into the maintenance records, but that'd be great if everybody was on the same page, and that's what I'm trying to pass along to these students over there, is that when you do something like that, you could start off with the best aircraft in the world, Citation, or King Air or whatever, Learjets. And then you started adding all these things on. Well, you've got to know how to maintain that down the road. You've got to be able to maintain it and be able to understand that what it is it's going to take to keep that airworthy. And the aircraft doesn't know whether it's airworthy or not. But we as mechanics have to know what that's required to be.
And so what you're referring to is any time that the original manufacturer's type certificate is changed by adding equipment, you get a STC, which is a supplemental type certificate. And so obviously if the manufacturer didn't originally build it with that part on it, and you go and add that part on it, now you have a new thing that can break, can wear out, can have default or defects or whatever on it. So that supplemental type certificate gives you your initial installation, how you do it, how you wire it, all that gets reviewed and approved by the FAA. And then what you're referring to with the with the ICAs is instructions for continued airworthiness. So now if you go look at the maintenance manual from the way the manufacturer made it, it's not going to have this thing over here because it wasn't part of it. So those ICAs are the instructions that supplement to the maintenance manual on how to continue maintaining that. And I don't remember what year they started mandating that, is early 2000s maybe.
Something like
they
that.
started mandating that ICAs come out with it. But to your point, a lot of the checklists and stuff that come from the manufacturer, they don't have that on there. And if you don't have experienced technicians or an experienced shop that knows what they're doing, that supplemental part's not ever getting looked at. So you don't know what kind of condition it's in.
Quickly.
When you were over at Bell, were you building the Ospreys over there? Is that what you were part of?
I was a part of the Osprey program, the H1 program, and the OH-58D program, and the 525 program.
Really?
Yeah.
What, the V-22, the Osprey is making a pretty big impact in the military nowadays. That thing's a wild machine,
Yeah.
What did you like about that aircraft, or what did you dislike about that aircraft?
The technology is just phenomenal. I thought it was far too complex for the young military mechanic.
Right.
I thought you would have to have seasoned mechanics. You couldn't just take someone fresh out of high school, put them through boot camp, and then teach them how to work on aircraft and maintain that one, because it had some complexities about it.
Yeah.
The complexities I didn't like, but some aspects it was, you have to have it because of the weight. And the fly-by-wire stuff, it was really great. I mean, that's something that, having come from early days in the 80s and stuff where we're still using cables and stuff, and fly-by-wire was just starting to come out. Most of the aircraft I work on was all, push-pull rods and cables and stuff like that. But when you start, sending signals to an actuator to make control changes or to lower the landing gear or whatever it is.
Yeah.
That was a whole new ball game for me, and I
Sure.
thought that was really great. Even though it was based off of 1958 technology,
Right.
if it weren't for computers, that Osprey wouldn't be flying.
Right.
And there's 4 computers on that thing. So
In the Osprey, is the engine back in the back part of the pylon and then using some kind of a gear system out to that prop that turns up and down, or is the whole engine out there turning up and down?
okay, the engine's in the top, in the lower half of the nacelle,
Right.
and then the prop rotor gearbox is right above that, and there's a combining prop rotor gearbox to the engine, and then you've got a main rotor or a mid-wing gearbox. Those 2 engines are synced together. The props are synced together, and the
Right.
engines are synced together. You can, if you get an engine out, you can go single engine.
Really?
You know, it's designed to do that. Drive one engine, you can drive both props through a drive shaft that runs all the way down the aft wing coop.
Nice. Do you know on the new 280 that they're building now, it seems like they put some effort into simplifying that system out there?
They really did.
Is it?
I don't know a whole lot about that
Yeah.
because the first test aircraft was being built when I was getting ready to retire from Bell. But that aircraft, I think they've worked on a lot of things and simplified a lot of
Right.
things, especially in the tilt axis part of that. The engine, you know,
Right.
and that kind of thing is all a lot different than what they've.
So I was out at the Verticon helicopter conference here a few weeks ago, and I hadn't been in a couple of years, and seeing all the VTOL and eVTOL stuff, the
It's crazy.
electric vertical takeoff and landing machines that are all electric and battery powered. You know, when I was out there the last time a few years ago, it was all very hypothetical and could be and would be cool and all this. But when I was out there this year, like, it feels a whole lot more tangible right now than it had before. You guys get into much conversation or anything about where that's going to go? Or
We do. We talk a lot about the VTOL and all the home build stuff and all the light sport aircraft.
Oh yeah,
And then we talk about drones
yeah,
and the need. You know, we're talking the Jetsons are here,
exactly.
if you will.
Yeah,
They're going to be able to pick you up at your house
yeah,
using a drone. The door's going to open. You're going to get in. It's going to fly you somewhere.
right.
You know, I believe
Yeah,
eventually.
I don't think we're
But
far
so
off.
we're really going to need to focus on the years to come. So we always try to look out about, 5 to 10 years out of where we're going to be in aviation, what technologies are we going to be needing to keep up with. And even though this is new per se, today's technology is going to be old tomorrow.
Right.
It's just like the cell phone.
Yeah.
So we're going to need to expedite some form of avionics electronics program into our facility.
Yeah.
How we get there, I've been thinking about it for a while, how to get some avionics and electronics technician labs set
Right.
up so that we can either, it's dependent, the avionics side is dependent on the avionics suite you're using, whether
Right.
it's Garmin, Honeywell, or, otherwise. But, to get someone to set something like that up, it would be specific to a brand name versus, you can still teach the basics that apply to all the brands for installation. But I really want to get an avionics and electronics school going, and I just haven't figured out how to kick that off
How
the
to do
ground
it.
yet.
Well, I think that high voltage stuff that they use to run all of that is completely foreign
It's
to
crazy.
aviation. So there's
Yeah.
going to be a lot of figuring it out on that. So,
Yeah.
but like Robinson unveiled while we were out there, they have a autonomous version of the R66 and the R44 now. So they're still engine regular. The 66 is still a jet fuel powered turbine engine helicopter, but where the cockpit would normally be on it, they removed all of the cockpit stuff and just put 2 clamshell doors on the front of it. So now you can just load this big box of stuff in there and tell it where to go, and it flies itself there. So it's got the endurance and performance capability of the turbine engine, so it doesn't have the drawbacks that we currently have with the endurance and everything on the electric side. So I suspect that thing's going to do really well. pretty interesting.
I've seen some of that early on in research and development, that they had autonomous aircraft like the 206. They've got a 206 autonomous aircraft.
Pretty wild.
They had to, but they still had to have a pilot in there just in case.
Yeah.
It's because that technology is still new, and you don't want that thing, like I said, going through someone's house, or you got civilian population to worry about. If they can ever perfect that, to where there doesn't have to be anybody on there. I mean, look at what the military's doing.
Yeah.
They're flying drones in the Middle East that some kid is sitting up here playing a video game in Cheyenne Mountain and making things happen.
It's pretty wild.
I mean, so we have the technology. How we introduce that into the civilian side of it, where I don't know if there's got to be some airspace changes and stuff like that, but there's going to have to be a lot of technical changes. I don't know if you come up with a different school for that than a 147.
Well,
maybe there's different. They talked about a part FAR Part 66, which was where each mechanic was licensed based on what they were going to be working on.
Right.
So if you were going to be working on reciprocating engines, small aircraft, that's what you'd be licensed on. If you're going to be working on heavies, 9 passengers more, 135 operation, that's what you're licensed for. 121 operation, commercial aircraft, airlines, that's what you're going to be licensed for. Now they're looking at maybe a license to work on electrical aircraft. The 107, the FAR 107's out there right now for drones. That's to be able to fly them, get licensed, become a licensed drone pilot.
Right.
But they're going to have something to maintain all of those drones. So there's going to have to be something outside the Part 43 and Part 65 FAR, I believe.
Well, and technology is outpacing our ability to get good, safe, reliable adoption into the industry, right? So by the time it goes through all the required testing and safety periods and then gets through the FAA and gets rules made, the technology's been around for a long time. So we typically run a couple of decades behind, like automotive, for example, because of that. Have you seen much changing in the way that the FAA is doing approvals and regulatory changes or anything, or is that all still kind of running the way it always has?
I think I've seen some of that. I've seen the FAA has made things, they're simplifying it a little more in the processes. I've recently had a managing specialist for the school that left and went and was on the fully autonomous electrical vehicles, VTOL or whatever, the drones.
Right.
And he was on that program trying to help write the regulation behind all that. And he spent a good part of 5 years on that program and come back and said, this is going to be a pretty good deal because they're doing it the right way. They're going to set. They first started out, I think, wanting to track it under the current regulations, and figured out that was just going to be way too convoluted to try to maintain it under current regulation. They're going to have to set new regulations for this for it to work out right. But I think processes as far as getting things through and getting things approved and things like that, the FAA is becoming a kinder and gentler nation than they were, back in the day, where they were pretty much wanting to take us all to task.
Yeah.
Well, they understand that things happen.
The compliance philosophy that they're operating under now, in my opinion, creates a lot more safety than before. The only tool they had was a hammer, so everything was a nail, and it was, instead of people trying to improve safety, they improved the way they hid shit. And now as long as you own up to it, you put in the corrective actions, and you're doing things the right way, the FAA is doing a really good job of working with you to fix the problem instead of hiding the problem. And to me, that compliance philosophy has been a big improvement on the FAA's side and ability to regulate the industry.
Yeah, the continuous improvement processes of asking the 5 whys. Why did this happen? Was it procedural? Was it personnel? Was it equipment? Going down the line there and trying to figure that out. Yeah, you work in the process from start to finish, and then from finish back to start, to see if there's anything embedded in there that would have prevented something from happening. I think that using Six Sigma technologies and some of the human factor stuff that they've really started focusing on, that we're being tested on now. Human factors just has really helped people understand where they're at when they get on the job, when they're assigned a task. Have I had enough rest? Do I have enough training to do this job? What's going to prevent me from being successful?
Yeah.
There's a lot of factors, a lot of things that come into play there.
For sure. So if you were talking to the parents of a younger kid or a teenager or whatever, would you recommend they go into an aviation career field at this point? And if yes, what are some keys that you would give them on how to be most successful in that?
I have a lawn sprinkler system at my house that I have and I hope the guy that does my sprinkler work doesn't hear this. But when his employees come over to work, I can see some of these young guys that are essentially digging ditches. And I'm thinking, man, if you would just, I can see their capabilities and their skill set there mechanically wise. And I'm like, if you just come out here to the school, I could teach you to be an aircraft mechanic. And this is, I always talk up aviation. I really think aviation is a great career to get into. It's not for everybody. It can be quite intense and, a lot of pressure, especially in the manufacturing side of it. But I usually tell the students, a student or parent, what the industry expects from the person wanting to come into in here and becoming a mechanic, what they expect. And you hadn't taken your bicycle apart, go home and take it apart 12 times and see if it works every time you take it apart and put it together. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for people that can disassemble, assemble, and maintain a certain level of quality. You could take your bicycle apart, put it together, and the brakes don't work. You're not, doing yourself any favors or anybody else. But I generally tell them to, if you don't have any mechanical skills, we can work on the tool use, hand tools and power tools. A lot of times what we can't get across is critical thinking skills. So a job that would require less critical thinking and maybe a person's strong in the soft skills, written and verbal, we could send them to like a manufacturing, where they could continue their, you're going to continue your training out at A&P school regardless. We teach the basic skill set, if you will. I don't mean to call it basic skill set because we're more than just a blue-collar worker, But the skill sets we do teach, like we had mentioned earlier, 28 different skill sets. That's a lot to learn. It's like feeding you with a fire hose.
For sure.
And trying to get you to remember everything that you've learned. And then you have the problem of 92% of what adult learners learn lose 72% of what they learn if they don't use it within 24 hours.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So you got to continually continue to reinforce that. But I tell the students what they're getting into, what the opportunities are, and if you really want to learn this, you get in and get engaged. I have to have you engaged. You can't show up late. That's not going to do you any good on any job. And you have to be attentive and pay attention to detail and get involved. If you're reclusive and not outgoing or whatever, you're going to need to come out of your shell. You're going to need to come out of your shell and be the person we need you to be and that you need to be for this industry. And there's a fit for you out there. It may not be Haven Aero or flight mechanics, or it could be Bell Helicopter. It might be Pantex. Pantex hires a lot of our mechanics. Like you said, there's other industries, wind energy and so on and so forth. But one of the things I tell them is that, you just need to be prepared to use hand tools and power tools and special tools, measuring equipment, etc., and be somewhat good with math. Because there's some math involved. So
and there's just a ton of diversity. So like if you're on the front line mechanic for a corporate operation, you're going to be working on every inch of the airplane and doing something different every day. So if you like that diversity, there's that path, all the way down to you could work in a component shop and you put the same spring in the same part every day and everything in between. And, you know, that's not even getting into like the NDT world and the avionics world. And there's just so much diversity that you can build off of if you just go get your license. You know, it's cliche, but that's your license to learn. You get that license that gets your foot in the door, and then you can go, hey, I want to try this. No, I don't like that. I want to try this. So, but there's so much diversity within the industry. There's a fit for everybody that has a capacity to want to do it, even down to people that don't like turning wrenches all the time. Maybe they can go into a management path or a administrative path, but they still need the technical knowledge and the technical baseline to competently talk about aircraft.
Yeah,
So,
being able to use the vocabulary is one. You know, I always tell them, you know.
I have so many examples of people that we've hired into admin positions and different things, not technicians, where the first thing we do is tape the phonetic alphabet along the side of their computer because we're all talking in phonetic code all the time, and they're like, "What the hell is Alpha Charlie? What?" So it's funny, just
like an RGB, you know, reduction gearbox. What are you gonna? That's something you have to learn. There's always all these acronyms.
Yeah,
every company's got them, and it just grows exponentially. I reiterate that to our students and even those wanting to come into this program, you know, that hey, this thing is you're going to continually to be educated. I myself have been in this for over 40 years, and I continually get recurrent training, and, you know, with the FAA or at the job that I currently hold with Amarillo College, and it's I had a guy tell me one time, if you ever stop learning in this industry, you need to get out.
For sure.
You need to get out and go do something else. Go retire, whatever, you know. But
anyone watching the show that wants to help, is there anything that the school needs, you need, anything that's limiting your ability to continue delivering good technicians to the marketplace? I know you've hit me up a few times needing engine parts and spares and cores and different things for the school. Are you guys in a pretty good spot on all that? What's the anything anyone could help with it?
You know, unless something just catastrophic happens, I think we're in a pretty good position right now. We've been able to get some money through Perkins grants, and I've made some trades with Avotech on some equipment to be able to get some newer equipment. You know, a lot of these 147 aviation maintenance schools, they start out on air bases that have been closed, and all the equipment is all former, you know, military type of equipment. So getting into the general aviation side of it, you need more of the general aviation type of equipment and products to work on. So we've been able to turn that around and getting rid of a lot of the old military stuff. But as far as just maybe scholarships, you know, maybe, you know, go to the high schools with us, become part of our business leadership council, and hey, show up for a recruiting effort with us and say, hey, you know, let's go find that person to give them a free ride on an aircraft to see if that really, you know,
like to ignites a spark with them.
Ignites a spark with them, and then, you know, maybe let them. Maybe some of these younger kids see what it's like, a day in the life of a mechanic, which is what I think you're doing here, as well as the pilots, because we need pilots too. Our industry has to get involved if we want to grow that, reduce that number of 800,000 by the year 2030. We've got to get involved with the younger people. We got, you know, and if they don't become aircraft mechanics, we've given them some life lessons that they can carry with them that's going to stick with them and make a positive change in their life. Yeah, absolutely.
Any last thoughts? Anything else you think the world needs to know about the situation of aircraft maintenance?
We need more aircraft mechanics. That's all I can say. We need more aircraft mechanics, and I don't know that we're going to be able to be in a position to put out more, but I just really appreciate the opportunity to work with the industry we have here in Amarillo. I really appreciate you guys at Haven and Flight Mechanics and, you know, all the other industries that are a part of our Business Leadership Council. You guys give some great feedback. You know, we enjoy the feedback because we can't fix things that we don't know about.
For sure.
If you see something that they bad habit that we've instilled into them, let's get it corrected by all means. But other than that, I just think, aviation is the greatest thing there is, but we just got to figure out how to get everybody else to believe that.
Get people to quit self-eliminating early.
Yeah.
Let everyone know that bring awareness that it's an option for just about anybody at some level out there.
I lost a kid this year. He thought that A&P was anatomy and physiology.
Oh, Lord.
Tell him he's in the wrong program.
Lord.
So
that's a big miss.
Yeah, so he's a nurse over there now on the West
that's
Campus.
funny.
So we laugh about that.
Yeah.
He said, I think I'm in the wrong class. I was like,
I think you are, yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So,
he's trying to figure out how to use that torque wrench on a patient.
Yeah. It was early on, so he got over there and got into his training. But, yeah.
Well, Mr. Smith, I appreciate your time being on, educate the audience on what we're facing here, and appreciate all of you guys tuning in for another episode. Make sure you like, subscribe, share, and we'll catch you on the next episode.
Thank you.